Round 5 of the No Limits racing season is ready and raring to go. It's the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance race here at Anglesey. My name's Lewis Ray, Ross McIntyre alongside, and right now we're on the starting grid. And well, Ross, the anticipation is high for this one. Tension is sky high as well. The grid is formed, a little bit longer grid procedure for this one, but it's a glorious day here at Anglesey.
It's a beautiful day in a beautiful part of the world, Lewis, and as you said, there's a lot of tension, but there's a lot of excitement in the air as well. I mean, this is the big one. It's the one that we've been waiting for all season long. The championship, the riders, the teams, the people in those teams. This is what all of the eyes have been on. So to actually be here and be about 20 minutes away from racing, it does feel a little bit special. But again, it's a glorious day for it. Everyone's probably a little bit nervous. 12 hours is a long time for a motor race, but really excited as well.
Yeah, everyone's really excited to get this underway. We're not too far away from the action getting going, but as we mentioned, the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance race. And well, what better way to start our day than to speak to the Biker Lawyers themselves? Obviously, just sitting on the starting grid at the moment, standing on the starting grid, as I should say. But obviously, guys, an exciting day for No Limits racing and an exciting day for the Biker Lawyers as well. How are you both feeling ahead of today?
Nervous. I'll be honest with you. I'm actually nervous because this is just amazing. What an opportunity to be a part of this. I mean, you look at the grading, and I'm looking at the down and thinking, oh my God, these lads must be nervous now.
Yeah, I mean, both of you guys have plenty of experience within a racing paddock, plenty of experience on a starting grid as well, but to have this around half an hour on the grid, it's pretty special and another way to start the day with some extra tension.
It's absolutely amazing. We walked the circuit last night, and you could get this guy a job. He was giving me a commentary around every single corner. If it wasn't for the profanity, he could be on telly, you know what I mean? But it was brilliant just to see all the different positions you're going to be in, what's a fast line, what's a slow line, and then got back. We might have had a couple of beers, but, you know, it's our own time there. But yeah, to be here this morning and to think about the nerves that are going to be on that pit wall, to imagine how many riders are thinking, I wish I'd taken a toilet break before I got here. You know, it's just incredible. The feeling is, I mean, it sounds like a cliche, it's electric.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's electric atmosphere, and well, you mentioned there, you were giving a little running commentary around the track yesterday. What are you expecting? What are you guys expecting from this endurance race? Obviously, 12 hours in distance. It's going to be a real test for both rider and machine.
100%, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the energy, you've got to keep hydrated, keep yourself focused, because there's so many times when, like I say, I've raced this track, not anywhere these time periods, but, you know, you've got to really put the effort in and thinking all the time. So keeping that energy going, it's so hard work, honestly.
And it's an important day for the Biker Lawyers as well, sponsoring the championship this year. Just a little reminder, or for first-time viewers at home as well, with it being such a big special event, who you are and what you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, the Biker Lawyers, we are literally what it says on the tin. We're there to represent bikers if they've been involved in an accident, if they've ever got a ongoing claim and they're not happy with the people they're using. Give us a call, have a chat with us. We're all bikers, all the solicitors are bikers. We live and breathe this world, and we've been doing this for over 20 years. So we know what we're doing. We know how to look after somebody, take them through that process, and keep them right. This is exactly what we want to do. And the opportunity to do things like this with No Limits, to support them, again, it's just showing that we still do this, and we still enjoy riding, and we still like looking after bikers as well.
Yeah, everyone's here just to have a good day of racing. And anything else you would like to add? I mean, it's a glorious sunshine. Not always do we get sunshine here at Anglesey, but it seems like we're pretty lucky with the weather today.
This is spectacular, and, you know, no disrespect to any other circuit in the UK, this by far is my favourite. I love the track, I love how technical it is, and the views are just stunning. And it's amazing to be at Anglesey without the wind and the rain.
Yeah, stunning views, hopefully some stunning racing. We'll catch up with you guys a little bit later on as well, see how you're enjoying the event.
Great.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, man. See you in a bit.
Well, we'll carry on with the grid work for the time being, because Ross, you're just mooching about at the moment on the starting grid, and well, I don't blame you, because it's a lovely sight. The teams right now deciding their final strategies, although you would imagine quite a lot of that would have been decided last night.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Again, 12 hours, a lot can change very, very quickly with safety cars, with red flags, things like that. But again, you'll be going into this with a game plan. You'll know who's obviously going to be starting the race, what stints you're going to be doing, roughly how many stints you'll be able to get out of the bike, especially in terms of fuel and tyres as well is going to be a big one. We're going to be seeing a lot of tyre changes, I can imagine, of course, mainly through the teams that are running one bike rather than the tag team bike system. But even then, they'll be swapping over tyre compounds as well all throughout the day. And of course, got to remember the track's going to change and evolve all throughout the day as well. So you're thinking, okay, what do we change on the bike to adjust for that as well? So there's lots of thought that will have gone into this one. But as I said, that can all go out of the window very, very early doors. All it takes is one little incident, a safety car, a red flag, whatever, and your game plan needs to go out the window. So the engineers, the mechanics, they'll need to have their thinking caps on pretty early doors because it can all change. And of course, it's a race. It can all anything can happen, can't it? So again, you'll be going into it hoping that the plan works. It probably won't work. You'll probably have a backup plan. That probably won't work as well. But again, as long as you pretend that you know what you're doing going into it, it'll probably be fine.
Yeah, a bit of confidence goes a long, long way, I think it's fair to say. But a lot of conversations going down on the starting grid at the moment. And well, we've already had a chat with Tommy this morning from Dart Motorsport, but we'll have a chat with some of the riders with the levers on for the time being and jump in with a quick word. We've already had a chat with Tommy this morning. How are you feeling? Levers on, bike all ready to go, 12 hours ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. It's hard to know what way to plan the whole day. I don't really know what's going to sort of happen, but yeah, we're ready to rock and roll now.
Yeah, and the BMW M1000 next to you, how is that around Anglesey? Is it a bit of an animal? Is it a bike that gives you a little bit of a respite down the streets?
Well, this is my first time actually coming over to UK2 ride. This is the first time I've seen this track, was yesterday, so on the pace, but it's footery, it's tricky, it's hard to get up and going because it's so start-stop, but yeah, we'll just manage it.
Best of luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
And next to them on second grid, it's going to be the number 21 team. They're having quite a lot of conversations, a nice new Ducati for them as well. And well, we can see if we can quickly dive in with a quick word. Second on the grid for you guys here today. You've got to be you've got to be feeling pretty happy about it.
Yeah, yesterday was everything went really well. Got hot in the afternoon. John put some really good times in yesterday. So first time here, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and how are you finding Anglesey? We spoke to a couple of the riders. It's a real technical circuit.
I like it. I think it's got obviously amazing views, and I kind of like the back section as well because it brings a different complexity to the track with a stop-go. But yeah, no, everything's going well.
Well, best of luck.
All right, thank you very much.
And just before we hand it back to Ross, I want to have a quick chat with the Lodge brothers. It's not just going to be the Lodge duo on the bike this weekend, it's going to be Gary Johnson as well joining them. But, well, the Lodge boys, how are you guys feeling before today? Obviously, Gary helping you out for the 12 hours, but you've got to be excited.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. No, it's a long race, it's the longest one we've ever done, but with an extra rider in, it should make it a bit more bearable. We're running quite long stints, so we'll be doing 4 hours apiece. But yeah, I think the temperature later on is probably going to be one of the biggest concerns because it's going to get hot. It was hot yesterday, and it's really affecting the grip as well. So it's just making it quite a hard work out there. Just controlling the bike when it starts to go off, and after like 45 minutes, tyre's going to be shredded.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Gary joining you for company, and Gary, you've got to be excited joining the Lodge brothers, although it's a long day and it's been a busy week for yourself already.
Yeah, can't wait. Obviously they were scraping the bottom of the barrel when they have to ask me, but we're looking forward to it. You know, we're one of the only one bike teams, but with 3 riders, it's going to be about managing the tyre over the distance, and we can do less pit stops.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And finally, obviously, racing with your brother. It's going to be very, very excited out there on the circuit for the Lodge brothers. How are you feeling? JJ Racing, of course, a successful couple of seasons it's been. You've not been on track too much this year, but 12 hours coming up.
Yeah, it's a big one. We thought, well, let's have a go at a proper big one. Miss a few others just so we can, budget for this. So it's going to be tough. If anything goes wrong with a bike, it's always on the clock.
Yeah.
So everything's on the clock. Everything that happens, wheel changes, We'll just have to see how it pans out. It's a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, and well, make sure you keep hydrated and just have some fun out there.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
Best of luck. And well, Ross, I'll hand it back to you because there's some big names on this grid here today, and some close times anyway in the field.
It certainly was. Thank you very much, Lewis. And great to hear from our front runners there. We've got, basically from now on, we've got a whole host of ACU National 600 guys who are all very, very close together. And that's going to be interesting. Of course, we've got to remember lots of different championships for us to enjoy here and to keep our minds on and to try and keep track of as well through the rest of the day. But we've also got very, very close races. I can see we've got the 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐈𝐌𝐀𝐄𝐓 Moto 46 guys. We've got Randy Racing just behind them, Proudfoot Racing. They're all very, very close to the championship, starting 1, 2, 3, the leading 600s out here today at Anglesey as well. So if those guys are stuck together early doors in the race, that could lead to a very interesting dynamic where maybe you're thinking strategy-wise, of course you want to be in front of your rivals in the big 12-hour, but at the same time as well, maybe you play it safe and go for the championship points at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be an exciting day. Points up for grabs, and now it looks like teams just getting underway. The final conversations now getting underway, and the bikes are about to be fired. And hopefully everyone can get their bikes fired anyway before this formation lap.
Fingers crossed. We may need to clear out of the way just a little bit, so we'll get off to the side of the racetrack for the time being, because it seems like we are getting ourselves ready to go here at Anglesey, and bikes are being fired, as you can hear. So we'll wait to see what the game plan is going to be. On pole, of course, a new team, but again, Bookie's favourite, 𝐷𝐗 Racing in P3, then the Moto 46 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐿 UK guys, Randy Racing, Proudfoot Racing. That's going to be an interesting dynamic to have those 600s right there with the 1,000 machines at the front of the pack. Of course, Anglesey, it's a circuit where having a bigger engine is not necessarily the be-all and end-all. Lots of tricky technical corners, but there are some big fast bits as well, especially coming down this back straight into the big right-hander at school and then moving onwards, as well as our wave at Sheepy very quickly, our social media man here at No Limits Racing, getting himself a bit of footage for the socials. As you can see, it's not just us that's excited, it's everybody that's excited here at Anglesey for what is the biggest race ever in No Limits Racing history. And of course, we'll be with you the whole way through here on NLR TV as well. Because it's just me and Lewis, or Lewis and myself, or Lewis and I, to use proper correct English. It's just us for 12 hours, so we'll be a little bit more relaxed than usual, less of us screaming and shouting. And again, if you do have any questions, do drop them in the YouTube live chat. We're going to be reading through them. Part of that will be keeping us entertained. 12 hours is a long old time for anyone involved. But again, any questions, any shout-outs that you have on NLR TV, do just drop them in the live chat. Myself and Lewis, we will answer those for you. And again, just say hello as well. If you want us to shout out your mum or somebody who's, racing here or is here as well, just give it a message. But it sounds like we are all ready and prepared down here on the grid at Anglesey. The biggest event in No Limits Racing history is moments away. The Biker Lawyers, 12 hours here at this wonderful, wonderful circuit, one of the most picturesque in the UK. The riders are ready, we're ready. Let's go up to the commentary box and prepare us for what is sure to be an unbelievable day. Lewis Ray, over to you.
This is No Limits Racing.
Well, there you have it. We're on the edge of 12 hours of non-stop motorsport. What an exciting prospect this is. The Biker Lawyers Endurance Championships, everything has built to this moment. Round 5 of the season, of course, takes place at the beautiful, the scenic, the stunning Anglesey circuit. Ross McIntyre and myself, Lewis Ray, will be bringing you through the entire day of running, all the way from 9 a.m. as the flag drops till 9 p.m. when the checkered flag comes out. It's a exciting day for motorsport, and well, as we've mentioned, the pole sitters, it's going to be an exciting day for them as well. It did look like on the starting grid they're having one or two issues getting the bikes started, but hopefully all is going to be okay there. Now, the grid, very, very busy. Still some helpers on it for the time being, but the bike's now beginning to fire. A little bit of wind today, but that is to be expected, obviously. We're right on the coast of North Wales for the time being, all the way west. by Anglesey. Not too much further to go before you reach the edge of the UK, but the board just coming out now, the 1 minute board, meaning the riders need to get their gloves on, need to get all the helpers off, the bikes off the stands, the tyre warmers off, and get things underway. The riders are somewhat excited for this. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the most excited they've been all season long, and that is just simply for the fact that it's 12 hours of racing. They're excited for the racing itself, but they know it's going to be a tough task at that. But two people that are very, very happy are the biker lawyers, obviously. They're looking forward to today's running, to say the very least, and they're looking forward to an exciting day of action. And, well, it's a nice turnout this weekend. It's a slightly different mix-up in the paddock. We're used to having quite a lot of riders down in the paddock itself. This round, all the bikes are down in the pit garages, and actually, some riders, they've still brought their normal awnings they would use to keep their bike in, and they've changed it into the likes of a massage tent, or have benches to get themselves ready in between stints. They're using it for different purposes here today, and well, Ross, that's for a reason. That's because it's going to be pretty warm here today. We're expecting above 25 degrees, close to the 30 degrees temperature. I think I looked last night, around 27 or so at some point today. I mean, still at 8 p.m. tonight, it's going to be around 25. So it's still going to be a big, heavy stint. Hard temperatures out there for them as well. And, well, an exciting day of racing, Ross.
It should be. We're all looking forward to it here in the NLR TV commentary box, and yes, we're fortunate that it's only 25 degrees, it says that, because elsewhere in the UK we're back above 35 again. We were yesterday anyway, so fingers crossed that here at Anglesey we don't get too bad. But of course we're right on the coast. It's as you can see, the ocean just in the background there, and a little way across that, Dublin. I think we're just about in line with that anyway. So we do get a lot of wind coming across. Of course, you kind of get a lot of water vapour that's pushed in from the ocean as well, so temperatures typically are a little bit cooler here than you would find across the rest of the country. So hopefully we stick to around about mid to high 20s. That would be perfect conditions, I think, for a wonderful 12-hour bike race to enjoy. So just looking down onto the grid now, looks like mechanics are starting to get out of the way, and anybody who's not supposed to be there as well. I think we are not far away at all from getting our engines fired up proper and getting out onto a couple of sighting laps. And then, of course, it'll be Well, it won't be red lights going out. It'll be the drop of the Welsh flag, not the Union flag this time. We're celebrating the fact that we've gone international here at No Limits Racing. And then once the Welsh flag drops, it'll be 12 hours of racing to the checkered flag. So there we go.
Yeah, exactly. A slightly different procedure, but all the same in reality for the riders. It's most important going to be when the flag actually drops, not when it's raised, although you'll probably see a couple of riders trying to chance their luck and get a couple seconds head start, but in reality it's not going to make too much of a difference in a race this long. Now, a busy grid, as you can see there, the 3 minute board now just being shown, meaning we're not too far away from getting the action underway, but the qualifying yesterday took place in multiple sessions. A rider for each team went out in each session, and it created a big grid. Around 28 teams taking the start for this one. 2 teams receiving back of the grid penalties, including Chet's Racing and Fireworks. Fireworks, I believe that was due to the likes of an engine change that they had to do yesterday. They had a few gearbox problems as well. It's a real day of mechanical issues for them, and of course Fireworks being one of the teams that only use one motorcycle. So one motorcycle to last the entire 12 hours. You certainly wouldn't want any mechanical issues, otherwise you're going to have to nurse it. A lot of the teams that will be using multiple bikes and using a really style endurance format. And well, Ross, you can see now the grid far more bare is what it was maybe 10 minutes ago, but the tension truly high now, and you can really feel how much of a historic moment this is for NLR.
You can see that Mark Neate is down there getting ready to send them on their way. He will be the one who does drop the Welsh flag to signal the start of the race proper. I believe Phil from the Biker Lawyers, I think, is the one who's going to be sending us on the way on our sighting lap and dropping the green flag to signal that one. Of course, Le Mans style start as well. Can't be forgetting that old one going forward, so that should be a lot of fun to see if anybody's going to have any issues with that as well, just to make the event a little bit more special. So as we get ready to get going, hopefully we do have green flag at the back. We just wait for the green flag to drop at the front before we get going on our sighting lap. And then, of course, a Le Mans style start as well. We'll run through the grid for you while we get going, which we do so now. On pole is the 92 Dart Motorsport squad. P2, the 21 Northampton line markings, UK Fire Safety Limited bike. P3, perhaps the bookie's favourite, it is the Maselli JJ Racing bike. Racing. P6, Proudfoot Racing on the 69 machine. P7, Full Throttle. P8, Double Trouble. P9, IWS Racing. And then the Lane Boys on the 79, rounding out the top 10. They're followed by PB Racing, Ride Culture Racing, Snapjagger Racing, Harp and Horsepower, OP Endure 2, PP Racing, Racekins Endurance, Merlin 846, the RAF Dambusters squad in P19, and then Heck Racing P20, P21 Oddballs Racing, P22 Pack Racing, P23 𝐀𝐍𝐆 Endurance, P24 Donkey Box Racing, P25 PP Racing 2.0. Good to see that their second squad's back with us this weekend. P26 OP Endure number 1, so they've got 2 squads as well. And then with the back of grid penalties, it is Shet Racing and the Fireworks squad, as we already mentioned. Interestingly though, Lewis, the 32 squad, nowhere to be seen. Some of our biggest names from this season so far, the Track Slag squad have decided to not make the journey here to Anglesey.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit too long of a race for them, but no, I'm sure they have their reasons. Obviously, Harry Dennison injured this season as well, and I'm very much sure they'll be watching on from home. But Dart Motorsport on pole position for this one. What an exciting prospect, and well, just a quick little shout out, a quick little get well soon to Paul from our recovery team. Obviously Paul and Michelle watching on from home this weekend, and we send our love, we send our best wishes, and we can't wait to see you guys back at a racetrack soon, where I'm sure you'll be helping out plenty of these guys pick up the machines and bring them back to the paddock and get them back out on circuit. So hopefully we'll see you before the end of the year. Best wishes from everyone at NOR Motorsport Radio. Of course, we'll be bringing you through the entire 12 hours of running for this one. And well, Ross, what is your predictions for this one? I mean, I'm not going to ask for a race winner just yet, but certainly for the race start, what are you expecting?
Chaos, drama, pain, destruction. No, I'm expecting it to be quite clean, to be honest. I think as well, the pressure of the occasion, I think people are going to keep it quite nice and calm early doors, because you want to get to the end of a 12-hour like this. You know you can't throw it away in the first lap. You don't want to let your team down after putting all of the work, all the travel time, all the expenses, all the practice, all the setup work that you've done onto the bike, to then have it all come to nothing in a couple of laps because you've been silly early doors. That's probably not going to be a great feeling. So I think it'll actually be relatively calm at the start. It will take a couple of laps for bikes to get warm, for people to filter into where they naturally should be on the racetrack, I think, for when we really start to see the elbows coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be elbows out action from the very start of this one. Keep in mind it will be a flag start and not a lights out start like you would normally see in a sprint race. But we're not too far from getting going. The final checks now being done on the grid, and then we can release the riders on to the circuit. Martin Neat in the middle of the grid at the moment with the Welsh flag, all ready to get this endurance underway. He's just waiting for the OK from race control, and then finally we can start the clock now as we go racing at Anglesey for the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance. It's a great start, it looks like, from both the 92 and the 21. It could be the 21 squad stealing the whole shot into turn 1, and it's actually going to be JJ Maselli who takes the race lead. So the number 1 squad, Maselli JJ Racing, does take the race lead from Dart Motorsport, who slots into second place for the time being. It looks like Moto 46 in third at the moment. Randy Racing, another solid start from them as well. Now though, being pushed back down to what looks to be P5 out on circuit. But it's the number 1, Maselli JJ Racing, who takes the race lead now through school. And is it going to be a nice early move from Dart Motorsport, trying to take the race lead back in this early stages? And they do indeed. They launch the move down the inside and get it stopped over at Rocket, through Rocket out now. And well, the number 1 slots into second. A nice solid move there, Ross, on this opening lap of action. You wouldn't necessarily expect a silly move this early on, but now is the time to be really aggressive out on circuit and just try and bridge a gap in this early stage.
It's the two schools of thought, isn't it, coming into an endurance race? It's either they take it nice and easy on the first lap, just get through the chaos, or it's get to the front, extend the gap, and then manage the race from there, because that gives you so much of an advantage. You can essentially dictate what everyone is doing, the pace the race runs at, the primary strategy that people want to be on as well, and that is clearly what these guys are trying to do out here as they come down towards the bus stop and the final corner, and will make their way onto the main straight to complete the first lap, and hopefully as they do so we'll be able to give you a proper run through of the field as our live timing clicks back into life. Of course, a big thank you to our timing partners, TSL. You can follow along the live timing on the TSL website. It is the Dart Motorsport 92 bike that did regain the lead after losing out to the Maselli JJ Racing number 1 machine, and as I say that, is that the Maselli guys dropping back behind Randy Racing. It was not Randy Racing, 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄𝐓 UK Moto 46, should I say. Indeed it was. So they now move up into second, Full Throttle Racing in fourth, the number 21 squad P5, then it's Proudfoot Racing, Randy Racing, Lane Boys, PB Racing and Pack Racing with an unbelievable start into 10th place to round up the top 10. They gained 12 positions on the first lap, so they are the early gainers there. That's the top 10 into Rocket In and Rocket Out for the secondary time. And again, 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 with a nice move we saw earlier on, Lewis. They're clearly looking racy here early doors.
Yeah, they're looking nice and aggressive in this early stage, of course. And well, Dart Motorsport, a solid start for them, of course. A nice early move as well. Currently it's Mark on board the machine, so Mark Hewitt, a solid start for him. His first time racing over here in the UK, obviously coming over from Ireland and doing a great job at that. Just behind him though is going to be the Moto 46 squad. Erwin currently on board that one, and then starting the race for Maselli JJ Racing is going to be James Lodge. Obviously Jonathan Lodge also on board the bike, and Gary Johnson joining them for company. And Will Ross, that's another fun part, if you will, of this endurance race, of this 12-hour, is quite a few teams have brought in some new riders, some extra riders, and some different riders out there. So a whole new challenge for them to get used to another rider, get used to how they want a bike set up as well. And well, another test for this 12-hour endurance race.
And we've got to remember as well, Lucia, only allowed a maximum of 8 riders across the season per team. Some teams are already on 7 coming into it, so yeah, keep your minds on that one, and to see how that is going to change and affect things potentially as we perhaps go a bit further down the year, and maybe people aren't able to turn up because they literally don't have anyone they can put on the bike legally, unfortunately. So we'll keep our eyes thinking about that one moving further onwards this year. Currently though, here at Anglesey, we are not quite 5 minutes in to the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance. It is still Dart Motorsport from 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 up at the front. Those guys very, very close. In fact, of course, not fighting for overall position. The ACU National 1000 category for Dart Motorsport, who lead the way. The ACU National 600 category for the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 squad. But they still want to be leading that overall race going forward. Up into third place is that number 21 bike though, so they get a couple of positions here early doors as well, so could be ones to watch out for. Maselli JJ Racing, after a great start, dropping back a couple of positions. Can see the RF Dam Busters going through Rocket In and Rocket Out there. They look like they've had a pretty solid start, although they have just dropped a position on the last lap down into 22nd place. Pushing forward is the 617 squad, and we'll continue onwards. So everyone's still in it. That's the main thing, Lewis. No one's on the floor and out. No safety cars yet. That is a good thing. Of course, another thing we do have to remember, there is a safety car clock that we've got in this race as well. So we have a maximum of 3 hours green running. If there's no safety car in 3 hours, then the safety car is deployed. That is essentially to allow any bikes that are stranded to be picked up. There's a couple of landlocked places here at Anglesey where recovering bikes is impossible, as the lead is starting to scrap on the run-up into Rocket In. And actually, that is a move for the race lead. Up the inside goes the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 bike. That's a lovely little move into Rocket In, and they do take the overall race lead, even though it's not a move for position.
Yeah, right now a solid move for them. Obviously a good move for overall position, but not for class honours out there on circuit. But 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 having a great ride so far. Maybe not the favourites going into this round, and that's because at Brands Hatch it was a fairly disappointing weekend for them. I think it's fair to say. But yeah, you can just see them now headed on to the international part of the circuit. Obviously, later on in the year, when we come back to Anglesey, we'll be using the corkscrew to drop down into the final corner. This round, we head all the way up towards the hairpin, and then now back down towards the bus stop, the final corner. A very, very heavy braking zone yet again. Now though, back up to the top part of the circuit for School, and now into Rocket in, Rocket out. But yeah, as you mentioned, Ross, a safety car clocked for this one. Not only, not to forget, just for the riders and stranded bikes out there, but also the hard-working marshals out there in circuit. If they need water or anything like that during the day, that's going to be the opportunity for the officials to deliver some water, to deliver some supplies for them out in circuit. Because let's not forget, they're doing this all off their own back, all in their own time. And for us, that actually is amazing action underway.
Certainly has been. Of course, a big thank you to all of our marshals who have already done quite a lot this weekend, and we really couldn't be here without them. 12 hours, it's going to be a long old shift. We know that they are getting the England game screened for them a little bit later on, so they can enjoy some World Cup action at the end of the day. I think it's around an hour after our race ends before coming into the World Cup quarter-final it'll be now, I think. So at least they get to enjoy that, and there's barbecue as well and all of those things for those to enjoy. But again, big thank you to all of our marshals for the effort that they are putting in. Of course, that safety car clock, just to go back to it, just to explain, if there is a natural safety car, the clock does just reset to 3 hours, so it's not like we're getting a safety car at 3, 6, 9 hours. It'll be, if there's a safety car an hour in, it goes back to 3. If there's then no safety car for the next 3 hours, the safety car will come out to reset everything and allow us just to calm down just a little bit. So up the front, it is the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 squad that now have put a second on Dart Motorsport. It is Colin Irwin who's on the bike at the moment and running some very, very solid laps. So 1:30.381 on lap number 2 is the fastest lap of the race so far. And I tell you what, Dart Motorsport could be in danger here. Dropping behind the 21 squad, will be in danger, are in danger, and is gone. Not quite, still side by side, but no, that's going to be done surely as they come through the second corner, the hairpin over at the banking as it's known. So that is down to P3 now for our pole sitters. And a nice move from the 21 bike.
Yeah, a great move for them at this stage in the race. Of course, the Northampton Line Markins and UK Fire Safety Ltd currently on board that bike. I think it's important to mention is John Harwood. Now, John Harwood, of course, he raced all last season with us at No Limits Racing. He's not done too much running in 2026, but last year he was one of the first riders to race that bike, if not the first rider to race that brand spanking new Ducati in UK club racing. And now, well, he's well and truly got that dialed in. He had a great scrap all last year with James McLaren, who sadly doesn't look like he's made the trip over to Wales this weekend. Neither does the likes of the Nitrous Plant Racing squad with the likes of David Williams and Paul Burbank. They've sat this one out, and well, depending on who you ask, they'll give you 2 different reasons of why they're not at the circuit. But yeah, great move for the 21 squad, and John Harwood currently on board it. Mark Royale and Joe Sheldon Shaw also planning on taking part with that team. And well, yet again, a lot of riders making the trip over from the BSB paddock into this very, very special event.
They know how special this one is, and it's not a surprise that we've got so many big names here to race with us, to whack around this brilliant circuit here in Anglesey. Paul Bowerbank, of course, a little trip to Turkey. I'll leave it at that one for him. But I hope he has a speedy recovery and he comes back with a lovely full head of hair following that one. And looking forward to having him back for the next one or whenever he does return. But still up the front of this one, it was a fastest Sector 2 on the previous tour for 𝐔𝐋𝐄 Moto UK 46. One of those orders is right for that squad. Caelan Irwin still out there putting in the lap times and bridging that gap further and further. Now 2.2 seconds is the gap that the race leaders have. They have a huge advantage though within their class as well. Their next nearest competitor in the National 600 category is Randy Racing, down at P6 overall at the moment. Nicholas Round currently out there on the bike. So they've got a huge advantage going forward. And this is all, remember as well, we've got 2 championships and 3 different classes in each of those. This is all within the ACU National Endurance and the Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance. The leading bike there in the Team Power Trophy is the number 100 IWS bike. So, and they're well down the order in P11. Then it just after them, to be fair, is the nearest Team Sport Trophy bike in PB Racing. But it seems like the ACU Endurance guys certainly with a little bit of an advantage here pace-wise early on.
Yeah, some early advantage for them. And well, we spoke about the classes. As for the bikes themselves, the race leader is the Moto 46 squad. Irwin currently on board a 750 Suzuki. And well, quite a lot of them out on circuit actually here today. One of the rising favourites, I think it's fair to say, of the super sport class. They're not terribly expensive either, if you want to buy them, all things considered. As you see, though, another scrap out on circuit. The RAF squad's joined in that. Obviously, no sprint racing this weekend. Also, it means that we have no inter-service championship this weekend either. And we've just had confirmation from race control. The first plant intervention should be around 12:04, unless obviously we have an intervention before that in our endurance race. So all things going well, it should be 12:04 that we have our first safety car, because obviously, Ross, we don't want anyone going down in these early stages, because God forbid being a fly in the wall in that garage if you go and crash in the first hour of 12.
It happens, though. That's the thing. It's racing. Sometimes you make mistakes. Well, we'll wait to see. Again, you wouldn't want to be a fly on the wall, but at least if you're in a multi-bike team, at least you can wait 15 minutes if the bike's landlocked to send somebody else back out.
And have time to come back.
Yes, or have time to at least try and get the bike back to the pit lane in one piece. So at least there's, for some teams, opportunities to recover a little bit from mistakes. And again, 12 hours is a long old time, so you will be able to claw back time that you do lose. Other riders, other teams will encounter issues, be they mechanical issues or mistakes, so you will be able to slot your way back forward. So it's not as race-ending as you perhaps might actually expect, especially compared to some of our shorter endurances, our 3 hours and the like. Those are races where if you have an issue early doors, that is basically it, because you don't have as much time to recover up positions that you lost. In a 12-hour, you do have that time. You can afford to make the odd mistake, have the odd reliability issue, but you also don't want to be making a mistake because you want to get to the end of the 12-hour cleanly. So it's more of a personal thing about making the mistakes rather than that you've just thrown the whole race away making the mistake. So it's a bit of a different dynamic, but you are right, to be a fly on the wall in the garage of somebody who's binned it about half an hour into our Bike Lawyers 12-hour endurance would be interesting. To be fair, we could also just go down and have a look and interview them, because we do have our pit lane camera back with us this weekend as well, roaming up and down. So we can always just go and poke our head in and see if anybody is calmed down enough to talk to.
Just use the situation down in pit lane. We've got multiple roles here today, of course. It's going to be a busy day for the riders, the officials, everyone involved, even for us up here in the commentary box. It's going to be a long day of racing, but it's going to be a good one at that. James J Racing now just coming through the picture there. Obviously a slightly different name for them now in this class, but 11 hours and just over 11 hours and 45 minutes on the clock, and still the fastest lap going the way now of Dart Motorsport. A 1:29.8 for them, a 1:29.9 for the Moto 46 squad. Last time around, though, Dart Motorsport dropping off ever so slightly, and that gap now extending to nearly 4 seconds. And well, Ross, it's always a smart idea to get your very, very fast rider out there at this very start of the race. It allows you to bridge a gap, and most importantly, especially if you have lesser experienced teammates out there, especially in the endurance format, it allows you just to take some pressure off them and allows them just to relax a little bit and be nice and smooth on the bike and not riding super tense, thinking that there's someone right behind them.
Well, again, it's one of those things that I mentioned earlier, schools of thought. There's lots of different ways you can approach stints. There's lots of different ways that... There's no real best way around it to have your quickest rider out first, or put your quickest rider out when other teams are going to have their slower rider out, and kind of capitalise on that and gain as much time as possible, even if you've lost out in the early couple of stints. So... you just kind of play whatever and see what happens. A lot of it, really, quite frankly, is up to the racing gods and Lady Luck. So it's just one of those things, isn't it? And I don't personally think there's any correct way of going about it. I don't think there's a wrong way of going about it in terms of when you stick your fast rider out. I think it's just a case of whatever the team feels is the best way to go, whatever the team feels is the more comfortable direction to go in. So we'll wait to see how people are going to be treating that. Again, Kellen Irwin currently out there leading the way. Clearly they're a team that have got their fast rider out there. Full Throttle Racing, Lewis Smart starting this one. Although that is a team that has a couple of fairly strong riders there as well. Nicky Williams, Simon Aldridge, Brandon Wright as well, joining young Lewis out there on the circuit. He's been having a pretty good season so far here at No Limits and in other championships as well. At the British Championships, some pretty solid performances so far this year, and a good start to this one as well. So seems like most of the teams are doing what you said would do, Lewis. Get your quickest rider out there first, but a couple of teams maybe with different directions as well. We'll just have to wait to see, especially when rider changes come and we get different riders out onto the bikes. Maybe someone's riding well today, maybe someone's just feeling a little bit off in it. It all depends. Again, we've got 12 hours to go, so it could all change anyway.
Yeah, exactly. This first part of the race as well, I think it's going to go very, very quick for us out here. Not only up here in the commentary box, not only for the people watching outside the circuit, not only for the marshals, but also for the riders out there as well. This is such an exciting time for the championship, such an exciting time for the class as well here today. But we spoke about riders, we spoke about some teams as well, some bikes, different classes. One team we haven't spoken about too much, except from the fact that they were starting at the back of the grid, is Fireworks. Now, Fireworks started all the way right at the back of the field, fighting all the way outside the top 25, and now, after what is just under 20 minutes of running, they're sitting P15 out on circuit. That's the type of start you want to make, and actually, with there being well over 11 hours of running remaining, still you can pick up a really solid result if this pace could continue all the way throughout the rest of the race. I mean, looking at the lap times, they're still running within the 135 bracket, so as that pace stands, it can get them there or thereabouts within the top 10, but you've also got to think, well, there's going to be some followers, there's going to be some mechanical issues throughout the race. That is a given in this style of race, especially with the hotter temperatures. It could be doing some wonders anyways to some electronics out there. Certainly with how complex some of these bikes are now, it's not always a 5-minute fix.
No, that's no, it's just not, is it? Let's be honest here. Out there, it's going to be tricky for everybody involved, and it's long days ahead for everyone, not just the guys on the bikes, but people in the championship, people in the spanners from the teams. It's difficult out there, as it looks like we do have a rider coming into the pits lane, and that is the Fireworks squad. So maybe early issues for them, or maybe it's a tactical decision. Maybe they've started the race light on fuel, potentially.
Can't
see
be
if they can.
Early, surely.
I mean, what? We're
yeah,
not
well, I mean,
20 minutes.
It
is a fill-up, yes. And maybe it's maybe they started the race light. Maybe it was an accidental starting the race light on fuel, but that's maybe where their pace come from.
They are pointing at the side of the bike. Let's not forget the amount of work this team has done in the last 12 hours, 24 hours or so. I mean, they've changed pretty much the entire engine inside that R1, and now if there is a little issue, it could be a case that you think everything's okay, but of course no morning warm-up for the riders here today, so if there is any issues, you're not going to find out till the bike's actually on track.
It's just a difficult situation, isn't it? Hopefully everything is okay for the Fireworks squad. Again, new motor, new gearbox in that bike. They are one of our one-bike teams here, so it's not like they can just go, oh, we'll fix it later, we'll just start on this bike instead. They've only got the one machine to work with, and apparently some of their other bikes as well that the team operates with having engine issues as well, so they spent a lot of money on new motors, it would seem, in the last couple of weeks, has the Fireworks team, but hopefully everything runs okay for them going forward. And again, hopefully it's not a problem. My initial suspect would be that they've probably started just the race a bit light on fuel to see if they can get some extra pace out of the thing, but they were pointing at things of the bike, so maybe there's
it could just be a small thing.
Yeah, it could be a small thing. It could be that there's a tiny little leak in the fuel tank maybe that's just causing a bit of an issue, or it could have been that they maybe just accidentally started the race light as well. So there's multiple opportunities to how that's going to unfold, and we'll wait to see where they've re-emerged out onto the track. Of course, they will be losing positions as a result of that early pit stop.
Yeah, they're going to come out on track around P18 as things stand. And well, it's going to be interesting to see. We'll have a chance to speak to them down in pit lane later on. I'm still going to, if I had to place a bet on it, I'm still going to have to bank on a small mechanical issue, you would think. But nonetheless, the running will continue out on circuit. They get themselves back out on track as well. And hopefully, if it is any issues, they can get it fixed. If not, if it is just a case of them starting light on fuel, they are now going to be out of sequence compared to the rest of the teams, obviously. It could be a case that they are expecting some safety cars out there as well today. And, well, obviously, we're guaranteed some safety cars. but it's when they come out is going to be a different thing. As you mentioned, they could come out earlier than expected. As things stand, the latest we can expect one is 12:04 in the afternoon, just at the start of the afternoon. But of course, it can come before that, and that's really what you have to be thinking about. I don't think it's going to be too much longer till we see a couple more teams enter the pit lane as well. Obviously, we're lucky enough to have TSL with us this weekend. It looks like Harp and Horsepower into the pit lane. They go now. Carr on board that one. So Michael Carr heading into the pit lane nice and early on for them as well. And while looking at their lap times, everything seems to be pretty consistent. And well, for Fireworks, if they have had any small issues, then you would have to say their lap times have been pretty impressive nonetheless. Their outlap, though, Ross, was a 2-minute 50, and now they've dropped all the way down the order, so really disappointing for them. But we'll continue our run out of circuit, and now just leaving the pit lane is what's to be the 3-2-1. So back on track, there you go. John Harwood as well, still containing his running on board the Ducati too.
Yeah, still pushing onward, so we'll wait to see what's going on with that 25 bike, and hopefully everything is okay for them. Just had a couple of position changes. The second OP Endure squad, that's the 102. They've just got through 𝐾𝐍𝐺 Endurance. Thomas Caulfield West out there at the moment in the Bike Alloys No Limits Team Sport Trophy as it stands. And he'll be out there on... I'm not sure what bike he's on, actually, because it's not coming through. But the OP Jaws... Oh, no, they're in the National Twin Trophy, should I say. Getting my OP and Jaws mixed up. They have got one bike, it would seem, as well. They've got a BMW 900 Twin out there. So another one-bike squad for us to look forward to. Lap times for Fireworks. Now back to where you'd expect them, but, of course, they're just a long way back on the road, as we wait to see what the lap times are going to click through and change as well. Pack Racing, still the early gainers. They started well down the order. Chris Taylor has worked his way up to 9th place overall. That's a fantastic start from those guys. P4 lead class. They're a squad that's really been improving over the course of the season so far and have worked their way forward. Really good to see them up there into the overall top 10. Early doors here at Anglesey. RAF Dambusters, meanwhile, probably on the opposite side of things. They are struggling a little bit, it would seem. There is no Army competition for them this weekend. We thought they were going to bring a few squads. Yeah. There are a few Army bikes from riders that are part of the Army team that have come on to be part of other squads, but there is no Army squad whatsoever in this 12 hours. It's a real shame. I was looking forward to loads of the inter-services guys turning up, and we've got the RAF Dambusters, and that's it. They are down P25 at the moment. I believe P4, though, in the Team Sport Trophy, at least for those guys.
Yeah, a solid start for them. And then you mentioned we were expecting the Army squad to bring a couple of teams into this round and, bring a little shake-up into the mix, because it was a solid performance, solid pace for them anyway at Brands Hatch. And, sadly, no showing here at Anglesey. At the moment, though, Dark Motorsport having a good opening stint so far. Obviously, Hewitt now right onto the back of the Moto 46 squad. 2 tenths separated them last time around, and that looks to be necessarily an off lap from the likes of Dark Motorsport. So 131 for them, 130 from Moto 46. So they're trading blows at the front of the field. At the moment, Moto 46 have been consistently within the 130 bracket. They had one lap inside the 129s. As you can see, a couple of pit boards out there. Snapdragon, a nice little setup they've got. At Brands Hatch, actually, Snapdragon, they had a full-on viewing area over at the other side of the circuit. Some benches, some hospitality as well for them, some shade from the sunshine and some shelter from the rain, because, well, down in Kent we were expecting a lovely, a glorious weekend, whatever you like to call it. However, it ended up being weather which you would almost say is very similar to Knockhill, which of course we'll head to next month. At the moment, though, this is the battle for the race lead as things stand. Irwin versus Hewitt out on circuit. It's Moto 46 versus Dark Motorsport as well. And while Dark Motorsport, they're piling on the pressure as things stand, just making their way into the back end of the circuit now through Peel and then towards the likes of the corkscrew. Obviously, instead of going fully down the corkscrew, they'll turn left onto the international section of the circuit. as well, then they'll appear back into view in a few moments' time. And these are our race leaders. This is the battle for first and second. Heavy on the anchors now, and while Dart Motorsport, they are catching. There's a few back markers to navigate as well. This is part of endurance racing. This is the art of endurance, is finding the safe way through, the perfect way through, without causing too much drama for yourself out there in circuit, and without necessarily losing too much time. It's a real balance of losing too much time and how much you're preparing to rest. Now though, down the inside goes Dart Motorsport. That is a change of lead yet again, Ross, and a solid move over at turn 1 because, well, it's not the longest straight here at Anglesey.
A real drop off of pace, it would seem, as well then, for the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 Moto 46 bike. Either that's tyres getting a bit warm, starting to run out of energy a bit, or if it's just backing off, trying to manage things, or of course if Dart Motorsport have turned up that wick as well. So we do have a change for the lead. Of course, those guys were in different classes, so they're still leading their respective races. We'll run through what's going on in this one. Just been told in the YouTube live chat by James Crampton, apparently the Merlin 8461 is a combined RAF and Navy team, so we do technically have another Forces squad out there. But again, I was just hoping for a few more. I was hoping for another RAF bike, certainly. I was hoping for a couple of Army bikes. But you make of it what you make of it. It's a shame, but we've still got a big old grid to enjoy here at Anglesey International. Of course, as you mentioned, Lewis, using the International layout instead of the corkscrew, they'll continue on down the Tom Price Straight, named, of course, after the only Welsh Formula 1 Grand Prix winner. And then they'll go through the hairpin and then back down towards the bus stop. It's not really that difficult, to be honest. The corkscrew is probably a bit of a harder layout, but you get 2 straights and a hairpin. It's more overtaking opportunities, I suppose. And it
it's better for us.
Yeah, it spreads the field out a bit more as well, so you're not as cramped going forward. And it's just a touch over 2 miles here at Anglesey, 2.1 to be exact, or 3.38 kilometres in European money. 11 turns out there to enjoy. And it's a lot of fun. It's a really gorgeous circuit. Obviously relatively new. It'll only be 30 years old next year, will this place? I know, right? The UK building something in the last 40 years. Incredible. But it's such a brilliant track. Obviously, it's one of the newest circuits we've got in the UK. And it's gorgeous here as well. Of course, you can see the sea. You can see Snowdon off in the background somewhere as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. The drive here is beautiful as well. It's just a great place to have a 12-hour endurance.
Yeah, it certainly is. The drive here is beautiful. The traffic, maybe not so. But it's an amazing circuit, some incredible views. And as you mentioned, Snowdon literally in the backdrop of this circuit. I mean, what more can you actually ask for? And obviously, the mountains in the background over the sea. It's a good gauge for us up here in the commentary box. A good way to actually understand what the weather's going to do. You can have sometimes a little bit of sea fog that can come in, and well, that happened last year here at Anglesey when we rocked into town for a much more conventional round, which of course we will be doing later on in the season as well. We'll be arriving much more for a normal round with sprints and endurances. That's going to be over in September for our penultimate round of the season. And Dart Motorsport just coming over the line as there is a team already making their way over the grass, and that's the Moto 46 squad already running into some issues. So some early drama for our second place runners. Fireworks now through on them, and well, it looks like they're not going to be able to necessarily head into the pit lane if it's an issue. So hopefully that is just going to be a case of a rider braking a little bit too deep, being too optimistic in the first half an hour of running, and hopefully they can get this fixed. But heading on to the power yet again is the number 16, the Moto 46 squad, now with Fireworks for company out on circuit. Obviously that's no longer for position, but a few issues for them early on, Ross, and those are the sort of errors you don't want to be seeing. But luckily it's been that hot and that dry somehow at Anglesey that the grass is okay to run over, and you're able to at least keep it on 2 wheels.
Well, we'll see what the weather does. Of course, Anglesey is notorious for throwing you a bit of a curveball. Brands Hatch last time out style, to be honest, again, it's right by the coast. Weather changes very, very quickly. So we'll see what that gap is, where the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 Moto 46 bike has emerged. They had a bit of a gap ahead to second in class, which is Full Throttle Racing with 22 bike with Lewis Smart out there at the moment. They were P5 overall. and about 26 or so seconds away from that number 6 bike. So I think they'll be okay. I think they'll still be in the class lead, but they will have probably dropped time and potentially a couple of positions overall. So we'll just wait to see when they get to the line and what it's going to be looking like. And that does mean, though, that Dart Motorsport continues to push onward as it currently stands up at the top of the table. I've been told in the live chat as well, there are 2 Army bikes out there. It turns out the OP Endurance bikes are Army bikes. They just don't have Army in the name, so I just clearly don't know anything and should shut up on that one. Good to have some Army bikes out there then, it would seem. So up at the front, into the pits, actually, it looks like. Coming in is John Harwood for the Northampton Line Markings UK Fire Safety 21 bike. Can't see them out of the commentary box window. Hopefully we get some... there we are. That just looks like it's...
Checking tyre pressures.
Yeah.
So they're no fuel.
No fuel, so... They're clearly not happy with something, or maybe they've already done the fuel potentially. Was that a complete change? Yeah. It is a complete change. So sending somebody else out, so that'll be why there's no fuel. But that's just a touch over half an hour they've been able to get their stint done. So not too bad, but you'd probably be hoping for a bit longer.
Yeah, you're hoping for a little bit longer out on circuit. Obviously, the teams that only have one bike and that are doing just rider changes and having to change tyres, fill up the bike, they can run endurance fuel tanks. So their stints tend to be a lot longer than our multi-bike teams, where they change bikes, of course. It's a standard fuel tank in them. So they can go for a little bit less in this. But, some stoppers already. But as things stand, it's Dart Motorsport who leads. Hewitt on board that one. Moto 46 in second. Irwin currently on board them in P2. Now Joe Sheldon Shaw out for the Northampton Line Marking squad. So on board the 21 in third. And as things stand for the Lodge duo, and now Gary Johnson plus Gary Johnson, so Marcelo JJ Racing, they run in P4. Lewis March still remaining inside the top 5 as well. But of course, if you do want to look at how things stand in our overall picture, all 28 teams, you can head over to our Timing Partners page, TSL Timing. As well, you can see some work being done on John Harwood's Ducati. Some funky tyre warmers there, it has to be said. Definitely better than your standard just black or navy tyre warmers. Obviously, not too much wind, and all the teams lucky enough to be in the pit garages. So tyre blankets, what you would normally put over tyre warmers, certainly if you're going to be getting hit by some wind. Not really needed this weekend, but yeah, you've seen there the tyre pressure gauge coming out for John Harwood's Ducati. And well, you would expect with the hot temperature, certainly for Anglesey standards, it's only 9:30 in the morning and we're sitting around 20 degrees air temperature. Well, you would expect them just wanting to double check what the tyres are doing, how their pressures are, because the last thing you want is your tyre pressures being too high, and then suddenly it's a case you tip into a corner and then you lose the rear. So a couple of teams now heading out of pit lane. Racekin's Endurance obviously out there on track. Well, as things stand for them, it's a big weekend in the National Twin category, as some of the rivals not here this weekend as well. But a good battle on the circuit. Randy Racing on board the number 9, having a good pass there. Randy outside over at school. And well, Ross, you have to say, you have to be brave to be able to make a move at that part of the circuit. It's so quick.
And again, in an endurance as well, where you do have the time, you've got 11 and a half hours now to sit back and go, you know what, I can save it for the next corner. No, getting on with things, got to respect it. Really brave through there. So we are now well into the pit stop window. Looks like we have a timing tower now, potentially. We'll wait to see, but it works. Of course, if you do want to follow on your live timing, as Lewis said, do head over to tsl-timing.com. Our timing partners, head down to the bit on the live timing section where it says No Limits Racing at Anglesey. Click on the live timing button and you can have live timing as up to date as we have it in the commentary box anyway. As we can see there, just a couple of riders making their way through. There is the number 2 bike making its way round. That is Oddballs Racing, currently down in P26. Aaron Wright out there at the moment in the Team Sport Trophy and making his way around. No real issues for them whatsoever, just seeing what's going on through that one. So rocket in, rocket out. Of course, very tricky section there, because we've got riders just all overlapping at this point now. We've certainly got people that are perhaps a little bit less competitive than others out there, And it's all a bit of a mix-up at the moment. Up the front, the nearest battle we have for position anyway seems to be Proudfoot Racing and Double Trouble, the 69. Joe Ellis out there at the moment. And then the 277, Jordan Poole, he's out there apparently under the name Lord Poole on the timing screen. But it is his birthday this weekend, so I'll let him off for that one. We do have a timing tower. I looked away for a second, but we do have a timing tower. We are so back. Now you can see with your eyes and not just listening what's going on. So you can see the different classes, of course. You can see the bikes out there. You will still need TSL for the names if you're looking for a particular rider. But we have a timing tower, Lewis Ray.
Yep, back into 2026 for the time being. But yeah, what a lovely day we're having here at Anglesey so far. Not too many points actually for you to view around the circuit. Obviously you can only view around half the track really with the way that things stand. Quite a lot of circuit cut off to the public. But yeah, a great ride so far for our race leaders. You can see on the left hand side of your screen around 20 seconds or so of a margin. And as things stand, we have about 11 hours and 23 minutes left on the clock. And well, yeah, more teams entering the pit lane as well, including our race leaders. Dart Motorsport have entered the pit lane. Obviously for them, they're going to be riding multiple bikes, so it's going to be a slight difference for them in terms of changes. They should be making more stops than the likes of the Lodge Joe plus Gary Johnson, or as we probably should be calling them, Maselli JJ Racing. And it looks like Tommy is now going to be getting ready to head out on board his Aprilia. So the BMW M1000 in, and the Aprilia now out on track. It's such a beautiful machine, not the most popular machine. I mean, we say it pretty much all season long for the Aprilias, but it's a bike that's still very, very, very competitive, not only here at No Limits Racing, but also over in the Stock British Championship, the Super Stock Championship, which quite a few riders making their way over. But yeah, Tommy, a notable figure in the paddock, I think it's fair to say by now. Dart Motorsport, a name which is, well, it's usually mentioned within 5 minutes of mentioning No Limits Racing. That's because they're every single round helping us out and bringing the dyno to the track, which certainly for some of the sprint riders which have a few mechanical issues throughout the weekend, well, yeah, it's very good to try and work out what the issue is. But Tommy racing himself on board the Aprilia. It's such a stunning bike to look at. It sounds incredible. Obviously, a V configuration engine on board. That, unlike the likes of the Yamaha, the BMWs, which are inline forwards. Obviously, the Yamaha also having a cross-plane crankshaft as well, so a slightly different tone for it. But the sounds and smells this morning are absolutely stunning. It's exactly what you want on a Saturday morning. Let's not forget, we are just racing on Saturday this weekend, so don't wake up and set your alarms tomorrow morning for No Limits Racing. Obviously,
you can if you want.
You can if you want. Yeah, you can either watch it back on YouTube if you don't feel like watching any of the live racing on tomorrow, if you want to feel like watching back all the drama. But who knows, maybe some of the teams also planning on watching them back, spending their Sundays, the feet up on the sofa, and enjoying the rest of the action which has to unfold here, Ross. But well, as things stand at the front, it's now Moto 46 that has taken over from Maselli JJ Racing. That being just because the number 92 have entered the pit lane. So Dart Motorsport, after pitting, after Tommy Caldwell now on board the bike, they drop back down to P3. But you have to say, at this stage in the race, that is not the end of the world. That's still a solid position to be in after this first stop.
Certainly is, and good to see as well. We had a couple of pit stops and no pit lane penalties so far. Of course, there is a minimum pit lane time that you do have to adhere to. Just makes it more fair for the team that are doing proper endurance style pit stops with the full tyre changes, fuel, riders swinging one leg off, another rider coming on. It makes that fair for the guys who can just park one bike and another bike trundles out. So you do have to stick to that, and of course, however far you are under, it's times by 5 going forward. So if you let's say you're under that by 1 second, then it's 5 seconds. Under it by 0.2, you lose a second. If you're under it by 10 seconds, then that's a 50-second penalty. So you need to be careful with that one, and that is, I'm sure we'll be seeing a fair few of those across there. Not saying that these lot of penalty go-getters, but it just happens. You come out of the pit lane a bit fast, but we've not seen any yet. So
yeah, if anyone receives a penalty now, I think it's fair. We're going to send them your way, and they can speak to you. They can deal with you.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly what you want on a Saturday morning. Deal with Ross McIntyre for giving you the commentator's curse by leaving the pit lane too early. But yeah, we'll use the 1 second and we'll use the 10 seconds as the as a description of the penalty, because it's nice easy maths for us up here in the commentary box. It's not necessarily our strongest suit, but luckily there is a thing called a calculator, which I'm sure we'll be using later on in the day when we work out some of these penalties, because some of the teams do get some random ones, 14.62 seconds for example, but hopefully everyone can behave himself over the 12 hours of running. Is it going to happen? Probably not. Even if it's 3 hours in distance, sometimes we still see the likes of pit lane penalties. But if you do get a penalty, and if it is only going to be a case, Ross, of 1 second, if it is that you're only down by a couple of tenths, it's not the end of the world in an endurance race this long.
No, very true. What was it? Was it a 14.62 second penalty or infringement would be a 73.1 second penalty.
Nice calculator you had out there, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there was no way I was doing that on my own. But no, yeah, very, very good point you make. It's a long old race. Things can happen. Things can change. We'll wait and see. So interestingly, with Dart Motorsport coming into the pits, they are now second in class behind Maselli JJ Racing. So that has been a change for position there, but they're on obviously fresher tyres, new bike out there, new rider as well, with Tommy out on the Aprilia. So you will wait to see what the work's going to be like. It was a fastest lap of the race last time for Tommy Caldwell with a 1:28.854, which for context was about 3 seconds quicker than the Maselli bike was able to run.
Yeah.
Although then that times now have equalised down, so maybe those gaps are going to stay similar. Maybe Tommy just taking it nice and easy early doors here going forward. It is still the Circuit UK Moto 46 squad that leads the way, despite an off-track excursion a little bit earlier on.
Motocross.
Yeah, you know, just keep yourself awake, test your skills. You know, it's a long old race. Want to make sure that you're sharp going forward, don't you? Pack Racing, P9, still overall, still P4. Great, they were well down the order in qualifying, so great start to the race from them. Who else is leading? We've got OP Endurance 2 leading. That's in the ACU National Twin. That is, as I've since discovered, one of the Army squads. The other one is OP Endurance 1. Again, I will have to ask them what that actually stands for, because I'm sure it will stand for something. But doesn't. Again, I was just expecting to see Army Team 1, Army Team 2, and we can leave it at that. But no, we do have some Army bikes out there as lead.
Get inventive of the names as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I've got nothing against it. So we do have all of our forces represented as well, because we do have the Merlin 848 squad, or 846 should I say. That is a Navy and Marines combined team. The Navy and the Marines do normally kind of combine skills for the Inter-Services Championship anyway and just race under the Navy banner, but good to see that we do actually have a Navy bike that's entered into our Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championship. We've not seen them all year long, so it's nice to have them along for the ride.
Yeah, it's nice to have them. I mean, it's a big event for them. Meanwhile, in the back to the pit lane action, you can see at the top of your screen, the Moto 46 squad have now entered the pit lane. So they're going to make their first stop of this endurance race, and well, as things stand, it is going to be around 45 minutes into this race. Randy Racing now back through on what looks to be the RAF squad. Obviously, RAF Dambusters running down in P23 out on circuit. So yeah, doing a good job so far for them. Solid race for RAF. I think their number one objective is going to be, first of all, making it to the race end. As things stand, though, OP Endurance 2, as you mentioned, Ross, doing very, very well. P4 team for themselves. Maselli JJ Racing also leading in Category 2. No surprise as well with the Moto 46 squad also leading in category. But well, for the Lodge duo, as things stand, they haven't entered the pit lane, let's keep in mind. With them only running one bike and the endurance fuel tank, they're now 28 laps into this race and is yet to actually head into the pit lane and change rider. It sounds like Jonathan and James Lodge, maybe as well Gary Johnson, although he has had a busy weekend with some road racing during the week. Well, Jonathan and James Lodge, certainly, it looks like some double stints could be coming their way as well.
Yeah, just to make things even worse in a 12-hour, you got to double stint the damn thing as well. Oh, good luck to those guys. I got it wrong again, because of course I did. The 846 is a
the race complete.
Was that going out live? I think it made. And we do have a race control radio, it would seem. That was Mark Berry just testing that was going through. 5% of the race is now complete was the official message that went through. I wasn't sure if that was just in our ears or if that went through. Well, if it didn't, well, we do have a race control radio that we just heard, and you should be hearing it at some point. If race control have anything to tell us. Anyway, yes, I did get it wrong again. The 846 is a Navy and Air Force mixed team, not a Navy and Marines. Quite frankly, I should just give up and give the headset to someone else, because I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. But you're still stuck with us for the next 11 hours, 14 minutes
there.
and 20 seconds. So if you're annoyed with our voices already, I suggest that you just mute it and use your eyes instead.
Well, there we go. Nice, happy, cheery thoughts for a Saturday morning. And as Ross goes off to have a coffin fit up here in the commentary box, it's going to be a long 12 hours, certainly for me as well, joined by him. But no, all good fun up here as a couple more pitters come in. And I don't think it's going to be too long until we see our first penalty of the race. And I say that because Shet's Racing, Snook currently on board the bike, they do have a little symbol next to their name. They are shown as red on TSL, and that usually indicates that a pit lane penalty or some sort of penalty is coming your way. Let's not forget they did have to start from the back of the grid alongside Fireworks, who well, after their very, very early pit stop, certainly with the endurance fuel tank, they haven't had any sort of issues. They haven't had to return to the pit lane either since then. But you see the Honda CBR 600 heading back out into pit lane and now heading back out onto track. So a nice changeover for them. And, well, yeah, nice and clean, nice and calm as well. Let's not forget pit stop intervention time, 28.6 seconds at this circuit. And, well, you don't want to be going under it, as we've already mentioned. But, Ross, as we said, calculator out, please. The 129, a 1.385 second penalty. And thanks so much. That's for a 0.277 seconds under. So, yeah, the first pit stop infringement is in for Shet Racing.
That had to go to someone, didn't it? But that's really fine margins. I mean, that's pushing it, getting it as close as possible. They've not been egregious with it. And 1.3 or whatever, it's not that much, is it? No. They'll be fine in the grand scheme of things.
It's 12 hours.
Yeah, it's 12 hours. I'm sure you can afford to lose a second and a bit here and there. But well done to Shet Racing, living up to their name by being the first people to get a penalty. Congratulations to those guys coming forward. And I'm sure they'll be looking to avoid some of those throughout the rest of the day. We do have the OP Endurance 2 bike coming in. Gav Watts was out there. Let's see, you'd expect them to having changed. That is one of the single bike teams. They're just rolling the solitary BMW out there on the F900. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold for those guys. Seemingly the only F900 bike that we've got out there, I think. We normally do see a couple of the F900s across the grid. But from my eyes, I don't think we have any more. I may be wrong, but I can't see any.
Yeah, there's a couple over at Racekins Endurance.
Okay.
International twin category.
Yes, there is. You're right. Blind, completely blind. Can't read the entry. I still see. I'm struggling today with Steve. But yeah, so a couple of F900s, but the OP Endurance 2, that Army squad, they are just running the one bike by the looks of things, or if they are running a couple of bikes, it's, well, all the same make. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to unfold for them. With 11 hours and 10 minutes. Was that 2 bikes for full-on racing? And
yeah, that's going to be a long one for them.
Yeah, so that's 2 riders, 2 bikes, same make, both BMW. I'm assuming it'll be M1000RRs, potentially S's, you never know. But yeah, 2 riders to a squad, that's going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Going out there. Let me just check to see if they've not last minute drafted somebody in to the 31 squad, which is always a possibility. Where are they at the moment in the order of things? I can't actually see them out there. Am I just being really, really blind? Looking for 31 full-on racing? Anyone got any ideas?
Full-on racing. They are on our entry list as things stand, but actually looking at live time,
maybe they don't
appear to be there. So yeah, 28 teams out on circuit. Full-on racing doesn't seem to be one, but they were entered into this class, and well, maybe they decided against 12 hours of 2 riders, because as you mentioned, absolutely brutal for them.
Yeah, that's a long old day, that is. I don't think there's anybody else. Well, Double Trouble, it does have 2 riders on the entry list. Jordan Poole is still out there, I think, on a double stint potentially, or he's not boxed it. And they do only have 2 riders. So Double Trouble with birthday boy Jordan Poole and Matt Zisha as well. So that's going to be a long old one for those guys. Again, I think for the 2 rider squads, it's very much a case of getting to the end rather than going through the utmost of your performance. Track Slags only had 2. They were on the entry list. Again, we know they're not out now. They only had 2 riders down on the entry list, and Jordan Browse and Scott Kirkland. Also only 2 were down for Harpered Horsepower, but they were also TBC, and we know that they've now got 4. So I think it looks like there is genuinely only the one team that's out there that is running a 2-rider setup, and it'll be it'll be that Double Trouble team with Jordan Poole still out there. In fact, he has actually just come into the pit lane there. Is that a change for those guys? It looks like it is. So Jordan comes in, Matt heads back out, and will continue on their way. So not quite a double stint, but again, they're a 2-rider team, so they probably will be wanting to push it a little bit longer anyway going forwards. Jordan, of course, bringing it in on his R6, and Matt heading out similarly on an R6. But there's 2 different bikes, it's not just the one, so it is a tag team style pit stop for that squad, and he will continue onwards to see what's going to happen. It is still Maselli JJ Racing that lead the way from the 92 squad. The 21 squad has worked its way up into 3rd place after the 6 bike came in a little bit earlier on. So we're seeing how the first stints, the first pit stops, are affecting and changing things here. And now it is an ACU National 1000 category 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's a 1, 2, 3 at the top of things for the National 1000s, and well, it's somewhat as you would expect, but time and time again we have seen in No Limits race, and it likes the 600s, some of the No Limits categories as well, not just the ACU categories, are able to fight for victory, fight for overall podiums too. But yeah, you can just see Maselli coming over the line there, JJ Racing. They're of course on just the S1000 BMW, not on the newer M1000RR like we've seen on the starting grid with Dart Motorsport, but a couple of moves now being made, and well, Maselli JJ Racing having to go round the outside there over at turn 2, and turn 2, it's a hot spot for a lot of fans to watch at, and that's because it's right near the paddock, so you can get a nice little view as well, and you almost look down into the corner. It's a real unique viewing experience, but it's carving through some traffic here. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. As a couple more pit stops being done as well. This time for the number 50 team of Pack Racing. Chris Taylor just in, and now a few extra riders for them this weekend as well, it seems.
Yeah, they've been having a really, really solid run, I think, so far in this race, though. Again, typically a 3-bike team. They've gone for 4 this weekend. Alan Lane, Paul Dewey, Chris Taylor, and Alex Christophe at their disposal. And should be interesting to see how they do things, but they've had a great start. In come the Dam Busters. The 617 bike is in for a refuel again. Oh, getting a rear tyre change as well. That's early. We're not even an hour in. Well, we're almost an hour in, but already new rear rubber going on for that 617 RAF Dam Busters bike. That is not what I was expecting at all. You'd have thought you'd have gone for a slightly harder compound to get a couple of stints out of it, but putting some fuel in the bike anyway. Of course, these guys do have that endurance fuel tank. They're allowed to run a little bit longer on that 636 Kawasaki because it's only the one bike for the squad. But wow, really wasn't expecting that one to be getting a rear tyre change. Now, maybe they're just bluffing, maybe it's practice, I don't know. I will say that fuel tank is taking absolutely ages to fill up because they've not got a proper fuel tank. They've only, or a fuel can. That's the word I'm looking for. They've only got basically what looks like a watering can, I think. Yeah, it's just a fuel filler that you normally use in some sprint racing because, well, you've not got too much time out there, but you can see the timing clock at the top of your screen, nearly 1 hour in for us here at Anglesey, but as you mentioned, only one bike for them, and plenty of action down in pit lane as well for the mechanics to keep them busy. Obviously, rear tyres really important in this one, front tyres as well, super important here at Anglesey, especially in the faster corners. Your front tyre can wear really quickly, and then you arrive at the corner like school over at turn 6, and then suddenly you can be down on the deck because the
edge of the tyre is well and truly worn, and then you just try to tip over ever so slightly more than you would normally do, and then down on the deck you go with pretty much no warning. There's no chance of saving it anyway at that one. But yeah, Maselli, JJ Racing having a good job so far, and well, yeah, still playing about with that rear tyre. They're trying to play about the chain. The chain can be the fittest part, and trying to get everything sized up, just trying to change over. The sprocket already on it actually, so just trying to make sure everything's good to go. The spacers now coming out of the wheel, which obviously go on each side of the axle, so changing over the spacers for them. Now they'll put it into the swing arm. The spindle already ready on the right hand side of the screen, just trying to get the spindle lined up, even more difficult for them. The chain also getting in the way, so they'll need to move that. Usually when you're doing a tyre change, you'll hook the chain almost onto the tyre, onto the paddock stand itself, so it doesn't get too much in the way, and then you'll lift it up, sometimes using your hand or knee to try and get it into position if you're by yourself, and then line up the spindle once they can get it all ready. And well, it's a physical job, especially without quick release systems like you see in the World Endurance Championship. The spacers are sometimes the most annoying part. You get them in perfectly, you get them slotted in, and as you're seeing right here, you go to place it in the swing arm itself, and the spacer moves ever so slightly, and then you need to start the whole process again before you can actually lift up the wheel. And as this is happening, the pressure's building because you're spending more and more time in the pit lane and losing time to your rivals, more importantly. And this is something that the teams would have been practicing pretty much all of yesterday as well, let's not forget. But really some issues here with that rear tyre and trying to get everything lined up so it can get kicked up into place. You can see using his foot, as we thought he would, to try and support that wheel. But the spacers not going in at all there, and the RAF Dam Busters, it's getting annoying for them. Now finally it looks like we're ready to go, and chain adjuster going in as well. So yeah, Ross, the RAF Dam Busters having a long old job here getting this rear wheel done.
That was it's a bit of a painful watch, that one, isn't it? To quote Martin Brundle, what are you doing? Just stick the wheel on it and send them out there. But we are coming to the top of our number one, or 11 hours left in this affair. So it's time for us to do our hourly roundup and run you through what's going on here at Anglesey International and how it's all unfolding in our Biker Lawyers Anglesey 12 hours here at No Limits. Up at the front, it is Maselli JJ Racing from Dart Motorsport, from the Northampton Line Markings UK Fire Safety 21 bike that form your top three. And of course, top three in the National 1000 class as well. Then you have a lot of National 600 bikes. Full Throttle Racing, 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 Motor UK 46 Racing, should I say, leading the way in P4. They're followed by Full Throttle Racing and Proudfoot Racing. Just behind them, Randy Racing, Double Trouble a further lap down. Snapdragon Racing and PB Racing lead the way in the Team Sport Trophy. Then it's Pack Racing, we've just seen them come into a pit stop. Then Harp and Horsepower. Then it's Lane Boys in P13. Team Power Trophy, IWS Racing leading the way from Fireworks, who did have a back of the grid penalty for an engine change yesterday following a mechanical failure in the gearbox. They're followed by PP Racing, Shetz Racing, who did also have a back of the grid racing, but we're not entirely sure why. We'll try and find out when we eventually venture down into the pit lane. Yeah, followed by Ride Culture Racing, Racekins Endurance in the National Twin Trophy, and then KGG Endurance P20. Heck Racing R20 first, followed by OP Endurance 2. That's the second Army squad. Merlin 846, that is the Army, or is it the Navy and the RAF combined? Yes, that's the one. I keep getting it wrong and people are getting angry at me. That's the Navy and the RAF team on that 846 bike in P23. And then just behind those guys as well, we see Donkey Box Racing, Oddballs, PP Racing 2.0, OP Endurance 1, and they have now come back out of the pits. It is the RAF 617 Dam Busters after that quite painful experience viewing that pit stop, unfortunately. No disrespect, of course, to any of the mechanics on the bike or anything. It is quite a difficult job.
It's high pressure.
Yeah, well, it's high pressure, and when you don't have a quick release system, it can be painful. So again, it was a painful watch, but no disrespect to them. They were all absolutely doing a great job at trying to get it back in. It's a very, very difficult job to change a tyre in quick time when you haven't got that quick release system where you can just chuck a gun in it, get it off, get it on, do the nut back up and send them on their way. So that is About it so far for the opening hour. A couple of moments here and there, but we're now waiting for the rest of the pit stops to come in. No real dramas over the opening hour of this race. Maselli JJ Racing, who many considered to be the bookies' favourite coming into this one, they do maintain a 10.3 second lead.
Yeah, maintaining a 10.3 second lead for the time being. And well, as things stand, a couple of battles out on circuit, and certainly one to look out for, just on the edge of the top 10. As our actually Maselli JJ Racing into the pit lane. So we'll watch this pit stop first, and well, of course, they only have one bike, and actually they have a front tyre down there in pit lane ready for them. Just the tyre, not the wheel, and that was to sit the rear tyre on top of it. So just a rear tyre change for the time being, and now refueling as well. You can see plenty of safety equipment done there, a full-on racing helmet as well for the Philip mechanic. His fire extinguisher at the ready too. Gary Johnson just looking on, making sure all is okay, and from one lodge to another, the number one heads out back on track. But PB Racing and Snapdragon Racing at the moment seem to be our closest battle out in circuit, that being for P9 and P10 out on track, and most importantly for P1 and P2 in the Team Sport Trophy category as well. So obviously Snapdragon, one of the more recognisable teams in the paddock. James Plummer currently on board his Honda CBR 600. Actually, James Plummer now entering the pit lane. So just after we were speaking about them, Snapdragon Racing, looks like they've entered the pit lane according to our timing graphics. So into the pit lane they'll go, and well, after things set out again, you would imagine themselves and PB Racing will go out and lock horns yet again.
You'd hope so anyway, wouldn't you? Oh, talk about timing as we start talking about them, and immediately the battle ends. But again, it's coming up the hour point now, so a lot of people who've been able to extend stints this far have done very well. Some people were pitted at the halfway mark. They could already be potentially looking at making their second stop of the day. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll keep our eyes figuring out how it's going to unfold, how it's going to change going forward. Dart Motorsport, that 92 bike, Tommy Caldwell's Aprilia, still leading the way as it currently stands. Maselli JJ Racing coming out into P2 around about a lap down, but not the end of the world by any means for those guys. Of course, that is interesting battle up front. Actually, in comes second place. No way, what's going on? People are dropping off the timing tower, it would seem. Down to fourth place for Maselli JJ Racing.
Yeah, after
apparently.
their pit stop.
Oh, of course, it may have just updated a bit. Anyway, in comes Northampton Line Markings in the UK Fire Safety Limited. Is that potentially for a rider change as well? We'll wait to see. In the National 600 category. Again, they've got a pair of Ducatis, or it might be the same Ducati and then a Kawasaki to head out there. Did have John Harwood out there. They've just stuck Joe Sheldon Shaw, should I say, after the first pit. I believe they're sending Mark Royal back out onto the circuit. He'll be on the Panigale V4R out there. So let's see what he can do. There is the race leader, though, Tommy Caldwell on that Aprilia. The 92 squad now has a pretty healthy lead, but they won't be too far away from their next pit stop, I don't think. And then we'll wait to see. I doubt it will be a double stint for those guys. They do have a 4-rider squad going through. A pair of Aprilias, a Kawasaki and a Honda Fireblade for us to enjoy and for them to push around here at Anglesey as well. So plenty of options for those guys to go out there and try different things. I'm not entirely sure if this is a circuit that will prefer one bike over the other. We'll wait to see. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But with 10 hours and 56 left on the clock, they are leading the way. 41 laps completed.
41 laps done, nearly at the halfway point before we can start looking towards 100 laps of distance and of time running. But you can see in the pit lane as things stand, that does look like Paul Beard ready to go out on track as well, the 178. Obviously one of our quicker starters and one of our upcoming riders in terms of sprint racing, and now it looks like potentially tackling some endurance stuff as well. So as things stand, it's a solid ride so far, but of course the Biker Lures Endurance Championship, a mix of no limits classes and ACU National Endurance categories as well. one? Well, the tyre blanket's on that one. They've already removed the warmers. It's just the case the bike is sitting without the stands and with the blankets over it, just to try and keep some temperature within the tyre itself as the R6 comes in. The older shaped R6, much more of a pointy fairing on board that one than the flatter fairing newer R6. But yeah, just protecting the tyres from the wind there. They can simply peel them off and then away they go. So not building any temperature in the rubber, but certainly not losing any at that. And you can see the mechanic with the stopwatch who's got arguably one of the most important, if not the most important job in the entire paddock, because it's such an easy way, it's such a silly way to get a penalty. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I was doing the endurance races as well, I couldn't guarantee that I would be doing the same as well and leaving the pit lane a little bit too soon, because I mean, with 12 hours of running, you want to get yourself involved in this race, get yourself involved in the action, and sometimes riders, as usual, a little bit too eager.
It can happen. It can happen. Again, it's how you manage that time as well, because it's time measured that from when you enter the pit lane to when you exit the pit lane. It's not when you're sat in your pit box.
And it's
itself.
not the longest pit lane.
No, it's not. So you can either sit there for a little bit in your pit box, but then if you had tyre warmers on, tyres go a bit cold, you might get impatient and then you might speed on your way out. Or again, you can trundle down pit lane a couple of Ks or a lot more Ks if you fancy below the speed limit, but then again that gets boring. You get impatient, you get on it, you speed. In comes the 25 squad for their next stop, and they'll bring it in quickly off the bike there. That was quite acrobatic actually, I must say, as in does come the fireworks team. Again, they'll be having some changes there. Fuel going in, no rear tyre by the looks of things, no rider change either, so a double stint you would expect for Andy Carlisle, who has been on the bike since the start of this race.
I think Andy is coming off it actually. It's going to be a case of the rider who's just filled up.
Oh,
the bike's going on
mixed
now.
up.
So yeah, I think a change over for them.
I was going to say triple stinting seems a bit keen, doesn't it? Yeah, got it mixed up. So they are now heading out with a different rider. It should update at the bottom of your picture on that thingy in a moment's time. If not, it'll update on TSL live timing nice and shortly. But in come the fireworks squad. They've worked their way up from last on the grid following that back of grid penalty. They came into the pits in P14. Of course, they'll have dropped a few positions. Looks like it's Peter Hamidzada who's gone out there on the machinery, so presumably a double stint for those guys as well. Of course, leading the way nice and comfortably on that previous lap before they came in the Team Power Trophy. Only the one bike for those guys, of course, so they do proper endurance style pit stops. They're allowed the endurance fuel tank as well, so they can go a little bit longer than other riders can. And we'll wait to see where they'll emerge. But yes, gearbox issues for them yesterday. I don't think it was completely broken, but I think it was on its way out. Ultimately led to not just a gearbox change, an engine change as well. That is what pushed them to the back of the grid, but worked their way back up to the race leading class, P14 overall on the previous tour, now down to P15. They have, of course, dropped a position following that pit stop, as there we see the Pack Racing bike coming at pretty close to the 32 machine there. That was pretty racy from the pair of them. Those two are not racing for position, I don't think, as it currently stands. The 32 is, of course, technically the 3-2-1. It'll be on your timing tower, Harp Racing. In fact, they are racing for position. I got that one completely wrong. So that's for P4 in the ACU National 1000 class, and Harp and Horsepower have gone through.
Yeah, so they've gone through for the time being, but for how long, that could be another thing. Obviously, 10 hours, 50 minutes on the clock, and that's for overall position-wise, just for the latter places inside the top 10. But what a great day we're going to have here at Anglesey. Obviously, NRTV bringing you through the entire day of running from start to the very finish in the evening as well. Let's not forget, I'm sure the celebrations after this race is finished is going to be pretty special. Either that, or it's going to be pretty subdued, because everyone's going to be tired and wanting their beds.
England are on, no one can be subdued.
Well, it depends. Obviously, we're in Wales.
A message from race control. The circus flag is being displayed at Rocket Out for debris at Peel.
So there you go, in the second half of the circuit, over by Rocket Out and by Peel. So that's right over at the other side of the track, over by around turns 8 in turns 9, so some debris out on track for us to deal with. The riders, of course, they'll know all about that, and just taking it a little bit easy, because the last thing you want to do is go down on a bit of debris after you've been given the warning by the marshals, and that's another part of endurance. Obviously, the track, it's always going to be safe, let's get that straight, but it's not always going to be the ideal conditions out there for you in circuit.
No, absolutely not. Can be a little bit difficult, can be a little bit challenging if you are coming onto thing. But again, that's what the marshals are there for, is to show the riders that there are maybe things on the racing surface or near it that should not be there. What confuses me, though, is if there is debris, what is it? Has it come off a bike? Is it just a tear off that someone's left there? Has someone got an orange bib that's ripped and it's just fallen over? It could be a lot of things. It could just be a bit of rubbish that's just blown across the circuit as well. It could be something as innocent as that. So it could be something that's going to have no real effect unless it gets caught in a radiator or something. Or it could be something that's quite hard. Could lead to a serious accident potentially. So we'll wait to see. But again, the fact that there's not been a safety car thrown and I'm not seeing marshals sprinting anywhere and the like to go and get it, that does tell me that it's probably nothing that we need to worry about too much. Looking forward here, 10 hours, 49 minutes and 30 seconds to go here at Anglesey International. Very interesting opening portion of this race so far. Of course, at some point, myself or Lewis will head down to the pit lane, get a few riders' thoughts, feelings and opinions. If any riders are listening on, feel free to come up to the
race control message. The debris at Peel is a knee slider and is offline.
Oh, Mark Berry's apparently listening to me. It's an e-slider that's offline. There you go. So that is something you probably don't want to hit, to be fair. That could potentially cause some problems.
But it's offline.
Yeah, it's offline. That's the main thing. So, again, it's not a huge worry. But, yeah, Mark's clearly listening along as he tunes in and lets us know what the debris is. I guess what I was going to say, though, again, if you are listening along and you're here in the paddock and you're a rider or someone from the team, either we'll come down and speak to you. Feel free to come onto the commentary box as well. We're up here. We don't bite. We do take bribes in the form of soft drinks and food as well, and we'll be nice about your team than we normally are. I'm taking bribes anyway. You can hold fast and be stoic if you want, Lewis Ray. I am taking cake if someone brings me cake and their team will suddenly be the greatest thing in the world.
I'm personally more of an ice cream man, if I'm honest. But poor Mark Berry listening to us for the entire 12 hours. Nonetheless, though, good to get the information across to us and also to the viewers at home as well. And I'm sure some of the officials out there too. But a knee slider out there on circuit, let's not forget, that's going to be a real pain, especially if you're just at the start of a stint, because you can't ride around the circuit without a knee slider. I mean, let's not forget, we used to not have knee sliders at all. And it used to be a case where you got some duct tape and taped up your legs and went out there on circuit and just wore it down. But yeah, you can ride without a knee slider. It can be a little bit irritating, but you also can just ride out there and not put your knee on the ground, to be a little bit more careful around the right-handers, which sadly for whoever it is, round to Anglesey, there's quite a few right-handers at that as well, and quite a few times where preferably you want to get your knee onto the ground. Randy Racing, though, a nice little move for them. Let's not forget, they had a change of class midway through this season, so championship points have been somewhat reset. Obviously, still collecting the points in terms of their new class, but the fastest lap of the race, now confirmation of that. Dart Motorsport, no surprise there, because, well, they're at the top of our time sheets. A 1:28.854, the fastest lap of the race, set a little bit ago. Obviously, Tommy took over of that bike around lap 25 or so, and since then he's been running within the low 131 bracket, but a 1:28 done on lap 20. So in the latter half of Mark's first stint, so Mark Hewitt, incredibly impressive there, but the 3-2-1 pit stop time for them, job done. Canny came into the pit lane. Nice little Scottish word for us to drop in there as well, but I'm sure just the last name and not necessarily a Scottish reference. Get ahead of myself there. But changeover nonetheless, and it's now going to be Keith Richardson taking over on board that bike. So that's going to be yet another stop. That's their second stop of the race, and that's the third rider heading out on track for them as they head on to the 46th lap of running. Their first stop came at the end of lap 20 until lap 21, all the way until now. So the 3-2-1, good stop for them. A couple of shifts down the order as well. Lane Boys now taking P12, Snapdragon dropping down to P13. Another change as well for Right Culture Racing and Fireworks. So Fireworks, after their change out on circuit, job done for them. But you can see plenty of spectators coming out to enjoy the sunshine too, and hopefully are wearing some sun cream out there on track, because the wind is also gusting around the circuit, so sometimes you're not going to necessarily feel the heat when you're just watching out the circuit, but certainly the riders will.
They certainly will be. It's warm and it's physical here as well, so you're going to be struggling just a little bit out there with the temperatures, especially as the day goes on and the sun gets higher and higher, the temperature increases. But of course it is Anglesey. If there's anywhere this season that we're going to get a random storm coming in, apart from Brands Hatch last time out apparently, it is going to be here. So we'll wait to see what the weather gods have in store for us going forward down the line. But right now, we are set to maintain clear and beautiful skies here off the northwestern corner of Wales. 10 hours 45 left on the clock. Dart Motorsport still leading the way. A big opportunity for those guys in the championship as well. They come into this round fourth in the ACU National 1000 title standings. Of course, only contested 2 out of the 4 races so far. 54 points off of the race leader, or the championship leaders in track slags who aren't here. Nitrous Plant as second, Pack Racing in P3 only a point away. So track slags, because of their domination and their performances, their consistency so far this year, 2 wins, 2 second places. Even though they're not here, they will be maintaining the championship lead at the end of this round. It's not double points or anything. It is all just the normal 25-20, so on and so forth. So they will still be the championship leaders. Pack Racing, a really interesting opportunity for them to try and slide by the team in second place. Of course, Nitrous Plant Racing, who are not here with us this weekend either. First and second in the championship, both not doing the biggest race of the weekend. What's even the point of turning up if you're not going to do the big 12-hour halfway through the year if you're in the championship fight? Anyway, enough of that. Pack Racing.
Biggest race of the season as well.
Yeah, I know, and he just can't be bothered.
Not just the weekend, as this is the only race of the weekend.
Maybe they just don't like Wales. I don't know. Whatever.
Maybe they're watching the England game.
Yeah, well, we're going to be watching the England game later on anyway.
Paul Bowerbank certainly won't.
Yeah, well, Paul Bowerbank's busy sorting his hairline out apparently. So sorry, Paul, if you're listening. I've been given that information by Sheepy, and I'm running with it. So take from that what you will. But as I was trying to say before I got distracted, yes. So our 2 championship leaders, even though there's a 41 point gap between them in the ACU National 1000 category, they are not here. Pack Racing, huge opportunity. They will jump into second, presuming they finish and score a point. Huge opportunity to big time jump into second. They could get overtaken by Dart Motorsport, who again seem to be the pace setters at the moment, certainly have the fastest lap of the race so far. But it's all a change. It's all a change, and it's all going to be moving around, I think, and they will certainly be closing down onto the track slag squad anyway, who again, not here. What is the entire point of it all? Someone who will be looking to extend their championship lead, though, will be the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 squad in the ACU National 600 Championship. They've only got a 3-point gap ahead of Proudfoot Racing, and themselves only have a point ahead of Randy Racing and P2. Really, really close in that championship fight. And essentially, whoever wins here is going to be walking away with the championship lead.
Yeah, exactly. It's an important race for them, and obviously there were some talks of maybe we're going to have points at certain hour points during the race, but it was decided in the finish up just to have a straightforward point system for everyone involved, and it also makes it a little bit easier for the teams as well. But Dart Motorsport, as things stand, our current race leaders on board the 92 machine. And well, Tommy Caldwell, he's been out there for a while now. He's been out there for around 25 laps or so. And just giving you some reference, Mark Hewitt, he only did 24 laps before he came into the pit lane. So the Aprilia lasted at the very least 1 lap more. Things getting quite tight there between himself and Chet Racing on board the R6. But he should be able to get through on both of them. And yeah, job done for himself. It looks like maybe fireworks as well. Some traffic to deal with in terms of them. And it was the 25 sitting behind. There's Heck Racing all ready to go. They're P20. Let's keep in mind an incredible first stint for them over at Brands Hatch. But Gillespie looking like he's ready to go out. And yeah, I would say Tommy Caldwell is going to be entering the pit lane now. And I can see him through the commentary box window. It's also updated through the live timing. So the 92 is in the pit lane. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen. Tommy Caldwell into the box now for him. And it looks like it is going to be changeover. And judging by the looks of the side of that bike, that's a new Fireblade ready to go. So 92 squad have entered the pit lane, and it is going to be yet another rider change, as you would expect with a team that's running multiple bikes. And well, judging by it being a Honda, it will be Aaron Spence going out on track. Obviously, we'll wait a few moments for the timing screens to update once he actually exits the pit lane. It is going to be Aaron Spence. So from BMW to Aprilia, now to Honda, Dart to Motorsport, pretty much racing everything under the sun, it seems.
Well, may as well. That being said, up the inside of that is the Maselli JJ Racing bike that's just gone through them, and that must have been
that's
for the lead of the race as well. They are still yet to come in.
They've came in once, but they're halfway through their second stint.
Yes,
now.
they did. They went long, didn't they? Jonathan Lodge currently out there for the number 1 squad. So they will come back in, but that is a really important move that down the line could be crucial for the overall and indeed the class race lead as well. We'll keep our eyes very firmly peeled on that battle as we go forward, and of course we'll see as well if Aaron Spence has some liquor pace on board that new Fireblade and can push his way forward. We'll wait to see what this race has in store, but now it is very, very tight indeed between our race leaders going forward. Heck Racing looks like they've come out in P23 for the 911 squad, and it will be Stephen Kilby who's out there taking over from Julian and Ticknap following that pit stop, so they can push onwards and upwards and continue on their way. IWS Racing leading in their class ahead of Fireworks, who again are a single bike organisation. Started from the back and have had a pit stop already. Seems to be running very, very long and saving fuel a lot, given that they are allowed that endurance fuel tank. Because they're a single bike operation, they can push longer, and it seems to be they're trying to stretch that as much as possible to stay out of pit lane. So that seems to be their strategy going forward. Of course, if you do have any questions, don't be afraid to put them into the YouTube live chat, or you can, I don't know, find us on Instagram and DM us or something. We're not that scary. We'll try our best to answer them here in the commentary box, and if you've got anything you want us to pass on to any of the teams or riders as well, we'll be down in the pit lane trying to get any information that is possibly can out of teams and riders, and we'll see if we can remember to slide through anything their way. 10 hours 38 left to go here, almost an hour and a half in to this 12-hour affair. The Biker Lawyers and No Limit Endurance, Maselli JJ Racing now leading the way by 2 seconds from Dart Motorsport, 2.7 to be exact. But again, that 92 bike on a different strategy has just come into pit lane.
Yeah, just came into pit lane, and as we mentioned, dropped in second. That was after a move over at turn 2. But Moto 46 remaining in third for the time being. The 21 squad, now originally they did start in P2. They've dropped all the way down to P4 for the time being. The Ride Culture Racing, they're also in the pit lane as things stand. Heck Racing, you just see alongside Randy Racing out exit of the final corner. And well, that's the traffic that our race leaders have to deal with over the next lap or so. RAF Dambusters also involved in that scrap out on circuit. RAF Dambusters, just for reference, and Heck Racing running P23 out on circuit, and so it's all right for them. RAF Dambusters, you have to go all the way down to P27, so just off our timing tower for the time being for them, but hopefully for them they can work their way up the order. It seems like we've had no real dramas as such, although OP Endurance 1 Felton currently on track, so they are still out on circuit, but I think they have had a mechanical issue, or an issue of such, because they're 3 laps down on RAF Dambusters, sitting last place. And as things stand, 34 laps completed at start of the sim for Jamie Locke, and then their out lap for Dan Cobb was only 1 lap. He did an out lap and then came back in, and then Mark Felton, after around 5 minutes in the pit lane, came back out. Now, current temperature 25 degrees Celsius. And a reminder to all the teams out there, and they'll say it on the commentary as well, as we are going down there in the pit lane, to stay hydrated. It sounds obvious, But whenever you're in between your stints out on circuit and then stressing about what's next, getting the bike ready, maybe a small technical issue, maybe a quick shifter not working, trying to get things fixed, it can be very, very easy for you to suddenly forget it. And then suddenly you're on the bike for your next stint, cramping away and struggling to focus out on track, and then you're losing a lot of time and causing yourself and getting yourself into some real bother as well. It's only them actually to blame. So good message there from Race Control, reminding everyone just to drink up as well as we are here in the commentary box. But yeah, more pits coming in. That is IWS Racing. Moss came into pit lane for them, and as things stand, Ben Solheim, you would imagine, would go out now on track. He's yet to do a stint. It was Jack Hughes who started the race for them. 26 laps done for them. But beautiful day out on circuit as Ross makes a mess of the commentary box as he makes his way down to pit lane for his first stint down there. Hopefully he's got sun cream on. Hopefully he's got a nice pair of sunglasses as well. Ross McIntyre, well known for his fashion sense up here in the commentary box. But now we do continue on. 10 hours 30 minutes left on the clock for this one, and it's beautiful conditions out on track. But yeah, you have to say the incredible view that we have here at Anglesey. Great view out to the commentary box as well. Double trouble though, heading all the way through Rocket In as things stand. Through the left, then they'll flip it round to the right at Rocket Out. Not necessarily the most inventive of names, but easy to understand for sure. But yeah, great stuff so far. The 277, obviously JMG Racing as they were once known, now they're Double Trouble, and well, created double the hassle mid-season by changing name, and certainly had to get our minds switched up. In fact, earlier on they still called them JMG Racing, and forever in our hearts there will be JMG Racing. But Double Trouble, as it is now known, into the international layout they do go. Now a couple of corners remaining before they tick by yet another lap. Our total laps completed in this race so far, 55 laps from our race leaders anyway, and a heck of a lot of running done as well. We're around an hour and a half into it. Luckily no safety cars, and that's not been something we've been able to say during the 3-hour endurance races that we've had so far this year. So total green flag running is 100% of the time. Total laps being 55. And well, Dart Motorsport, they've took quite a few laps. The last 4 fastest lap of the race, they have been all done by Dart Motorsport. So pretty impressive from them. The 21 squad as well, they set a good time early on, as did the Moto 46. And obviously Dart Motorsport as well, they set the first fastest lap of the race on lap 2, that being the first of our flying laps as well. But Maselli JJ Racing, 4 seconds of an advantage they hold. That was after their move. Do expect them to come into the pit lane, and as I do a little bit of math in my head, they've been out there for about 15 laps or so, and we do know they can do just under 40 laps. So we have, give or take, 25, 30 laps remaining left in the tank, you would imagine, for Jonathan Lodge. So some running to do for him here today. Obviously, this being the almost easy part of the race. The temperatures, while they're still high, it's going to be a case that they're not too tired as of yet, and it's not going to be till later on in the race, especially mid-afternoon, that the riders, you would think, are really going to start to have some trouble. Now, you would imagine they would have had some breakfast, some food before we came on air this morning, before they made their way to the grid as well. But then, as things stand, they're going to eat their lunch in between stints, and they're going to be eating their dinner in between stints as well. Now, I do believe there is a barbecue taking place after the race, which of course the officials, the marshals, everyone is going to be having a lovely time at, celebrating the end of a hard, long day of motorcycle racing. But for the riders, there's plenty for them to get their teeth stuck into, whether that be in between stints or for their dinner, or on circuit as well, chasing laps, chasing times, and chasing positions out on circuit too. But fireworks after their racing earlier on, after their early pit stop as well, they're up to P16 up on circuit, so they're pretty much on where they managed to be. But I believe that we can head down to Ross McIntyre or Tom Cruise, I'm unsure who it is. Down to you, Ross.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Yes, These are not my shades. My father and commentary box said, quite frankly, they make me feel like I'm in the Matrix. So they are on, but it is nice and sunny and warm down here in pit lane. We've got plenty of time to walk about, and actually, you can see there are some changes already to be made. I was hoping to speak to somebody from the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 squad, and it seems like they're getting ready for a pit stop, so we'll just hang around here before they're heading out. But I was keen to speak to someone from them. Of course, they were race leaders earlier on. The Dark Motorsport squad also just next door, so we'll definitely get a few words out of them, and we'll also see who else we can speak to. I know that Misselli, JJ Racing are a little bit further down the way, but here we can see nice, up close and personal, a pit stop for us to enjoy. We're just waiting for the number 6 bike to make its way back into the pits. But a good run of things so far for the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 team out there, as things currently stand, running P3 as it is with the pit stop cycles and all of that. They'll be coming in to probably back out into P4, I'd suspect, with the stop, but got to remember, of course, they are very much in the class lead. Ryder gets on the bike, ready to go out, so we'll just wait for Mark Royal to make his way back into the pit lane, which hopefully shouldn't be too long. Again, I've been stood here a while, and I'm hoping that I get rewarded with a lovely couple of words out of Mark at least. Got the 79 coming in. That's not sounding particularly healthy, to be honest with you, but I think that's just the pit limiter being a bit aggressive rather than any sort of mechanical issues. And still waiting for the number 6 machine. We may move somewhere else potentially, just to see what's going else and to see what's going on. Yeah, well, you know what, while we're waiting, or is that them coming in there potentially? I think it may be, just as I was about to move away. Is that the number 6 bike? It is indeed. In comes Mark Royal into the pits. There'll be a change, of course. They'll time things correctly. Nearly runs the mechanic over for good measure. I'm sure that was accidental. And then we'll get a few words out of Mark once he hops off of that machine and makes his way into the lane. Last couple of words with the teammate there. Let's see if we can get a couple of words out of Mark as he brings his way back in. Pretty good stint there for you, leading the way. Not going too badly.
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Just trying to keep steady.
Mate, you're out there fighting with a lot of the thousands out there as well. They've got to be said. We'll just quickly jump out of the way as you get the bike back into the pit lane, or pit box, should I say. But again, you're out there fighting with a lot of the thousands. You guys were leading the race overall fairly early doors. I mean, again, it's a long way to go, but things looking good so far for the squad.
Just got to keep it calm, mate. There's no point trying to get carried away, fighting too many fouls. But if you've got the speed, you've got to try and get past, haven't you? So it was mostly 𝐂𝐓, to be fair. It won't really be.
Still, how are you feeling after that stint, though? All okay?
Not too bad. It's better than riding a Ducati. It's a lot easier than riding a Ducati. So, yeah, pretty fresh, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, it's a long one, so is it, you know, just keeping it nice and easy, nice and loose while you're out the bike, just managing yourself?
Don't do nothing silly, just keep going. We've got 12 hours to get through, so, yeah, just keep your head down.
Awesome stuff. Go on, I'll let you get back on with it, but thanks for talking to us. We'll head next door. We'll head next door quickly first. Someone's trying to drag me down to the fireworks squad. They're on a pit stop by the sounds of things. I will head down there. I promised them I would head down there. I do want to see if I can get some words out of Tommy, though. After a pretty solid stint, it must be said. Have you got time, or are you fixing things on your bike?
Yeah, we got time.
Awesome stuff. Well, you guys, really good run of things at the moment. You were making good use of that Aprilia underneath it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Decent first in. Just try and put some laps together. Keep it consistent. Find the pace. Nothing's going to be won or lost in the first couple of hours, is it? So, yeah, good to get a tyre change in. Get ready to go again.
I think you are still in the net lead, or thereabouts. You're 2 seconds behind the race leaders anyway, as it stands following the pit stop. So you're still right in the conversation. Yeah. Do you think it's a case of just sticking with him in the early portion of the race?
Yeah, I think so. I went out just behind one of the lodges, just kept him in sight, knew that he was P1 by that point. We'd done a pit stop, they hadn't. So, yeah, we'll just kind of keep plugging away, keep him in sight, and see where it puts us.
And what's the plans for stints? Is it just run until the fuel light comes on and then send somebody else back out, or is there double stinting or fuel saving? What's the plan?
We're trying to conserve as much fuel as we can. We're all running pretty much stock bikes. They're not endurance spec at all, so we're using a lot more fuel than maybe some other teams. But we'll do what we can, put as much fuel in as we can, and run as long as we can.
Awesome stuff. Megastin Tommy, we'll let you get on and change your time, but thanks for talking to us, mate.
Excellent. Cheers for that.
Right, because seeing as how the fireworks squad have been desperate to speak to us all weekend, and they've been trying to get us down all weekend long, we will head down. I believe they're down here somewhere. Just try to figure out what pit box they're actually in on my very trusty rider information board leaflet, which I have very professionally on my mobile phone. But they're definitely in here somewhere, I can tell you that much. So we're looking for a 25 machine. I can see one of the army squads is just coming in for their pit stop. Well, of course, they won't be 25 machine because they've only got the one bike. They are supposedly down here. I'm struggling to see them, though, at the moment. There are a few other squads. I'm sure we can speak to some of the army guys. If we're struggling to get to people, we'll maybe jump out of the way there, though, as they're all just coming in for their pit stops. Issues, maybe? No? Looks okay. Seems okay. Just deciding to rev the nuts off it for no particular reason whatsoever. Well, I got told to come down and find the fireworks squad. I can't find the fireworks squad. I can see Lewis Smart, though, and he's always up for a chat. So we'll see if we can get Lewis to come on out, because our camera doesn't work in this pit box. So I'll at least head in and we'll see what we can get, because I don't think we're too far away from pit stop. Lewis, any chance we can grab a few words out of you, or are you been eating a sandwich?
No, you can say some words.
But it's alright, I'm sure it's had worse across the years. But yeah, solid first opening stint for you there. You must be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, got off to a really good start. You know, I think we were starting 7th. I was 4th into the first corner, and then third going down the back straight. So yeah, got off to a really good start, running P2 in class, which is good. So yeah, banged out 45 minutes, and we did have a little bit more fuel left in the tank, so at least we've now calculating for the next stint how many laps I can do once the light comes on. But yeah, we're looking pretty good. The weather's good, so hoping for a podium here today.
Well, like you said, great start. You can run a little bit longer than you thought you could, so it's looking good so far. Again, lovely day for a bike race. You got 12 hours of it, or 10 and a bit hours now left to enjoy across the rest of the day. Can't just go out there, do your thing, hand over, teammates continue to push onwards. Hopefully you get a really good finish at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a 4-man team, so it's a nice little break in between the stints, which is good. I know some teams have got 3 riders and some even 2. So I think we have got a little bit of an upper hand on the longevity of the race. So yeah, hoping for a good result, and we'll see what we can do.
We'll see what happens. I'll let you finish your sandwich, Lewis. Thanks a lot, mate.
Cheers, mate. You want a bite?
Maybe later. I'll come back. Always good to speak to Lewis Smart. You know what? I'll quickly hang about and see if I can find where the fireworks team are based, because according to my rider information briefing garage plan, they are nowhere. But they're definitely around here somewhere. So I'm going to go and find them. Apparently they're down there. While we quickly do that, we'll quickly go back up to you, Lewis, straight in the commentary box. And we'll either try and find them, or we'll spend 5 minutes, give up, and I'll just come back to the commentary box anyway. So Lewis, briefly back to you. Then we'll probably cut back down here in a short moment's time.
Thanks for that, Ross. It's a good job that your commentary is better than your fashion sense. Otherwise, well, you wouldn't have a place up here in the commentary box. It seems like Top Gun Maverick 3 is being filmed here in Anglesey of Ross's shades. But nonetheless, racing still does continue at the front of this race. No real drama as such, and keeping the officials' day so far fairly quiet. Now, I do have to say as well, big apologies to both Phil and Michelle, as in, well, I did my best wishes earlier on, and somehow after speaking to Phil pretty much every single round over the last season and a half, I called him Paul. So yeah, Phil, best of luck. Cannot wait to see you back in the paddock yet again, and don't worry, I won't be calling you Paul for too much longer anyway. But hopefully anyway you watch the rest of the racing from home, all rested up, and not watching too many recoveries taking place. Otherwise I think you'll be getting the itch to head back out there on track. Nonetheless though, 10 hours and 22 minutes remain on the clock. Ross currently on the hunt for some fireworks. Not fireworks in terms of the items, but fireworks in terms of the team. Now obviously we do get given a garage plan and entry list here as well. And, well, it's either a case that they weren't on there or Ross is just blind. I would say it's probably a case of Ross is just blind, because it seems like they were all the way at the other end of pit lane in box 18. So hopefully Ross has managed to find them down in the pit lane. Hopefully he's putting his sun cream as well, because he's been down in pit lane for quite a while now. But back down to Tom Cruise, to Ross McIntyre, whatever you like to call him. He is a reporter.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. I was finally able to find Garage 18 and the Fireworks squad. Good run of things so far for you guys, but of course had that back of grid penalty at the start, which has held you back a little bit. Do you just want to talk us through what went on there, why you got the penalty?
Yeah, we had an engine problem yesterday, and we took the decision to change the engine out, and therefore we didn't complete the practice laps, and therefore we had the grid penalty to start at the back. As it is now, though, we're moving back up. We're second in our class, so we're happy where we're going at the moment, and we hope we can progress a little bit further through the day. It's a long way to go, so hopefully we'll get well up the grid by the end of the day. We finished third at Brands, very impressed with that as a team, and we hope we can get somewhere close to that again today.
Well, if there's anywhere to have a back of grid penalty, it is here, where there's less riders and less teams than Brands, and it's 12 hours as well, so there's plenty of time to work your way back through, and you already have been doing so.
Yeah, we've been doing well. Bike came in for a quick check early on, so we lost a few laps, but we thought it was prudent because of the new engine, and now we're just picking the pace up, and hopefully, as you say, we got 12 hours to work our way through from the back to the front, hopefully.
Yeah, we did see that early stop. Was that just a precautionary, just check over everything, make sure the new motor's okay, or was it something else?
Yeah, you got guys out there doing 150 mile an hour and you just put a new motor in. You want to check that there's no fluids coming out, chains are tight, everything like that. So it was just a quick safety check, get them back on their way.
Awesome stuff. We'll let you get on, but looking forward to seeing how the new thing goes for the rest of the race.
Okay, thanks very much indeed.
Great to speak to the Fireworks. I do just want to head down and speak to the guys from Shet Racing, garage number 21, because they also had a back of grid penalty. So we'll figure out what's going on, if there's anyone from the squad we can potentially speak to going forward. They seem to be hard at work at the moment for the 129 team. There's a potential tyre change going on here. So anyone we can speak to from the team that's not busy trying to fix something at the moment? Or go on then. We'll go. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, actually, because we saw you guys got a back of grid penalty. Just wondering what that was for, because we don't know.
There was a slight mistake yesterday. We were sending the wrong Steve out. Oh, we've got two Steves in the team. I even picked the sheet up, brought it back, read it wrong, sent the wrong Steve out. It happens.
I mean, at least simple schoolboy.
It's on camera now. I can't undo it, can I?
It's, simple schoolboy, but, it's kind of that. It happens, doesn't it?
6 Steve for big, 6 Steve for 18, so we're back where we should be.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying to the Fireworks guys who also had a back of grid penalty, if there's any race to have a back of grid penalty, it's this one where you got so long to get it back.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a long, hot day, so 12 hours is going to be nothing. Back of the grid don't mean anything. It's fine. It's a good start, good first 2 stints, and push on, see where we end up.
How are you feeling about it all so far, though? Again, just working your way through. Are you just taking it nice and easy early doors?
The first stint's not so bad, not as bad as we thought it was going to be. I think come 1 o'clock, the track started to get really slippy yesterday. Everybody seems to be saying the same, so I think the pace is going to drop. Tyres are going to be struggling. I think it's just a case of playing the long game when it gets to 1, 2 o'clock and start seeing where things start going wrong, and just take it easy. I think just play it safe in the afternoon, and as the sun starts to go down, track starts to drop again, we'll have a bit of a push on.
And then it's just make it to the checkered flag and party afterwards.
Finishing's the goal. That's the only goal. Finish, have a beer, job done. But we've got about 10 hours to go before then, so...
Don't remind me, please. Still, best of luck for the rest of it, and hopefully you can enjoy your beer at the end as well.
Oh, we will do, mate, absolutely.
Well, good tip from the Shet Racing guys. Well, that explains why they got that penalty. That was the only 2 penalties that we had there. Again, 1 mechanical issue, 1 slight schoolboy error, but it happens. What can you do about it? Lewis, we'll head back up to you in the commentary box. I'll run back out, and then we'll head back down to the pit lane a little while later on. But again, that's why we've got our 2 back and grid penalties for both teams, though, working their way forwards pretty quickly across the course of this race. Lewis Ray, back up to you.
Steve and Steve. I mean, it's easy enough to get the 2 names mixed up anyway. Actually, on our entry list, one's Steve and one's Stephen, so a little bit easier for us. But here at the moment is the battle for the race lead. We do have Maselli GJ Racing against Dart Motorsport. Aaron Spence still on board the Honda Fireblade in 2nd position, and now that gap sitting around 0.3 of a second. And well, after plenty of running so far, now we're in 45 running, give or take, it couldn't be any closer out on circuit. So expect this battle to heat up through the mid part of the circuit. You have to say Maselli have the legs on them. We know how consistent GG Racing can be. Every single one of their riders so incredibly quick. I would expect Gary Johnson to be the next rider out on the race, out on track.
for that team. So that'll be them using all 3 of their riders in this opening stage. But Dart Motorsport still piling on the pressure as things stand. And well, for them, of course, they are a 4-rider team. It was, of course, Mark 𝐑𝐄𝐓 who started the race before Tommy Caldwell. Now Aaron Spence, Lewis Mason still yet to have a shot on track, so things could indeed change. As things stand, though, their 3 riders so far are able to put the 2 riders, the 2 Lodge brothers, under a lot of pressure. So the Lodge duo, simply impressive yet again. Something which we said once or twice, maybe 8 times last year, but now this season they've had a lot of competition in the rounds that they have shown up. Obviously not competing in a full 2026 endurance campaign is the Maselli JJ Racing, but whenever they do come into town, they do run the number 1 plate out on track as well. So half a second now that gap has. It was down to 2 tenths at one point, then it went back up to 7 tenths, then down to 3 tenths, now 5 tenths. It seems just to be fluctuating every single time we cross the line. Obviously, it seems like this is going to be a battle which will brew as the day does go on. But an incredible fight at the front of this race. 6-7 laps completed. Definitely some good running for them. A 131.5 for Maselli, a 131.7 last time around for Dart Motorsport, so losing 2 tenths, which is why that gap has risen ever so slightly. But still, this is exactly what we wanted to see, and luckily Ross has rejoined us up in the commentary box, and lucky for everyone at home as well, as shades, I can tell you, are now off. But Ross, a great fight at the front of this race so far. Half a tenth separating Maselli JJ Racing and Dart Motorsport.
I've just put the shades back on just because you said that, Lewis, even though I don't need him in here. Yes, very, very tight up the front of the pack again. Went to speak to the Dart guys, as you'll have seen. They're really happy with how things are going so far. They're really happy with the start. They're really happy with the stint. They're really happy with the pace as well. So I think they're essentially just playing their game. Their game plan in terms of how they're starting to fight Maselli JJ Racing is that we're just going to stick to our guns and do what we're going to do, and you can do whatever and respond to us, essentially, even though they are on a very different strategy. That number 1 squad, of course, with that bigger endurance fuel tank on it, they can go longer with the fuel naturally, even if they're pushing it. Is that a move on the run through the big right-hander down at Church? I don't think so, and I think they're going to just stay in the status quo for the time being, and they will push onwards through Rocket in and Rocket out. Nice and simple. They're really awesome part of the racetrack. I know a lot of people don't like Rocket in that much. I think it's such an awesome corner because you come in at a fair old rate of knots, you get this thing right slowed down, you're going uphill, it's slightly off camber, you're all the way over to the left-hand side. I think it's awesome. I think it's a real test of rider skill through that left-hander. Then you got to quickly flick it back over to the right as well to get round Rocket out as well. I really like that section. I think it's a lot of fun.
This gap now has indeed risen. It shows 2 tenths on our timing screen, but expect next time around, once they actually cross the line yet again, then the time screen needs to update, for that to be around 1 second or so. So now we're looking at 3-2-1. Harping Horsepower, they've entered the pit lane yet again, and jumping off the bike is Keith Richardson. And now we wait to see who's going to come out. If it's going to be Chris Degg, I would imagine probably Chris Degg's going to be the next rider to have a shot out on circuit and to have his turn taking the reins of that. Ahead of this weekend, actually, on our entry list, they were all shown as TBC. So it took a little while for them to actually pick their riders for this round. But yeah, it is going to be Chris who now heads out on the 3-2-1 machine. He, of course, sits P11 with their team in the total order, so some good running for them so far, on the edge of the top 10 overall. But of course, as things stand, and we look at class position, they do sit P5 in the National 1000 category. And actually, it's quite unlucky for them because the National 1000 category, the ACU class, has been so competitive this round. And whether it be any other weekend, it might be a case where you have a few extra National 600s running up there. I mean, there still is some, most notably, as we mentioned, Moto 46. But outside the ACU classes, we do have the likes of the Team Power Trophy, which has a fair few 1000s, fireworks most notably, there or thereabouts, usually within the top 5 or so in the endurance races. Sadly though, no Team Power Trophy runners too high up the order as things stand. The top of them, I'm just looking down the timing order, is going to be IWS Racing in P10. So unusual for us not to have some of the Team Power Trophy runners further up the order.
I mean, it is in essence the same class as the ACU National 1000, just slightly different. The ACU National 1000, of course, considered the slightly more prestigious category out of the two, so you do typically see stronger teams up at the front from there. But in the Team Power Trophy, normally you do get a fair few riders that are really, really quick, a fair few teams that are always there, always pushing onwards, but seemingly not here today, seemingly just struggling. And again, no full-on racing, that's not going to help things, but everyone just down the order just a little bit. Of course, Fireworks, a one-bike organisation that are coming from the back of the pack with that engine penalty, so they're already facing an uphill battle. Heck Racing is seemingly just struggling for pace a little bit. They're 11 laps down now, and IWS leading the way. Again, they're still running first, second and third. It's not the end of the world in class anyway, but we'll push onwards. Up at the front, it's still about 3/10, and we do have an army bike down. That's the 101. That is the OP Endurance 1 bike that's just gone down. Hopefully everything is okay. The bike's up and out of the way. No safety car called just yet. But that is really our first incident. The rider is up, which is good to see. That was Jamie Locke who went down there. And Marshall straight away in attendance. Hopefully they can get that thing back to pit lane.
That's going to be on the inside of the circuit.
Oh, is that landlocked?
Yeah, that's going to be landlocked as well. So 15 minutes.
It's going to be 15 minutes, of course. That's the regulations. If you can't get the bike back to the pit lane and send something else out of this place, you have to wait 15 minutes. And then, of course, they're obviously going to have to wait until the safety car comes out before they can retrieve that bike as well. So it would be that at the 9-hour mark when the safety car clock hits 0, or if we do have to have a safety car in the next hour and 9 minutes.
Did you quite clock where that was for us? It looked to be over Rocket Inn. And, you were just saying how much you loved that corner and how riders dislike it. And, I think we've just seen one of the reasons why quite a few people don't like Rocket Inn.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's all I'm saying. I have my opinions, you have your opinions. There's a reason I'm not out there riding now in a commentary box talking about the race instead. So, we'll leave that one there, shall we? But, that's our first real incident of the day. We've seen a couple of people having moments here and there, but that's the first rider that we've seen off. So a real shame for Jamie Locke and the OP Endurance 1 squad. Hopefully they can sort things out. And again,
11:08 start time for them.
11:08 start time. So they have been told. So that's when they got to wait till. So 11:08. So that's around about 15 minutes or so, or 15 minutes from the crash. But of course, to get that bike back, they will have to wait either an hour into 8 minutes, or hope there's a safety car before them, because they will need to wait for a safety car.
A race control message: surface flag is being displayed at church for debris.
Okay, so we got another surface flag at church there. That's turn 4, the big right-hander for debris. So, again, we did have a knee slider there earlier on. Could be something similar, could be a tear-off. Probably offline. If it was online, we'd probably have a safety car, and we haven't. So, the riders have been warned. It may be the same knee slider, potentially, as well. Maybe it's just become more of a prudent issue, potentially. So, we'll figure it out. But there is a surface flag. So, it's all kicking off here as we approach our mark number 2, because we've had a rider down, now we're having more surface flags. So this is getting pretty chaotic, Lewis.
Yeah, Jamie Locke, not the title he would have wanted here today, becoming the first crasher of our 12-hour endurance. But you can see the flag on the light board there, just on the entry to Church. And Church is one of the corners that you really do begin to build up the speed before this section over at school. I mean, just look how quick it is through there, well over 100 miles an hour, just trying to stay committed. And that's, if I remember right, it was Tom Caldwell who had quite a fast crash through school last year. Ended up smashing up his bike into about 3 or 4 bits, and I'm pretty sure it was ready for the skip straight after his trip to Anglesey. But have a look at Dart Motorsport as things stand, and they now have, of course, got ahead of Maselli GG Racing out on circuit and stretched that gap to 1.6 seconds. So incredible stuff for them over the last couple of laps. And just looking down over at their lap times, it wasn't a great lap last time around, they're back into the 132s, but apart from that, it's been low 131s for them. Now what Maselli GG racing is doing, and they haven't necessarily had an off lap. They've had a couple of slower ones. Their personal best lap of the race, a 1:31.50, that being done around 15 laps or so ago. But continuing on for this one, and well, we're edging towards the 2 hour mark, is yet another yellow flag there, ever so slightly. Maybe someone just running into the gravel, able to keep it up anyway, and not causing a yellow flag for too long. Obviously, yellow flag if it is your first time watching motorsport, maybe watching some family that is racing out on circuit here today at home, and no overtaking in that zone. You're meant to have quite a bit of caution as well, and if you do go down in the yellow flag zone, it is, let me tell you, a hefty penalty, to put it lightly. It's not just a slap on the wrist, but the lack of adhesion flag still out there on circuit over at turn 4, and actually a rider with his hand up in the air going through church there onto the back straight towards school. So I don't know, maybe if that was just almost an overreaction to the lack of adhesion flag, or if it's going to be a issue out on circuit.
Potentially. Everyone seems to be cruising through there a little bit, so I wonder if there is something down potentially on the line, so a fluid or something that's quite slippy. So everyone's taking it nice and easy, and again, maybe that was just a hand up to say, look, it's pretty dangerous through this part of the racetrack. We'll wait to see, but we're going to push onwards anyway. Still local flags there, no safety car or the like, or whatever. So again, we'll wait and figure out what's going on there as we see some of the riders enjoying some refreshments, keep themselves nice and cool. Hopefully you're doing the same, whether you're watching trackside or watching along at home here on NLR TV. You've got myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Ray alongside me for the next 10 hours and 5 minutes for your
Have you got
enjoyment.
used to saying that yet?
No. Well, it's going to be 9 hours soon, because we're almost up hour mark number 2. Ooh.
And then at that point, we only have 3 normal length endurance races left until the checker flag.
Oh yeah,
nice and short.
Serious business here at NLR at Anglesey. I've not started going delirious yet. I've got plenty of caffeine and drinks. I've still got my lunch as well, so I'll be fine.
Any dinner in there as well?
No, I didn't pack dinner. Well, there is the post-race barbecue. Yeah. Of course, we're having a barbecue and watching, the England, as they would call it in Wales, the kickball thing, given that they do rugby in these parts. So I think I don't really care for international football, but I'll be sitting down to watch it anyway. Hopefully it's a good game. I'm sure Lewis certainly has allegiances one way or the other about it anyway. Care to indulge us on your feelings, Mr. Lewis Ray?
Well, there's bike racing going on at the moment, so I think I'll steer clear of that conversation. But I don't think I'll be supporting a team necessarily too local to me here today. But more on that a little bit later on. But as you mentioned, obviously the Welsh, they love their sport and love their rugby as well. Although I think it's fair to say Six Nations, well, we're not going to speak about that this year for Wales. It didn't necessarily go their way, but luckily for them, they can build a good racetrack for us to come to at No Limits Racing, and for us to have a great day of running. And, well, it seems like we've brought the great weather with us, because every single time there's a No Limits Racing meeting on, we get either scorching conditions or unbroken sunshine, and maybe even a little surprise here or there. I mean, Brands Hatch, sure, we did get some rain, but we were all pretty grateful, certainly, because we were not on the bikes having to decide what tyres to stick on the thing, but we were all pretty grateful of the weather that we had out there, and pretty happy that we had a little bit of a shower to cool us down. But Snapdragon Racing through turn 2, they go now, building some speed towards Church. Is that lack of adhesion still out? Can't quite see this time around, but well, Ross, it's a circuit of 2 halves. I mean, we did speak to a couple riders on the grid, and actually the biker lorries as well, who are kind enough to sponsor the No Limits Endurance Championships in 2026. And well, they have some racing experience themselves. Of course, everyone involved in the biker lorries are bikers themselves and understand what it's like out on track as well, not to forget. But nonetheless, they were saying how technical of a circuit it is, and it's a real technical track in some sections, but then you have these real high speed parts in the middle of the circuit as well to really loop it into one, not to forget the heavy braking zones, especially now that we use the international layout, and all the elevation changes, all the undulations, all the bankings as well that we have at this circuit. It's a circuit that's got pretty much everything you would want in it, and it's old school in some sense as well. We spoke about how it's one of the newer circuits built. I mean, the facilities here are incredible. Maybe not the 4G reception, but the facilities are certainly incredible here at Anglesey. And the pit buildings, the pit garages, everything. Not too much gravel traps as well, which gives it that old school vibe to a circuit. I mean, we all love being here. It's a little bit quirky in some places. It's a little bit different. It's not near too much as well in terms of accommodation or in terms of shops, but it adds to the meeting. It adds to what is an exceptional venue, and well, everyone enjoys coming here, whether they like the circuit or not. It's got a bit of everything.
It does, and it makes up for not really having any phone signal or a shop for 20 minutes by just the scenery. It has got to be the most gorgeous place or racetrack anyway in the UK. Maybe not a gorgeous place in the UK. I will say there's certainly some things up there for them. Oh, we got our second penalty. Short pit stop infringement, and this one's a big one. Get your calculator out, Lewis Ray. 16.43 seconds for Ride Culture Racing. So that's got to be, 3.286 seconds. Wasn't horrendously far away. I did fail my maths GCSE, so you can never say never. But, so they are the first... it's not massive in the grand scheme of things. It's not quite the second that we saw from. It was it Shet's Racing that had it earlier. So
they're near together on circuit as well now.
They are quite near together,
P16.
And they are not technically fighting for position. They are technically in different classes, but they can still have a scrap and enjoy it nonetheless. But that's our next penalty that we got again. 16.4 seconds. Significant, but not race destroying, I think it's safe to say. So I'm sure they'll get over it and recover and can try and chase back down the lap times. But as I was trying to say before I got distracted, this place is absolutely gorgeous. As we do hit the 10-hour marker as well, 2 hours down, 10 to go here at Anglesey International. And as I was saying again, just a beautiful part of the world here, right on the coast on this gorgeous little island nestled off the northwestern quarter of Wales. And again, you can see boats in the background. You can see Snowdon over from the other side as well. It's just your beaches. It's lovely. I like this place.
Some puffins nearby as well.
Yeah, there's a puffin island apparently, which Lewis said he might go visit. So there you go. When we're back next time, you can confirm for us for our
I can
next
come back
regular
in September.
Round, and talk to us about Puffin Island.
Yeah, I can get my either David Attenborough out and tell you all about it. But well, until then, we've got some a little bit noisier, a little bit bigger to enjoy, certainly. As fireworks now comes into pit lane. And well, when you do have one bike, certainly one advantage with these stops is it is always harder to have the likes of a pit stop infringement penalty, and that's, well, just simply because you've got all this work to do. You've got either tyre changes or fuel refills. Just checking over yet again there's no fluid or anything down there. But fireworks now heads back into pit lane, but a little chat for them, and now we can look back as the next round of pit stops do begin. Because right now, Dart Motorsport to continue to lead the way. We're just ticking over the 2 hours into the race. Less than 10 remain in this one. And as Fireworks leaves the pit lane to start yet another stint of running, we can look at how things stand with 9 hours and 58 minutes on the clock. Currently in the Biker Lorries National and No Limits Endurance Championships, it's Dart Motorsport who leads from Maselli JJ Racing. Motorsport set to remain in P3. Leading in class though is Northampton Lined Markins UK Fire Safety Ltd. They sit P4 and third in category. Randy Racing runs out top 5 with Full Throttle Racing, Proudfoot Racing, Double Trouble, Pack Racing and Lane Boys rounding out our top 10, and they're a few laps down overall, 4 or 5 laps down for them. So that's your top 10 as things stand. Things remaining nice and tight. Still 6 seconds separating our top 2 runners. They've just completed their next lot of running. But another little look at how things stand. Motorsport 6 now back onto the lead lap, and this is outside the top 10 now finally. PB Racing, IWS Racing, Snapdragon Racing, Harp and Horsepower. Shet Racing rounds out top 15. There's Ride Culture Racing, PP Racing. The first of those teams sit P16, P17. Fireworks as well, 7 laps down. They've just done their pit stop in 18th as Merlin 846, and KGG Endurance in the twin category rounds out our top 20 runners. Fireworks P21 for them. Race Skins Endurance 22nd. Obviously Fireworks now into possession following their latest stop. Oddballs as well down the order in P23, although they're out there having some fun. OP Endurance 2, Hick Racing Red out top 25, PP Racing 2.0, RAF Dam Busters, and OP Endurance 1, who we did see have that crash, and they should be out on circuit around 1 minute's time. But that's how things stand. Clearly the graphics package as well, realising still about 10 hours left in this endurance race. But now Race Control has just informed us that the 102 have refueling procedure under investigation. And well, OP Endurance 1 has had some big issues in this race. Now almost ready to restart, as OP Endurance 2 is now being investigated from their pit stop. I mean, that's not what you want. Safety, of course, paramount when it comes to refueling. Everything needs to be done safely. Fire extinguishers need to be nearby as well when you're refueling. And, well, it has to be done with the correct equipment on as well, let's not forget. So it'll be interesting to see what the stewards make of that, if they have, whether it be video evidence of it from the live stream or whether they've seen something down in pit lane themselves. But, yeah, still continuing on. Paul Pridmore now out for Moto 46 as well. So they've done a rider change. There's the Dart Motorsport machine. There's your race leader. A 19.3 seconds of an advantage for them. And, well, back on circuit, or I say on circuit actually for the first time, is Gary Johnson. I was going to say back out on circuit. That's because it's normally just Jonathan and James Lodge out on track. However, this time Gary Johnson has decided to join them for some fun, or, well, I don't know if I want to call it fun, because on the grid he said if that's what you want to call it. So perhaps he wasn't necessarily looking forward to the long stints and long endurance races. I mean, for them, for Maselli GG Racing, no double stints as of yet. I mean, it makes sense in this early stages. Just gets everyone's first stint out of the way. And with them being the endurance team, we spoke about it quite a few times, with them being able to run longer, it can start to feel like a double stint, even though it's just one stint out on circuit with how many more laps they're able to do.
Absolutely. Did just see as well the Merlin 846 Navy and RAF squad coming in. Ethan Hall.
Is that the right way round?
It is the right way around, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it's just being with the inter-service aspect of it.
To be fair, there are official regulations. 102 team manager to Race Control. It's falling apart for the Army squad. This is why you just call yourselves the Army and not OP Endurance, because then it all falls apart.
Are you saying it's pot's luck? Are you saying it's luck that's failed them on this one, or
no?
Superstitious?
It's superstitious. If you're an Army team, just call yourself an Army team. It's nice and simple, isn't it? No, to be fair, you raise a good point with the Merlin squad, because there are official regulations into who's supposed to go where when you've got the Army and everybody there, and then you've got the other services as well. I think it's Army, RAF, Navy in that order is the one in terms of like precedence and preparation of who you talk about first. I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't know why I know that, but I do. So there you go. Alan Lane for Pack Racing. He's just pulled into pit lane, and that's not for a penalty, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. He went out a few moments ago. Has he come back into the pits? He must have done. They must be having a change.
Yeah, it's a change.
Oh no, he's actually been out for quite a while, so they'll be sending, I presume, Alex Christophe out onto the circuit. And indeed, he does go out on his R1. 129 pit stop infringement, a 25.355 second penalty. It's getting serious now here at No Limits Racing and our biker lawyers endurance. That's Shet Racing, who've been done again for a pit stop infringement. Did they get done earlier? Yeah, they did. So they got a 1.3 second one earlier.
Third penalty of the day, really.
Yeah, and now, with a back of grid penalty, and now 26.74. That's essentially 5 seconds plus a couple of hundredths on top of it. Thank you very much for the calculations there, Lewis Ray. I may have failed my maths GCSE, but he clearly passed his maths IAS, so it's all okay at the end of the day. Well, maybe the look says otherwise. We'll wait to see. Yes, we'll see how we're going forward on that one.
Yeah, I mean, maths aside, 3 penalties in one day, certainly 2 penalties as such, not what you were wanting at all for the 129 squad. But yeah, Shet Racing not having the best days for themselves, and I'm sure there's a few words that maybe you could describe it as, but P17 as things stand for them. And 9 hours 50 minutes left on the clock. So, Ross, this group bunching up, and Paul Primmore, actually, on the Moto 46 bike, right at the back of it. And just getting through, actually, is that Odd Balls Racing. Looks like number 2 that they're having the scrap with. And Double Trouble Racing, Ross. Let's not forget as well, they used to be JMJ Endurance, who we knew at the start of the season. Now they've done a change of team, and now, just to confuse us a little bit more, they're scrapping away on circuit, Paul Primmore. Absolutely. Just seen a 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 hero coming in on the live stream chat, who raises a spectacular point, saying it's not OP endurance, it's probably op endurance, as in operation endurance. That would make so much sense. I guess we'll find out. We did just actually have the 102 team manager walking into the commentary box thinking it was race control, which has happened a couple of times this weekend, actually, so I could have asked him then. I mean, we're right at the top. Yeah, we are. Well, it says as well that they've put signs up that says top floor, or it's upstairs with arrows pointing upstairs, and then they've got the same sign that's supposed to be pointing into where race control actually is, but it kind of looks like it's pointing up the stairs to the commentary box. And expert on signs, Ross McIntyre. You know, I take my signage very, very seriously. You know, the people need to be directed in efficient ways. Have you got a favourite sign? Oh, that's a good question. Do I have a favourite sign? I quite like a give way, actually. I think it's a very it's really nice and ergonomic, and it does what it says. You don't need the text on it. In terms of actual good design, the school kids sign, where it's like, you know, you need to slow down because the school kids. Anyway, moving on. 9 hours 50 minutes left on the clock. I did regret asking that after about 5 seconds of an explanation. We can go back to it in a couple of hours. Yeah, exactly. I'll have a think. Right now, Odd Balls Racing still continuing their running out on circuit, and well, we did speak about them earlier on because it's not been the race they were hoping for at all. Obviously, every single time we do end up speaking to Odd Balls, they do seem just to be out there for some fun. They'd have no real expectations going into the day, although I'm sure at the back of their minds they've got to. Right now, though, we'll have a look again at Maselli JJ Racing. Their team heading back to the pit box for the time being. Obviously, Gary Johnson on board it, and just having a little look at his lap times, he's been around the 132, 131 bracket as things stand. So lap 83 for him so far. And well, we're just ticking it by 11 a.m. in the morning. So this will be our final stint, you would imagine, for these riders in the morning before they next head out in the afternoon, providing no mechanical issues, no real issues for them. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing as well, they've came back into the pit lane. That's a scheduled stop, however. They've been out for, well, quite a while now, about 25 laps they've been out, which for a multi-bike team is pretty impressive for them. But on to lap 77, actually, just looking at that, it was planning on being a double stint for Stephen Ryan. Stephen Ryan came in on lap 73 and then he came back out again, lap 74, spent about 2 minutes or so, 20 seconds or so in the pit lane. Obviously, we've seen them receive a pit lane infringement penalty. Then 5 laps later, 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing back into the pit lane. So what was meant to be one of our first real double stints of the race hasn't gone to plan at all, and now Stephen Ryan may be running into a few mechanical issues with that machine. Well, that's the only thing you can really think about it potentially being, isn't it? Is there some sort of issue with the bike, or maybe he started to get a bit of an ache and a pain and suddenly thinking, actually, I can't really do this. I'm going to come in now with, you know, pulled a muscle, or got to, you know, getting some serious arm pump going or something like that. All are very possible. So we'll wait to see. Maybe we'll have to send somebody down to ask them in a little while and ask them why they keep getting penalties as well. That's 3 this weekend now for 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing. 2 pit stop infringements and, of course, the back of grid penalty. No, they didn't have a back of grid penalty. What am I talking about? But still, no, they did have a back of grid penalty. What am I talking about? Yeah, them and fireworks. Yeah, them and fireworks. Yeah, for sending the wrong rider out in the qualifying sessions. Qualifying was a little bit different, to be fair, this weekend from what it normally is with our Biker Lawyers Endurance Championship. Normally, you get a 40-minute session. You send out everyone you got at some point during that 40-minute session, and then your grid is decided by the best time, or the average lap time, should I say, from all 4. So you added, 2, 3, 4 laps together, whatever, of your best time from each of the riders. They then go together, you get an average best time, and that decides your grid. Similar here, but instead of one 40-minute session, there were 4 sessions.
for riders A, rider B, rider C, rider D, and you sent somebody out in every single one of them. It was all a bit confusing, and it clearly got the wrong Steve out on track at the wrong time, shall we say. Well, that was the official reasoning anyway. Maybe there was something else they weren't letting in on. But yes, they need to stop getting penalties. Third one of the weekend now, and we're not even 3 hours of regular Biker Lawyers endurance race into this one yet. It's a long way to go still.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the qualifying that took place yesterday, it was Mark Hewitt who pretty much, I think it's fair to say, helped obviously it's a team effort, but helped Dart Motorsport massively to get that pole position. That was thanks to a 129 that he set, 129.556. Simply astonishing time to be set in here at Anglesey. And that, with all the averages put into the equation, gave them a 0.4 of a second gap. So their average time came out to about a 130.5 and then a 130.9 for the Northampton Line Markins UK Fire Safety Ltd team. So P1, P2 and P3, all national 1000s in qualifying. Obviously Moto 46, top of national 600 runners, and they were about 1.4 seconds slower in qualifying. But all in all, I mean, the entire field, barring entire top 20, let's just say, separated by less than 10 seconds, which with all the different classes considered, with all the different abilities and experience considered, still a very, very close field when you have 4 or 5 riders out there in circuit.
Certainly will be. Just a reminder as well, 45 minutes away from a mandatory safety car if we don't get one beforehand. Of course, there is a 3-hour safety car clock. So that means that somebody like Jamie Locke, whose bike is stranded up the top of the circuit as it currently stands on the landlocked on the inside of, or outside technically, of Rocket Inn. That means that they can go and be collected. That's why we are having a safety car clock. It's literally just so we can go and rescue landlocked bikes, essentially, should they need to become and picked up. So if we don't have a safety car in the next 45 minutes and 7 seconds, it will head out. I believe we do have a safety car camera this weekend as well that looks back, so we can hopefully get some excellent footage of some bikes behind said safety car. Glentor will be pushing the Audi to its limits, but not quite as hard as our riders are pushing their machines to the limits underneath them as well. It is still Dart Motorsport out there that are pushing their way round. Just had a message coming through from Race Control. The 102, warning given for team personnel to be further away from machine when refueling. So that is the second army bike. So I guess somebody was probably a bit too close in non-fire resistant clothing, and yeah, probably just a little bit of a slap on the wrist, don't do that again situation.
Yeah, safety issue anyway for the team. So an issue, a warning this time around, but you would imagine next time, not if there is a next time, hopefully not, but if there is, it's not going to be as light for sure. But 9 hours 44 minutes left onto the clock now, so ticking down, and we can just see the beautiful views, not just by the coast here, but also the hills, the fields, all surrounding this circuit. There's a few houses nearby, but none of them seem to really bother too much about the circuit. They seem to be quite happy being near this beautiful, beautiful circuit. You can see a couple of fans as well watching on from the top of the track, maybe bringing their cameras along, trying to get some photos of these beautiful bikes. Some of the teams, I mean, they're so professionally prepared. Obviously, No Limits were one of, if not the top club in the UK, certainly for endurance racing. We're the top championship that you can do in the UK, and that's why we get such great numbers, and that's why teams invest so much into their machines. Certainly when you start looking at some of these well prepared, this incredible one bike teams with fast refueling systems and quick release systems, just trying to get everything done as fast as possible, that's when you realise just how impressive this championship actually is. Meanwhile, the teams which have multi-bikes, the reason why we have that is it's a good opportunity for us just to be able to have the riders that usually take part in sprint racing, especially during a normal weekend where we have sprint racing as well as the endurance race. It gives them a good reason to bring their bike out yet again and to get extra track time, A, on the circuit, B, on their bike, and C, it gives them another reason to enter in the race weekend. So now though, making their way through the back end of the circuit, now back towards
in turn 2, just trying to keep things pushing on. Now that's going to be 277 of Double Trouble. Now, they've had a good race so far, been slowly chipping away. It's been one of those races, Ross, and well, we actually seen it last time as well, and it's actually, well, having to watch OP Enduro number 1. That's the 101 machine. Obviously they crashed quite a bit ago now, but the rider just having to watch on lock, just having to enjoy the racing out on circuit for the time being. Hopefully he can get back to the paddock during the safety car period, otherwise it's going to be a long 9 hours out there on track. But yeah, as we were saying, it's an incredible venue, obviously super accessible as well, this championship over the past couple of years. It's really grown in numbers as well as the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championships. But School coming through now, such a quick corner back at the front as well. Just a little reminder, Dart Motorsport continues to lead a 10-second margin, while further back down the order we have quite a few pit stops going on, that being Full Throttle Racing. Obviously, Ross, you had a chat with Lewis Smart, who was kind enough as well to offer a bit of a sandwich to you, but now it looks like Nicky Williams coming on board that bike and heading out of pit lane for them. So they entered pit lane in about P6, as it would seem. Randy Racing just ahead of them on track as well. So Full Throttle Racing, they're having a good race so far, and hopefully no technical gremlins for them, because if we cast our minds back to, for example, round 2 at Donington Park for Full Throttle Racing, Lewis Smart had I think it was a brake issue over at turn 1, and it lost the team a lot of times, and they ended up leaving the pit lane before the 15 minutes were up, and then they got handed a massive penalty. So if anything like that happens during this 12 hour, they at least have experience of what happens when you do it wrong, as one of the OP teams does come into pit lane now.
Yes, it was, how do we say this, a bit of a whoopsie, that one from the squad is how I think I describe it, from the 22 team, of course competing in the ACU National 600 category, and making a good job of things as well. So despite those problems, Donington Park did still wind up with 8 points to their name, and back here of course with the 12 hours. It should be a lot of fun to see what they're able to do. Again, some great riders in that team, the likes of Nicky Williams, Lewis Smart, as we already mentioned, Simon Aldridge as well. It's certainly a very quick peddler out there on the track. As we see, that is the 102 Army bike that's come back in, making sure that they're not getting any penalties or refueling or anything on this occasion. I wonder if that's someone on social media. You could see somebody filming from the front there in shorts and a t-shirt. Of course, I don't know if you were aware of this. Fuel is quite flammable, and it can catch fire. That is a thing that can happen. So yes, no wonder they got a talking to if someone was in your shorts and t-shirt. Was a little bit too close for comfort earlier on. Again, the team manager did accidentally come into our commentary box earlier on, thinking it was race control, when it in fact was not race control. But still, it was fine. It was fine. There were no problems whatsoever, and they can all push onwards as well. So we'll wait to see what is going to be happening further down the line. 9 hours 38 left in this race, and we wait to see how it's all going to unfold further down the door. But it's been a great race so far, and again, you've got myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray alongside me. He's going down to the pit lane. Hopefully we'll catch some interviews from him in a moment. And of course, any questions, do stick them into the live chat here on NLR TV. I know we don't normally look at it, but quite frankly, we've got 9 hours and 38 minutes left to fill. Mr. Mark Neitz just walked into the commentary box. I'm not going to put him on, but I am going to say hello and let the world that he has blessed us with his presence, and running a very successful event once again. He's looking at me like he wants to speak to me. Is there a problem, or have I done something wrong? I need to be told something. Well, if you give us a little, like a minute, Lewis Ray's just gone down for some interviews, so when he comes on the screen you can then tell me. So we'll wait for Lewis to get prepared, and then Mark can tell me things. If I need to pass it on, I'll pass it on. But yes, great to have Mark with us in the commentary box, even if I'm not going to put him on the headset. But as I was saying, yes, we are free and live on NLR TV for the remaining 9 hours, 37 minutes and 36 seconds. So again, any questions you may have, any shout-outs you want to make, please do put them in. Me and Lewis will be for a change, keeping an eye on them anyway. Of course, on the subject of shout-outs, I know Lewis already shouted them out earlier, but Phil and Michelle, hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're getting well soon. I know you'll be watching along. And of course, that does include, within a shout-out to them, a big shout-out to all of our marshals that are here with us this weekend. The Orange Army that follow us up and down the country. They always do a spectacular job to ensure that we can go racing as safely as possible, and that in case of an incident, riders get all the assistance that they may need. So a big thanks to all of them, all the medics as well. Hopefully we won't be seeing much of them here today and across the rest of the season, but again, very important that they're there, and in case there is a serious incident, they assure that everyone receives the utmost care available. So a big thank you to all of those guys as well for, well, hopefully doing nothing for the rest of today, but certainly sitting in what's probably quite a hot ambulance. I can see one from the commentary box window, and it looks like they're enjoying the racing for the time being. It sounds like Lewis Ray has found a couple of people down in the pit lane. I don't know if he's got shades on. We'll find out momentarily. No, he's been boring. Lewis Ray, what do you got for us?
Thanks for that, Ross. Down here in pit lane at the moment, and well, we're just going to pop our heads into the RAF Dam Busters box, and whoever wants to have a quick chat with us. But as things stand for RAF, it's been a decent start to the race for you guys. Not a terrible amount of drama, not as much drama as what the Army guys have been having further down the pit lane, but how's the first stint been for you guys?
Yeah, it's been pretty good, to be fair. Everyone's steady away, everyone's doing consistent lap times, so we're not quite where we want to be, but it's a new bike for the team. We're doing a single bike this year, so it's all just about finishing the race really and working as a team to get it all sorted.
Yeah, it's just about making it to the end of the race. And well, we had a little look at one of your first pit stops that we've seen out on circuit. How did it go? How is it running one bike, having to do tyre changes, having to refuel as well down in pit lane?
It's a lot. It's a lot that we've not really practiced or trained for, really. We only got the bike on yesterday. We got the bike here, so no one's really been through anything, and it's all sort of trial by fire. But it went all right, I think. We'll get quicker as it goes on. There's a few bits we need to change on the bike over the coming months for the next rounds, but hopefully we'll get quicker over time.
Yeah, what's been the biggest thing you've had to adapt to? Obviously, not just a single bike, but also changing bike completely. What have you got used to here at Anglesey?
Well, for me, is going back to a 600 is a completely different way of riding. I'm used to the Fireblade, so it's a bit of a struggle getting used to having to use the power earlier for me. But it's nice the bike doesn't rip your arms off for 40 minutes. So it's interesting. It's hard work, but it's interesting.
Well, best of luck, and we'll pop down a little bit later on to see how you guys are getting on.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Well, that was RAF Dam Busters, of course, the 617 team, but now we're going to continue our walk down pit lane. The 321 have just entered the pit lane yet again. Pack Racing doing a couple of changes, and actually, why won't we? Let's have a little word with Chris Taylor. He's sitting there doing some work on the BMW S1000. I don't know how far we're going to be able to get into this pit box, but making some changes to his left handlebar. He looks busy at it, but Chris, keep working away, don't mind us. How's it going so far? It looks like you're messing about with either a breather pipe or a fuel pipe.
Yeah, just rerouting a breather pipe to come out of the little catch tanks and just putting that back in. No problems today, luckily.
Yeah, no problems today, luckily for you guys then. 12 hours though this endurance race is going to last. I mean, how are you feeling so far? You're still early stages.
Good so far. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. You know, anything can happen across the day for all teams, so just try and be consistent, and the aim is to get to the finish line. So no stupid moves, just settling.
Yeah, and I mean, the aim is to get to the finish line. Obviously, first season for you guys here at No Limits Racing, but there's still got to be a little goals there somewhere, surely, position-wise, whether it be top 15 overall, maybe even towards the top 10. What is that ultimate position goal?
We seem to be running top. We're in 9th at the moment, so we're in the top 10. Like to stay in that, maybe try and edge up a little bit. Realistically for us, I think we're going to be 4th in class with what we can see so far, but like I say, you don't know what's going to happen through the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, still a long way to go. What are you expecting to be really tough as we get into the latter half of the race, or even the mid part of the race?
Yeah, probably the mid. For me, I'm going to say mid sort of temperatures and stuff, but towards the end of the day, it's going to cool down a little bit. I think everyone's pace is going to drop off a little bit towards the end of the day. So yeah, the afternoon's going to be the tough bit, to try and keep getting water and food in, and
Yeah, exactly. Just keep hydrated, keep yourself ready for the next stint. Obviously, picking the BMW S1000 for this endurance race as well. What was the thought behind that? Obviously, you do have an F900 sitting in the garage as well, but using the proper animal of to your expense.
It's just lap times on this. I can do 50, 55 minutes on this half decent pace. I have got a slightly larger tank on this than the F900 as well, so it was the bike of choice.
Yeah, exactly. No brainer for you. Well, best of luck, and we'll let you get on with it and let you make that small adjustment at the tank.
Thank you very much.
Chris, stay with that. I did come into the garage initially as well to speak to Snapdragon, but no one actually around for them at all at the minute. So hopefully we can catch up with them just a little bit later on. Randy Racing as well over there. Actually, I can see round just getting himself ready. He's about to go out, so we'll have a quick word. Just one question for you. How are you feeling? How's the race going so far? And how are you looking forward to going out for this next stint?
I'm absolutely knackered. I've been riding all week, so I'm struggling a little bit. The boys I'm sandbagging them today, but hopefully the body goes through it eventually, but we'll see.
Yeah, you've had plenty of riding this week. Obviously, change of class for you this year, and as you mentioned, a very, very busy week at the Summer 100.
Yeah, that's absolute. It's the fact. It's just going numb, my hand. After 10 minutes, my hand were numb. So all this right arm, but that's racing, innit? I knew it was going to be happening this weekend, so I've just got to suck it up and get on with it and man up a little bit. But yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, you couldn't have picked a busier time or a hotter time of the year to do it. And best of luck.
Thank you. I blame No Limits for the schedule.
Yeah, a tight schedule for us. As we'll let them get on, get ready for a stint. And actually, I don't know if we're going to have too many more people to be able to chat to down here in pit lane. That's because we're right at the bottom of pit lane now. And actually, we can have a quick word. We've already had a chat with the 129, but we'll pop back in to the 62 squad, the Race Skins endurance team. A couple BMW F900s for them. Bella just at the back at the moment, but anyway, how's it going so far for you guys? Obviously running P22, just having a little look at the timing screen, but P22 for you. How are you feeling so far?
Good. We're leading our class, which is what we're more interested in than overall. But it's getting warmer now, and I think it's getting a little bit slippy, but keep chipping away.
Yeah, obviously safety car period's planning to come up now to neutralise the race. How does that affect your strategy whenever you're coming into this long 12 hours?
It's the first time we've done a long one like this, and I think the first safety car of the day is just going to be a bit of a learning curve, and then we'll see how it goes and take it from there.
Yeah, just take it from there, see what happens, and have some fun. So best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And then we'll have a quick chat with your teammate as well, because Mr. Bella was trying to distract him during that one. But well, I mean, hey, it's a bit of fun. You guys are enjoying yourself out here today, as you mentioned. The first long endurance race for you guys.
It's going to be interesting. Obviously a three-man team. The other guys are on a one bike with four riders, so yeah, it's just strategy really, isn't it? Just plod away, do 30-minute stints and hope for the best.
Yeah, obviously racing with Race Skins Endurance so far in 2025. Some BMW F900s, 3 of them out there on circuit. It must be a nice bike to ride during these longer races.
It is, it's comfy. You can sit, you can find a pace and just sit there, and it's quite nice. You can be consistent. So yeah, it's comfy to ride. It is fun.
Yeah, and right now, Carl Bayliss out on circuit for you, stringing together some laps anyway, and stringing together consistent laps, which is what you need at this stage.
Yeah. No, definitely, like we've all said, we're just going to go out, ride, find a pace and be consistent, and just be comfy with it, and then just hope make the end of it.
Yeah, and Class 1, anyway, looks like it's on the card so far, but still a long way to go. Is it just a case of staying on all the way to the end, or is there going to be some points where you might have to get your finger out?
Well, it depends. If the other team comes in and they start, they come in and start pushing even harder, then we know we've got to push. And then that's down to the two fast guys, me and him over there, over putting some 36, 37s, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it, and have some fun.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, a hot day here over at Anglesey. And well, Ross, I believe there's been some action at the front of the race for the race lead. So I'm going to hand it back up to you at the comments box for the time being. So that's all from now from pit lane.
A big thank you to our Scottish correspondent in the form of young Lewis Ray for that one. Yes, there has been a change for the lead of the race. Maselli JJ Racing now 3.5 seconds clear of the 92 Dart Motorsport squad. You will have seen as well down at the bottom of your picture
A planned intervention at 11:45. That is going to be the first of our safety cars. That's 11:45 local time in British summer time, so about 9 minutes away. It's a little bit early, 15 minutes early, so the safety car clock will not yet have finished, but I think they just want to go and get that bike from the info. That's what Mark Mead came up to the commentary box to tell me about. It was just a case of they really want to get that bike out of the infield, and they think with strategies and the like of that, the pit lane would be a hive of activity, and it'd be a bit painful to try and get back into the pit lane at the time they want to do so. So they're going to go and get it a little bit earlier on here at Anglesey, of course known in the mother tongue of these lands as Trackmon, which to you or I, for those of us insensitive to the native language of these lands, directly translates as Anglesey Circuit. So yeah, there you go, learned a lot there. That's one of the few Welsh things I know how to say, alongside hill, good morning, and stop or slow, which is all over the roads, isn't it? So you get used to that one. Araf is slow, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. Bryn is hill, which if you're a fan of Gavin and Stacey, that one's seared into my brain. From, again, Bryn means hill. There you go. So, anyway, 9 hours, 26 and 20 left in this one. At 9 hours and 15 left, we will get our first safety car. That is, of course, slightly earlier than anticipated, but part of the planned safety car clock to go and rescue the stranded bike of Jamie Locke from Op Endure number 1. That's one of the army teams. They're 25 laps down as a result of his bike being stranded. They had to wait 15 whole minutes before they could send the bike back out into the race, because of course there was no way that Locke's bike was going to get back. It was landlocked. So you do have to wait 15 minutes before you get back. And of course, with the new rules this year, the whole bike has to return to the pit lane before you can send someone out or wait for 15 minutes past. It's not just the transponder as it was in the past, where you'd see people rip the transponder off the bikes and sprinting in full leathers to get back to the pit lane. So yes, about 10 or so, not 10 or so minutes. We're a little bit behind actually on the race clock. Okay, fair enough. Well, in 7 minutes, according to my watch anyway, we will be getting Glentor going out in the safety car for our first safety car intervention period. Maselli JJ Racing now 6.2 clear up at the front of the pack. Randy Racing have just made their way into pit lane. It was Ted Wilkinson on the bike, and it looks like it's going to be Nicholas Rao making his way back out, so he'll just come to a stop right at the end of the pit lane, get out of the way, but again he will wait for that stopwatch. He's happy with that one and makes his way back out onto the circuit. But again, do they know that a safety car is coming? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to tell. Either way, safety car is only a few minutes away. Lewis Ray.
Yeah, a few minutes away till the safety car, and obviously you can't really be doing your full pit stops under safety car conditions. It's just the case during the safety car period that you can do enough to get you to the end of the safety car period, and then you'll have to re-enter the pit lane. So you can't make a full stop. So certainly, if you think your pit stop's going to be coming within the next 10 minutes or so, this is the time you need to pit, so you can get out there and get yourself unmixed up somewhat in the queue before the safety car well and truly comes out. There though, OP Endure number 1 does come into the pit lane. So the 101 machine, obviously they lost 15 minutes having to spend it in the pit lane, but that's confirmation. Planned intervention within 5 minutes. So the word within being the key word there, obviously, because if we have a safety car in the next 2 minutes for an actual reason, a reason to bring out the safety car, then we still will. But the 73 team, a 1.9095 second penalty for a short stop pit stop infringement. Now, that's their second pit stop infringement of the endurance race as well. So not what they were hoping for at all over at Right Culture Racing. Hopefully for them, they can work out the stopwatch time, because their first one was much, much bigger. It was 16, just over 16 seconds or so, their first pit stop intervention penalty. Now this one, just over 1 second. Heck Racing as well, they're getting ready to leave pit lane and to do yet another stop. The 53 of KGG Endurance also enter the pit lane for themselves. But well, Ross, the safety car intervention, if you want to call it that, to neutralise the race essentially. It also gives a chance to get bikes that are maybe landlocked away from the circuit, and also gives a chance, if needed, to give the marshals a little bit more refreshments as well, because of course without them, racing cannot happen. Make sure you head over to the No Limits Racing website, or get in touch with Paula if you want any chance of getting yourself involved with the club. It's a friendly bunch over here at No Limits Racing. I'm sure we would love to have you along. Maselli JJ Racing, though, still lead the way as Dart Motorsport enter the pit lane. So second place runners now in the pit lane. Tommy Caldwell is going to be the next rider to head out onto track. So that is going to be a change for them. And it looks like Lewis Mason, his first stint is over. There's been no real mistakes so far from the certainly top 5 teams. They've been so impressive to be this consistent. I mean, let's keep in mind, Ross, we're now edging towards the time where we'll be looking towards the last 20 minutes of the endurance race. Now, still well over 9 hours, and still the teams, it shows they're entering this one with a level head.
Not even a quarter of the way through this one. Be interested to see what the Maselli JJ Racing squad do. If they come in maybe just for a quick top-up of fuel, they certainly have the time to do so, in terms of they've got enough gap behind them, but time's running out before that safety car is going to be coming out. So again, if they've got plenty of fuel left in the tank and they're happy with what they're doing, they don't need to worry, then they can just stay out. I would probably be thinking about coming in, just chucking a little bit of fuel in the bike, just to be on the safe side of things, especially if you catch the safety car in the right place. The Dart Motorsport bike is going to be closing into you, so things to think about, things to discuss there. As we can see, somebody getting ready to head out of the pit lane. That looks to be the number 21. It is the 21. That's the Northampton Mine Larkings UK Fire Service Limited bike heading out onto the racetrack, or Fire Safety Limited, should I say. Mark Royal getting ready to head back out onto the circuit, I believe that was. So he'll push onwards, and now we wait to see if anybody else is going to be making their way in, and we wait to see if that safety car is going to be coming out. 73 Ride Culture Racing has already discussed a 1-second penalty for them for a pit stop time infringement. So I mean, that's what, 0.2 of a second too quick. We're talking very fine margins here. They're pushing the envelope on what's allowed, which as a racing team you should. That's the whole point of this sport, is to push the envelope and shave time away. And, they got slapped on the wrist with it. But again, it's a second with 9 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. I don't think it's going to cause them too much concern.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much of a bother, you would imagine, at this stage of the race. And, well, Maselli GG Racing, they're going to be looking towards this intervention, which is planned in less than 1 minute. So, 𝐑𝐄𝐓, he'll be getting the Audi ready this time. Of course, a new safety car for us this year at No Limits Racing. Getting ready for the pit stop intervention, the first this weekend, and it should be happening roughly every 3 hours or so.
Or whenever Gillen gets bored.
Well, yeah, it depends when he actually wants to go out on circuit. But no, doing a good job as always. Last couple of years we have been using the trusty old Jag as our No Limits Racing safety car at non-MSV circuits, that is. Now, though, this year, we have upgraded ever so slightly to a fancy new Audi.
Wow, upgraded from a... Are you saying that Jaguars are bad, Lewis Ray? Wow. Oh, is that problems?
That looks to be the 101 machine. So that's been stuck there for about 2 hours or so.
Yes, that is the 101 machine for Jamie Locke. Yeah. You are right. I just saw a bike stopped. A safety car has now been called. So, he's been called. We're doing the windows up quickly. And then Glyn will get on his way. The lights will come on. And again, the new Audi, which Lewis Ray seemingly thinks is an upgrade because he hates anything built in the Midlands, apparently. Oh, do they even build Jags in the Midlands anymore? Probably not, let's be honest here. But the true power of German engineering will take to the track, and we'll get... I'm not sure how long the safety car is going to last, I suppose, until they recovered that 101 machine, which is up just by the rocket section at the top part of the circuit. So Glyn just waiting for a good moment to head out onto the track, but of course safety car flags will be waving, safety car on the digiboards as well, so riders will know to back off. No more overtaking allowed, even if the safety car isn't on the circuit
race
itself
control
just yet.
message, safety car deployed.
And there we go, race control confirming for us that the safety car has been deployed, lights are on the roof, and we do have a safety car on board as well, so we can hopefully see some bikes nice and close behind as well. Well, it's trying its best anyway. It is just clamped onto the lights on the roof box. So it's
not the best signal that you get here at Anglesey all the time. Obviously, barely any phone signal around the circuit. So I think we're doing well to get a few corners at that anyway. But yeah, heading for church and found a safe place, and you can see it's not your race leader that's going to be the first bike onto the back of it. It's a case that, well, it's the first bike that simply goes onto the back of it once it's deployed. It's not a case of waiting for the race leader to come through. Simply just the first available and safe gap between the riders, and then everyone else will slot into opportunity. Now, you can see some of the teams down in pit lane, quite a lot of movement down in pit lane as well, whether it be a case of maybe some teams caught out by the safety car period, or whether it be a case of simply just waiting for a full-on change after the safety car period. Now, though, heading towards the back end of the circuit over by Rocketon, and then Rockets out in a few moments' time. But yeah, the safety car just neutralising things. They'll wait for pretty much the entire field to come onto the back of it, and then we can hopefully recover the one-on-one machine.
Fingers crossed, anyway. As I have been informed by 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍, who's turning into an absolute legend in the live chat to tell me things, that Jags are still built in the Midlands. Apparently they're built in Coventry. They've got the EV site up in Liverpool, of course they do. So at least, again, we do still build something in the UK, which is always a pleasure to see. And that's one of the PP Racing bikes, was that getting wheeled back into the pit lane. Yes, the 48, the PP Racing 2 bike.
Well, we have two bikes in pit lane, the PP Racing 2.0 and the OP Endure 2 team. So they're going to struggle right now with the safety car being out to actually get back out there on circuit.
Yes, that's going to be a bit problematic for them. Recovery van, I'm assuming, is on its way for that 101 bike. No, it's not actually yet, because not everyone's caught the back of the safety car queue. Again, if you're low on fuel and you weren't anticipating this, well, it was on TSL Live timing. They were told we're going to be sending a safety car out at this time for the intervention period. You should prepare yourself. If you're struggling a little bit on fuel, you're probably going to be a little bit annoyed at the moment, trying to figure out what's going on. And, well, we'll wait to see what they've got in store. But safety car well and truly out there. I think it's the 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 bike that's caught the front of the queue, I want to say. Just waiting for everyone to cross the start-finish line. Of course, you can technically track. Is it the 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 bike that's at the front of the queue, potentially?
We'll have a little look in a lot more. Once we can get a slightly better, it could be 𝐔𝐋, or it could even be the 129 machine. But you can see there, RAF into the pit lane. They are obviously one bike for them, and, well, they're trying to put some more fuel in it because they're going to be low, it seems, and there was nothing they can do about that. Is there perhaps some issues there? Because that looks like a somewhat unhappy rider, maybe just changing handlebar positions, or certainly in the way clutch and brake positions. Fireworks now also entering the pit lane for themselves during the safety car period. There is the recovery van, which I think is now yet another opportunity just to say get well soon. Of course, to Phil, who usually is our recovery connoisseur, if you will, at No Limits Racing. Sadly not with us this weekend, and is well on the mend, and hopefully we can see him at a racetrack soon and he can return back to work as well. So himself and Michelle watching on from home. But yeah, I mean, incredible stuff right now from the teams down in pit lane, doing the changes now while they can. But again, not necessarily ideal for fireworks, because, well, you can be waiting at the end of that pit lane for quite a while during the safety car period. And, well, we actually don't know how long this period will be. Obviously, the recovery van already up there dealing with the 101 machine, and now once it's all loaded up, the next safe available gap, it'll make its way back into the paddock, and finally the team can get the bike delivered back to begin to work on it.
Well, this is why we're not seeing fireworks operating with huge urgency, shall we say, in the pit lane, because they know they're probably going to be a couple of laps waiting at the end of the pit lane. It is a new front tyre and rear as well for that 25 bike, so some fresh stickers on the thing before they send it back out. You can see their front tyre going on, rear tyre similarly. Also, I think it's already been fueled up. Just got to get the brakes back in place now, and then they can go and wait at the end of the pit lane. But again, I think that the recovery van is almost done up at Rocket anyway. That will then, of course, need to make its way back down to the pit lane. And then, of course, we've got to wait for the safety car to be in a good position. As you can see, just clambering in to the cab goes Jamie Locke and whoever is driving that this weekend, and they'll start making their way. So safety car potentially not too far away from going away. Of course, you will be losing a couple of laps behind the safety car, but it can help you overall with track position. And of course, if you do take a pit stop, yes, you lose a couple of laps. But, Lewis Ray, when other people are coming into the pits later down the line, you're gonna be at racing speed. You've got chances to catch them, to overtake them. So even though initially you lose time pitting under a safety car, in terms of the long game, it can actually be quite a shrewd move to pull out, especially if the safety car isn't particularly long. It's been out for 6 minutes at the moment, so a couple of laps. And again, not too many people coming in, and we'll see if they've lost any time. And there we go, being led out now is one of the teams.
Yeah, RAF Dam Busters heading back out on circuit now on board the 𝐔𝐿 Kawasaki.
Yes, so again, they've lost a bit of time, but again, they've now got full tank of fuel, potentially fresh tyres as well on the thing. So when they're back up to racing speed and people start coming in elsewhere, they're going to gain loads of time in that scenario.
Yeah, they're going to gain some time, you certainly would say. It just depends on how long you're actually having to wait either side of the pit lane. You can just see the field well and truly bunched up now. No real stragglers, but except for the likes of the RAF squad, who, of course, we've just seen exit the pit lane exit. They're just making their way up towards the top end of the circuit, over by Rocketon. Meanwhile, the rest of the field, they're over already into the final sector by the hairpin. No prizes for guessing what type of corner that is on the penultimate time of asking. But 9 hours 11 minutes left on the clock. The lights on the safety car are still on. Obviously, once they go out, that will indicate the safety car is coming in that lap. Fireworks, meanwhile, still down in pit lane. So it is quite a long stop for them. And now they'll be hoping to latch on to the back of this queue, you would imagine. So exit pit lane.
And the car, lights out.
As I was just about to say, thanks very much for Mark Berry for the update. And the safety car light's now out, so it will be coming back into pit lane this lap, Ross McIntyre, and it means that we are nearly ready to get going. But now we have a look at fireworks, and well, they're nearly ready to get things underway, and the green light, you would imagine, is going to be appearing on pretty soon indeed. Just checking with race control over when they're going to be okay to release that bike. And RAF Dam Busters just coming over the line. They are now. Obviously, they were another bike that pitted under safety car conditions, and well, I'm just trying to look at their out lap time and just how long they actually needed to spend down in the pit lane. Just get a gauge of how long they've lost. So they spent 5 minutes down in pit lane, give or take. Well, 5 minutes in total for their out lap. 2 minutes of that, give or take, have been the out lap itself. So they've lost about 3 minutes down in pit lane. So 3 minutes compared to what's usually a 30-second stop. Not necessarily ideal, albeit under safety car conditions. So you're guaranteed to maybe gain back half of that, about a minute and a half. So you're almost losing about a lap or so guaranteed by doing it under safety car. But now, Ross, not too far away from getting things going again. This safety car, our first safety car planned period, is now nearly over.
And of course, it's bunched everybody back up as well, and they're all mixed up because they've been racing for nearly 3 hours, the length of our regular Bike Alloys endurance races here at No Limits Racing, and we are not even a quarter of the way through. We're nearly a quarter of the way through. We'll be in about 9 minutes' time, but we're not even a quarter of the way through here at Anglesey. Glentor will pull into pit lane, and we will get on our way.
Green flag, race
somebody just warming up their F down as they get ready to get going. Mark Berry reveals in our ears, green flag is out, and the race is resumed as you see the riders flashing past the pit lane as the safety car comes on in. And we need to work out who is going to be where. Dart Motorsport 7.5 seconds behind the Maselli JJ Racing Bike, who are there actually right at the front of the pack. So they're very lucky in that regard that they were near the front and don't have to compete with too much traffic. But similarly so, Dart Motorsport, if they were at the back of the pack, that would have meant they'd have basically gained a free lap on the number 92 because they'd have been let by the safety car. So it's all a bit complicated and confusing trying to work that one out. But 7.5 seconds is the official gap according to the live timing. We'll just have to try and figure out who's where out on the racetrack as it currently stands. Again, safety car has now come in. Ignore the graphic at the top of your screen. Green flags are waving here in Anglesey, and it is the Maselli JJ racing bike that leads the way on the road, leads the way overall, and of course leading in the ACU National 1000 class as well. I think everybody else either close or has a couple of laps or riders potentially between them and others down at the back. PP Racing 2.0 still very firmly in the pit lane. The OP Endurance 1 bike also still in pit lane as well. So problems for those guys. It is the RAF Dam Busters following that pit stop. That's the last runner on the road at the moment anyway, in 26th place. They are some 14 laps down as it currently stands.
Yeah, as it stands, 2 teams remaining in pit lane. Hopefully they can get those issues fixed within the next 9 hours and 7 minutes and actually see the checker flag at the end of this race. Obviously you still have to complete a certain distance for you to be officially classified in the results. Otherwise, if you're a team that only had 1 or 2 bikes in your class, you can simply go out and do a couple laps at the start, a couple laps at the end, and call it a race. So yeah, you need to complete a certain distance as we see Donkey Box Racing. Hellowell now just entering the pit lane. So John, a good stint for him. Gavin already doing a stint, so is Alex and Alan. So now the real question is, are they just going to continue to do it in a rotation base? At that point it would be Gavin Widdowson heading back on board the bike, or is it going to be a case that they switch things up? Now, trying to get involved in some traffic, trying to get through as well, being the Northampton squad, the 21 being one of them anyway, in this pack. They're sitting about 3rd in this group for the time being. Looks like Proudfoot Racing as well might also be involved in this group too. So yeah, a nice little scrap that we're watching here. 4 riders fighting away. Snapdragon just behind. But yeah, it looks like we could see quite a few stops in not too long. KGG Endurance, Johnson currently on board that, losing 2 positions at the restart. Upballs and Racekin Endurance, we just spoke to Racekins down in pit lane. Alex Vela now on board the bike, and while we were speaking to Alex, they had about 3 minutes to get ready once we finished our interviews with the team. But with it being 3 minutes, I think it's fair to say they were looking pretty relaxed down in pit lane. It didn't look like they were feeling too much pressure. Obviously not the biggest class in the world for Racekins Endurance, but still there's overall positions to be won here, and certainly they are pushing on at it as well as some of the local farmers continue their work at the side of the track, and some of the local fields. We can continue our work on track as well for the 12 hours of Anglesey, the Biker Lawyers Endurance Championships, delivering the action in this opening 3 hours of running. I mean, Ross, at this point we would be entering the final 5 minutes of running of an endurance race, but now, well, we still have what is essentially 3 endurance races to look forward to, all in one, all on the same day, and all things being well, all in the sunshine.
Hopefully, anyway. Again, it's Anglesey. Who knows what the weather's going to do? It's scheduled to be nice and dry and beautiful for the remainder of the day. But, well, we got a sudden torrential downpour at Brands Hatch, and the weather here is a bit more temperamental than Kent, shall we say, given we're right on the coast. So we'll wait to see what's going on with the weather, but it looks okay. There's a bit of fog.
Yeah, a bit of sea fog, but nothing to worry about as of yet.
No, absolutely not. So hopefully we stay dry and we stay beautiful and can continue to push onward in, of course, what is the biggest event in No Limits racing history. It's the longest endurance as well in the UK by a fair margin, this as well, so we're making history as well with that. And of course it's a special day. We're here with some great people, with a great championship, with some great bikes at a great racetrack to go around for 12 hours. What is not to love about that? I think it's brilliant, and it's been a brilliant 2 hours and 57 minutes and 25 seconds so far. Yes, got there right. So as we do approach our 3-hour marker, we may as well have a little run through things with you, especially after that safety car. We do have a couple of teams in the pits. Shet Racing have just come in from P17. But let's have a little run through where things stand following the opening safety car intervention time at the 3-hour mark. It is Maselli JJ Racing that lead by 10.9 seconds ahead of Dart Motorsport. Northampton Line Markings UK Fire Safety 21 in P3. 𝐔𝐿𝐶𝐓𝐒 Moto 46 leads the way in the ACU National 600 class. They're followed by Randy Racing and Proudfoot Racing on the podium. Then Full Throttle Racing, Double Trouble and Lane Boys, the 600s running very, very well here. It would seem Team Sport Trophy leader Snapdragon just behind them ahead. The Team Power Trophy Racing, it is in IWS Racing in P11. PB Racing is 12th, followed by Ride Culture Racing. Then it's Pack Racing, half and horsepower just behind them. PP Racing in P16. Then it's Shet Racing, who, well, certainly been down in the dumps today with a couple of penalties and a back of grips penalty to start things off today. Donkey Box in P18, Oddballs P19, Race Kids Endurance leading the way in the ACU National Twins class. Then it's KGG Endurance, the Merlin 846, RAF and Navy Bike, Heck Racing in 23rd, Fireworks in 24th, the Optagel 2 squad in 25th, the RAF 617 Dam Busters in 26th place, PP Racing and Optagel number 1 and PP Racing 2, that is. Those guys have been in the pit lane for some odd laps now. Optagel number 1 squad are 38 laps down. The PP Racing 2 squad at 22 laps down as it currently stands. There's your podium as things currently are overall. Of course, it is 3 National 1000 bikes up at the top of the standings. That is your podium in the National 600 category. 𝐔𝐿𝐶𝐓𝐒 Moto 46, Randy Racing and Full Throttle in P3. P6 overall for those guys, of course. Then P1 and 2, that's your ACU National Twin class. There's only 2 twin bikes out there, it would seem, unfortunately. Well, it's twin teams anyway, but they'll still try and put them in class. A twin class. Yeah, that's the one, you may as well say. Then we'll move on. That is the Team Power Trophy. IWS Racing leading Heck Racing, leading the Fireworks squad. And that is how things stand then as we approach our 3-hour marker here at Anglesey.
Just 9 hours left on the clock. I mean, just on a day's work, as they say. Not too much longer left in this one, but not on a serious note, good racing so far. And well, we've seen a good scrap over the first 3 hours of action, and still our race leaders sit around 13 seconds or so adrift from each other. So yeah, still nice and close at the head of this race. And it seems like maybe some of the teams just taking things a little bit more steady in this opening stage or 2. Obviously now we've pretty much completely done our first round of stops, and by first round of stops, it doesn't just mean one stop. I mean every single rider now has pretty much had a chance on circuit, had a chance with the bike and trying to set a solid time, a consistent time on the board. Now, the number 50, Pack Racing, we spoke to him a couple of times this year. We spoke to him down in pit lane as well. They've been given a short stop infringement penalty of 7.82 seconds. So yeah, big shame for them, and they're going to have to serve that at the end of the race. Obviously, that'll be added on to the race time. So about 1.5 seconds, just over 1.5 seconds that they were over. So yeah, not what you'd be wanting at all. And for Pack Racing, obviously still new to this, and I think it's fair to say they've done quite well this season not to receive too many infringement penalties, with the whole crew being new to it. But yeah, taking over 9 hours ago. You've just seen the 22 squad. Dickie Williams now out for them, and currently running P6 overall. So Full Throttle Racing having a great race so far, I think it's fair to say. And well, Gary Johnson now back on board the Maselli JJ Racing machine, having a little look at their lap times. Tommy Caldwell still a little bit off. He's sits, give or take, 0.8 of a second slower last time around than Gary Johnson. So the lap times very, very fast between the top two, but still not enough for them to make any inroads. And certainly it's not too much of a worry. I don't think Tommy Caldwell is the type of rider to throw it down the road in the hopes of trying to catch the riders ahead, especially with 8 hours and 58 minutes remaining left on the clock. There's confirmation though of that penalty for the number 50 squad. Of course, they do run P14, and well, luckily for us, Thanks to TSL, our time and partner, that penalty will be automatically applied on the left-hand side of your screen. So that P14 is with the short stop infringement. There is Pack Racing. Chris Taylor now on board the BMW. He was just putting a breather pipe back in place whenever we spoke to him down in pit lane, and now being chased by Maselli JJ Racing, who look to put them yet another lap down. So at the front, about 114 laps have been completed from our race leader. Chris Taylor, meanwhile, just 106. It's his second lap out on circuit, so you would imagine that pit stop infringement that we were speaking about just a few moments ago happened roughly 5 minutes or so ago. And, well, yeah, good job for the stewards, nice and awake, and, well, I'm sure they've had a few coffees already this morning to give themselves the energy ahead of the rest of today's action. A few more pitters as well. It looks like the 3-2-1 is going to be entering the pit lane in just a few moments' time. KJG Endurance also in the pit lane too. But yeah, the 3-2-1 Harp and Horsepower rounded at the top 15 for the time being, Ross. But, well, all talk at the front is on Maselli JJ Racing, because all things considered, with there being so long left in the race and with there being 3 hours already gone by, it's still fairly close at the front.
It is tight, and that's a surprising thing you can get in endurance racing, is even deep into a long race, it can still be really, really close and only a handful of seconds in it. And just goes to show, of course, the quality of both that number 1 squad, but also the Dart Motorsport 92 squad. The fact that after 3 hours, there's still only 15 or so seconds in it, and the safety car where everyone was a bit muddled up and all over the place as well. So it shows that we've got two very, very strong teams here at the front who are able to compete with each other and push each other very, very close. Don't count out the 21 squad in P3 overall as well. They've been there or thereabouts for most of the race. Maybe a lap down now, but all it takes is pit stops or, you know, a very, very strong stint, and things can change. So really interested to see that they're that close. Now 116 laps down, of course. We are checking your comments, it must be said, here on the NLR TV. I know we don't normally do that, but again, desperate times. It's 12 hours of racing today. Me and Lewis need to keep ourselves entertained some way. So do make sure you put any shout-outs or questions in. I'm seeing that 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 and Parkour Ferret having a wonderful conversation about R6s that they've owned and smashed up in the past at the moment, which is really interesting.
Yeah, so nice way to reminisce about the past. And well, I do have some good news. Not for us up here in the commentary box, but I do have some good news for the RAF Dambuster squad, and that's because they are our 3 hour, now I get my teeth back in, prize draw winners.
Of course.
So winning the 3 hour prize drop is going to be the 617 team, RAF Dambusters. So while it's not necessarily going to be championship points handed out across today for certain hour periods, it is going to be a case of winning prizes at the 3 hour period, at the 6 hour period, at the 9 hour period, and at the end of the race, whether that be a set of tyres or something else to help you out, set oil, for example, maybe some free fuel as well. Let's not forget we have.
I was told it was hats and t-shirts.
Well,
I mean, that might help, I don't know.
Yeah, well, hey, in a day like this, with how hot it's been all weekend, I would happily accept a hat anyway if I was a rider down there in pit lane as well.
Tyres probably worth a little bit more though, aren't they?
Yeah, tyre, yeah. Both of them though, very much needed for today. But now we do continue on as, Moto 46 in pit lane, as that is going to be Erwin hopping back on board the bike, and well, he was the team that set the time in qualifying and got them so far up the order. We've seen how impressive he was in his opening stint, but looking ready to get on, and he was in a few laps around the track yesterday by foot, doing some running around the circuit, but just waiting for his teammate to come back in, and then we can get that stop underway. It is going to be Glenn Walsh bringing the bike in and now making sure they are going to be in within the pit stop intervention time, and then Erwin can head out on track. It is a long stint actually from Glenn Walsh. He came out on lap 88 and he stayed out until lap 116. So really impressive stuff for him. And now, well, a little stretch on the bike as well. Plenty of riders just enjoy getting themselves settled on the bike before they actually hop on. But Erwin using a 750 Suzuki for his stint. and definitely able to compete with the likes of 1000cc runners. So this is going to be an interesting half an hour, 40 minutes or so, as we wait to see what Moto 46 can do. They're P4 in the order for the time being, but after this next stint, the gaps are going to be very, very interesting to look at.
They are indeed. So we'll push onwards and see how it's all going to change. More twists, I'm sure, awaiting us in this race as these gladiators do battle on this great circuit. Of course, no gladiators ever actually were here in Anglesey. There were Romans, though. The historian Tacitus talks about very famously talks about the first Roman invasion of Anglesey. They had to turn around and go back to London because Boudicca was half burning it down. But let's talk about when they got to what is now Holyhead. Apparently how terrifying all the Druids were. So there you go. As a bit of history for you there. So just up the road, the Roman army, for the only time in its history, was so scared of what they saw, they were frozen, paralysed with fear. It's maybe some of that fear instilled in this racetrack, Lewis Ray. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold. Across 8 hours and 52 minutes left. Yeah, sorry, I had to throw a history lesson in there at some point, didn't I?
A little bit earlier than what I was expecting, if I'm honest with you. We've still got some action out on circuit, but nonetheless, reliving my school days with Ross McIntyre.
Yeah. Could be a history teacher if I wanted to. I don't want to, but could be. Yeah, of course, the second invasion of Anglesey was then very successful. But enough about that. More pit stops down in pit lane. The 49 squad coming on in PP Racing. And, of course, their second bike is still... it has rejoined the circle, actually. Yeah, 48 PP Racing 2 bike has come back out. 25 laps down overall, 11 laps down on their nearest competitor, which is the RAF Dam Busters squad. The OP Endure, or the Op Endure 1 team, the 101 bike, still in the pits. Of course, there are 3 bikes there, but they've had a couple of problems. So we'll wait to see. But yeah, we're seeing many, many more pit stops now. In comes Full Throttle Racing as well. Nicky Williams will be handing over to somebody on the 22. I'd assume probably Lewis Smart he'll hand over to.
You would think
He's done quite a lengthy. They've all done fairly long stints actually for Full Throttle Racing. But yeah, should be Lewis Smart heading back out for the 22 squad. And they, again, you'd expect them to be somewhere around the top 10. They are a lap clear of Double Trouble. Just behind that, of course, Jordan Poole and Matt Shisha out at the moment. Jordan Poole, also known as Lord Poole, according to our live timing. I'm not sure why, but it is his birthday this weekend, so I'm assuming that he's put that on his transponder because he can. And you know what? Why not? Fair enough, I respect it. So you'd expect the 22 Full Throttle squad, they have come out now. Still in P7, but Double Trouble have now regained a lap on them, but they're still 49.272 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's still a little bit behind for the time being, but still plenty of time to make it up as well. First goal, though, for the time being, Maselli JJ Racing lead this field through at the moment. They're sitting P2 overall out on circuit. But what an excellent race it's been so far. An excellent first stint. Now looking in to the back section of the circuit now. It's a circuit which, although not necessarily the longest that we go to on the calendar, it really spreads itself out and manages to go back itself quite a bit. But now the 277 having a solid ride so far. There's one of their bikes anyway. We spoke about their name change earlier on. Still running P8 on road, however, so not too much of a change for them. But obviously, this been a very, very historic circuit for No Limits. Obviously, transformed into a motorsport venue in the 90s roughly, and then since then, after a couple of reworks, it's been definitely been one of the favourites and a standout in Wales anyway. We can see the biker lawyers at the end of pit lane. The signage also located in the paddock as well, if you did want to have a chat with them if you are here today at the circuit. As of course we are going out to everyone down in pit lane and across the circuit as well, all day long. And well, if sadly this is going to be the only round you're joining us, or the only circuit you're joining us at, as we will be back here in September, make sure you watch back on demand, the start of the season on NLR TV and Motorsport Radio, and also the upcoming rounds as well, because we've got a busy end to the season. Cadwell Park sprint only round at the end of the month. I say at the end of the month, we have 1 week on, 1 week off, and then yet another weekend back on. Yeah, it's been a blockbuster summer anyway for No Limits Racing for sure. And then, well, we head up north to 𝐑𝐄𝐓, which I believe is Ross McIntyre's favourite circuit. I think that there's some bias there, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's
there is a corner named after me.
Yeah, down the McIntyre's.
Which that's definitely why it's called that.
Yeah,
I do actually really like 𝐑𝐄𝐓, to be fair. So
yeah, you probably paid them in cake as well. But yeah, from round 7 at 𝐑𝐄𝐓 in August, then we head back here to Anglesey, but a slightly different layout. Instead of the international layout, we're going to be using the coastal layout, like we used last year, like we used quite a bit as well, to be honest. That's using the corkscrew, properly using the corkscrew, where we flip it over to the right instead of going over to the left towards the hairpins. Then, of course, after Anglesey, the final round of the season, round 9 overall, but it's only round 8 for the endurance and round 8 for the sprint, with there being 1 sprint only and 1 endurance only round. Of course, we end at Donington Park. The national layout, though, this time around for the final round of the season, Ross. So slightly different variations there, not only with Anglesey using 2 layouts, but Donington Park using 2 layouts, as obviously at the start of the year, we used the GP section of the circuit.
Absolutely. So, yes, many different variations of racetracks that are on use. Well, there's only 2, technically, with Donington and Anglesey. But, yes, as you said, very, very busy couple of weeks ahead for us again. A week off. Then we're off to Cadwell Park. There's no endurance there. So that is essentially round 5 of the sprint side of things, and then we could call round 7 round 6 realistically if we wanted to do things like that. I don't know.
We're just going to call it round 6 overall because it's far easier.
Yeah, probably. But yes, 2 weeks time, Cadwell Park. Of course, we'll be live with you on LR2 the all weekend. Myself and Lewis bringing you all of the action, as you see some lovely flowers there on your screen. Yes, that's just a sprint weekend. Should be a lot of fun. Cadwell, a very different circuit, shall we say, from Anglesey. A pretty mental opening to the lap, pretty mental back section as well. Obviously very tight and twisty. You get air time as well if you're pushing hard enough.
Yeah.
So, yeah, will be a lot of fun. So make sure that you are subscribed already to NLR TV. If you're not already done so, comment, like, share, as you would, to help promote the championship, help promote the rest of the 12-hour. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. We're here all day for the remaining 8 hours and 45 minutes. Here for No Limits Racing and our biker lawyers. 12 hours of Anglesey. And you can join us again in 2 weeks' time for our sprint-only round at Cadwell Park. So it should be a lot of fun going to that one. I'm really looking forward to it. And then, 𝐑𝐄𝐓 afterwards as well. Yeah. That's going to be mega. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. It's our first time going to 𝐑𝐄𝐓, I think.
Yeah,
for a racing
time,
context,
so
anyway.
heading up anyway. And I don't believe we do any track days up there either. 𝐑𝐄𝐓 tends to do their own things with that sort of side. But of course, Cadwell Park as well will be joined by the British Sidecar Championship as well, with it being a sprint-only round. We had the European Endurance Cup with us over at Brands Hatch, the first of 2 guest classes joining us this year, and then the sidecars over at Cadwell. Obviously, it's been a busy old year for the sidecars. The classic sidecars actually over at Several Hundred during the week. But yeah, it's nice to be joined by something a little bit different. 3 wheels instead of just 2. But yeah, with us talking about circuits and the calendar, a couple of people bringing up some old circuits from the past, one of them being Rockingham, which I actually do believe No Limits Racing were one of, if not the last championship to go racing at Rockingham as a circuit. So there's one little fact for you, which is still related to racing as well, Ross. But we will continue on out on circuit. History lessons done for the time being. But it's good to see the fact that the British sidecars are, of course, joining us, as we said, at Cadwell Park. And Ross, you a fan of sidecars? I'll take that as a yes.
I enjoy them. I'm not as familiar with them as I should be to really appreciate them, I don't think. My granddad used to race sidecars years and years ago. So I kind of appreciate them from a familiar kind of context. Obviously, I won't jump into that history lesson just like you've got to calm down from the Romans before we get into personal history. But you know, I enjoy them from that context. But yeah, it's something that I'm not too familiar with. Sidecars is they're kind of their own unique thing, I've always found. But yeah, the racing's always a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah,
sidecars.
Yeah, the sidecars are their own thing, and well, it's one of these classes which, as you said, never gets appreciated enough.
The people in it are mental as well. Yeah, which makes an interesting conversation.
Yeah, and the people in it are some of the friendliest bunch. I mean, they're a paddock which nowadays, with everything being so secretive, not necessarily in this paddock, but higher up paddocks, everything being so secretive in terms of solo machines, you come to the likes of sidecars and they're still happy to share, happy to take off all the bodywork, show you the chassis, show you what they've been doing overnight. Because with the sidecar teams, quite often you'll find they're still working away at 11 p.m. at night, whether that be an engine change, because let's not forget the engines have to sit on their sides in some cases, and it used to be a case, if you've not found a good enough solution, that within time the engine starts to starve itself of oil, and that's why you see so many engines either blowing up or needing anyway replaced much quicker than you would on a solo machine. But you can just see a changeover. It looks like a changeover for the 21 squad, and it is going to be John Harwood heading back out on track. Now, of course, John did start the race for the 21 team for the Northampton Line Marking squad, and now they continue their running in P3 overall out on circuit, P3 in class as well in the National 1000 category. But yeah, good stuff there for the 21 squad, and John Harwood enjoying himself out here at Anglesey.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's a lovely day for a bike race, and yes, still got plenty of time left to enjoy the action as well. I'm sure everyone is enjoying themselves. It's a great track to ride around, even in if there is the pressure of a race on your shoulders. And it's a lot of fun as well. So, still plenty of time left to go here at Anglesey. And we'll see what these riders can do. It is the Dart Motorsport squad. It does now lead the way, the 92 team. And they'll work their way back in front. Of course, make sure you keep those comments flying on in. I do agree, Rockingham was really fun. I like that place. I mean, it is still there. It's not like it's been knocked down. It's just used as car storage now. So, you can still technically drive round it, I suppose, if you thought about it. Probably be a bit difficult, or ride around it indeed as well. Yeah, I do miss that place. It was a lot of fun. But you know, them's the breaks. Racetracks come and go. This one certainly came pretty recently, only built back in 1997. Was the Anglesey circuit, a former military base of some description. It was an Army and RAF facility. It wasn't an airfield like most racetracks in the UK used to be, but it was an Army and RAF facility, so there are still pillboxes and things around, dotted around the site. And again, somehow they got the funding to build a racetrack here when the Army and the RAF decided that they didn't want to be here anymore, which again, I'm amazed that they found the funding for that in 1997 going through. So there we go, 1997, so celebrating 30 years next year it will be, which is a pretty significant feat. As you see some of the riders heading down the Tom Price straight into the hairpin, of course, named after the only Welsh Formula 1 Grand Prix winner, Tom Price, who actually next year will have lost his life in the South African Grand Prix 50 years ago. So another big anniversary for Welsh motorsport there, I suppose. As there is the gap for the lead, 14.727 seconds between the Dart Motorsport squad and Maselli JJ Racing. Now make that 12.1 as they've just crossed the timing beam to make it a bit different, as it's 16.1 to 𝐔𝐋𝐄𝐓 UK and Moto 46 down in P3. They are, of course, leading the way in the ACU National 600 category and doing a mighty fine job of it as well, back up into the overall podium position. They actually did lead a little bit early doors here at the Nike Lawyers No Limits Endurance 12 Hours of Anglesey. So certainly have the pace. There's not been a huge amount of difference between the 1000s and the 600s overall this season in general, let alone across the 3 and a bit hours we've had so far at Anglesey. A bit of a front wheel pickup there. That's from the 25 Fireworks machine, one of our solo bike efforts. Fireworks down to 22nd overall at the moment, second in class in the Team Power Trophy. That, of course, being the No Limits Endurance instead of the ACU Endurance.
basically the same thing, just for perhaps the slightly less experienced rider, so to speak. But Fireworks, of course, one of our only teams that do run a single bike setup. In fact, I think they may well be one of the only ones we've got here, because we had a few that pulled out despite being on the entry list. Of course, Maselli JJ Racing is a single bike entry list. They've got a BMW that they run around on. Who else is there that's only a single bike entry? Fireworks, of course, as I just mentioned. The Opendure 2 squad is supposedly a single bike entry, and the Dam Busters as well. So I've got a couple. We've seen more in the past. We've seen less in the past. So it's not too bad overall. All things considered. Parkour Ferret coming in saying, Anglesey, definitely my favourite track at the moment. Just a million miles away from me. That's a shame. It's a track that I'm very much enjoying. It's actually my first time being here myself. But it was a lovely little drive, only about 2 hours for me from Manchester. Lovely drive along the north coast of Wales. Drive I'm pretty used to making. Been to Bangor a fair few times for sports-related stuff that I won't get into until later on when we really are desperate for things to talk about. It's a lovely old drive, 2 hours, nice and easy. Come here, and yes, it's a great little track, this. I say little track, 2.1 miles, but it's a great place, gorgeous location, great racing on display as well. I'm very much looking forward to being back for the coastal sprint races later on. And there will, of course, be a Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance at the coastal layout as well when we're back. So they get 2 lots of Anglesey. They're going to be sick of Anglesey by the time they're back. Yes, would not be jealous of them at all whatsoever. 8 hours, 37 minutes, 20 odd seconds left on the clock then. So, 6 hours Parkour Ferret. Where are you coming from, Parkour Ferret, in the live stream chat? That's 6 hours to here. It's Scotland or the extreme southwest, basically, isn't it? Or just somewhere right on the coast. That's a real shame. It's a long old journey, that. To be fair, I can't really complain about long journeys. Lewis Ray, our Scottish correspondent, who I'm sure we'll hear from soon, does travel a lot for these rounds. I'm sure he's very much looking forward to Knockhill, which is his local track. There are actually other racetracks in Scotland. I know it's shocking to hear that, but Knockhill is his local circuit. I think he's about half an hour down the road, so he's very much looking forward to that one. As we'll continue to follow around the Fireworks bike, just out there doing its thing at the moment. Currently for Fireworks, it is Andy Carlisle on the bike as it currently stands. Just going to see if we have any messages from Race Control recently. No, we have not. Just a reminder that if anyone from the RAF Dam Busters squad has not been to see Race Control for their prize draw, do send someone over to Race Control to go and get your prize. Again, there is instead of awarding points at different increments, the championship decided that it was probably not the best idea to mess around with the point structure, even though it is a big old race here at Anglesey. So instead, it's just it's like a raffle basically, but you don't have to pay to enter. Lewis thought it was fuel and tyres you could win. I got told earlier by somebody it was like some caps and some t-shirts. I really hope it's fuel and tyres for the team's sake, because that's a lot more expensive, and you'd be probably, as a motor racing squad, very, very happy with a set of tyres and some fuel. Of course, you can go and get tyres from our official race support here at No Limits. We do have the biggest distributor of race tyres in the whole UK. James and his big old Pirelli truck. We'll head down to speak to them guys in a little while. They're big awning down in the paddock. Then you can get discounts as well if you are a No Limits member on certain things. Motor oil, 40% off if memory serves. No Limits custom knee sliders are big 20% off. So you get a lot of discounts if you are a member of No Limits from the race support guys, and of course they will help you out as well. Just place an order for your tyres. They've got Pirellis, Metzlers, Dunlops as well. And again, the largest supplier of race and track day tyres in the whole of the UK. And there's free delivery as well, I think, if you remember.
And even if you're not a member, I think if you order at the track something for delivery, I think it's still free delivery anyway. So there you go. Go and speak to James. He's the man of the moment if you need a set of rubber or something along those lines. So, yeah, we'll definitely head down into the paddock and speak to James a little bit later on if he's not packing up already. I think he envisions a fairly quiet afternoon for himself and his team. Most people probably have their tyres in already. Of course, a busy day before qualifying. All the quick guys would have been wanting fresh rubber for qualifying. Not sure whether they did get that in. So yeah, that's the last we've heard from Race Control, was that the RF Dambusters were indeed our prize draw winners. So congratulations to the RAF boys. 8 hours, 30 minutes left on the clock. In about 2 hours' time, this will have turned into the longest endurance race that we've had so far this year. And we're not even halfway through. Dart Motorsport still leading the way. 4.6 now is the gap to Maselli JJ Racing. So that gap is certainly coming down. Of course, they have just come in for a pit stop, or relatively recently anyway, has the number one squad, as the crowd's enthralled by the action that they see before them here at No Limits Racing. So, again, new tyres, fresh fuel, probably a new rider as well for that number one team. And indeed, it looks like James Lodge, unless he's doubled. No, he's double stint. No, he has got back on the bike, actually. It was a double stint for Gary Johnson. Those guys at Maselli JJ are double stinting. All their physical stints, anyway. They are, of course, do need to come in for fuel and the like. And in fact, they have just gone to the lead as well. So they've worked their way past Dart Motorsport, who I'm yet to see coming in, unless they've come into the pits and I've completely missed it. Oh no, they have come into the pits. It's just not saying on my live timing. So they've come into pit lane and come back out. Tommy Caldwell probably is off the bike now. Who will be on? Mark Hewitt, I think. It's been a little while since Mark's been out. We've had 2 stints for Tommy Caldwell. A stint for Lewis Mason, a stint for Aaron. Yeah, so it is Mark Hewitt that's come back out now for his second stint on the bike. So he'll be making his way around now. Of course, Mark out there riding on the 92 bike of a Kawasaki ZX 10R. Found it in the end. Struggling to see where Dart Motorsport was on my entry list. They've also got an Aprilia RSV4 for Lewis Mason. Then an Aprilia for Tommy Caldwell as well. It's not an RSV4, it's just 1000cc, that one. And then a Fireblade for Aaron Spence as well. So a nice little selection there for the Dart Motorsport guys. And still making a really good run of things. They are 28.3 seconds back from Maselli JJ Racing at the breaking of the timing being last time around, following their pit stop. They're only a couple of seconds ahead, so they've lost about 30 seconds in pit lane, I'd say, which isn't bad going at all. Again, it is a very, very short pit lane here at Anglesey. I mean, we're talking, it can't even be 100 metres long. Maybe it is just over 100 metres, actually. That's an understatement. I'll have to ask Lewis when he gets back, because he's down there now trying to find people to talk to, and hopefully has pretty soon. So we'll wait to see if he's able to find anyone and see what's going on. But it's now 30 seconds between Maselli JJ Racing and Dart Motorsport in P2. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 leading the way still in the ACU National 600 category. A lap down already though for those guys. It sounds like our Scottish correspondent has found some people.
Down here in the Pirelli race support for the time being, and plenty of tyres coming in during this 12-hour endurance race. A couple of tyres being balanced at the moment as well, but just down inside the awning with James from Pirelli. And James, it's a busy old day for yourself. It's a busy old day for Pirelli. Maybe not necessarily the full-on action, but it keeps you busy all the way throughout the 12 hours for sure.
Yeah, definitely. They'll come in fits and spurts. We got fitted up this morning with a load of people, last night with a load of people getting ready, and then kind of every hour we see people turning up, asking for advice. What about this? What about that? We just had Paul from More Moto in, just been asking him what that tyre's done, how much it's done. It's important for my knowledge moving forward. to pass on to other customers what the track conditions are like out there and what the tyres are doing. A lot of guys are coming in yesterday early morning saying it's quite slippy out there, I've got no grip. When a lot of people are saying that's the case, and we ride to that grip rather than trying to compensate for it. With the 12-hour endurance, you could get more grip out of the tyre by lowering the tyre pressure, but that's going to the tyre out quicker, which great for me selling tyres, not great for the guys that are trying to look to make the tyre last a little bit longer, which is the main aim of the endurance race, you know?
Yeah, and well, you were speaking about wanting to know how much the tyre does, how many stints it's managed, qualifying sessions even. What are you sort of finding here at Anglesey? For example, let's just say an SC1 rear. How long are you seeing it sort of lasting here at Anglesey?
So that was a good example, actually. That was on a 765, that SC1 rear, of a team that I think have been leading the race, the More Moto team, or Moto 46 team. Paul had done about 55 or 60 laps on that tyre. Still had a bit of life in it, but not good enough really to go again for another session of racing. So he changed that out. The Lodge brothers on a 1000cc bike, they're doing a tyre every time the bike comes in, and that tyre's completely worn out, done its job, running a softer compound, maximum grip over a short period of time with high usage. And then we've got guys that are trying to eke as much as they can out of a tyre, using a stronger compound, maybe giving up a little bit of ultra grip, but getting the life out of the tyre.
Yeah, and well, starting just with the Pirellis itself, luckily it looks like, at least so far, we're not going to need to touch the wet tyres this weekend, hopefully, but looking at the dry compounds for the slick tyres, what are you seeing being the favourite? There's obviously SC1s, SC0s, and some SC2s out there as well. What are you looking for? What are the riders preferring? Are they wanting, for example, a little bit more edge grip with a softer tyre, or are they wanting more stability under the brake-in with a harder compound, certainly on the front?
Yeah, that's a good question. Pretty much everybody goes SC1 front, soft compound front, even right up to professional level. There's World Superbike on at Donington today. A high number of those guys will be on an SC1 front tyre. Gives the best contact feel, gives the best kind of grip. The 2 does give some more stability, but a lot of amateur riders don't like the feel of the 2. So they go with the 1, high level of grip, and we have no issues with wear rate around here on the front tyre. On the rear, we saw more SC1s than anything. That gives a very good balance of grip and life. Some guys have opted to go with an SC2 compound to try and maximise the grip. Interestingly, nobody's gone with the SC3 compound this weekend, which is the strongest compound and what we tend to use a lot in endurance racing, given that it's hot. And when you come up the fast right hand up to the top of the hill, you've got a left, right. It's very tight up there, especially coming down the hill. It's hard to get the bike out. So if you've got less grip, you start to spin and you start to feel maybe lack a little bit of confidence. So we can go a little bit softer, you get a bit of drive, and we get out the corner a bit easier.
And obviously below the SC1, we also have an SC0 in the lorry today. Is there many riders going with that? What sort of life expectancy? Is it just a case of maybe 1 stint, maybe 2 tops with it?
That'll be a 1 stint tyre, definitely. The only people that have used zeros this weekend are the guys from UK Fire Safety. John and Mark used a 0 in the back of their Ducatis, and I can't pronounce his first name, I apologise in advance. The Irwin brother, is it Kalin? Yes. He used a 0 yesterday, but he is racing on a 1 today.
And well, we've talked about the Pirellis. It's not just Pirellis that we can use in this championship, Metzeler as well. And what are you sort of seeing for the Metzeler runners out there? Is it as popular as the Pirellis? And compound wise, are they yet again going with the softer tyres?
So for this event, it's the first event we've done since I've been doing this with No Limits, which is 9 years I think now, where we've sold more Metzeler product than Pirelli product. So everything that's in the awning that can be seen when you turn up at a race meeting, those pre-ordered, prepaid tyres. We have stock in the back of the wagon, but everything in here has been ordered in advance. The guys come in, give us their details, and we fit them up. It makes it a very easy transaction. The Metzeler here was stacked off the lorry on Thursday morning when we set up, and we've got some new products from Metzeler in a 190/60 Supersport tyre and a 265 Superbike tyre. Just made purely for No Limits in K1 and K2 compound, and we've got a good balance. One of the guys from Dark Motorsports just stood at the counter. They're at the sharp end of the race. They're on the K1 rear. No, they've used K1 and K2 actually for these this event. The Lodge brothers are on K1 rears with Gary Johnson, and that Metzeler is very similar in compound in a K1 to an SC1. The K2 is very similar to an SC3, just little changes in the carcass construction. It's a little bit stiffer in its construction, so it gives a little bit more stability. And we have a fantastic offer on the Metzlers at the moment, where a pair of those are just £380, which is about £80 less than the Pirelli product. Doesn't make it any lesser of a product, it's just coming at a good price point.
And you mentioned tyres, a tyre compound specifically developed for no limits racing itself. What sort of work goes into that, into creating a compound and the testing involved in it, to actually get the right compound for riders of such different abilities up the front and all the way back to the latter end of the grid?
Yeah, I mean, the R&D team are very high up, very intelligent people, and they listen to our feedback. But genuinely, like the SC1 rear we have here in 265 is the same one that Carl Ride wins races on. It's the same one used at Moto 2. The zero will be the same zero that's used at World Superbike today at Donington. So there's this natural theme with Pirelli where they want to put it across their whole market. And that's what's happened with the Metzler product. They've utilised what they've learned from the Pirelli product. They are two separate brands, but Pirelli own Metzler. Pirelli bought Metzler in the 80s. The same robots in the same factories make them the very same principles. The K1 and the K2 compound there, some of that technology will have come from road racing where the Metzler product excels. Dean Harrison's just won on the Metzler product at the TT, for example, and the Southern 100 just this last week. And that goes into what we call a development tyre. So if I could just show you quickly, actually.
It's going to bring, I think, the tyre compound over to us now, both K1 and the specially developed tyre for no limits.
So the branding of an SC1 and a K1 is always blue. Have that there. And then we have these little labels, white labels here, and this denotes a development product. So it's not labelled as a K1. But we know from that code there that tyre is a 190/60 in a K1 compound. So it's actually got KD hidden behind the sticker there. D stands for development. So that is, when you look at Dean Harrison's tyres getting fitted up at the TT with the latest, highest spec product, his are all development products just like that. So these have come in the same kind of direction. We're having great results with them as well, by the way.
Yeah, and for the development products, what is the end goal for these tyres? Is it to end up on the general market and maybe to replace the likes of the K1?
It's exactly that, yeah. I think we're utilising No Limits to show that the 190/60 and the 265, which has only been previously available in a K0 compound, and that zero puts a lot of people off because they think it's a very soft racing tyre, which of course it is, but actually for the open market of club racing and track days, K1 and K2 is far more appealing. So we'll do the hard work with the product.
Yeah, and well, speaking about the tyre products, obviously, you've spoken about the fact that you're hoping to bring it into the overall market. I mean, for a viewer at home,
looks like we're struggling with connection there a little bit, unfortunately, from Lewis and James. Really interesting conversation between the pair of them, though. We're going to try and go back one last time or a couple of times. I think they may have moved over in the awning to where there's maybe a little bit more signal for our receiver. So let's hand back over to Lewis and hopefully we can learn some more about some development tyres.
Yeah, the Anglesey connection gremlins playing havoc there. Obviously, you can barely make a phone call here, never mind trying to connect a camera together. But yeah, James, you were just speaking there at the end, just speaking about how the fact that basically similar sort of development goes into those development tyres as the likes of Dean Harrison on the roads, and really top-of-the-line products that hopefully one day is going to make its way into the mainstream, replacing the likes of the K1 that already exists. But just speaking for the general viewer at home who maybe only does track days, maybe the odds race meeting here or there, obviously Pirelli and Metzler owned under the same banner. How would you describe the difference to it? Is it just a difference in price? Is it a slight difference in performance? Is the Metzler maybe a little bit more user-friendly if you're not necessarily doing the quickest times in the world?
I think you summed up some points very well there, actually, yeah. So the Metzler product is actually a little bit lower in price point than the Pirelli. The Pirelli, as a matter of fact, is designed for short-circuit racing at the highest level. Like I said earlier on, the same front tyre and the same rear tyre we have here are used in World Superbike, Moto 2 and British Superbike. Same tyre that they're using, exactly the same. The Metzler product is a little bit cheaper in price, like I said, and it is more user-friendly. The Pirelli has a working window, let's say, of SC3 to SCQ. K1 and K2 is a little bit wider, so it's a bit more forgiving. On the roads, you know, you stand on Glencrutchy Road at the Isle of Man TT in 30 degrees heat. By the time you're 7 miles down the course, it could be 15 degrees under the trees. So the Metzler product is designed to work over a wider range of operating temperatures and usage. So it's a little bit more user-friendly. And we also find that maybe with the Metzler product, you don't sacrifice any grip as an amateur rider. You might just get a little bit more life out of it as well.
Yeah, save a bit of money at the end of the day, especially during these longer races while trying to get some extra life. But yeah, obviously it's not just tyres that you sell in race support. You sell levers, t-shirts, oil, brake cleaner, brake pads, everything. I mean, at a race meeting, what can they expect once they come to Pirelli, Laurie? Is it just tyres, or is it a case that it's almost a one-stop shop?
We're trying to make it a one-stop shop. Yeah, definitely. We've got tremendous support from partners like Alpine Star, RST, RI, Motul, SBS, Oakley. I'm looking around, looking at things. We're trying to just create a shop where if you need a set of knee sliders, if you need a bottle of brake cleaner, if you need some tyre warmers because your tyre warmers are just bust, we're just trying to help you over a weekend. And also, as a No Limits Racing member, you get fantastic discount across everything as well. So, like SBS brake pads, you get 15% off. Motul oils, a good discount off Motul oil. So, we're really trying to help the guys once they're here as well, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And well, you've been involved in the paddock for a good time yourself. What keeps you coming back? What keeps Pirelli coming back? I mean, I'm sure you guys love it, especially here at Anglesey and the great weather that we've had so far this year. I mean, I'm sure you're hoping by the end of the season you can sell maybe a couple more wet tyres to get them out of stock. But yeah, I'm sure you love it yourself being here in the paddock.
Yeah, very much so. It's pretty much all I've ever known. My first job was working for Bill Smith in Chester. I started with him in 2003, I think. He got me into racing in 2004. My very first race was here at Anglesey. And I've been coming back ever since. And when I stopped racing in about 2009, it was a natural transition for me to just stay in the paddock and provide a service and do everything we're doing here still today. And I love it. We all love it. All the lads here, they've either been involved in racing a long time or they've raced themselves. So we understand what the guys on the ground are going through. We sympathise with them. We offer some good advice. And yeah, I keep saying to people, it's better than a real job, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We all love being part of the paddock, and well, I can see a queue starting to form, so I'll let you go in just a few moments. But finally, if you were out on track today, obviously you've maybe a little bit more tyre knowledge than the general person, I think it's fair to say. But if you're out on track today, what would you be looking towards tyre-wise? Would it be a development tyre? Would it be maybe an SC2, an SC1?
I've always liked the Mets. I've always said to people, if I was going back racing myself now, paying for it myself, knowing probably how fast I was and maybe how fast I wouldn't be anymore with my belly, I think K1 is a really good option, and this new K2 development tyre we've had for extending the life of the tyre while still being able to perform at a high level, it just ticks a load of boxes for me, you know?
Yeah, and well, finally, if the people want to get in touch at home, how can they do that? If they want to take part, if they want to maybe message you guys for some advice as well, how can they get in touch?
Dead easy. Call the No Limits number, the No Limits office number. We're on option 3. Ask for James or Simon. We'll be in the office. Or via the website shop.nolimitstrackdays.com. We've got a social media page as well, No Limits Race Support on Instagram. So look us up, message us, give us a shout.
Well, thank you so much, and I'll let you get on with work for today.
Nice one. Thanks, mate. Appreciate your time.
And well, Ross, that's all we have up here down in Race Support, and back up to you up in the commentary box.
Thank you all very much, Long Lewis, and wow, great to hear from James there. A really nice guy who runs a really solid operation, but just goes to show how much technology and research goes into modern racing tyres. It's ridiculous how good they are compared to even 10 years ago, quite frankly. In the meanwhile, something did happen while we were away. 𝐂𝐓𝐿, the 321 harp and horsepower rider, had an issue. I'm not sure if he broke down or crashed, but he stopped at school. He has been escorted back to the pit lane. He was on the outside of the circuit, so the recovery van could go and get him. Harp and horsepower have now rejoined the circuit with Keith Richardson, but they are now down in 26th place, 19 laps down. Following that incident, again, not sure if it was a breakdown or an incident for the 321 bike and 𝐂𝐓𝐿. Again, I'm assuming he was on a Scott. He has been signed to Scott bikes for 2026 and beyond after taking the 2025 Senior Manx GP. And was supposed to be contesting the T2 this year. Did contest the T2, or tried to anyway before it got rained off again. So hopefully everything's okay there with him. The bike is back, and 321 have headed back out to the circuit once the bike was returned. I think it was returned before the 15-minute marker. And they'll continue on their merry way. Up the front of this still, Maselli JJ Racing ahead of Dart Motorsport. 𝐔𝐿 UK Moto 46 in P3 at the moment with Caelan Irwin on the bike currently. He started this race. This is now his second stint, but probably starting to come towards the end of it. We were down with James for quite a while, it must be said. But, wow, what a fascinating conversation. James, a really, really good bloke. A very busy man, it must be said. I would say he always makes time for you, but he doesn't all the time, because sometimes it's just like, look, I need to get on. I've got a million tyres to fit and do and all of that. But, yeah, really, really good bloke. And, again, you won't find anyone in the paddock more knowledgeable on the rubber that these guys are on than him. And I certainly aren't, I'll tell you that much. So fascinating to get that in-depth understanding and to have him explain to us how the tyres work, and obviously especially Pirelli with the operating window. Pirelli, of course, will be under a lot of scrutiny moving forward, given that they are going to be supplying Grand Prix World Championship tyres from next year. And there's a lot of kind of not concern, but a bit like, oh, okay, how's that going to work? Because obviously with superbikes and the likes, it's quite easy. Because, again, the bikes, anyone who's on Pirelli tyres here will be on the same Pirelli tyres that people in PSP are running on and people in WSBK are running on. They're all the same tyre. You can go and buy those from Pirelli and it's fine, but what are they going to do for MotoGP? So there'll be scrutiny there, and of course, if it then has any knock-on effects and changes the tyres that you at home can buy and that our riders here at No Limits Racing will be on, we'll wait to see. But it's an interesting time in bike racing, it must be said, of course. Lots of changes afoot, as there has been for 10 years, to be fair. Look at the bike racing community 10 years ago. It's a lot of change, as that is Rhys Irwin down there. Good to have Rhys Irwin with us in his Master Max shirt as well. Didn't think he'd be here, but clearly watching his brother going around. And that is a change for 𝐔𝐋𝐿 UK Moto 46 out there. But Rhys then sporting his brother in does come. His brother in Caelan. And out will be, that looks to be Paul Holden, I believe, making his way out from pit lane. Shouldn't be, though. It could be Mark Bridger, potentially. No, it should be Paul Holden. Looking at my timings anyway. Someone has been on pit wall, has made the call to someone to come in, and is making a desperate run back to the pit garage. One of the number 53 machines. The Le Mans start was earlier. You can calm down now. Of course, KGG Endurance, George Dudson is just coming into the pit lane, and out heads one of the other riders. Can't quite identify who that is for you. We'll tell you when it updates on our live timing, unless maybe it is Dudson that's just going out. No, Dudson's just come in. I presume it's probably Thomas Cawthorne West that's going out currently, potentially, maybe. We'll work it out. Very professional of me. Yes, I believe that will have been... What bike was he on? I didn't really see. I believe it's Thomas Cawthorne West. We'll figure it out anyway, as our Scottish correspondent returns to the commentary box. And 8 hours, 11 minutes left to go, Lewis Ray. A very fascinating conversation with James, it must be said. I was really enjoying that one. Oh, somebody going slowly, just letting people to. Hopefully they're all okay. But yeah, great conversation there with James. Really enjoyed that one. And yeah, good to hear from him as well. And good to see that he's in good spirits, not ripping his hair out with stress because everyone wants tyres.
Yeah, exactly. I think on a race like this, maybe you would expect it to be absolutely mayhem down there. But actually, they're... enjoying themselves and actually having a little bit of time to put their feet up in between tyres getting brought to them, because it's coming in drips and drabs, but it's consistently coming in drips and drabs. So it can be the case that they can still take some breaks, and it can be one person doing tyres for maybe half an hour and then swap around or whatnot. So yeah, they're enjoying themselves down there. I think trying to get the sun whenever they possibly can. And well, James, he's always a pleasure to speak to. He's always very, very happy to have a nice little chat with us. And as we heard there, SE1's definitely being the tyre of choice in terms of Pirelli, and quite a few riders trying the new development option. It's very, very cool, the fact that we have a development tyre here at No Limits Racing. Just shows how close we actually work together with the likes of Pirelli, with the likes of Metzeler as well. And yeah, a lot of the riders that are running at the top of this field, let's not forget, are running Metzelers. It's not all about Pirelli out there.
No, it certainly isn't. And of course, other tyre manufacturers are available as well.
But not in this championship, of course.
No, not in this one, but in other championships, they certainly are available if you so wish. And of course, we're not, we're not sponsored by Pirelli or Vettel. Well, we are in association with them. That's different. That's not a sponsorship. Come on, Lewis. Look up your legal terms here, mate. Come on.
Have you got into any more history lessons?
No, I haven't.
Okay, that's good.
Someone was appreciating my Roman history, to be fair.
Oh, that's good.
So there you go.
That's good. There has to be someone out there, I suppose. Now, just over 8 hours left on the clock. Paul Beard at the moment trying to get through on 𝐾𝐍 Endurance, and making it easy work of that, you have to say. And Ross, 8 hours left on the clock at the moment. I don't think the teams are going to be looking towards the end of the race just yet. I think they're still going to be seeing a hefty race on their hands. And let's not forget, here at No Limits, we've never done a 12-hour race before, so this is breaking new ground, certainly, for them. And, there is one of the OP Endure teams, obviously number 1 and number 2 out on circuit. At the start of the race, number 1 eventually retiring. Well, not retiring, spend the rest of the time in pit lane. They're still in pit lane at the moment, Ross, but, only completing 29 laps down on the bike ahead, 58 laps down on our race leader. At what point can we start to consider them a retirement?
It's not over till it's over. Come back still on. Trust the process, believe. It's not looking good.
Yeah, they've done 2 out laps now and came back into the pits at the end of the out laps. So some issues here.
Yeah, there's clearly something wrong with the bike, right? There's clearly something going on, and they've got some issues out there. I guess the question is, I'm sure they'll probably try and send it back out at the end, at least, to take the checkered flag. Because you do tend to see that. We did see that last time at Brands Hatch with a couple of squads who tried to push themselves out. So at the end, to get a couple of laps in, at least there's the 53. Back into pit lane for the 53, and potentially more problems then for 𝐾𝐍 Endurance, who didn't stop too long ago. Looks like they were fastening something down on the edge of on the back of the bike there. Not too sure, but looks like they'll continue on their merry way and everything will be okay. Yeah, interesting. We'll keep our eye on that one. As also into the pit, one of the 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍, isn't that our third place in class in the ACU 1000 category or now third overall, should I say. Isn't that the 21 bike? Potentially is. As they're just getting some air into the radiator there, of course. When you station in the pit lane on a hot day like this, if the engine's still running, just need to keep that rad cool, keep the engine cool. Very easy to overheat. Again, saw that at Brands quite a lot as well. A couple of people having some overheating issues, not in the endurance necessarily, but just across the course of the weekend. Of course, here though, no sprint races. Only 12 hours of Biker Lawyers endurance action here at Anglesey. It's been a fantastic, just approaching 4 hours now. Of course, a reminder on the safety car clock. If there is no safety car within the next hour and 58 minutes, that would take us to 2:55 in the PM local time. Then the safety car will be back out by that time. So that's what's going on in terms of safety car clock. So keep your mind on that one, because of course that will be coming up back again. And of course, if presuming there's no incidents the rest of the race, there's still one more further time we're expecting the safety car to come back as well. So that's the current state of play. That's the state of the union as things stand as we approach the 4-hour mark here, Lewis Ray.
Yeah, approaching the 4-hour mark as things stand, and contains to be Maselli JJ Racing leading the way. At the moment, though, on board that bike, it is going to be James Lodge. Of course, James started the race for the team, then it handed over to Jonathan Lodge before Gary Johnson had his turn at the reins. He started about lap 79 and lasted all the way until lap 118, where he entered the pit lane. As number 18 is handed a pit stop infringement penalty, 18.505 seconds. So, pretty hefty one for them, and that's going to be for going under about 3.7 seconds or so under the pit stop intervention time. So not what they were hoping for at all, but number 18 out on circuit for the time being. And actually just trying to see him on the timing order on the TSL, and that looks to be in 18th position as Oddballs racing on the number 2 machine. But apart from that, It doesn't appear to be at 18 out on circuit, so maybe just a little slip up of the number for the team that's been given the short pit stop infringement. Nonetheless, though, we will carry on until we know exactly who that is. Dart Motorsport continues to hunt down the number 1 squad. 5.1 seconds now, so pretty close yet again. It was edging all the way up to about 13 seconds or so, and then, well, now it's reduced yet again. There's Hewitt on board the BMW. Obviously, he's enjoying his time over here in the UK. Obviously, it's a short trip over from Ireland for him, and seems like he's enjoying every single minute with us at No Limits Racing. Of course, we've had about 10 minutes under safety car so far in this race, so I would expect the next safety car intervention period to be much of the same. Obviously, there's been a few technicals in the last 20 minutes or so. A couple of riders being stopped over at school, and a team that's managed to lose a tank extender, so they have to go to race control. I wanted to have a little word about that and exactly why it came off their bike if it wasn't done correctly. But nonetheless, it continues to be this team right here, the Maselli JJ Racing, who continues to lead the way. Over 5 seconds of an advantage. Not the fastest lap of the race, but consistently running within the 1:32 bracket. Impressive stuff so far from the Lodge duo plus Gary Johnson, and they continue to lead the way. 8 hours, just over 8 hours remain on the clock here at Anglesey for the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance race. The National and No Limits Endurance Championships are out on circuit and enjoying their time. 3 seconds of an advantage still from Lodge as we do have a bike off circuit well over at turn 1, and that's going to be the 92 squad. So Dart Motorsport off the road, keeping it on 2 wheels, luckily for them, but a massive mistake for your second place runners. It was a 3-second advantage for Maselli JJ Racing, and now you would imagine, Ross McIntyre, that gap is going to massively grow over this next lap. Lose at least 5 seconds there. Now he's going to have dirty tyres. It's going to take a couple of corners to get the confidence back in that machine.
I will say well held, I'll say that much. The fact you stayed on 2 wheels, certainly not bad going, but we'll wait to see what effect that is going to have, as we'll probably be waiting for the next lap for them to come through. But a big moment there before the 4-hour mark.
Limits Racing.
Coming up to 4 hours then, Maselli JJ Racing now a 3-second lead after that moment for the Dart Motorsport 92 bike. 𝐔𝐋𝐄𝐓, UK Motor 46 in P3, followed by the 21 third place in the National 1000, 5th and 6th second in the National 600 class. Brandy Racing and Full Throttle Racing there, followed by Proudfoot Racing and Double Trouble. IWS up to P9, still leading the way in the Team Power Trophy, and Lane Boys in P10. Then it's Pack Racing P11, followed by PB Racing, Snapdragon Racing, Ride Culture Racing, PP Racing, Fireworks, Shet Racing, Oddballs Racing, Donkey Box Racing, Race Skins Endurance in P20. 12 laps down for those guys down there. So a long way to go if they want to be winning this race. Overall, our final 8 teams out there. The Merlin 846 squad, Heck Racing, KGG Endurance. We've just seen them coming into the pits with an issue of some description, but headed back out once again. OP Enduro 2, the RAF Dambusters in P25, then Harp and Horsepower, who have rejoined after incidents earlier on, the mechanical failure from out on the circuit. And then down at the back, PP Racing 2 and Op Endure 1, seemingly still in pit lane, now 63 laps down for the 101 squad as it currently stands. As we do have the 100 bike into the pit lane, so they'll be having a quick changeover. Looks like a rider change as well. So it's an R6 heading out there. No, it's not an R6, it's an R1. What am I talking about? Because those, of course, are the class leaders in the Team Power Trophy. Essentially, the Bike Lawyers No Limits version of the ACU National Endurance 1000 category. So there we are. Well, we've got a BMW that's just come in. 2 BMWs for them. Believe they are M1000s, not S1000s. S1000s, there you go. Thank you very much, Lewis Ray. And then Jack Hughes heads out on his R1. So no issues for him there. Looks like it was Ben Solheim who came in there. Pretty solid stop as well. Shouldn't be any problems. The 18 does have an 18.5 second penalty for a pit stop time infringement penalty, though. So they've got that one reasonably wrong, but not horrendously so.
But it doesn't appear to be an 18 out there on circuit.
Yeah, so they must race controller probably accidentally just put the wrong number in. This is like just happened. So they've either put the wrong number in, race control, if you're listening, you put the wrong number in, or someone's having an issue, clearly. So we'll figure that one out. We'll wait to see if there's a new message coming through from race control in a few short moments' time. But yes, there is not an 18 bike out on circuit. Race control have issued the imaginary 18 bike with an 18.5 second penalty nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Still a penalty for one of the teams out there, and yet another team, receiving a pit stop infringement penalty, but nonetheless we will carry on with the action out on circuit. After the mistake from Darts Motorsport about 5 minutes or so ago, it's now a 15-second gap at the front, so that is well and truly risen, and he's lost about 10 seconds or so to Maselli GG Racing. So the number one squad, even if they lead it or not, they've been given a second gift out there on circuit. The race lead was the first one, although don't get me wrong, they're working very, very hard out there. All three of them are. I think they'll deserve a pat on the back, especially Gary Johnson and everyone else also taking part in the 7100 within the last couple of days. Straight away, getting the ferry, getting the flight over back to the UK, and then heading back out on circuit and enjoying themselves on this beautiful coastal circuit. Obviously not the coastal layout that we normally use, but still, nonetheless, more corners, more overtaking opportunities. What is there, really, to complain about? The sun shines out. Still, just under 8 hours of motorcycle racing does remain with us here at Anglesey. Of course, no surprise here, this being the sole race of the weekend. We're not going to have anything else tomorrow. This is going to be enough to tire out everyone in the paddock, and everyone's going to sleep very, very well tonight, I would imagine, and then wake up tomorrow, head back home, and then reconvene in a couple of weeks' time for some sprint action. And who knows, we could see a couple of different riders as well that would only really look towards the endurance part of a weekend, and then now thinking about taking part in the Castle Park round, which of course being the sprint only round that we have coming up. But 7 hours 57 minutes left on the clock here in Ross, and well, a massive mistake from Darts Motorsport, and now they've given themselves yet another target and yet another thing to hunt for with a 14.7 second gap.
Well, the Maselli JJ bike and Dark Motorsport on two very, very different strategies. Of course, have to remember that the number one squad, that is a single bike team. The 92 is a multi-bike team, so they're running the tag team pit stops. As a result, that number one bike can run longer, is allowed an endurance fuel tank, so it can hold more fuel, can go longer. That does mean, though, that if they're having full tyre changes and the like, pit stops will take slightly longer than those for Dark Motorsport, even with the minimum pit stop time. So they're on differing strategies, but they're still fairly close together. 15.3 seconds, 15.4, let's call it, is the gap at the line last time round. Differing strategies. Dark Motorsport seem to be overall slightly behind because they're swapping places with the different pit stops, but it seems that Maselli JJ Racing are very much the team that is in realistically the lead of this race, even with the pit stops coming into play, the different strategies and whatnot. So Dark Motorsport need to make all the opportunities that they can when they get into the lead to make them stick. They need to pull gaps out, and they need to push. They need to put, just time and just effort into the road to try and claw down that net gap, essentially, because the net gap is what we currently see. They are currently losing by 15.5 seconds. Well, losing second place, but, first of the losers and all that, for being really harsh. So they can't really afford to be making mistakes like that. That was a big mistake, and it was very, very well held. Lucky that, they've not been in the pit lane for 15 minutes as a result of that, because the rider wasn't down and out, and that was landlocked as well where they were going to be. So very, very lucky in that regard for the 92 squad. As I say that, they are going to come in for a pit stop now. Yeah, interesting. So Aaron Spence will be going out. It's about time he's gone out. He's not been out for a little while. They seem to be sticking to a pretty similar run plan. Aaron Spence only been out once so far in this race for the Dark guys. Put in a pretty solid stint as well. So, okay, so Well, he just needs to have a really solid stint in hopes that Maselli JJ Racing pit and he's in front of them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever you have the track position, although the likes of Maselli, I mean, they're really smart riders, especially in the endurance category, they're going to know, for example, that they're not necessarily going to have to chase them, that pit stops will bring them back to the forefront of this race. It's still another target, it's still something else you can push for, which either can help you or hinder you. It just depends what type of rider you are. It can maybe let you push a little bit too hard in some stages in the race. But yeah, Dart Motorsport is setting in P2. Let's not forget as well, they are using the conventional, more normal tag team style race. Unlike Maselli JJ Racing, while they're using a much more normal a classic endurance style format. So there you have one bike. These guys changing bikes all the way throughout. So you're about to see a BMW change into the Honda in the space of a heartbeat. There is the gap though between second and third out on circuit. Dart Motorsport and the Motor 46 squad, about 31 seconds or so, just over 31 seconds. So yeah, busy period for them. They're going to make that stop now. Well, next time they come around. But I mean, whenever you have these conditions, we've spoke quite a while about tyres, as I do see Hewitt now come into the pit lane. So here he comes now. Let's watch this changeover. You can also see the Maselli guys waiting in the background. They have a pit box right at the start of pit lane. Tommy as well, just coming out, making sure everything's done right. Maybe have a little bit of feedback from his rider, because one thing that we do know about the Dart Motorsport people, and certainly as Mark Hewitt does come in, is Mark's going to be able to transfer a lot of data to Tommy Caldwell. And let's not forget Tommy, he's so knowledgeable when it comes to motorcycles and setting them up, and he's the guy that you want in your corner if something's not feeling right.
Of course, I mean, he is the Dart Motorsport man, isn't he? He turns up even when he's not racing on a weekend with his dyno truck and is there helping people out, understand if there's a problem, what that problem is, helping them to fine-tune their the internals of the bike. So again, the man knows a thing or two about data processing and how bikes work. So again, they'll be able to feed that back to him and he'll be able to go, okay, well, we can do this going forward. Well, they probably do have the dyno truck here. I don't think they've got the time to stick anything on the dyno truck right now, given it's the middle of a race. But again, they can look at the data that's come back in. They can change things. They can make tweaks to the bike setups going forward, tweaks to the tyre pressure as well. One thing we've been hearing a lot is that we're expecting the track around about now, to be honest, to start getting quite slippy as the temperatures go up and up and up. It's just coming up to quarter past 1 p.m. local time here in Anglesey. That, of course, being British summertime if you are watching from abroad on NLR TV. And as the temps go up, a lot of riders have been complaining about the grip starts to go away a little bit. It seems that the track is at its most grippy in the morning, and we're expecting it to be similar later in the race when the sun doesn't set but starts to go down and it gets a little bit cooler. So again, things like the track being slippy, things like adjusting the tyre pressures, that's going to be really, really crucial later on, especially if you do have riders making mistakes and going straight on and nearly throwing it away as well. Into the pits comes the Fireworks number 25 bike, and we'll wait to see if that's going to be a full change for Andy Carlisle, or if it's going to be it should be a rider swap, judging by their stint lengths. I'm expecting Peter Hamadzada to get back out there, and again, I'd expect alongside that some fuel and a tyre change, certainly a rear tyre change anyway.
Lodge waiting as well.
Yes, he is. So we're about to get a hive of activity down in the pit lane, it would seem.
Yeah, hive activity waiting to get underway. This looks to be a busy stop. I would think some fuel on the front tyre is going to go into this one. We've seen them do some rears. Now some chance for a front as well, you would imagine. Tom as well from Technical watching on this stop, just making sure that it is all going to go smooth. As we just cut away for some actions. The 92 makes a move through some traffic. Front wheel, that is being changed, so a front tyre change is being done. Is there going to be a back as well? We're a week to find out. No activity on that back wheel. So just a front tyre change this time around. Actually, a rear as well, maybe. As I did see a gun down there too. So full tyre change for them. And now fuel does go in. Good seeing them as well, just changing them both and now getting them back on track. I mean, you can let the front go maybe a stint longer than the rear around here, just making sure that everyone is okay, not wanting them to get in too much bother with being too close to the bike during the refuel. And we've already seen some teams get a warning for that today, and well, JJ Racing, Maselli JJ Racing, not wanting to receive any sort of penalty.
No, they certainly won't, and I'll keep my eye on the timing screen to see if anything flashes through, but I think they'll be okay as they head back out. Of course, they will have, again, tyre change. They may have lost the lead. We just have to wait to see where that 92 Dart Motorsport bike of Aaron Spence is. As we wait, being told the 92 is coming down the back straight, we're told our ears. So Dart Motorsport have retaken the lead by visually about 15 or so seconds, I'd say. Maybe we'll wait for them to come to the line to confirm that. But again, that's the advantage they have of not having to worry about things like tyre changes, is that even with a minimum pit stop time, a full tyre change front and rear does take a fair amount of time to get done, and you will be miles over the minimum pit stop time. So at least you don't need to worry about sitting in pit lane waiting for anything, I suppose. But that will cost you time. So that's where Dart Motorsport have the slight advantage, is in pit lane when it comes time for the number one squad to have a front and rear tyre change at the same time.
Certainly less stress for the team anyway. Proudfoot Racing as well, just a little move for them. That's number 69 heading through now, heading for the hairpin, making his way towards the final corner. He's managed just to get past on Double Trouble. That's not for position though, because Proudfoot Racing running P6 out on circuit. That's 73 does wait to get out. Now Right Culture, they've had quite a few penalties for pit stops. Hopefully no more for them, but one thing I will give credit to Maselli JJ Racing, I mean, their tyre changes are very, very quick. They're some of the quickest in the paddock, and in fact, it's probably the refuel one that takes the most of time, although they do have an endurance-style fuel tank on that bike. As, running through the picture, there is number 277, Double Trouble, being chased by the 73, who's just exited the pit lane as well. So Moto 46 enjoying their time out on circuit 2. They're just making their way down towards the back straight as well. As here is the number 6. Just into the braking zone they go. A little bit of traffic with the BMW F900 just ahead of him, but he should be able to get through with no real stress, you would imagine. Currently on board, Mark Bridger is on the Moto 46 bike, obviously using the Triumph this time around, as there is the Fireblades of Dart Motorsport. There is your race leaders for the time being, and a 14.4 second gap between our race leaders. So credit where credit is due, Ross. Your calculations pretty much bang on.
See, I'm not wrong all the time. Sometimes by the grace of God I am actually correct. Maselli JJ not closing in as much as I initially thought. Again, it's still early doors in the stint, so maybe just waiting to get a bit of temp in the tyres, get a bit of confidence on the new rubber and things like that. But you would expect to see that number one bike start to close back in on Spence out there on the 92. But that's not a given. That is not a given. Of course, things could change and all of the like. So we'll wait to see what they've got. But again, just given the historical context of what we're about to see, I'd expect that BMW to really start pushing in. Dart Motorsport, of course, do have the fastest lap of the race, though, 1:28.854, set very early doors. That was a very, very solid lap as well. It's about 2 seconds quicker than anybody else has been able to manage. But again, it's an endurance, not a sprint. You don't have to be going for lap time. You have to be going quick enough that you can stay ahead of your rivals, but also that you can take care of your body, take care of the bike underneath you as well. And that gap's got up again between the 92 and the number one squad. 15.039 now, so they are actually extending that gap here. So maybe, I'm not sure if Aaron Spence is pushing. It doesn't look like he particularly is. He's running high 32s. That's a pretty standard lap time. It just looks like Jonathan Lodge is seemingly struggling to get confidence on this new tyre early doors, it would seem. He's running mid 133s at the moment. Again, that's something that as he gets temp in, as he gets the confidence in, as the brakes come back up to temp as well, I'm sure those lap times will start to drop. But yeah, interesting to see the gap extended. It's the first time we've really seen that, where the Dart Motorsport bike is leading the race and actually looks like they're going to be pulling away.
Yeah, it could just be a case of needing to get the tyres scrubbed in, and, well, not really too much an issue on dry tyres, on the slicks, but certainly on wet tyres, quite often you'll see riders down in the paddock. Whether it makes any difference or not is a completely different argument, but quite a lot of the riders like to use sandpaper on their wet tyres. It's meant to get rid of a releasing agent that's on the outer of the tyre and can sometimes make it feel a little bit slippier until you get the tyre actually scrubbed into it. But yeah, we continue on, and Dark Motorsport getting through on some traffic, nice and clean through there over by School as we look down, and that's going to be the 277 down in pit lane. So a changeover for them. It's going to be a changeover rider, a changeover a bike as well. And well, luckily for us, we still have 7 hours and 45 minutes remaining in this one, so still plenty of running to do. Still going to be plenty of trips down to pit lane as well, you would imagine, for these teams. I mean, the likes of the 277, their pit stop it's certainly not done yet. Not too many teams actually in the pit lane. Race Skins Endurance also in the pits as well, as we continue to focus on our race leaders. No surprise there. That's because it's now up to 15.6 seconds out on circuit, so yet another extension of that gap. Now though, into the back end of the circuit now though, and doing a good job so far and being really consistent is the entire Dark Motorsport squad. Whenever we spoke to them and spoke about them actually as well at Brands Hatch, it was just how consistent they're being out on circuit. It's not really, wasn't really a race for them that they were not too stressed about, but yeah, they just chipped away at it, got a result from it as well. In this race though, there's been no real dramas for them either, but well, for them, luckily, they're into the race lead, so into a far better position and looking to take home maximum points from this weekend and from this round. Of course, not only overall race leaders, but more importantly in category, because even if they're a P4 or P1 in class, it's still going to be the same amount of points handed out to them at the end of the race. Obviously, do like, share, subscribe if you are watching on NRTV or across the Motorsport Radio platforms, and well, feel free to comment and we'll answer some questions with that. Obviously, I've seen a couple of questions come in. Unsure if Ross has already answered them or not, but one of them about the Ducatis on circuit and the well, how many sides do their swing arms actually have. And well, obviously historically, Ducati, a manufacturer that would use single-sided swing arms, much like some of the old Hondas as well back in the day, some of the RC Hondas. But yeah, historically a lot of the Ducatis used to use a single-sided swing arm until this brand new V4 came out last year, and since then it has been a double-sided swing arm for the Ducatis, and it's much more a conventional bike, if you will. A little change up as well. And the bikes that we do have out on circuit, the likes of John Harwood involved in the 21 team, they are going to be the new 2025 Ducatis. Obviously, well, probably head over down to pit lane before the end of this race anyway. I mean, we have plenty of time to do it, and have a chat with them more about the Ducatis, because it's such a fascinating bike to bring to club level at this stage. I mean, we've seen it also raced by David Williams, who of course usually rides in the nitrous plant team, and so him and Paul Burbank having the good jokes over social media. Paul Burbank claiming they're not here because David Williams couldn't last more than 10 laps or so during the stint. But, well, credit where credit's due. I think he managed a little bit more than that at Brands Hatch. Certainly did a couple of stints anyway out on circuit. It's a fair demand in weekend two of the hot temperatures. Nonetheless, though, good to see so many Ducatis making their way and being so reliable as well. I mean, historically, people used to joke about the reliability of a Ducati, but I think certainly during the last 5 years or so, especially when they started to make an appearance in the Endurance World Championship, then with, I think it was the ERC team back then, well, you could just see that they are reliable machines. As we have a look at HEC Race and what has basically become the bike of choice in terms of British Superstock riders, in terms of riders here in the No Limits paddocks looking for a new 1000. It's the Honda Fireblade. I mean, such a reliable bike, pretty user friendly, very fast in a straight line as well. I mean, historically Ducatis were always the straight line bike. Yamahas were always the bike that you would want during the corners as well. The Aprilia, I've heard, has been pretty good during the mid part of the corner as well, and maybe let down maybe down the straight. Obviously a slightly different engine in that as well, but 7 hours, 40 minutes left on the clock. 16.3 seconds now being the gap between our top two runners. So that gap yet again has now risen. So it's risen by around 0.8 or so since we last checked on it. But now I believe we can have a little bit of a different feature in a few moments' time, because there's a lot that goes into running a race meeting. Not just from a marshal side, not just from a commentator side as well, the media side of things, but the race control, the race officials, well, we couldn't do it without them. And I believe Ross McIntyre has wandered down the stairs and headed to race control to look at actually what happens behind the scenes.
Thanks a lot, guys. Join us. So just underneath our commentary box, actually, and we thought we would show you what it looks like down inside race control. This is where you come if you're in trouble, essentially. That's the telling off form, I suppose, and that's where whoever tells you off is going to be sat. But luckily, we're just in time for there not to be anybody in here. So we'll head in. You can see myself on the telly. So they do have live footage of our coverage on NLR-TV to keep themselves posted, but there's many other things and information that they use in here to keep their eyes on. So we've got a big screen over here with all the flags and things on it. We've got TSL up down there with more flags. You've got everyone sat there in a line. It's a complicated job down here in race control. I was told one of the Marks would speak to me, but I know that Mark Berry really doesn't want to, so he's pointing me already over to Mark Neat. So we'll go to Mark Neat instead, who also will inevitably not want to talk to me. Hello.
Why did you say that?
It's not. I know it's not a personal thing. It's just that you've got a job to be getting on with right now.
People ran out the door that way when they saw you come in the door that way. I was the one that got caught, but it's fine. It's fine.
Still though, how's things going for you guys with 7 hours 38 minutes left on the clock so far?
You have to tell us that. No, it's great. Obviously, long may the next 7 hours 38 minutes be the same as the last 4.5. So it's going well. Obviously, it's very hot out there, but then we'd moan if it was raining, wouldn't we? So we'll take what we've got. It's great. Yeah, it's really good.
I mean, it has been a relatively quiet day for you guys, Nick Badger. We've had obviously our kind of competition safety car, I guess we call it.
But do you not know the rules? You never say that. No, it's there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't see. You know, even the films don't see, of stuff in the background. So it's not been that quiet, but it's doing well. The teams are doing fantastic. I think we're going to see quite a lot of them flaking towards 9-10 hours. Be interested to see if they're quite so energetic on the pit wall come 7 o'clock tonight. But no, it's great. I mean, it's something we want to do, 12 hours, and then, you know, we always want to do a 24-hour next, so roll on.
And what's everyone's prescribed job in here today? Is it everyone just helping each other out, or does anyone have any specific roles that maybe the people at home would be interested in seeing?
There are specific duties, like, for instance, Mark and Giles is supposed to share it with Mark, but he's actually down there. I'm sticking up for you because you've done most of it. So Mark is controlling all the marshals, so everything's feeding through Mark, and any incident that happens, he's the one dealing with everything there. I'm doing the log, so everything that happens out there, we have to key in a log and list everything for the ACU and stuff like that. And the timekeepers are over there, keeping an eye on everything there, that's all working correctly.
And again, you've got a lovely screen with yourself on it at the moment as well. So
I didn't even do my makeup this morning. Never mind.
Oh wow!
Turn it off. Yeah. Race controls are all different, but we do. Apart from the fact this one's like a pressure cooker because it's so hot, it's a nice one to work in because you've got a lot of space. Some of them are a bit more cramped, shall we say? And then the view out the window. I spent 20 minutes I was supposed to be working watching the guys on the jet skis over there a minute ago, but no, it's great.
Yeah, so not saying that you would get bored, but if you do get bored, you know, there's at least some nice things to look at.
True, but we definitely don't get bored. Definitely don't get bored, no. We're already trying to plan the next intervention, which will be honest before we know it, when we need to go at it, because obviously 5 of the marshals posts out here, they're landlocked, so you know, you've got to get some more water to them, especially, and stuff like that. So, touch wood, we haven't got another bike stuck out there at the moment, but obviously we had a bike up at Rocket, and the last one we had to quickly pick up, which did really well. But, yeah, it's never boring. What I was really impressed, and I'll talk about a team, was I watched the lodges do their last change, and to bring a bike in, and within 48 seconds of it stopping, changing both wheels, refueling it, and it's gone again in 48 seconds, I take my hat off to them. So they may be at a disadvantage one-man team, but when you can do that, I take my hat off.
Well, they're running well, so we'll see how it goes over the remaining 7.5 hours we've got left.
I'm going to want I'm going to watch very carefully what you find to talk about in about 5 hours' time when you're running out of it.
I got told my history lesson about an hour ago. I was talking about the Roman conquest of Anglesey, and I got told that was boring by our producer. So, clearly I'm going to run out of things to say, I think.
Well, we'll start doing some notes here.
You've run out of things to say.
No, we're just saying that I will, because apparently my Roman history lesson was boring, so...
I can't believe you've ever run out of things to say.
It's sometimes, when the racing's as good as this, sometimes it takes the words out of your mouth. Sometimes it really does. Go on, guys. We'll let you get back to it here in Race Control. But thanks very much for talking to us, Mark and Mark. That's how things work down here in Race Control. This is where people come to get shouted at if they've done anything naughty. We'll go back upstairs to the commentary box, though, where hopefully Lewis Ray still has things to say.
Yeah, Ross, I do have one thing to say, and that is, why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? Nonetheless, though, 7 hours and 34 minutes are on the clock, and we can continue our running, and for the riders, they will be using tinted visors, and that is acceptable because they are outside in the sunshine themselves. But I'm sure we'll have a word with Ross whenever he gets back up here. The sunglasses, well and truly, he's trying to make a statement, I think, at this rate. I don't even think they're his sunglasses at this point. I have no clue whose they actually are. And nonetheless, heading out of the final sector now, a couple of our riders. One of them being the Ride Culture team. I'm just having a little check in the Race Control messages, and luckily for them, no more penalties coming their way, at least from that last stop, unless there's been a slight delay to actually them receiving it. Obviously, 2 penalties have gone their way so far in this race. Hopefully, no more for the rest of the race. But top 3 yet again are National 1000 runners. Darts Motorsport, Maselli GG Racing, and the Northampton team as well. And we're going to grab a word with them later on today. But yeah, as we mentioned, there's only been 4 teams that have received pit stop intervention, short stop penalties. Shetch Racing back into the pit lane as well for them. They've had a dramatic day, to say the very least. A day to forget in some respects. But I'm sure they'll still be enjoying themselves, looking towards the checker flag as well, which of course should be arriving around 9 p.m. So, well, if you don't fancy watching an episode of The Chase for the 1000th time, then, well, this is the perfect opportunity to change that on Saturday evening and join us all the way from 5 till 9 p.m, the latter stages of the race, the real difficult point of the race as well, for the riders, for the teams too, whenever they make their stops. But I believe our history correspondent, Ross McIntyre, just making his way back up to the commentary box. And, well, Ross, I did say, I don't know if you managed to hear down there, but why were you wearing sunglasses inside? I mean, what is going on there?
Because I could. Just felt like it. Again, those sunglasses make me feel like I'm in the Matrix, and it makes me feel cool for once in my life. But I'll take senior history correspondent, though. I did do a history degree, so I feel like I am qualified to be the NLR TV history correspondent if we ever needed one for whatever reason. So.
Yeah, exactly. Just because the job isn't wanted, it doesn't mean it's not needed out there. But yeah, you can have that title. I will happily not fight you for it, because frankly, I don't know much on history at all.
Oh, just you wait. I'm sure I'll find a way to start talking about the Democratic German Republic's secret police and their 1980s tactics of interrogation and watching and surveying the public. Let's give it another 6 hours before we start on that one, but trust me, that's a fascinating history topic, that one.
Yeah, let's make it, 9 hours time. You can start talking about that one. Once we're all there.
The stream's done.
Nonetheless, we'll leave you up here in the commentary box, locked in all night long. That's okay, Ross. Dart Motorsport, though, meanwhile, they do continue their running. We're waiting for Maselli GG Racing to cross the line, and then we can actually have an updated gap. I think they're just about around the final corner now. Already over at turn 3 is Dart Motorsport. You would suggest about 20 seconds or so. 26.1 seconds is the margin for the race lead. And well, Ross, this gap has well and truly risen over this stint. We spoke about the fast pace Dart Motorsport was putting in, and now continuing to extend it at the front.
Yeah, Aaron Spence is putting in a shift right now, as he has just made it 170 laps completed for the leaders as well. I mean, he's been out there for 13 or so laps, and every single lap really, really consistent. I mean, Obviously, there's traffic to contend with, but most of his laps in the mid to high 32s, which seems to be the pace. Now, a couple of laps even quicker. There was one which was a 30.3. Obviously, had a very clean run of things on that tour. So, Dart Motorsport, yeah, definitely started to turn the wick up. So I'm just going, okay, well, clearly taking my advice. Maybe they're listening downstairs. When I said earlier, when you get to the front, you need to push onwards, not get caught. There you go. See, like I said earlier, I'm not always wrong. Sometimes I am right about things, but seems to be going well for the 92 squad as it currently stands. Again, we know how good that Maselli JJ Racing squad is. Can't cut out the 21 bike as well. That's in P3. They're still there or thereabouts, even if not directly in this leading battle as it currently stands. So we'll wait to see what they've got in their locker as well. Still in the pit lanes, the Opendure 1 team and PP Racing 2.0. Now 72 laps and 53 laps down respectively. Harp and horsepower, the last on the road as it currently stands, of course. The 22, Chris Degg, currently out there. Of course, they had issues earlier with 𝐂𝐓𝐿, the 2025 Senior Manx GP winner, having mechanical issues earlier on, which ultimately led to him needing to be recovered by the recovery van, and the 15-minute window unfortunately passed before he was able to get back to the pit lane. So that is the state of play down the back of the field. At the front of the field, it's now 27.1 seconds between Dart Motorsport and Maselli JJ Racing. It certainly is rising. Randy Racing also into the pits from second in the ACU National 600 category. So could see them dropping behind Full Throttle maybe if it's a very, very slow stop. But I think they're okay for the time being. Again, and the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 squad as well. I think they're fine if they pit now as well. I don't think they'll drop behind that number 9 bike. I think they're still in the class lead, certainly.
Yeah, I don't think they have too much to worry about for the time being. P4 at the moment for the Moto 46 squad, of course, that being overall and in the National 600 category. The 73 though, for the time being, they're having a good stint out there on circuit, ride culture. Now, we did speak about it a few moments ago and their penalties. Now, they've got a few interesting machines, and actually been meaning multiple rounds now to speak to them. So next time I'm done pit lane, we'll make the effort and learn all about their new machine out on track, because well, there's some of our regulars here at No Limits Racing. Obviously Evan Brailsford being the rider with the KTM 990, Thomas Drew of course racing the 890 as well. Much more of a street fighter for him, but currently out on circuit is going to be Thomas Drew. But yeah, he's continuing on, and yeah, I do believe you have some people in the comment section that is interested in Ross's history lessons, and well, good to appeal to a wide range of crowds on NLR TV. But nonetheless, for the time being, we'll continue on with the race. I'm sure Ross will delve back into some of the history lessons. If you want to stay tuned for the latter half of Saturday's action as we tip it in to the after evening part of the race. Pack Racing also, I can just see out the commentary box window, they're going to head back into the pit lane themselves. They'll be the sole team in the pit lane, barring of course OP Endure 1, who still are into the pit lane. And well, they have done quite a long stop not too long ago. Around 1:30 they entered the pit lane. 6 minutes have gone by, they still haven't came out again. Alan Lane, if I can put my teeth back in, he's going to be heading back out onto track next. So it's going to be the R1. Well, you can just see Randy Racing next door to them. Nicholas Round just looking by, making sure everything is okay with the R6s that they're running. And well, we'll catch up with Randy Racing later on as well, because whenever he had a chat, Nicholas Round, who is one of the chattier guys in the paddock, he's one of the people that you can rely on to go down there and give a short question and get a nice detailed answer from him. Well, it was just about to go out on circuit, so we could only speak to him for a brief moment before he had to stick on his gloves, stick on his helmet and head back out onto track for some further running. But as you mentioned, OP Endure 1 currently in pit lane, so is PP Racing 2.0. Now, PP Racing 2.0, they've been in the pits now for roughly 40 minutes or so. So some technical issues, some technical gremlins for Jonathan Potts and Mark Fletcher. They're one of the teams that's meant to be running just 2 riders across this entire 12 hours of Anglesey. Still though, what a day to have a motorcycle race. 4.5 hours, over 4.5 hours into this one as well. Closing in on the 5-hour mark, not quite yet at the halfway mark, which I think for many riders is going to be a pretty special occasion, but also at the same time a pretty daunting occasion as well, knowing whatever they've just done, no matter how tough it has been, they have to do it yet all over again. Of course, this being round 5 of the No Limits racing season of the 2026 campaign. It's a busy one for us, not only up in the commentary box, but for all the riders, all the officials, and certainly all the endurance stars as well. But up into the top end of the circuit, through rocket in, rocket out, and now some further chats down in the box. That's over by the 21 team. I can see Proudfoot Racing next to them as well, but that is going to be the Northampton Line Markins team. So Joe Sheldon Shaw is coming in, and that does look to be a pretty full stint for him, roughly give or take, doing about 25 laps of running. And now you would imagine being handed back over to Mark Royal, unless John Harwood wants to go, but that does look to be Mark heading back out on track. So the 21 exits pit lane yet again. And now your race leaders, 32 seconds of an advantage. So well and truly pushing the envelope, well and truly pulling the pin. Busy time in pit lane, Ross. Busy time at the front of the race in terms of the gap margins too. And now beginning to close in on that 5-hour mark.
This is a real changing point in the race now that Dart Motorsport are putting themselves into the lead, and putting themselves into the lead with a healthy gap. You know, this could be the point that we look back at the checkered flag. You know, this is where it changed. Because for a long while, it looked like Maselli JJ Racing, there was competition, but it looked like they were pretty much in control of things, even if it was tight. And suddenly, the 92 squad are doing the business, and certainly Aaron Spence can be very happy with his performance out there so far in this stint. But we'll wait to see how the number 1 team responds for Maselli JJ Racing. Of course, it is Jonathan Lodge currently on the bike. It'll be Gary Johnson heading out afterwards. James Lodge, of course, was on the bike previously, and they're still going to be on it for a while as well. James's previous stint, he basically did 40 laps worth out there. So he did a long old stint, as there we see the Proudfoot Racing 69 bike in front of them. That's the race leader, the 92 of Dart Motorsports. So working together, Randy Racing are now into the lead. Oh no, they're second actually. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 have got through the 21 squad, so they're up to P3 now, but they are in the pit lane. That was just them coming through there. 2.2 seconds is the gap between Proudfoot Racing and Full Throttle Racing. Now that is for the final podium position within the ACU National 600 category. So that one could be a bit elbows out here. And again, it's getting to that point where this actually could be race deciding, because you're starting to get to the point where people are so spread out. If you're close together and get through now and you can extend gaps away, that could be kind of the end of your on-track excursion, so to speak. So that could be race deciding, potentially, if Full Throttle on the 22 squad are able to get up to the back of Proudfoot Racing. It is Simon Aldridge behind the handlebars of the 22 at the moment. In front, Joe Ellis for Proudfoot Racing out there on circuit at the moment. Although the gap has now extended to 4.8 due to traffic, and I wonder if it may extend even further. Gap's up to 37.9 now for Maselli JJ Racing. So it is extending further and further still. Dart Motorsport, again, will probably need to come into the pits first. They don't have that endurance fuel tank because they are a multi-bike, a tag team squad, so to speak. So they're unable to go as long as the Maselli JJ Racing guys are able to on fuel. But as a result, their pit stops are shorter, even if they do need to make more pit stops. And again, Maselli suddenly looking a little bit off the pace in this stint anyway. They've been in control of most of the race, even if it has been close. But in this stint, the 92 team have got to the lead and have managed to pull that gap from about 5 seconds to 37.9, probably going to be even more when they get to the line in a few short moments. We'll wait to see where Aaron Spence is coming through. Was that him there? Yep. Yes, it was. So he goes through now. And now we wait about 40-odd seconds. And they're probably not too far away, actually.
Yeah, they're just making their way onto the international layout now as the number 1 squad. So not too much longer to wait.
Okay, so not horrendous. I'm just wondering as well where on the road the 21 team is, actually.
Well, they've just made that stop as well.
Yeah, because they could be at risk of going 2 laps down if they're not careful. I mean, obviously they're in a very, very safe third position as the Dam Busters are in for another pit stop, but you'd rather be 1 lap down than 2 laps down, wouldn't you?
I think at the moment we're going to have to wait till this next round of pit stops, because the likes of 21 only 2 laps in to this next lot with Mark Royal. As we have another look at the 617 RAF Dam Busters, we did show one of their first stops out on circuit, and is this going to be yet another? Well, we cut away from it, but yeah, they're getting used to a 1-bike setup this year, and well, we spoke a lot about tag team and about the endurance 1-bike only teams as well, but it's really, really difficult whenever you go from running multiple bikes and just changing the lights and transponders over, just changing a rider and bike over, and then setting everything else up down in pit lane, to then suddenly only having 1 bike to share with 2 or 3 riders.
Yeah, it's a very, very different scenario because, of course, when you have multiple bikes, you bring your bike and that's your bike. You can do with it what you want. You can run whatever tyres, whatever setup, whatever electronics you want to have in it. If you don't like anti-wheelie, you can turn it off. Do whatever you want to it. If you've got 1 bike, you have to compromise. You have to set it up to get to a position where, you know, both of you, or all 3 or all 4 of you, like it and can ride it comfortably and consistently at a decent enough pace, which may mean that you have to adapt your riding style a little bit, or it may be a bike that you're not actually that confident in, you're not that comfortable riding, but it's quick. And of course, then you have to think about, you may have to be doing things, obviously the electronics you can kind of get away with changing here and there on the fly, so that's not as much of a problem, but things like tyre pressures as well, maybe you have to run tyre pressures that you don't like using as well. And again, maybe you're more of a Metzler man and you have to run in a set of Pirellis because everybody else wants to run Pirellis, and you can't quite get that confidence out of the rubber, out of the tyre. There's all these different variations, and of course that is the more pure form of endurance racing. I know that's something we've discussed before this season, Lewis. This idea of, you know, when you look at things like the Endurance World Championship, the Bold or the Le Mans 24, things like that, it is 1-bike setups. That is how they do it properly up at a true international level. But again, they've also got, you know, infinitely larger budgets and resources being thrown at them because it is big races or it is a world championship. So it makes it a little bit easier. And of course, you get world championship level riders. Well, not to obviously say that we don't have world championship level riders here at the Bike Lawyers No Limits Endurance, because of course everybody here is. They turn up at Boulder and absolutely smash it, quite frankly. But you know, it's obviously different when you are at that big global level. Compared to what you do here, and obviously they're going to be able to do more with the bikes. They're going to have all the best mechanics and engineers. They're going to be able to really, really fine tune it as well, much, much more tighter than what anyone here will really be able to do. So it is a more pure form. It's more difficult, but there is advantages to it as well. Again, we've seen you get the bigger endurance pit stops with the 1-bike setup, so you can go longer. Obviously, your tyre pit stops do take longer. You do have to change tyres, and if you're someone like the RAF Dam Busters, you don't have quick systems on it, it can be a right pain getting tyres off and replacing things. And of course, if you have an accident, that's it. Your day's done. While with the tag team guys, you can just wait 50 minutes if someone else's bike is utterly destroyed or unretrievable, and just send yourself out and just continue on your merry way. So pros and cons to both sides of things, but it is true that the 1-bike setup is certainly the more pure form of endurance racing. It's kind of how God intended it to be, I guess. But that's not to take away the tag team system. It still has its pros and cons.
And accessible.
And it's accessible as well, because you can just bring your own bike. You don't have to book out track time that everybody can make it to do testing, because it's just when can you turn up with your own bike. You don't have to worry about everyone getting there and getting the bike there. So there's pros and cons to everything, and that is the reason why we do allow both systems, I guess, here at No Limits.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, endurance racing, it's so important for at certainly World Championship level for the manufacturers. I mean, it's the best test of rider and machine that you have out there in the entire world. And actually, Mark Berry and Quinn were out there in Le Mans not too long ago, it was a few months ago, for the 24-hour EWC race, and they were learning a good amount of what it takes to run longer events, and certainly they'll be using some of that knowledge here today as well. Obviously, we're not quite going into the night. We're lucky enough this is being done obviously in the middle of July, which does mean the sun stays up for quite a bit here at Anglesey, so we're not having to worry about daylight necessarily. But actually, Ross, that's the RAF Dambusters still down in pit lane, so is that an issue now with trying to get that front wheel off? And certainly they've been down there a while now, so yeah, hopefully whatever the issue is, they can get that sorted. But yeah, they've been down there for a while, to say the very least. But yeah, endurance racing, so important. I mean, the Suzuka 8 Hour, for example, which only took place, I believe, last weekend, that is the race that your Japanese manufacturers, your Hondas, your Yamahas, your Kawasaki's, they all want to win. And that is the important one of the entire season. It's not the likes of World Superbike. It's not even the likes of MotoGP. It's winning the Suzuki 8 Hour and being able to call yourself winners in that aspect. But RAF Dambusters, still conversations going down there. Of course, this being at the opposite end of pit lane from where we are in the commentary box. But certainly some confusion for them. But yeah, we'll continue on. The 21 squad just next door to RAF Dambusters, so they'll continue on, and with 7 hours 15 minutes left on the clock, they will continue their running, and hopefully for them anyway, they can be on track again very, very soon. We have seen some messages from the Army squad, and right now with Alan Sharp, who bring the bike back into pit lane at 1:42, so around 6-7 minutes ago, that gap has well and truly risen, and they've dropped down the order as well, let's not forget. Now sitting P26 in the order.
Certainly, so we'll wait to see how that's going to unfold things going round there as we wait to see coming through. 7 hours and 14 minutes left on the clock here, and we are excited to see what the remainder of this race has in store for us coming forward. So there is some riders just making their way through the international section there. Of course, you dip out of the corkscrew down the Tom Price straight into the hairpin and then back down to the bus stop for the final corner. As you can see, still struggling to get that front wheel off that Kawasaki. Obviously does have a big old brake disc in the way that you need to try and negotiate with as well.
Yeah, not what they were hoping for. I mean, whenever you're making a pit stop, especially at this midpoint in the race, they'd be hoping it would just be a flying visit and they can come in and leave the pit lane again for the RAF squad.
Yeah, you'd hope so as well. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold for those guys. Hopefully they'll be nice and quick, can get it changed, can get up and out there. But we'll wait to see. Again, it's taken him a bit of time. We saw previously with the rear tyre, now struggling with the front as well.
It looks like they were playing about with the brake caliper as well, so it could just be a case of, especially with the brake caliper, didn't look to be much for a caliper that you can just bolt on and then simply slip a front wheel in. You have to physically put the caliper onto the disc once the front wheel is already on, and sometimes either one or two pistons can be a little bit sticky and just stick out, and it doesn't allow the caliper to actually open up enough for the brake disc to go in. So maybe just a caliper issue there, or some brake pads not in place. But whatever the case, what we do know is they are dropping down the order and losing quite a bit of time.
Yeah, it's a real shame for them. They've struggled today, the Dambusters, but still on it, still trying to get to the end, down to 26th. Again, they need to lose some 40 laps if they want to drop from P26 to P27, so I'm sure they're okay.
Yeah, they won't be stressing about that.
No, I don't think there's any stress, but again, you want it to get it done as quickly as possible so you can get back on track and get to the end as well. That is their objective, clearly. Make that checkered flag, get towards the end of the race. It is still Dart Motorsport up the front, now with a 40.5 second lead. That lap times, or the gap, should I say, seems to have stalled at around about 40 seconds. So either Aaron Spence is starting to run out of a bit of tyre, run out of a bit of energy, potentially, or it's just that Jonathan Lodge, I believe it is, on the Maselli JJ bike. Yes, it is Jonathan, not is James. Again, they've been able just to try and start to meet the pace of that 92. There we do see third place in the Northampton Line Markings UK Fire Safety 21 squad out there, and they've got 9 seconds apparently to the good ahead of 𝐔𝐋𝐄𝐓 UK Moto 46. Paul Holden out there at the moment for the number 6 squad. Mark Royal out there for the 21 machine. And of course, that is not a move that is for position, but it is technically for the overall podium. And you do want to be on the overall podium. especially if you're a 600 competing with 1000s. And, what would make the number 6 squad's day better outside of a win in class? Well, again, assuming we ended in about 10 minutes time when they got the move done, than an overall podium as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much overall bragging rights, and well, I don't think they're too far away actually for the number 21 squad of going another lap down. We did speak about it, but for Paul Holden, for example, to make that move, he's going to need the likes of Spence to already get through on him, because Paul Holden, it looks like on the map traffic, is sitting just on the rear tail of the 92 squad. So a good little reference for him out on circuit. There is the fireworks box for the time being, and getting ready for yet another change for them, and yet another change for the R1. Fuel at the ready. I don't see any tyres ready just yet, and now I can tell you the race leaders are also in the pit lane too. So Dart Motorsport into the pits. This is where it's going to get interesting and settle out once more, you would imagine, after this stop. Certainly after Maselli JJ Racing make their stop as well. But yeah, we will continue on for this one. James Lodge was running very, very fast pace, I will say. And, well,
into the pits comes the 92, yes. So we'll wait to see where they're going to emerge, but again, they did have a 40
Lewis Mason going out.
Yeah, they did have a 40-second lead, so they may well have held on to that. I think they should be holding on to the lead. Again, we need to wait quickly for the live timing to update itself, so we'll have to wait until they come to the timing beam on the next lap to truly confirm it. But to my eyes, it does look like that I think they're going to be holding on to the lead of this race. But we'll wait to see. Again, the gap at the line last time was 40 seconds. Just had it confirmed in our ears. They are still in the race lead. So, Lewis Mason,
a very important stop.
Yeah, very important stop, and now a very important stint for them as well, because they need to prove that they can keep this pace across multiple riders on multiple bikes as well. And Maselli JJ Racing, how do they respond? They'll be needing to come into the pits at some point for a fuel stop.
I think Gary Johnson's going to be next out for them as well.
Yeah, should be. Dam Busters have finally completed that stop. New tyres on, of course, for the 617 machine. So you can see the stickers there. They won't last on there too long. Don't worry, it won't cost them any grip or anything. And then they'll head back out. So there is the gap now down to 5.1 between the 21 and the 6 bike. I guess that looks a lot smaller than... no, I'm just getting my bikes mixed up. That's okay. But the plan for 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46, I'm assuming that Paul won't want to push on by and kind of smash away into this. I think we'll just want to get through and then just hold on behind.
Yeah, here is Paul Holden, the second bike in your picture. He's just, he's doing a good job at the moment, continuing this pace, continuing the run, and we know how consistent of a rider he can be. Obviously, he made a mistake at Croft, a very, very costly mistake in the endurance race, threw it down the road, also affected his sprint Sunday. However, here today at Anglesey, we don't have necessarily much of that bother. There is the 21 squad as well. Keep in mind, this will not affect championship positions, will not affect championship points, but it will affect the overall position in this 12-hour race. Still over half race distance remaining in this one, and well, as things stand, the Ducati just getting through a little bit of lap traffic. There's roughly 2 bikes in between the 21 and the 6 out on circuit. So Northampton line markings, well, they've got a busy job ahead. It was around 5.1 seconds at the line last time around. They're just about across the line now. We'll wait for the timing screens to flash up and update, and that new gap, 3.3 seconds.
So there we go then. So that gap is a lot smaller than perhaps Dart Motorsport were hoping for. Of course, a slow outlap for Lewis Mason as well. We'll wait to see what his pace is going to be like on this lap, but that also then acts as a little bit of motivation for the number 1 bike and to Jonathan Lodge, because they'll be able to see their opponent as someone going very, very slowly with problems there. Yeah, got him going again. That's the 53 bike that's running around very slowly. KGG Endurance. It'll be Johnson that's out there at the moment, Christian Johnson. Hopefully everything's okay and he can go going. That looks like a problem, definitely.
Yeah, so the Honda, they are not enjoying life, let's just say.
Yeah, well, they'll be coming back to the pit lane anyway. Not great, though, is it? So we'll wait to see what's going to be happening for them and if everything's okay. But yeah, just going very, very slowly. And we'll wait to see as well if they are going to stop. Is that going to bring out a safety car? We are 58 minutes away from our safety car clock running out. Oh, so if there's no safety car in the next 57 minutes, we will be getting another one at the very least. As we see more, that's the different bike going very, very slowly. That's coming through Rocket out now. So more problems out there for some people. Can't quite make out who that was going very, very slowly there at the top of the hill. Just wait to see if they come through. That is the Maselli JJ racing bike. Gap at 2.6 last time. And a lap that was faster than by 0.03 of a second. So yeah, not similar lap times between the pair of the front runners. But again, slow riders out on circuit, we would seem. Not really sure what's going on.
73 ride culture.
Oh, it is. And that's definitely stopped now.
Yeah, so technical issues, whether it be a case of they've run out of fuel or whether it be a case of they've had a technical gremlin. That KTM has started back up again. You can see what looks to be Thomas Drew, I would guess, on board that bike. Having a little look. It is indeed Drew. So yeah, massive shame for him. And he's going to now have to push that bike back. And I mean, if that bike's landlocked or if it's the case that it cannot get the bike back, then, well, Thomas Drew and the entire Ride Culture Racing team are going to have to wait all the way until the end. Now, though, Dart Motorsport, 2 seconds of advantage. The gap is well and truly ticking down. They're now in the same frame. And just as Dart Motorsport exits the corner, it's Maselli JJ Racing who chases behind. Through school we do come now, the speed picking up yet again before we head heavy on the anchors. At the moment, on board the bike, it's Lewis Mason in the race lead. Second place, Jonathan Lodge. You would imagine he's not got terribly much longer in this stint. I mean, they do manage to go out much longer than other teams, but so far he's been out there for about 30 laps, just under 30 laps or so. So this is the fight for victory in this one, nearing towards the 7-hour stage. But when we have our 7 hours to go recap, making it 5 hours in this endurance race, who is going to be in P1? Is it going to be Dart Motorsport or is it going to be Maselli JJ Racing? The gap sat at 2 seconds last time around. We're just 2 corners away from ticking by yet another lap and heading on to lap 188. And then, well, we can have a little update. Who was quicker last time around? 6/10 slower was Lewis Mason. So with that pace, if it was to continue, you would imagine the move arriving in the next 2 or 3 laps here, Ross McIntyre. An update of the gap, and it's just 0.8 of a second at the front.
But of course, they're going to need to come into the pit lane at some point. So this is crucial for Maselli JJ Racing. If they can get through, of course, the mental effect that'll have on the 92 rider and squad. But they also will need to stop. But of course, Dart Motorsport can't go as long as them because they don't have an endurance lag. There's going to be a point where their strategies kind of awkwardly match up together once again. Yep. It's all about who has the lead at that point when they're coming into the pits at around about the same time, basically. That is going to be the deciding factor in this race. The 92 bike, Lewis Racing, he'll be desperate to try and keep them behind. When does the fuel light come on as well for the number 1 BMW? We'll wait to see, but they should be okay. Look at how long has Jonathan Lodge been out for on the bike? He's been out a fair old while.
Yeah, he's been out for 30 laps or so. So I would imagine, give or take, just looking at the pit stop time, they're not going to be too far away, from entering the pit lane once more. Maybe I would imagine they get just under 10 laps or so before they need to pit again. Yeah, I would say it was 39 laps for James Lodge on the previous stint. So, yeah, 10 laps, you call it 15 minutes in the grand scheme of things before they're coming in. So, pressure starting to be on them, the 92. Looks like the gaps visually got a little bit bigger. But yeah, interesting developments here at Anglesey, as that's somebody else coming out of the pit lane just in front of us through turn 1 there. As we wait to see where they will all be emerging. There's a fair few bikes very close to one another, bit of traffic for the 92 to contend with, and indeed the Maselli JJ bike as well. It is the RF Dam Busters, well spotted, who've managed to work their way back out onto the circuit.
You know, if you can fix a skateboard, apparently you can fix a motorbike, or at least replace its wheel anyway, as the advert goes. So they've managed to get going again. They are P26, the last of our runners on circuit at the moment. Dean Turner out there on the bike at the moment. Good to see Dean's trying his hand at the endurance. He's, of course, having a fantastic season on his old Fireblade in the sprint side of things. And let's see if he can turn the Dam Busters' fortunes around.
Yeah, I mean, Dean Turner struggling to get used to the 600, he was saying, going from the Fireblade. We managed to luckily speak to him down in pit lane earlier on today when we went down to the RF Dam Busters squad. But they're enjoying having one bike, although it is a whole new challenge. As 8/10 of a second is the gap for first and second out on circuit. Of course, racing in the same class as well. And well, this is brewing up pretty nicely for the latter stages of the race. As Ross was mentioning, there's going to be a point where they're going to cross over in strategy. And when that moment does arrive later on in the race, you would imagine it's going to be very, very dramatic, to say the least. But yeah, the RAF Dam Busters there struggling to get through it. Got very, very tight between the pair of them, and that does look to be the 911 squad, the Heck Racing team on board the BMW for the time being. But exiting the final corner is our race leaders, Pack Racing in between the two of them now, and that gap rising ever so slightly to 1.1 seconds.
Alan Lane just between the pair of them, did run a bit deep there, trying to let Jonathan Lodge through, but I think Lodge misread it a bit, so that's why the gap's gone up even further visually. So let's see if that number one can just get his head down and push back on in, push back forwards, push back onwards as well. 190 laps completed here as we do cross the 5 hour mark, just under now. 7 hours left to run here at Anglesey in the Biker Lawyers No Limits 12 hours of Anglesey. It is Dart Motorsport the lead by just over a second in this really tight battle between themselves and Maselli JJ Racing, of course, on differing strategies. P3, the Northampton Line Markings UK Fire Safety 21 squad. P4 leading the way in the National 600 class, the 𝐶𝐶𝐘𝐍 UK Moto 46 bike. Behind them, Randy Racing, Proudfoot Racing, rounding out the podium places. Then it's Full Throttle Racing, Double Trouble, Lane Boys, and an IWS Racing number 100 bike leads the way in the Team Power Trophy. Pack Racing, P4 in class, P11 overall. Behind them, PB Racing, Snapdragon Racing, Shet Racing, and Ride Culture Racing. PB Racing leading the way in the Team Sport Trophy. Snapdragon in P2, of course. Ride Culture P3 in that one as well. Along then, PP Racing, the Fireworks Squad in the Team Power Trophy, Donkey Box Racing, Racekins Endurance, and the Navy and Rash Combination Squad, the Merlin 846 bike. Then it's Oppels Racing, Heck Racing, KGG Endurance, Op Endure 2, Harp and Horsepower, who had that crash or mechanical issue earlier along that led to the bike having to be recovered. That's why they're so far down after solid pace early on. The RF Dam Busters, the last bike on the road. And then PP Racing 2 and Op Endure 1. Those guys have not been out in 78 laps and 70 laps respectively. So they're quite a way down the order now. And I think it's safe to say, pending an act of the racing gods, I think their chance of victory is probably over, but you never know. Never say never.
Yeah, it's motorsport. Anything can happen, of course, as we all do know. But yeah, less than 7 hours left on the clock. Now 1.8 seconds being the gap between first and second. So rising once again. Always nice to have a nice battle for P1 out on circuit. Obviously, it was brewing as well for our third place battle. That, for the time being, has settled out, and that's due to how things are going with the pit stops. Although, saying that, it still is only 3 seconds or so, but not as close as our race leaders. Now, though, back into the international section of the circuit, and here is Maselli JJ Racing for the time being. They're just entering the hairpin for the time being. As well, there is
control message, safety car, safety car.
Safety car now is out. So the safety car is out for the second time in this race. So a little bit different here, Ross, of course. And well, our first safety car arrived around 11 a.m. About midday. And now we're already receiving our next one. So 2 hours of running for his next safety car.
Absolutely. And given that it's a little bit earlier than the safety car clock, so we will have guaranteed 2 more safety cars before the end of this race as well. I'm going to presume that's for the 73 bike. We saw it come to a stop up at Rocket Out. It looked like it may have got going again, but the KTM of Tom Drew seemingly having more issues. So I'm assuming that they've called the safety car so they can safely go and recover that. And as well, get some water to the marshals and all of that as well. A big thank you, of course, to all of our marshals, the Orange Army, once again, putting on a fantastic performance. Well, I say performance. I mean, I guess they do perform their duties and all of that. But it's a little bit different from those on track. But again, doing a wonderful job as they always do, following us up and down the country. And that will be why that 73 has been abandoned by the marshal's post. And I think that's quite a... You can't really recover a bike up there. There's not really any space to get the recovery van through. You have to get the recovery van out onto the circuit to go and pick up the bike. So the safety car has picked up the riders.
Yep.
And this is very interesting then for the battle for the lead as well, because it's going to close them back down. They'll be next to each other when they restart. But again, you're thinking, okay, JJ Maselli Racing, probably not far away from a pit stop for fuel. Dart Motorsport will be starting to think about a fuel stop as well, and potentially, or definitely a rider change. They all seem to be running single stints of the 92 squad. So what do you hear? What be plan of action? I'm not sure where you go. I mean, do you want to pit under the safety car? It'll lose your time if you do.
Yeah, I think I would be waiting for the time being. I mean, with the battle in first and second being so tight, it's not changing a terrible amount in terms of the gaps, let's be honest here. It was already very, very, very close out in track between the pair of them. Now they're going to be roughly about the same. And even, if anything, you went when the safety car ended, it could be quite beneficial compared to the situation we were in before, because now Dart Motorsport in the race lead, who have already made the likes of their stop not terribly long ago, obviously they could last less time than the likes of Maselli JJ Racing, but they're suddenly going to have a lot more traffic to have to actually deal with on this restart. Meanwhile, you can dive into the pits at the end of the safety car period and change things out while your rivals is fighting their way through traffic. So potentially they could be in a case that this could benefit them.
It very much could do. Well, the gap apparently 4.1 at the line last time, but obviously everyone would have seen the safety car flags and backed off. The gap, not necessarily a big thing. And yeah, of course they should be starting either next to each other behind the safety car, or it'll be close. Again, the safety car does not have to pick up the leader. They just spot where there's a gap and just pick up whoever's first behind it. Yep. Somebody with an orange bib out there. I can't quite make out who it is. But, yeah, so we'll get the recovery van out there, pick up that KTM from Ride Culture Racing. Oh, somebody else has stopped as well.
2 bikes have stopped up there now. So, yeah, whether that could be a case of, it's 22 of full throttle racing, and well, they were running P7 out on circuit, so a massive shame for them to come to a stop.
And they've stopped under the safety car as well. Yep. They weren't there a minute ago.
And now the recovery van making their way to recover the pair of them. Luckily for the likes of full throttle racing, they're not going to have to wait a terrible amount of time to be able to get picked up. But, well, here we have it. The light's still in the safety car, so yet another lap. And with another bike stopping up there now, it could add a little bit more length and a little bit more time to this delay.
Well, it's not that they can't fit 2 bikes in the recovery van, at least. You know, they can at least get both of them into the same van and do the trip once, but obviously just takes you a little bit longer to get both of them in and secured, and then of course you got to get the people down back to the paddock as well. But yeah, that's the 22 conking out in sympathy.
It's a race control message. The safety car is out to recover 2 machines at Rocket Out that are in unsafe positions.
Yeah, so unsafe positions there being the reason for the safety car. Yeah, so yeah, Mark somehow his ears are not bleeding from the inside out just yet, and he can continue on the running. But well, Ross, I think you've been handed some statistics of the race so far, and plenty of information to delve into.
Oh, I've got so many statistics. It's actually going to take me a little bit of time to figure out what statistics I can use here. I've just been run this up by the guys from TSL.
Is there too much math?
There's not too much. It's just literally, I'm trying to figure out what information I can use. I mean, I've got fastest lap history, the session leader history, how many miles each bike led for before handing over the lead of the race. So, let's have a look at this. Hang on. So, Maselli JJ Racing, I believe, have led the most miles. I'm going to need a calculator for that. I'll do that later. Got pit stop analysis. I've got loads of stuff. This is great. I've got... This is brilliant. I might just spend like 5 minutes flicking through this, to be honest. Well, we've got a safety car to go and get those 2 bikes. Yes, fastest lap is still a 1:28.854 from Dart Motorsport. That was set at 9:34.22 local time, lap 20 of the overall race. Dart Motorsport have led for, well, at the time this was printed out, which was 9 laps ago, they led for a consecutive 67.2 miles, which is pretty impressive. And yeah, there you go. And then before that, the Maselli JJ Racing guys led for 58.8 miles. So you don't get this kind of stuff unless you work with TSL.
Yeah, exactly. One of the best timing partners that we do have. And yeah, as we mentioned, the Dart Motorsport squad first took the lead yet again at lap 159. And they've had that for quite a while now. Obviously a changeover for them, but yeah, from lap 159 they've been into the race lead in that P1 spot, but the safety car period allowing the riders just to have a little bit of a rest as well, maybe just relax themselves, not be too stressed on there, and well, get themselves ready for an exciting second half of the race. We're nearing towards the halfway point here, Ross, and well, the statistics gives us plenty to delve into, I think it's fair to say, and I think you'll be most happy because, well, those stats, it's all in the past and a bit of history, I guess you could say. So, well, so extra history lesson, but this time related to motorsport.
I can do motorsport history, that's fine. Just look at the pit stop times, just a bit of context for teams like Maselli JJ Racing, who obviously are running a one-bike stop thing. For those guys, you're looking at about a 46-second pit stop. They've got some that are a little bit shorter when they're taking on less fuel. They've had some that are longer as well if they're changing both tyres. Dart Motorsport can get a stop done pretty consistently in 31.5 seconds. That's them playing it safe as well. Yep. I think the pit lane time is around about 29 seconds.
28.6.
28.6, there it is. Okay, well, they've got a fastest pit stop of 29.004. That, of course, includes the whole pit lane, not just the pit stop. Fastest pit stop so far that can stay there, then. Randy Racing, stop number 3. For those guys, are 28.8. That is cutting it fine. Who else we got? Who's sped in the pit lane? Who's been naughty? Let's try and find that one out, shall we? I love pilfering through stuff like this. You know, like you said, it is at 28.3 for 𝐷𝐿𝐶 Racing. They did get slapped for that, didn't they? Again, it's a history lesson. And who doesn't love a history lesson up here in the commentary box? Well, we can talk about the history of, we can talk about the history of racing. We can keep it to a racing-related history lesson while we're here under safety car. You know, I am apparently the senior history correspondent of.
Have you got anything in your locker?
I need some context.
In this lap.
Thank you very much, Mark Berry. He's just saved everyone from a really boring.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, thanks so much. I think
maybe he's called it in because he's heard me going on. I'm about to.
Yeah, I think that was done for a reason there. But at least we're not too far away from action resuming. And of course, Ross, this changes up strategy completely now. It's not just a case of the planned safety cars left, but it's a complete change of time when they're going to be going out.
Yes, absolutely. And again, that is going to change things. We're not too far away, we don't think, from the Maselli JJ squad coming in for another pit stop. Of course, behind the safety car, you can extend your stint because you're not pushing the bike as hard through the corners and on the throttle and whatnot. But still, they were about 5 laps away from the end of their stint anyway. They could get about 39, 40 laps out of a tank of fuel on their regular strategy. So the lights are off on top of Glintor's Audi. He'll whip it into Rocket in, which is a corner that some people seemingly not as keen
fond
on.
Of as you.
Yes, I'm a big fan of it. I like a challenging corner. Some people are clearly not so much. But still, it's been a brilliant day of racing, and we are about to get back onto it. It's a lovely, lovely sunny day here at Anglesey. 26 bikes still in this contest out of 28 starting. And we are soon going to be seeing the riders getting back out there and going and pushing all the way home. And again, it's a beautiful day at the moment. As skies coming up, track temperature has been hotting up across the day due to just, well, the sun. That's kind of what track temperatures tend to do. 25 degrees apparently is the air temp as it currently stands feels a little bit warmer than that, but that may just be a bit of humidity from the sea, which I can currently see some people on jet skis out of the commentary box window. So there's all
5% humidity today.
There you go. Wow, brutal. But again, there's all forms of motorsport going on here. We've got jet skis, we've got motorbike racing, somebody going slowly. Was that people letting them through? I think it is. Yes, that's just letting people through, or it's run out of fuel.
Green flag, race resumed.
Yeah, I think that's going to be run out of fuel of how slow he's going now. But as you heard, green flag now out onto the circuit, so now we can continue on with the running on circuit as well. So 277, double trouble down the inside. They go to 21 as well, looking to follow through. Now this has brought the likes of the number 6 squad, the Motor 46, Paul Holden on board it, well and truly into the mix. They can now see the 21 team, and they are smelling blood. They are looking for any opportunity. There is a crash further back down the order. That does look to be double trouble. So the 277 has gone down. What a disappointment. The safety car restart over at turn 4. Just losing the front, and well, now a lot of work to do. Pack racing as well. Looks like they're really low on fuel, so a lot of riders now, it seems they're trying to push the fuel tanks, trying to push the bike to the absolute limit for the amount of laps they're able to do. Safety car catching them out ever so slightly, but what was JMG Racing, now double trouble, picking up the bike and putting it off to safety.
Yeah, it's a real shame there for the birthday boy, Jordan Poole, not to be confused with the New Orleans Pelicans player, of course, of the same name. But yeah, real shame for him there. No safety car called. He stayed.
Oh, here we go as well. Oddballs.
Oh yeah, so people really starting to have some fuel issue. That actually looks like it could be mechanical. They're looking at something on the rear of the bike.
Yeah, so Oddballs Racing there having their own issues as well. They were having not the best day in the world either, down in P20, and now struggling down there. Down the track and having a discussion with the marshals. I think the marshal's telling them, look, that's it, off you go.
Yeah, swings the leg back off the bike as well, so they'll be pushing that thing trackside. The recovery van has got a Grand Tour de Anglesey to be getting on with, to go pick up a fair few bikes. Again, we saw a couple riders having to push back to the pit lane after they stretched their fuel reserves as well. So
it was, I can just say as well, just looking at the commentary box window, it's Proudfoot Racing who have ran out of fuel, it looks like, and they are now just in the pit lane, pushing the bike all the way to the box.
I mean, I've got to respect that. Talk about commitment, talk about wanting to get it home. It was Joe Ellis out there for them at the during the safety car, and apparently the end of that stint as well, as getting a telling off from one of our officials.
I think the bike needs to come into the box first of all.
Yeah, before you can officially claim it's been sent back, and then you can get somebody else out there.
Yeah, I mean, look at the rush there.
Yeah, it's all a bit last minute. This one wasn't quite planned. It's the new rules, I guess. You have to get the bike back to the pit lane, not just the transponder, so you don't have those hilarious moments of people sprinting back and forth others. You actually have to get the whole damn thing back to your garage before you can send anybody else back out. So interesting there for Proudfoot Racing. They will lose a couple of positions. P6 at the time. Apparently do still have 2 laps to the good on full throttle racing. So
21 also entered in the pits now.
Yes, so that's from 3rd place as well. I don't think we're going to be too far away from seeing the number 1 bike coming in as well either. The 92 bike starting to extend a gap on them as well. Out comes the 69 Proudfoot bike. They're happy to be sent back on their way. So there'll be a change there for the 21 squad as they come in. Out comes the new full throttle effort, and they can get back onto it. But, well, no, 69 Proudfoot Racing, should I say, not full throttle. But it's all changed. It's all afoot. Shetz Racing also into the pit lane. Yeah, all kicking off bit. Again, that was a very inconveniently timed safety car for a lot of teams, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it caught out a lot of riders there. I mean, I think they were just planning on making it to the next intervention, but nonetheless, they couldn't exactly do that. Bikes are in unsafe position, certainly with that second one now. There was nowhere exactly to put it. Snapdragon as well, having a good battle further back down the order. Just losing a position there on track position, that is. But yeah, I don't think we're too far from Maselli GG Racing. Now we do get confirmation rider okay down at Church, but Maselli GG Racing, well, the pit guys all ready to get going. It does look like we're going to have a tyre change here. Just a rear tyre at the very least. I don't see a front tyre being prepared at all down there. Certainly, obviously, refuel.
It was a new front tyre at the last stop.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll stretch that over 2 stints, and then what looks to be it looks to be a softer compound, you would imagine, in the rear, just about to be changed. So, yeah, not too far away from getting going. As we say that, number one now does enter the pit lane. So this is going to be hopefully a quick stop for them. Into the pit stop we do come now. Bike up on the stand, turn it off, of course, and it's going to be Gary Johnson hopping on next. The rear tyre already out, the next tyre already being put in the back of it, lining up the spindle, trying to get the axle in the back, and a quick little clean of the screen. Of course, a few bugs out there here at Anglesey, so wiping off the flies, maybe some wasps out there as well, maybe some sea creatures. I mean, you just never know. We're out here on the coast as there in goes the fuel. A 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 helmet as well this time around for the Philip mechanic. Getting creative with their helmets down here in pit lane. But yeah, we're nearly ready to go. Gary Johnson getting a few words as well from Lodge. And Jonathan Lodge, one of the most experienced riders that we have here in the endurance paddock, and the way Gary Johnson goes to start his stint with 6 hours and 40 minutes on the clock.
Pretty smooth stop, it must be said, for those guys. We'll wait to see how far back they're going to be, though. Dart Motorsport have just made it 200 laps at the end of the previous tour. So I don't think the Maselli JJ Racing will have lost a lap by any means. Of course, fresh rear rubber, they may be back on pace. They should still be on the same lap as the Dart Motorsport guys. I'd expect them to be probably around about 45 seconds behind. We're just being told that the 92 is just about to start another lap, has done so now.
Control message 2222 under observation for smoke.
Oh, and that's interesting. So that's the 22 of full throttle. Nicky Williams out there at the moment under observation for smoke. Now, I can just see Nicky Williams has just headed up through the international loop. So I'll wait to see if he comes back around. That could be as something as innocent as just a little bit of overheating or burning a little bit of oil, potentially. Or it could be sort of a real major problem around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully no real issues there. And hopefully it's just a case of, either a one-off little puff of smoke, or that bike definitely seems to be smoking. We're just seeing out the commentary box window now, and hopefully Nicky has seen it. He's pulling into the pit lane straight away, and obviously first available opportunities where you might get off the circuit, and I think that was there or thereabouts, the pit lane entry anyway. And if I was Nicky, I wouldn't be trying to restart that, otherwise that Kawasaki could well and truly be going pop in spectacular fashion. Obviously he doesn't want to be pushing that bike all the way through pit lane. But yeah, Nicky Williams, we'll have to have a chat with him down in pit lane later on. Hopefully that bike is not too wrecked, otherwise, well, as we all know, he's going to have some colourful language to say about his day. But yeah, definitely smoking going into pit lane was the Kawasaki.
Yeah, it looked like he obviously got the mechanical flag, the meatball, as anyone with any sense of humour likes to call it, because it looks like a meatball. Apparently that was a massive revelation to a lot of people from our media production centre at the first round at Snetterton when I dropped that one, and everyone looked at me really confused. It's what I've called it my entire life. Anyway, so we got the mechanical flag. It stopped before it came into pit lane. Did get it going in the pit lane under its own power, though, so didn't lose a whole host of time. Someone else came into the pit lane just in front of him as well. I'm not sure who that would be. It looks like the Opendure number 1 bike has rejoined the race. Yes, they have. Brilliant. Okay, so they've been in pit lane for a while, and soon PP Racing 2.0 will be the last remaining retiree, so to speak, because the Army squad has managed to make their way back out into the race, which is fantastic for them, with just a touch over 6.5 hours remaining there. There is the Maselli JJ Racing bike. Gap at the line. Again, they may well be a lap down, in fact. I don't think they are. We'll wait for them to come to the line in a short moment so we can see what the difference is between themselves and, of course, Dart Motorsport, the number 92 bike. And 1 minute 8 seconds. Of course, Dart Motorsport, they'll need to box. That'll cost them 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But, wow, they really, really need a big, big stint here. Do JJ Racing and Gary Johnson as well, because it's starting to fall into the 92 squad's hands.
Yeah, it's starting to fall into their hands for the time being, but let's not forget, still plenty of stints to go in this one. We're not even at half race distance, and James Lodge is next on board the Maselli JJ Racing machine. And while we do know how fast James Lodge can be, especially from the first stint, it was simply impressive, I think it's fair to say. But the Moto 46 squad now up into third position for the time being. Paul Holden, though, still out on circuit, so they still have to make a pit stop. And now the real question is, what is John Harwood's pace going to be like behind? Obviously, Harwood taking over. Different Ducati, albeit still one of the newer shape V4s. And just trying to string some laps together out there, get himself settled into a rhythm too. The fastest lap as well, no surprise, still going the way of Dart Motorsport. That was set all the way at 9:30 this morning on lap 20 of this race. And well, as you can see at the top of your screen, we've just hit just over 200 laps here at Anglesey International. 203 laps in the boot. Snapdragon Racing now getting passed by Paul Holden. Obviously, we went to have a chat with Snapdragon Racing a little bit earlier on, but sadly for us, absolutely nobody was down in the pit box.
Race control message 321 under observation, possible loose fairing.
Well, there we go. Yeah, a loose fairing for them. It could just be a case of a bolt or two coming out. So hopefully, no real drama for the 3-2-1. Hopefully, they can continue out on this stint. Obviously, it's been a dramatic race for them anyway so far. But now, as we're reaching that halfway point, we're starting to enter the territory of some unusual issues coming into play.
Loose fairing, it's one of those ones that happens to everyone at some point, doesn't it? Nod of the head there from Lewis around the commentary box. Probably because you smashed up the fairing in the race beforehand, and that's why.
We just pieced it together with duct tape and called it a day. But it can't be loose if you stick it all together. But no, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things, and it's definitely not too much of a stress. Unlike, for example, Nicky Williams, who is going to be praying that his bike doesn't need a full rebuild after that smoke, because that was blue smoke coming out the exhaust as well, most importantly.
Yeah, for context, that's not you can get away with a little bit of burning oil, that's okay, but well, not really, but it's not going to kill the engine if there's like puffs of blue smoke. That was burning oil, that was just consistent blue smoke coming out of the exhaust. So yeah, hopefully everything's okay, whether it's like a worn gasket or something, somehow something's getting in the chamber that it shouldn't be. So we'll wait to hear potentially from Nicky what the problem is, and if it's a new motor or if it's just a replacement part or something that needs fixed. But yeah, unideal. Well, the 22 squad, luckily, it only conked out of them as he was coming into the pit lane. And he was able to get it back into pit lane under its own power as well, so they can quickly send somebody else back out there, of course within the 30-second pit stop intervention time, so they would have had to wait just a little bit.
28.6, but yeah,
so it's close enough, isn't it? 30 seconds, 20, round it up, isn't it? Again, I failed my maths GCSE, so never been my strong point, has it? But
get yourself down, Ross. I mean, still plenty of time to go on this one. By the end of today, we could well and truly teach you a times table or two.
You could do. I mean, at least I've got my history. I've got plenty of that in store for the next 6.5 hours. We could talk about history of racing, history of Anglesey, things like that. I'm all open to things. I did see some requests for my Stasi lecture as well, so very happy to talk about the East German secret police and their methods, or inhumanity of methods, shall we say. It was a very interesting time period at the kind of the last bastion of the Eastern Bloc, so to speak. But yes, there's lots of opportunity here. We could cover many things. Maths may not be my strong point, but bit of history, I'm right there.
Yeah, well, it wasn't on my bingo card list coming into this weekend, I'll tell you that one. But I mean, something a little bit different. Obviously, plenty of action still going on circuit, and off it at the moment. It has taken a little bit of a chill period, I think, for the teams. This is going to be the time where maybe they might read a book, maybe a history book, perhaps, down in pit lane, or maybe just get themselves set up for the rest of the day, of course. We're heading into about the midpoint of the afternoon, and, well, they have to factor in where they're going to have dinner and have some tea. It depends where in the country you're from, of course, whatever you want to call it. Not quite sure what the Welsh word is for dinner.
Should we Google it?
Well, I don't know, Ross. I was expecting you to know some Welsh as well coming into this weekend.
Welsh, given that I'm not Welsh. Hang on.
That much usually means that you know a little bit. But while Ross does that, fireworks currently on screen. P16 at the moment for them. It's been a dramatic day for fireworks, and well, we'll have a catch up with them later on as well, and they can tell us all about their overnight work too. Well, Ross, do you have an answer for us yet in your pronunciation?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation. I believe it's Chinio, potentially, possibly. I'm not sure. But Cinio is how it's spelled, and Bingo was his name or something like that. Anyway, there you go. So they'll be having that. Yeah, we do have a barbecue afterwards here today at the track as well, before we stick the kickball on for anybody who does care about that. Should be a fairly entertaining game, I'm hoping, if I'm still awake by that point, because I'm already quite tired and we're not halfway through yet. So it's going to be a long old day for us here at Anglesey. But where else would you rather be? It's No Limits Racing. It's the Biker Lawyers. 12 hours of Anglesey. It's the big one. This is the one they've all been waiting for.
Some silence for that. Yeah, Ross trying to wake himself up down in the commentary box. Just trying to get himself up to speed. But 6 hours, 30 minutes left on the clock for the time being. Dart Motorsport continuing to lead the way so far. We'll wait for them to cross the line in a few moments' time, where then we can see what the gap's actually going to be between them. Mason currently on board the bike, still in P1, so Lewis Mason doing a good job for P1. Second place, Gary Johnson, of course. That move was made not too long ago. But with just over 6 hours, 30 minutes left on the clock, Randy Racing heads into the back end of the circuit now. And obviously Rand's having a good drive himself. And Ross, either Mark Needs was telling some of the best jokes you've ever heard, or you've got some a lot of story or information to tell us.
It wasn't a joke, but it was absolutely hilarious. We've discovered a technical issue with our safety car. Glyn, you know, he's driven it superbly so far today twice. He's knackered the front wheel bearing on it. So we can't have the safety car out anymore. Well, we can. We're going to use the circuit one, which is an old bit of an knackered MG, to be honest. So the Audi has done its bit. No more safety car on board from us, unfortunately. So when the safety car does come out, and it is due to come out twice more today at least, it'll be the circuit's MG and not the No Limits Audi, which may or may not have a wheel go flying off it if we did send it out onto the circuit.
So what I'm hearing is, it sounds like you have something against MGs here.
I love an MG. I've got nothing against an MG. It's just it's not the finest example of one.
Well, we'll wait to see how on circuit. It adds a little bit of extra spice up here in the commentary box. A little bit extra as well for the viewers at home as well. I mean, yeah, MGs, they're an alright car.
Oh, brilliant. I had a mate who had an MG for a while. Oh, it was awesome. Great little thing.
Not quite a BMW, but hey, beggars can't be choosers in this situation. 6 hours, 20 minutes on the clock.
Nothing on a course as well. Tell you what, mate, my thing's a monster. So we go faster around here than most of these guys would, I'll tell you that much. I'm just going to stop talking now.
Well, the course of tails, well, that takes a sudden nosedive. We will continue on circuit. 208 laps in the books, and I mean, so far we've not seen too much drama since the safety car restart. The gaps have well and truly settled out for the time being. And then, of course, we kind of look towards the next safety car window, first of all. And in between now and then, we're also going to have quite a few pit stops, you would imagine. But you can still see the coast just off into the distance. And, well, the sea fog, it's been there pretty much all day long. If anything, maybe it's slightly more here this afternoon. Certainly not enough to be worried about, not enough to be thinking it might bring in some rain. You can still see the silhouettes of the mountains in the distance. Of course, Snowdon as well in the distance here, and well, I'm sure, Ross, you have plenty of facts about Snowdon as well. You should be able to share as he goes straight to his laptop. So the answer to that one was a big resounding no, but he's about to create some. So I'm already regretting saying that as things stand. But while Ross does some homework, shall we say, relives his school days. It's been about 15 years since Ross was at school, so plenty of time for him to cast his mind back and head back into the days of his youth. As, well, he's fully locked in now. The 100, though, continues out on track. IWS Racing. Now, we did see a few pit stops from them for the race. Solheim currently on board that bike, leading the Team Power Trophy class in P8 for the time being. They sit behind Lane Boys out on circuit ahead of PB Racing. So they're having a solid ride, of course. And, well, you don't get much time to enjoy the views of Anglesey whenever you're flying around it at 150 miles per hour.
Certainly is. Here's some sort of facts for you. The name likely derives from some Old English, Snowdoun, which means snow hill in Old English back in the day. The Welsh name for the mountain, 𝐓𝐄𝐓𝐿, basically just means tall thing. So, you know, nice and to the point for it there. The National Park Authority in 2022 that they exclusively refer to it by its Welsh name now as well. So in Wales, it is not known as Snowdon anymore. It is known by its Welsh name because there is a big push, and has been in Wales across the last 10 years to kind of revitalise the Welsh language. So,
control message 277, 60 seconds, stop and go penalty. Left the pit lane under red lights during the safety car period.
Ooh, double trouble to add to their trouble following the incident with Jordan Poole earlier on. A 60-second stop-go penalty. And that is really going to hurt their chances for those guys. That's not ideal. Left the pit lane when the light was red during the safety car period.
Yeah, that's a silly mistake, as you mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised for the end of the race if we did change their name to Triple Trouble. They've already changed their name once this season, but now we do not know. But 60-second stop-go is a long penalty to add to their woes, and now you would imagine it's going to be dropping them well down the order. I mean, they're already down to P18 in this race, Ross, and now even more issues as KGG Endurance heads into pit lane, but yet nobody to actually receive him, it looks like, and certainly some technical issues, pointing down at the bike. Maybe the bike's cut out on them. Obviously KGG Endurance running P22 for the time being. Another team, well, they're going to be busy at work getting another bike ready. The R6 is going to be next out. You can still see them trying to do some work in the Honda and pit garage as well. So yeah, a little bit of work to do for them as they head back out on track for what looks to be an unscheduled stop.
Yes, unfortunate for those guys. I'm sure they'll be able to make their way back out quickly. But yeah, issues of some description on that 53. Getting the Yamaha ready to go out in its place. 6 hours, 24 left on the clock. There's the fireworks bike. It's not the fireworks bike, that's a lie. It was somebody else that I thought was the 25. Already. No, I thought I saw the 25. It was not the 25. I got it wrong, my bad. We're working again. That was the Lane Boys 79, I believe that was. They're currently P7, P3 in class. No, P4 in class, should I say. All that being said, though, the 𝐷𝐄𝐓𝐷 UK Moto 46 guys have just dropped down to 4th overall behind the 21 squad. It is still Dart Motorsport that leads the way. 211 laps completed for them. So they'll push onwards, and very much a race that's starting to fall into the hands of the 92 team, I feel. I know I've been talking about it for a while now, but Maselli JJ Racing, I think, are going to begin to just drop further and further and further away. Of course, one of the disadvantages of using a single bike in a 12-hour race is just the natural wear and tear that comes with running a motorcycle for that long. You know, the engine's going to start to lose a bit of power. The bike's just going to get tired. It's going to get hot. It's going to want to rest, and it's not going to have the chance to do that. So naturally, the pace on that bike will begin to drop off over the course of the race. I think that's potentially what we are seeing here. They're 1 minute and 4 back from the 26 squad, or the 92, should I say. And yeah, it's looking more and more like that 92 team starting to really gain control of this race.
Yeah, starting to gain control of the action at the head of the race. Over 1 minute of a margin for them. And well, the 21 squad, the Northampton line markings, they just make their way into P3, I should say, from the time being, from P4. Now, it looks like we're getting ready for the 60-second stop-go penalty. Paula at the ready, telling them exactly where to go. And one thing's for sure, I wouldn't want to argue with Paula down in pit lane. And well, here comes the bike now, and this is about to feel like the longest minute
277, serving it 60 seconds, stop and go penalty.
Yeah, so 60 seconds, they're going to have to wait there. Paula telling them exactly what happened, why they're receiving this penalty. You can see the frustration, and you know exactly what's going to be coming out the rider's mouth. It's going to be, why? I didn't see that.
But probably some unbroadcastable words thrown in as well, for good measure.
Yeah, but I mean, most of these riders, to be fair, do respect the likes of Paula, everyone else out there, and it looks like he's ready to go. He's telling it to hurry up, but you can't tell the clock to hurry up at all. I mean, seconds, funnily enough, it's you can't make them go any faster, no matter what you try. And yeah, you can just see the frustration there. Certainly, they were not expecting that at all.
No, they weren't. You can tell. Just the frustration, the confusion, the shock, the anger, the despair, the disappointment after Jordan Paul's crash. It goes from bad to worse for the 277 squad. The engine's fired up. Looks like the minute's about to be over. And they can get back going now. And they will rejoin the race. Another firm shake of the head, just to confirm their feelings as they do make their way back out onto the circuit. We are starting to near the halfway marker in this race, coming up to 3 p.m. local time, and won't be another safety car this time. When is the next safety car due out by? Because the last one did happen a little while ago.
Yeah, the last one ended at just after 2:15.
Okay, so as long as it's by 5:15, so we got another 2.5 hours till we're expecting our next safety car. Realistically, of course, it'll be the MG taking.
I'm quite excited for it.
I'm looking forward to. It's just a bit of a shake-up, and again, a big Audi compared to the nimble MG. Proper British engineering. It's going to be it's going to be a sight to behold.
Yep, yeah, it's going to be a sight to behold, I think it's the right way to put it. Certainly, in the upper part of the circuit as well, let's not forget rocket in, rocket out. I mean, it could be flying about that section of the circuit as well. But yeah, so the MG heading through next time around. But not too long until we can hear from some of the stars of the show. Obviously, a 33.432 second advantage for Dart Motorsport for the time being, continuing to lead Maselli JJ Racing for the time being. But Moto 46 in P4. But of course, the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championships, this being round 5 of the season. And well, we have plenty to enjoy here this afternoon. Plenty to enjoy into the evening as well. Fireworks set in P15. So they've roughly been about that place throughout the entire race. They've just been fluctuating between the likes of 13th and then dropping back down to 16th. And now, well, setting up 15th as things settle out. I mean, we did look to speak to him a little bit earlier on. We did grab what I believe was the team manager. I can also tell you as well, Double Trouble now into the pit lane. So that was their scheduled stop. And I think like Paula will be going over to have a quick word, a quick chat now that things have settled down. And the adrenaline certainly has worn off. So yeah, next planned intervention by 17:17, also known as 17 minutes past 5 in the evening here in the UK. So not too much longer before we can look forward to that one, around 2.5 hours or so before the next planned intervention time with the safety car. But there is the 21 squad. Now, we did see John Harwood not terribly long ago out on that bike, but now it's going to be still John Harwood. Actually, what am I talking about? So yeah, continuing on. 212 laps completed for them, and what's been around a 14-lap stint so far for the 21 squad. So they're continuing their run. Some solid times, I think it's fair to say. And of course, we're edging towards half race distance, and I believe Ross is away into the paddock to find some people to chat to, perhaps even the Biker Lawyers themselves. But we'll wait to see what he's got up to a little bit later on, as there's the 73 Ride Culture racing into the pit lane. They go now. And well, they've had a good race so far. So what is from KTM now is Kawasaki. Much older machine for them. So exit and pit lane they go now as we move towards what's essentially half time. Obviously this is proper motorsport. This is proper sport in general. We don't have, for example, water breaks in this one. The riders want to get on the bike, that's them all the way till their next stint. As we do carry on. Obviously some of them, if they do have a very expensive high-tech suit, they can put some water in their Camelback, which some of them I think will be doing on a hot day like this. As we mentioned, air temperature for the time being sitting around 24 degrees Celsius. Still not the hottest that it's meant to be all day. Around 5 p.m. it's meant to be properly sunny. I say properly sunny because we've been shielded quite well by some clouds, and the sun's just been dipping and disappearing as the day goes on for stints. But at 5 p.m. it's meant to be clear skies and a few degrees hotter too. So currently 24 degrees air temperature out on circuit as Hewitt takes over at Dart Motorsport. Things are looking good for them because now with Mark at the reins of that machine, you would say he's going to be feeling confident, he's going to be feeling pretty calm as well and nice and cool on board the BMW M1000. Obviously super easy to spot a difference between the likes of the M1000 and the S1000s out on track. The M1000s have the huge wings on the front fairing and a much more round and oval air intake on the front of the bike as well. Meanwhile, like the S1000, much more narrow, more of a diamond shape for the air intake and far less wings, to put it lightly. The R6 though of Randy Racing. Now they set P5. I mean, this is a pretty astonishing ride for them, and what is essentially a team of R6s out on track. They're containing their running inside the top 5 as they have done pretty much all of the race. But of course, edging towards 6 hours to go for this one. Powered by Pirelli, of course. We were lucky enough to speak to James from Race Support earlier on today, who, sells a bunch of Pirellis, sells a bunch of Metzlers too. And as we were talking about it, and as we were discussing, could Double Trouble's day get any worse? We have just got confirmation that the team has retired. So maybe some of the hand gestures was just the fact that he was pulling into the pit lane anyway to planning on retiring from the race. But maybe not wanting that penalty to be carried on into the future and just wanting to get it out the way, and then they could decide their next move. And exactly that's what they've done. You can just see there the way the circuit loops around on itself almost. You head for this back section of the circuit for such a quick corner over at School, and then building up speed heavy on the anchors towards Rocket in, Rocket out, and then it starts getting technical yet again, especially as we go through Peel, then through Peel towards the corkscrew, but we don't actually use the corkscrew, we just turn left at the corkscrew and do about half of it, then down Tom Price Straight, Hairpin and the bus stop to finish off the lap here at Anglesey. Some nice hills as well in the middle of the circuit, plenty of areas for spectators to watch from in this one. It seems to be a case of you're spoiled for choice at some parts of the circuit and then don't have too much choice at other parts as well. That's just because some of this track, I mean, it's just so fast. You can't exactly have people all the way on the outside of the circuit. As Dart Motorsport trying to navigate some traffic here, using his head, having a little look to the left-hand side to make sure he's nice and safely past his Mark Hewitt, and he does so there. So that's another position made up. Lewis Smart as well, sitting on board the Suzuki. He's had a few technical gremlins with that Suzuki so far this year, so hopefully none of the such later on today. I can just see as well outside the commentary box window, the 101 has entered the pit lane yet again. I mean, they've had a dramatic race to say the very least. I'm actually shocked that they're still able to run out there on track. Still around 1 second or so. It's showing us one lap, actually, as I should say, for Maselli, JG of Race, and the gap between himself and Dart Motorsport, but it's not quite that. We're just waiting for the number one to cross the line, and the timing will update, of course. But just sliding the bike through School. and heavy on the anchors. Some more traffic as well to contend with here. And well, that is the theme of endurance racing. It is almost a case that you don't get terribly bored when you're on board the bike, because you have constantly someone to chase. And actually, if you're able just to string around the laps with no real bother and a consistent pace at that, then you can almost treat it like a track day, just trying to get consistent lap times on the board. And nothing to worry about. But back onto the exit, the front wheel up in the air as well. So the wings meant to combat that ever so slightly, but as is the anti-wheelie. But obviously you can't run too much anti-wheelie. Sometimes you hear in club racing or on track days when bikes have anti-wheelie, they have traction control, you can hear it's picking up the throttle, just the bike cutting out almost, and almost sounding like it's on a high speed pit limiter. And that's usually when the rider, it's a very, very telling sign that the rider is using far too much electronic aids, and it's affecting their lap time, usually dramatically. And then it's just a case of getting more comfortable on board the bike and being able to ride it at its full potential, have things moving about, have things lifting underneath you, sliding the rear as well, not being too afraid of the bike, and just being able to wrestle it around this circuit. I mean, it's a real challenge. You've got to wrestle one of these 1000cc bikes pretty much every single circuit in the United Kingdom. Obviously, some people will argue that likes the 600s might just be enough power, it might be the perfect all-rounder. But as we get into the bigger circuits, the 1000s still able to hold their own. So around 11 minutes or so before we hit the halfway point in this endurance race. Of course, Dart Motorsport now leading the way, as we mentioned, but Maselli JG Racing, they have finally crossed the line, and it's going to be a 44.311 second advantage for this team on screen at the moment. They're just heading into the international section yet again, and well, they've got some of the coolest Camus characters that you can ask for in the No Limits Racing paddock. And Mark Hewitt, anyway, doing a grand old job at keeping that BMW. Obviously, they started from pole position this morning, and it's a well prepared bike, a very clean bike as well for us to look at, and sharing it with likes of Tommy Caldwell as well from Dart Motorsport itself. And quite a few teams needing to bring in some extra riders just for the extra distance. I mean, as things stand, we've still got pretty much 2 normal endurance races to go in this one, so there's still plenty of time to get moves done, still plenty of time to make up time lost, even if you have been given a penalty like some of the teams have so far today. As things stand, still 4 teams that have been handed the penalty. Obviously, we heard most recently that Double Trouble have retired after a race which was filled with pretty much triple troubles for them, the final of them being the stop-go penalty, which seemed to cause them to think it wasn't worth carrying on for the remaining 6 hours or so. There's still P23 in the order, but now I believe we can hear from Ross, who's been wandering about the paddock, wandering about the pit lane, and I believe he's catching up with some familiar faces to speak to down in the paddock.
Well, we thought, given it is the Biker Lawyers 12 Hours of Anglesey, we may as well come down and speak to the guys themselves. We are down here at the Biker Lawyers van. Do you want to just reintroduce yourself, or maybe introduce yourself to everyone at home who doesn't know who you are, potentially?
Not a problem. I'm Kev from the Biker Lawyers. I'm not a lawyer myself. I'm actually in charge of marketing. However, every one of our solicitors is a biker, and we think that makes a massive difference when you've got a claim. It's predominantly road claims that we deal with. We have dealt with a couple of track incidents, but generally speaking, the danger is not actually on the circuit. The danger is out on the roads, where we share it with cars, lorries, buses, you name it, other riders. So that's where we represent other bikers.
And how important do you think it is, the fact that all of your legal team are bikers themselves? Do you think it really helps them understand and have a connection with potential clients?
Clearly, I'm going to be biased. I think it's vital. I think it makes a big difference when a rider phones up and says, yeah, and then I lost the front end, that you don't have someone saying, oh, where did it go? Or lost the back end, or it slid out from under me. Those kind of terminologies, they make a difference. It also makes a difference. I mean, we had a crazy case where one of the insurance companies refused to pay out because the rider admitted they were not wearing a seatbelt. That was obviously a very, very easy case. We deal with all sorts of things that get really complex at time. And you know what? We put in the time and the effort to make sure that we understand exactly what led to that accident and who was to blame, either entirely or more one way or more the other. Take filtering, for example. We're legally allowed to filter. However, if the rider's doing 100 miles an hour, that's going to have a factor on how much guilt or blame there might be attributed. But we'll take it on.
Let's talk a little bit about the day, though, and away from the nitty-gritty legal stuff. Of course, it's the biggest race we've ever had here at No Lawyers. Too much lawyer speak, it's too hot.
Limited, yeah.
But as I was trying to say, it's the biggest race we've ever had here at No Limits Racing. Obviously, you guys have got your name in front of it as well. How special does that make it for you?
Do you know what? You saw us down on the grid before. Phil got to drop the green flag, which was just... He didn't realise it was on his bucket list, but it's been ticked off now. And just standing there, watching it in awe, knowing that these poor sods have got 12 hours in front of them. And we're not even halfway through. And here I am, I'm sweating, it's scorching day, we could not ask for better weather at Anglesey. And there's people out there, some of them are running a two-man team. Can you imagine that? 12 hours as a two-man team for just tag, right, it's your turn to go out, and you think you've no sooner, your leathers aren't even going to dry. You know what I mean? For the sweat that you're going to be losing. Yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. And it's a privilege to be associated with the No Limits Racing. I will be getting home and I'll be watching this on YouTube, and I'll probably watch the vast majority of the whole 12 hours, because we've been in pit lane, we've been talking to some of the riders, we're getting to know some of the teams, we're getting to know the style of some of the riders out there, just watching. There was one lad who's on a number 9 bike. Didn't actually get to speak to him to catch his name and stuff like that, but he's hanging off the bike like Marquez. I wouldn't be surprised if he is grinding his elbow, and that's at this level of racing. It's fantastic to watch, loving it.
It's great to hear you having a good time. I think we all are as well. Of course, still much of the season left to go, though, as well. There are rumours swirling that you might be heading to the track yourself at some point, or at least some people from the Biker Lawyers team.
Well, it has been 13 years since I even did a track day. So I've got a little bit of catching up to do. So I've got to get 5 track days in. My first one is tomorrow, here, and on this bike, on the 600RR. We literally finished the build on it, put the fairings on just the day before yesterday. Just as you arrived, I was sticking my tank pads on. So it's literally going to be the first shakedown for this. Then I've got to do my ACU licence. So, and hopefully get to a pace where I'm not just going to be a hazard. So we've got no aspirations to actually win the race. Not this year.
Well, it's a good test bed for next year, maybe, at least. And again, I'm assuming you'll be like Team Biker Lawyers or something going into it.
Absolutely, yeah, Team Biker Lawyers. Fergus, he's our lead solicitor. He's on a 600RR, but his is a brand new one, because he gets paid a little bit more than me. And obviously I'm on the 2005, and Phil, he's our business development manager. He's got a 2013 R6. All of the bikes are predominantly black with orange, oddly enough, because kind of goes with it, we've decided to call the team Fear of the Dark, which is a bit of a nod to the Iron Maiden fans out there, so definitely up the irons. Fear of the Dark, because it's all black, and why not?
I like that a lot. Quick then, before we let you go and cool down, probably, because it's quite hot here in the sun, although I can imagine, again, in your black trailer, it's probably kind of warm as well. Again, yeah, black shirt, black jeans for me. It's, I was told I couldn't wear shorts. I'm a bit disappointed with that one, to be honest with you. But quickly before we let you go, again, anyone has a claim that they need some help with, or, anyone's just looking to get in touch with you, maybe for advice or something, where can they find you? What's the best way to get in touch with the Biker Lawyers?
We've got a massive QR code, which I'm sure you'll capture on the back of the trailer. Obviously, we're on the No Limits website anyway. You can find us through that, be on the socials. The best thing to do, if you've got any questions, is just phone and chat to someone. It doesn't cost any more than a call. Most of us have got 3 minutes with our contracts anyway. So you phone up, you explain what the situation is. We don't have get-out-of-jail-free cards, but we can give advice if you have been a bit naughty, as to how to minimise what might happen to you. But we can't bend the rules, but we can give you advice to lessen that impact if you need to. Obviously, I'm an angel. I would never need that sort of support. And, everyone, keep it rubber side down.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Kev. It's always a blast, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the Biker Lawyers Anglesey 12 Hours.
Absolutely, mate. I'm off for a cold orange juice just after we speak.
Awesome stuff. Kev, absolute pleasure as always. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Never a problem. Always great to speak to Kev and indeed the guys from the Biker Lawyers. Our ties with sponsor, of course, for our No Limits endurance races, and of course, for us, but our biggest race ever, the 12 Hours of Anglesey, here, nestled off the northwestern coast of Wales. But that was the Biker Lawyers for you guys. Again, any problems that may or may not require some legal action, make sure you speak to those guys. Lewis Ray, though, back up to you as we are quickly. In fact, I think we have just gone over the halfway mark.
Not quite, Ross. You did mention that math isn't your strong point, and well, 6 hours 2 minutes are still on the clock. So better luck next time, and maybe if you didn't wear sunglasses, you could read the time a little bit better. Anyway, not too far away though from the halfway point, and well, I think we're looking forward to this one. 225 laps, so yeah, we're going to be edging towards the 450 laps near the end of the race. Obviously, it just depends on how safety car laps do go. You would imagine the safety car is going to be slightly slower in a straight line than the mighty old Audi. Of course, other car manufacturers are available. Other German car manufacturers also available too, but personal preference as such. Right now, though, waiting for Maselli GG Racing to cross the line yet again. It was set in just over 40 seconds of a margin, but all talk for the last hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, has been on Dart Motorsport. They've been simply impressive from the very start of this race, even yesterday in qualifying. And that's because they lead the way from Maselli GG Racing. Obviously, that will update one lap once Maselli GG Racing crossed the line. P3, though, is Moto 46. Northampton Line Markins in UK Fire Safety Ltd, the 21 squad in P4. Third in class as well for them. Randy Racing rounds out our top 5. Proudfoot Racing in P6. IWS Racing, Lane Boys, PB Racing, and Full Throttle Racing take out our top 10 runners. Obviously, Team Sport runners in there as well. Let's not forget in P9 for PB Racing. Pack Racing, those at P11. Snapdragon Racing, P12. While Shet's Racing, PP Racing, and Fireworks take out the top 15. Being a dramatic race for Fireworks, to say the very least. Donkey Box Racing at P16, with Race Skins Endurance P17. Maryland take out P18. While Heck Racing and Right Culture set in the final spots inside our top 20 this afternoon. Now officially in the second half of the race, KGG Endurance P21 ahead of Oppinger Oppinger 2, as I should say, in P22. Harp and Horsepower, Oddballs Racing, and Double Trouble have officially retired. Still showing up as P25 and still ahead of the likes of RAF Dambusters, Oppinger 1 and PP Racing 2.0. But yeah, it seems like at the moment, Double Trouble down to 2 riders following that crash over at Church. So now they've decided, well, it's time to pack things up and call it a day for them. 5 hours and 59 minutes left on the clock, though we can start officially looking towards the end of this race. Maybe not the end, but certainly the second half of it. And then, well, we'll get into the real thick part of the action. Obviously, as we said, Dart Motorsport, they've led for a significant amount of time now, in total, actually, if you want to calculate the entire field. If you would like that statistic, it's around 5,734 laps for everyone in the order. That equates to roughly 12,000 miles. So plenty of running done so far. Around 218 pit stops has taken place in this race as well so far. So the pit lane has been a hive of activity from start to finish. As we mentioned, though, Dart Motorsport, they took the race lead on lap 159, and since then they've been pretty unstoppable, and well, around 25 laps or so before we can begin to look towards 100 laps led for them, which would be the astonishing achievement to meet, and certainly for Hewitt in P1. A nice milestone as well for him. It's his first time learning Anglesey, it seems, and he's taken to it like a duck to water, and certainly like a duck to water. But there'll be none next to the circuit today because, well, it's the sea, and It's a little bit rough. There's currently more speedboats going around here at Anglesey, so plenty of motorsport to enjoy. Actually, over at that right-hand side of the circuit, you can literally go down on the beach. There's a little cut-in that some people do use once the racing is all over for the day. There's a little cut-in to go down towards the beach and spend the rest of the evening sunbathing, soaking up the sun, maybe getting a little sun tan. Hopefully they have some sun cream on as well, otherwise they'll burn. And well, none of us want that, walking about the paddock like a tomato. Now, you can see the armbands on the riders. That is mainly for the officials, just to check it's the right person on the bike, because otherwise you could stick on someone else's helmet or someone else's levers as well. Well, that armband is for that rider only. It's just to tell the officials who's out on circuit, so they don't need to remember every single helmet, every single lot of levers. It's a nice, easy way to signify the team's get asked at the start of the weekend what colour of armband they would want. Usually they pick their favourite colour, or definitely a colour that they do not hate, and then they use that for the rest of the meeting. Obviously it's a system which works well even in the likes of World Endurance, where sure they might have a tiny bit more budget with the bikes over there, but same principles with the races, same principles with the organisation as well, and just keeping everyone safe out on track. Also, in terms of race control messages and penalties as such, it's not been terribly dramatic for them. We're just edging towards 3:10 in the afternoon, around 20 minutes or so since the 277 team retired from the race. That does look to be yet another move, though, being made further back down the order. The Army team also at the back of this trio. And then they'll make their way now towards the GP section of the circuit. You can just see the cut-in there on the right-hand side of the track. Now, there's almost a top part of the paddock here. As you go into the main gate at Anglesey, now you can turn right and get yourself over to this part of the track. I don't think many people know about it, because not enough people certainly take advantage of it and take advantage of the incredible viewing that you can get around this coastal circuit. Not the coastal layout, though, but it still is on the coast, so I'm still going to take that one and run with it. Chet's Racing now, looking to pick up a few positions. They're currently running P13 out on circuit, now P14, as their penalty does get applied. So I think they're actually 12th on the road. And then, as in their multiple penalties that they've received throughout the day, they drop behind the likes of PP Racing and Snapdragons. Snapdragons as well, I think we spoke about it a little bit earlier on. It was super impressive, the setup that they brought and the support that they had actually over at Brands Hatch. They were able to enjoy the action, to say the very least, with a little viewing area, some benches up there as well, and some snacks and refreshments to enjoy too. For all their supporters coming far and wide. It's one of the most professional outfits that we do have. They've been racing the Honda CBR 600s for a couple of years now. From memory serves me correctly, they had a few technical issues with the Hondas at this very circuit last year. Now, a few more riders seem to be entering the pit lane, and we are waiting for them just to see a number. I've not brought my binoculars this weekend. It's going to be the 846. That, of course, being the team that's rusted a little bit of mix-up earlier on in the day. And, well, I think quite a few people watching them getting excited about the halfway point. Referring to a few songs halfway there. Living on a Prayer. Whatever your mix is for the second half of the race, whatever you're getting up to today, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks so much for being with us on NLR TV. Of course, we're live and free throughout the entire 2026 season. This well and truly allows us to enter the halfway point of the year. We entered the halfway point of the year about 7 minutes ago or so, because we have 9 rounds this year, and with this being a 12-hour race, or 6 hours was the halfway point. Once Ross returns to the commentary box a little bit later on, we'll be sure to inform him about this. Of course, maths involved in that one too. But the 600s seem to be going really well around this Anglesey circuit, especially its top section. It's not a part of the circuit where you want a heavy bike, where you want a bike that doesn't want to turn. It's a part of the track, certainly, that you want a bike that's nimble, that does what you want it to do. Well, that's okay if you're doing the tag team style, but if you've just got a single bike and you've compromised on setup, whether it be suspension or swing arm length, then suddenly the bike may not be feeling perfect, let's just say. Of course, as things stand, it continues to be Hewitt on board the Dart Motorsport machine. Gary Johnson still in the number 1 machine, sitting in second. Walsh now on board the Moto 46 as well. So Glenn Walsh, we've not spoke about him too much here today, and he's currently out on his second stint, and actually quite far into his second stint now, so I'm sure he'll be looking forward to the end of this one, putting his feet up, maybe grabbing an ice cream, which you wouldn't blame him for at all. Also, let's give some credit to everyone around the circuit, all the helpers as well. Let's not forget all the mechanics too, which have a busy old day changing wheels, going to the Pirelli lorry, getting new tyres for them, getting them fitted, bringing them back and then fitting them, changing brake pads as well. I mean, brake pads, it's a consumable part that we don't speak about enough up here in comms, but certainly during this 12-hour race you are going to be going through them, especially on these 1000cc machines. And, well, special material on the brake pads, high performance material actually, trying to reduce the likes of brake fades whenever the temperatures get hot, especially on a day like this where we're sitting still around 24 degrees air temperature. It's another skill that you need to pick up pretty quickly whenever you start doing endurance racing. It's not terribly bad unless you've just got pretty bad master cylinder or some shoddy brake pads in there during the sprint races, but exceedingly hot temperatures like we have had this year, to be fair. But in endurance racing you have to learn the skill of moving about your brake lever further back, being able just to reposition it to try and combat the likes of brake fades. So now 6 hours of racing is now up, and I've just been handed the official classifications for 6 hours of running. 58.564 seconds were Dart Motorsport's official lead at the 6 hour mark, at the halfway mark. Race distance so far completed at that point sat around 226 laps. Now, of course, as it's been around 10 minutes or so, we're now up at 233. That equates to just under 500 miles here on the Welsh coast. Obviously our first of 2 visits so far this year. We started the season all the way in March. Doesn't it feel like quite a while? Well, it certainly does to the Paddock. All the way in March, it was a very, very exciting start to the year over at Snetterton. Sadly, that endurance race couldn't go the full distance there, as never did Donington Park. Before we talk about the calendar, we have reached the halfway point, which does mean another prize draw winner. This time, it's going the way of PP Racing. The 49 squad, they'll be happy with that one, setting P12 on the road, and now picking up a few goodies for this afternoon. Picking up a few goodies to lift their spirits with still half the race left in the books here. But, Ross, as I was just saying, and, actually, first of all, I hate to tell you the bad news. When you said it was just over halfway, we're still 2 minutes adrift from that. So your math ever so slightly off there.
The watch was quick. What's the point? Just go home now.
Well, the halfway point, Ross, I'm not sure if you knew, but do you know what the halfway point means in this race?
Well, I mean, it means we've got a prize draw. I've just seen that bit.
Yep.
It means that there is now 5 hours and 48 minutes left to go.
And that's actually after the halfway point.
But it means we're halfway through. It means there's... Yeah.
Yes, it would be 6 hours left is the phrase you're looking for there. But it also means we officially have entered the halfway point of the 2026 season.
Wow.
9 rounds this year, this being round 5 of the season, and now halfway through it, 4.5, as a few riders enjoying a Calippo down in pit lane. Other ice lollies are available, but now into the second half of 2026. It's exciting stuff.
That's flown by, that hasn't it? Just I guess time does go quick when you're having fun and all of that, but wow.
Or sweating away.
Yeah, or just melting in the Welsh heat that we're experiencing here at Anglesey, but Yeah, I can't believe it. Halfway through the year already. That is, gone very, very quickly, and that's actually quite sad, because I want more than just half a season. I want more No Limits across the remainder of 2026.
Well, I think you're going to have to speak to Mark Neat about trying to get an extended calendar.
Yeah.
I mean, more rounds than last year, at least. We only had 8 rounds last year, and now, luckily, this year, we have an extra round in
Come on, Neaty. 10 next year, mate. Come on, you know what to do. Expansion, bigger is better, you know. It's the trend in motorsport at the moment to try and cram as many rounds into a season as you physically can. So why not do it for us here at No Limits Racing? I know they've got a lot of track days and stuff that we run that probably takes up quite a bit of time, to be fair. So I'll let them off, as we do have the 3-2-1 coming into the pit lane for a change of rider and, of course, of vehicle as well. Harp and Horsepower, who have climbed up to 23rd position after their issues and breaking down earlier on. And with 𝐓𝐄𝐓𝐿, who did just come in actually from the pit lane a bit, but has he just gone out actually? I'll just double check that one. No, he's just gone out actually. So again, he was the one who had those issues earlier on. The bike's been recovered and been repaired with whatever was wrong with it. I think it was mechanically related. And he has now made his way back out onto the racetrack. KGG Endurance still in the pits as well. And Double Trouble again, waiting to see when they're going to be able to re-emerge, because Matt Shisha came out, went back in, came out, went back in, and of course we saw Jordan Poole with those crashes earlier on, and then they've had penalties and the likes as well as the 277 squad. So the birthday boy really not feeling any of that magic as he ticks another year around the sun off of his calendar, I guess. I don't know, something like that anyway. But 5 hour 46.10 remaining in this one, and Dart Motorsport still very much in control of this race now and could still push onwards. So I'm going to be really interested to see what happens when we get down into kind of the last 2 hours, something like that, because that, I think, is when, well, it's not when the race is confirmed, but that's typically when it all starts to change up again. We're in a bit of a lull period here, Lewis. The kind of the midpoint's typically a bit nice and calm. There's nothing really that goes on, because everyone knows it. Again, first of all, it's the hottest point of the day, so it's pretty brutal out there. It's very muggy. Obviously, we're right by the sea. You know, luckily, it's not 35 degrees as it is in the rest of the country. Luckily, it's only about 28 here, air temp in Anglesey. But it's that point again. You're halfway through the race. Everyone knows now, okay, you know, just keep it calm. You just got to tick by the laps, just tick by the time, hit your marks, don't do anything wrong. Come in when the fuel light says to come in. Hopefully it all works out okay. It's only really when you get down to the last 2 to 1 hours where you realise, okay, well, we are still in a race actually, and, you know, that person's actually not too far ahead of us. Now we're going to push and see if we can go and get them. So from this point onwards, it is essentially not a testing session, but it is just about being consistently okay enough across the course of the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's just a case of getting yourself through this point of the race where everyone's getting a little bit tired out on the bikes. The bikes maybe getting a little bit tired themselves. A few things starting to break away, and we did see that with like some Nicky Williams. But meanwhile on circuit, Chet's Racing looks like they're being caught on circuit by fireworks. So the 129.25 could well and truly be coming together pretty soon. Obviously, not for class position, but it is for overall position as well. Obviously, as we've been saying throughout the day, make sure you join us for the remainder of 2026 on NRTV and throughout the Motorsport Radio platforms as well. You can get in touch through social media or simply through the YouTube comments chat.
People still want my Stasi lecture, by the way. I'm just going to say that now. You know, I may have to say, you know, wait a couple more hours for when we know we're really in the doldrums. I have nothing else to talk about. But the people want it.
Do you succumb to peer pressure?
I will. Maybe not yet. I'll keep them waiting. I'll keep teasing it, and then I will. You know, when we've got literally nothing else to discuss, that's when we'll jump in with a bit of 1980s East Germany nitty gritty.
Well, we'll wait and see what Ross manages to spill out in about 2 hours' time. Now, I am seeing, talking about a low period, I am seeing a bike stopped out on circuit just in the cut-in over at the other side of the track. It'll just be to our right here in the picture. It looks like they have managed to get going again, so they'll make their way towards the final corner in a few moments. And there is the bike. Can't quite see a number on it. Is that the 321? I think it might be. So the 321, some issues for them. And, well, it's an awkward place to rejoin. The handoff
they've just had a pit stop as well, so that's a bike that's not been out on the circuit very long at all.
Yeah, and that's an annoyed rider anyway, to say the very least.
And that is 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐋𝐄𝐓 as well, who had the issue earlier on. So big problems then for the Irishman, who again Maselli JJ Racing. That's not quite right. I've got me panicking there for a second. That is the half an horsepower 321. There we go. And yes, 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐋𝐄𝐓, again, the rider who had those issues earlier on. So clearly, whatever they thought they fixed, he did go back out a little while ago, but whatever mechanical issues are on what I'm presuming is a Scott, given that he has signed for Scott this year, I'm assuming that they are still hanging around and still persisting, shall we say. So yeah, real shame for those guys, and their day continues to just harp, and not a lot of horsepower at the moment, it would seem.
Yeah, not a lot of horsepower. They're going to have martial power in a few moments' time, you would imagine. I mean, that is, I got to say, Ross, the most annoying place that you can possibly break down. Because for them to get to pit entry, they're going to have to cross the circuit, which they can't do, of course, with no power. And then even if they did have some power, they would probably have to complete the lap. Otherwise, they'd be crossing over the grass or over the solid white line as well, because they're already past the official pit entry.
Yes, so awkward there. And he'll be hoping to at least try and get it going again. Has he got it going again? No, so he's actually now riding back round across the grass. Yeah, and now is
going up to the wall.
And it's landlocked as well. So it's going to be a 15-minute wait. Oh dear. What a shame for the 321 squad. What a shame for 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐋𝐄𝐓 as well. That's the second reliability-related issue that he's had today. The first one essentially put that team's chances to bed earlier on. And now it's just adding insult to injury. It's adding salt to the wound. And that's a real shame. They'll have to wait 15 minutes before they can send another bike back out onto the circuit. So, real shame there. That is a Snapdragon who've come in for a pit stop and a change of rider as well. And it'll be a swap over for the number 4 squad, I believe. It's Chris McKenzie who just came in. And it'll be James Plummer making his way back out onto the circuit. Although he has stopped, and I don't think that's a time-related issue. That's probably just a
pit stop intervention time.
Yeah, but as well, he was adjusting his gloves a little bit there. So I wonder if maybe something was a little bit too loose for his liking. As Snapdragon make their way back out onto the circuit. P15 they should be for the time being. Then I want to say is second in class in the Team Sport Trophy. So having a pretty good run of things overall for the time being are those guys. Again, got to remember, lots of different classes to keep our eye on. When someone in 17th place is technically leading a race, you know, that's the beauty of endurance racing. It's all over the place sometimes.
Yeah, multi-class endurance, of course, and the twins brought in this year as a category. And I'll tell you, it's so nice seeing the twins. And actually, it looks like in the background there, just in the entry to school, the 321 has managed to get going again. So I have to wait in a few moments' time to see if we can pick them up. But I believe they're just going to be making their way into this complex for the time being. So yeah, the 321 has managed to get going according to the live tracker on the map. And if they can get that bike back, it's going to save the team about 10 minutes or so.
Then of course got to fix it as well, but
you can change bike.
You can change bike, that's true. But again, 𝐔𝐄𝐓𝐋𝐄𝐓, he'll be probably quite annoyed. And again, that'll mean that, you know, if he wants to go back out, he'll have to fix it. He's had issues twice with it now, so whatever he thought he'd fixed either has failed again or wasn't correctly fixed the first time. So he could potentially go out on another bike, but then you're riding someone else's bike with a different setup on it, and you got to get used to that, etc, etc, etc. Again, he's signed with Scott as well. There may be an issue if he's riding non-Scott machinery. Can't forget that one. You know, contract has to come first and all of that. So yeah, we'll wait to see if he is going to be able to get it back and get back out there as well. But it looks like he certainly has managed to get going round.
Yeah, now he's just entering the pit lane.
Yes. So has at least managed to get the bike going again.
And so is second place as well. Sorry, Ross, but Maselli JJ Racing just coming into pits too.
Yep, income second place runners then. It is Johnson who will hop off the bike. It should be James Lodge, I want to say, we'll be seeing going out there for his next stint. Again, these guys do run pretty long stints, around about 40 laps or so they're able to get out of that endurance fuel tank for the number 1 team. So, should be about 40-odd laps of James Lodge before he hands over to Jonathan. Just over 5.5 hours left in this race. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray, we've been with you for 6.5 hours. We'll be with you for the remaining 5.5 hours. And it's going to be great.
Plus the grid walk.
Yeah, plus the grid walk. Yes, we've been here longer, actually. So probably, well, it was supposed to be half an hour. We had a few issues. So we'll call it 6 hours, 50 minutes we've been on air so far. It's not bad going at all, if you ask me.
Yeah, not bad going, and still, well, probably about 6 hours remaining by the time we wrap up everything this evening. As I can see by your face by that, you are absolutely ecstatic.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the podium celebrations. I'm looking forward to the barbecue. Looking forward to the football. It's going to be great.
How are you looking forward to sleep later tonight?
Well, I haven't got much this weekend, to be honest. It's been a very busy weekend for the media team. So some sleep would be nice. But, also want to celebrate with everyone the end of the biggest event in No Limits racing history. As we got another motor vehicle, technically. It's
called a helicopter.
I know it's called a helicopter. I do know what a flying thing is. But, yeah, it's not a military helicopter. You do get some military flyovers from fighter jets here every once in a while. Saw a couple of F-16s going over the other day. But that didn't look particularly military to me. Maybe just a local fan who just wants a bird's eye view of some great endurance racing.
Yeah, I did manage to see a couple of the flyovers yesterday on my way into the circuit. It was pretty spectacular, to be honest, and yet another little quirk of Anglesey. In fact, I've seen one of the planes actually land just next to the motorway, not too far away from the circuit. But the Maselli JJ Racing, they're still in the pit box, and well, they haven't even done the front yet, so you would say it's a much, much longer stop for the number 1 squad. And I'm almost starting to wonder if perhaps they're changing the likes of brake pads on that machine. And, more Allen keys coming out, more tools being brought out to them as well. They're luckily in the perfect sight for us up here in the commentary box. We have a bird's eye view on exactly what's going on with that BMW S1000RR. Of course, champions last year. The front tyre now finally back on that bike. They're pumping up the brakes as well. So yeah, that would suggest changing pads. Obviously, when you put on the tyre, you still need to pump the brakes because, well, the calipers have been off. Filling up though with further fuel. And it is going to be one of the Lodge duo coming back onto the bike. It does look potentially like James, but I'll wait for confirmation on that one. Obviously, their helmet's very, very similar. Their levers, definitely very similar as well out in circuit. No one's going to argue about that one. The lane boys as well, currently into the pit lane 2. As we wait for it to update, it has already updated. TSL on the money as usual. It is James Lodge now on board that bike. So a changeover from them. Of course, James Lodge started the race for them, went out for another stint before he came back in at roughly 1:10 past 1. And then luckily for him, he's had some time off, chilled out, probably put his feet up, maybe watched a couple of episodes of a show on Netflix, or maybe not that luxurious. Maybe he's just sat in the garage and stare at timing screens ready in case anything went wrong.
Maybe they're watching our broadcast as well. Plenty of entertainment for the whole family.
Quite a few teams actually are down in pit lane. Quite a few TVs on as well. A few timing screens also on. The team's now becoming really prepared down in the pit boxes, certainly the endurance ones. And obviously a lot of them bringing more essential stuff than just, for example, being able to watch our broadcast. Some kettles down there as well for brews, team morale and all that stuff to keep it up over the next 5 hours and 34 minutes. Dart Motorsport, though, some traffic to deal for them. But Ross, I mean, after about 3-4 hours of running, we were discussing how close this race was, and in fact, even whenever it rose to 17 seconds, still fairly close of how long was actually left in the race. But now 3 laps of an advantage. I mean, it's sensational stuff. By the time we settle things out at pit stops, maybe it might only be 2 for the time being. But the Northampton squad now ahead of Maselli JJ Racing after that last stop.
Yeah, very, very slow stop from the number 1 squad. So Dart Motorsport now sitting very comfortably. They've got 2 laps to the good on the Northampton line markings and UK Fire Safety 21 bike. So it's looking good for them so far. Tommy Caldwell, the Dart Motorsport man himself, out there on circuit at the moment on his Aprilia. And he's been had a really, really solid day, some really solid running, as we do have a bike that's come to a stop. That's the number 2. That is Oddballs Racing. And that, I believe, is up at the infield at the Rocket in-out section as well. So that's another bike that's stranded, and they'll have to wait there until they can get back out. It was Tim Walsh who was out there for that one. And got to remember as well, as that's a 2-bike team. That is so they've got to wait a longer while to get back out there, and then there's only one rider.
Yeah, you've only got one rider left, and obviously there's minimum ride times as well that you need to meet during the race as well. So you really need to get that sorted and get the rider back as well, most importantly too, within the next 5.5 hours or so. I'm sure that will happen. Still a while though, they're going to have to wait before the next safety car intervention period. So for Oddballs, it could be waiting a while before it's a 2-rider team yet again. But yeah, Oddballs, actually, as we mentioned that, they have entered the pit lane. We did see number 2 stop quite some time ago, actually. So Tim Walsh, currently on board that bike, is Aaron Wright, who I believe is stuck out on circuit. So
I see.
Yeah, Aaron Wright, he was roughly 11 laps or so into his stint before the bike came to a halt. That was about 20 past 2. So he's already been out there just over an hour, and he'll be waiting. And right now for Tim Walsh, he's putting in the miles, putting in the effort on board the Triumph. And well, at the end of the day, I think he's going to deserve a beer, to put it lightly.
You know, could be other drinks. Non-alcoholic beverages are available, of course, but
some water.
A lovely, refreshing glass
or
of water.
Or Dr. Pepper in your case.
Yeah, it was there. I have been snacking away at a big bottle of Dr. Pepper that just happened to be in the commentary box for reasons, and that's been keeping me awake. After not a lot of sleep last night, we had some unexpected late issues we had to deal with yesterday after you'd left, Lewis. You lucky thing. So, yes, did not get to our accommodation until the early hours this morning. Had no sleep. I was already tired anyway from the rig day. And then, straight back here and straight on it first thing. So, yes, I've been sugaring myself up to stay awake. I have got coffee somewhere. Have we got a kettle in here? We do have a kettle. Oh, I might make a coffee.
There is a kettle, and there is 5.5 hours left in this race, so feel free to make yourself a little
Not yet. I will a bit later on. We'll do a run around the commentary box. And
yeah, I mean, there is a famous phrase, though, that usually arises with caffeine, with sugar, and actually it's a word which is sometimes used quite a lot, actually, in motorsport. Do you know what that is? No, it involves crashing.
No, you see, that's why you just keep drinking caffeine, which is what I do most of the time, as someone who probably for less of my own good health consumes a fair amount of caffeine on a day-to-day basis. You just keep drinking it, and then it's fine, and then you don't crash until it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, stick to bottles of water, kids, and preferably reusable bottles as well, like that. I've got my trusty bottle, my second one of the season after leaving the last one at Donington Park earlier on in the year. Hopefully it's still there when we come back in October. Anyway, though, just under 5.5 hours left in this race. Fireworks now up to P12. I mean, they were at P15 about an hour or so ago, and, well, in the second half of the race, in the last couple of hours, they've had no real issues. Here's RAF Dambusters, though, Ross. I mean, you seem to love their pit stops, and it looks like we're about to get yet another one. Is there going to be a tyre change? Maybe not. The fuel going in it for the time being.
So, that's a long old stint for Piotr Gavriluch as well, as he comes into the pit lane. He's done some 40 or 30 odd laps on that thing. He came out at about 50 minutes ago, it would seem. So, long old stint for him. And that seems to be the Dambusters' way of doing things this weekend. It was a long old stint for Dean Turner before that, very long stint for Alan Sharp before that, and similarly with Joe Woodward. So, they seem to be able to get some mileage out of that bike. Of course, they are allowed to use the endurance tank. It is a one-bike team. And again, they do the whole tyre changes, fill up the tank and all that as they come through. So they'll... if you'll excuse us there in the commentary box for a moment. So they'll fill that thing up again. Don't have the quick filler to send it out. But yeah, great stint by Piotr Gavriluch. And they'll be presumably sending Alan Sharp out, I think. No, it'll be Joe Woodward, it should be. He'll be heading back onto the circuit for, again, you'd assume, about another hour or so out on the bike for the Air Force squad. So they'll be working their way back out and enjoying themselves, of course. As with all of the Forces teams and indeed in the In-Service Championship guys and all of that, don't worry, that is not your tax dollars being used to fund that squad. It's all their own money that they've cobbled together. So don't worry, don't start putting in comments about how, I can't believe that, my hard-earned cash is being used to fund these guys going racing. It's not, don't worry, it's fine.
I would personally support that.
I would personally support that, but I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't. A lot of people would be quite annoyed, I think, if tax money was being used for people to go racing on, although I would have zero issue with that whatsoever. I think that is a great use of tax money. But again, conversations about tax codes and economics, that's maybe a conversation for maybe another hour or two down the line, I'd say.
You would expect right now, the way you've been going on, Ross, with your drinks, with your tax talk, with your history lesson, that it's about 4 a.m. in the morning, race control downstairs, which is listening to us, is sound asleep, and no one else but us can hear us talk. But, we're actually here at 3:30 in the afternoon, with 5.5 hours left of this endurance race. Still plenty of time, still plenty of voices listening in as well, which I'm sure they'll have their opinion. If you want to give your opinion as well, head over to the live chat on NRTV.
Yes, we want to hear your thoughts on the current tax code, yes.
Okay, maybe maybe not that. But certainly your thoughts on Anglesey, on the beautiful scenery, the circuit as well. A lot of people come here for a track day. Actually, I believe we have a track day
yes.
on Sunday. So I don't know. So if you wanted to ride this circuit, there's plenty of opportunities to do that with no limits. I'm not sure if there's many spaces left on it, of course. I'm sure there won't be too many racers necessarily wanting to put in any more laps after today, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of fans, maybe even some mechanics who can't race this weekend. Obviously, they're too busy helping out and maybe not quick enough to be able to fight in with some of these top guys out on the circuit. So instead, they're taking part in the track day tomorrow. But obviously No Limits, not just a racing company. We head all over Europe, actually, and even far beyond that. There's been trips to the past, to the likes of Laguna Seca, to Phillip Island, you name it. Real bucket list circuits as well that everyone wants to ride at least once in their life. We have next month we still have some spaces, it seems, to head to Catalonia, of course, an incredible circuit for European track days. Spa as well that you can head to in September with No Limits and try to track day there. Andalusia at the end of season, Portimao as well in November, and then you start getting into your winter, almost your winter testing in December, January and stuff, with Jerez also on offer as well. And let me tell you, it's really warm over there at the moment. Maybe not, slightly hotter here. Slightly hotter than here at Anglesey, with us being right on the coast. But No Limits, plenty of way to get involved with plenty of upcoming track days, pretty much any day of the week. And I can tell you, there's still some space for tomorrow as well if you do want to take part, both in the lower, middle and the advanced groups. So head over to the No Limits Track Day website to get involved, get your name on the list, and enjoy a full day of running on the circuit that you see here on your very screen.
Absolutely. Make sure you get in touch. Probably be a bit more a low-key track day, I'd expect, than you come to expect from the No Limits guys. Again, just because everyone that's here is going to be knackered, probably not that many people that are racing here today are going to be involved. We did obviously speak to Kev earlier from the Biker Lawyers, our title sponsor in this Anglesey 12 hour. He's going out first track day in some 13 years, so best of luck to him, and I hope he enjoys it as he tries to cobble together an ACU licence and get himself out onto track in an endurance later in the year. But of course, get in touch if you want to come down tomorrow for the Anglesey Track Day, or of course if you want to go across the country into Europe across the remainder of the year. That's a good question, Lewis. If you were decided to do the track day here tomorrow, if you had your bike down with you, what section would you put yourself in? Beginner, intermediate, advanced? Where do you see yourself compared to other people at No Limits?
Well, in terms of our track days, you just never know. In terms of this field, I'm probably right at the back if we're honest here. But yeah, track days, last time I did a track day, I was an intermediate warrior, I can tell you that. I only got overtaken, I think, once during the entire day. Not to toot my own horn, but it was quite a wet day, and I wasn't too bad in wet conditions, wherever I still raced a motorcycle, still could handle a race bike. But yeah, I managed to pass everyone. Probably should have been put up a group, but luckily not terribly busiest track days, which has been a theme over the last couple of years. Obviously, sort of less money to spend on just throwing it at a track day, and it's much more of a luxury these days. But of course, No Limits trying their best to keep prices as low as possible, as affordable as well for the riders to take part in. But yeah, I can be a little bit of an intermediate warrior anyway out on a track day. But yeah, these guys out on circuit, sensational pace. I mean, I could not imagine to be doing these times that they are doing. Now, a few people also getting in touch. Jake Marsh listening in from home as well. And actually, sad news to hear about Jake Marsh, no longer going to be racing for the remainder of 2026. And well, Jake, if you do fancy it, get yourself in the No Limits racing paddock next year anyway, which you managed to build up a plan for next year. He's a little bit saddened that the Bello brothers are not racing this weekend. Obviously, Owen and Dylan should be back in action at Cadwell Park next time out, Ross. But it's been a dramatic couple of weekends for them too. I think Owen will be happy that he's not taking part in a 12-hour endurance race, because he's not had the luck with mechanical issues so far this year. A few mechanical issues have upset his rhythm and upset his weekends, and doing 12 hours on that Triumph, which pretty sure last time I checked had a throttle which was makeshift together just so it worked, and was still a little bit sticky. Yeah, I'm sure he's happy he's not here and has some time to prep a bike.
The Triumph's it's not the most reliable machine in the world, that thing, is it? Race one of Brands, I remember being down in Park Firm, which looked like it was just spitting fluid out of the side of itself. It was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I can imagine he probably wouldn't want to be pushing that thing for 2 hours. Again, it's a very, very fast bike, but it's one that probably wouldn't last particularly long here at Anglesey. But, you know, maybe the Mellors can come together, form a sibling dream team for one of the shorter rounds a little bit later in the year, potentially, if they're listening along. I thought I'd be interested to see that, see how they could do. 2 bike outfit, 2 riders, see how they do a little 3-hour or something. That could be quite fun.
With Ross McIntyre as their main sponsor. There you go, some 2027
Excuse me?
already. Great stuff for Ross, sponsoring the youth of the future. So well done, Ross.
I don't know where you imagine I'm getting the money from for this sponsorship. I'm just saying it'd be interesting to see him out there. Well, you know, yeah, if I come onto the millions somehow before 2027, maybe I will put him onto a team. But
if only you knew the money Ross was paid during a race weekend. Anyway, moving on track.
That's why I'm so interested in tax codes.
5 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. Headed into the international layout now, yet again. Well, we've spoken about it quite a few times, difference between the international and the coastal. There's also the slip-in just in between the two of them after the corkscrew. But yeah, it seems like pretty much every single track with a corkscrew, Ross, is usually a fan favourite. I don't think it's necessarily the corner that causes that, but it's usually the type of circuits that tend to have a corkscrew added into it. I mean, you look at the likes here at Anglesey, everyone loves Anglesey. You look at the likes of Laguna Seca as well. Everyone dreams of going there at least once in their life, if not riding it once in their life as well. And even Aragon with the reverse corkscrew as well. It's a great circuit as well. Loads of people enjoy going to. We occasionally go over as well for European track days. But yeah, the corkscrews seem to only go on great circuits.
Just, mate, I don't know if it's a defining feature like you said, or maybe it's, you know, people...
Potluck, or...
Yeah, I don't know if people kind of put it in, go actively thinking, you know, I've got to put this corner in here and it's going to be amazing. It's going to define the circuit, or, you know, if it's just something that's just a bit of a weird correlation, potentially. I'm sure it's probably the latter, but yeah, it's 3 great circuits, 3 great examples here. Wales, not afraid of great racetracks, to be fair. Of course, here at Anglesey, Pembury, a lot of fun as well. In terms of karting circuits, the mini bike action, Landau, a lot of fun as well. And although it never existed and the idea doesn't exist anymore, the Circuit of Wales, if you cast your mind back when that was going to get built, that looked like it was going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Of course, never came into reality. obviously planning for that to host the Grand Prix, World Superbikes, British Superbikes, all of the above. Again, one of the many racetrack plans that never came into fruition all throughout the UK and Europe, unfortunately. But the layout looks quite cool. I like the layout of it anyway.
Yeah, we can only dream.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Wales, no stranger to great racetracks. It's a place that has a lot of motorsport heritage and history, of course, not just with the circuits, but with the individuals, and not manufacturers, but a lot of good athletes come from this part of the world. And a real again, just kind of mirrors the rest of the UK. We're blessed with a country that has so much motorsport heritage and history in terms of the athletes, in terms of brands, in terms of racetracks as well. And again, that's not just limited to England. That's very much true for Wales, Scotland, Ireland as well. Northern Ireland, obviously we're talking UK, but if we're talking about the British Isles, Ireland I think definitely comes into it as well. So, we're very lucky in that regard.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, you can name multiple world champions, whatever discipline you like to think about. We have, for example, in four wheels, up in Scotland next year, obviously, the likes of World Rally Championship coming into town as well. It seems to be a part of the world which attracts top-level motorsport, and as you mentioned, it was initially on the cards for top-level motorcycle racing to come to Wales. Sadly, never materialised for one reason or another, or, well, multiple reasons, actually, for a matter of fact. But we won't get into all of that, because there's politics, and then there is that, and I think we're going to steer away from that very, very clearly. But, Snapdragon Racing right now, we're looking back on screen. Two-rider team, a couple of two-rider teams now. In fact, a one-rider team as well for all balls.
Yeah, it's getting exciting here at No Limits Racing. As I ripped apart the commentary box earlier on, Lewis has just done the same. Apologies for that noise there. Don't worry, we're trying not to break down mentally as it currently stands. It's been a great day here at Anglesey. Again, keep your comments and your questions flooding in if you have any, or any shout-outs. Again, if you're at the circuit and want to come up and say hello, step into the commentary box. We don't bite, we're quite nice people. And of course, if you haven't done so already here on NLR TV, make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above to help promote the championship. And again, this is the biggest event that we have ever had here in the Biker Lawyers. 12 hours of Anglesey, round number 5 of the No Limits Championship in 2026. I've got some riders making their way back down pit lane once again. Is that one of the Shet's racing bikes? It is, the 129. That was Christopher Stewart, I believe, who's just come into the pit lane. And they'll be sending somebody else out in his place. Of course, Alan Lane looks like he's ready to head out for Pack Racing. So he'll be making his way back out onto the circuit for the first time in a while on that R1. Alan, always a very friendly face. Always great to speak to him down in the paddock. And pretty handy on a motorbike as well, it must be said. So Alan makes his way out on the Yamaha. And he'll continue to push onwards as Jake Marsh is in, saying he'll try his best to get to NLR next year. Maybe he can link up with the Mellor brothers. Sorry, Jake, I won't be sponsoring you guys, as much as Lewis wants to admit it. I unfortunately, obviously I earn the big bucks, but no, I don't have that money, unfortunately. As we're saying, Terry Hells, how many sets of tyres are we looking to use? Very much dependent on teams' budget, on what they're doing. So the fastest guys will be looking potentially at, especially if you're changing bikes, it'll be fresh tyres every time the bike's going out. If you're having one bike, you'll probably be looking at a rear, if you're up the front, possibly every pit stop. JJ Maselli have certainly been having a new rear seemingly every stop. If not, you can double stint it and then a new front tyre maybe every 2 to 3 stints. But again, it depends what tyre compound you're using. The SC1 is very much the preferred on the rear, being the Pirelli, of course. Other tyres are available in the form of Metzeler KDs. And some teams do prefer to use the Metzlers as well. But if we're talking in Pirelli terms, it is the SC1 that is very much preferred on the rear. The SC0 seemingly the preferred front tyre of choice. Of course, these are the same tyres that you can get that you do get in the World Superbike paddock in BSB. So it's very, very high quality rubber available for you. So that, it just depends on the budget and what's going on and things like that. But again, the front running guys, you'll be expecting to see them with certainly a fresh rear tyre if it's one bike every stint. If it's a multi-tag team bike situation, they will probably have a fresh set of tyres on every time that bike makes its way out onto the circuit, both front and rear. One team or one bike teams will be looking at probably a fresh front tyre. 3 stints is probably quite good, maybe 2 if you've got a little bit more money on your side and can afford the amount of tyres. And also as well, depends how fast you are as well. Are you using up that rubber as you should do? So it's all for play as we continue onwards. Not too far away from 7 hours gone as our Scottish correspondent Lewis Ray down on the pit lane wall.
Very, very loud for the time being, but well, you can see the sights, the sounds, the smell, and plenty of pit boards as well. It looks like Rhys Irwin just preparing the pit board as things stand. You can see P1 out in it, position on display as well, telling them the gaps, the lap times, and how many laps they're on. Either how many laps are on overall, or how many laps until the end of their stint. The fun thing about pit boards is that it's all just individual for the riders. It's whatever they want on display. They'll talk about it before the race. For different riders, certainly with higher experiences, obviously like the Irwin brothers, they can take in a lot more information, and obviously they are professional riders at the end of the day. They come from a very, very prestigious family. They know how to read a pit board nice and efficiently. Then you have other riders which simply will just want a gap on it and how many laps I original pit stop, or how many laps in the stint. It's most likely going to be how many laps until you have to enter the pit lane, because then otherwise you're going to be trying to do some calculations in your head as well. Also for the teams, you can just see on the floor over there all the numbers, nice and organised as well for them. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, everything up to 9 as well, because you're going to need multiple of the numbers on some occasion. Certainly the number 1, you're probably going to need quite a lot as well, especially if you're quick out there. But yeah, you can just see there Chris Johnson's board, P5 and 35 on it too, so less information on it for him, but it's a essential job that doesn't necessarily get the most attention brought to it. And for these helpers, they can be on pit wall pretty much the entire day. They'll usually just have a live timing feed up to them, a live timing screen, and then that's their spot for the entire day in the sunshine, hopefully with some sun cream as well. But a lot of teams as well, if they don't have a pit board, if maybe they haven't got the budget for it, or just simply no one has a pit board in their team, they can simply just use hand signals like they used to do very much back in the day before pit boards became such a common occurrence. Simply just showing them with their hands if the gap's got any bigger or any smaller from last time around. It can be as effective, certainly in the heat of a battle, because whenever you see 0.1 of a second, it can cause you to ride a little bit tight, certainly in the latter stages of the race, whenever things are getting tense. But, actually, Rhys Irwin, we're speaking about pit boards, is doing the pit boards at the moment for K-Ilvin. So, we'll jump in a few moments' time. You alright for a quick chat, yeah? Well, Rhys, a slightly different job for you this weekend, helping out on pit board duties. How did they rope you into that?
Well, I'd say pit board duties is about 10% of the jobs I've had this weekend. I'm pretty much running the show.
Yeah, what sort of jobs have you got inside the garage away from here on pit wall?
Mechanicking, keeping everyone going, keeping the morale up within the team. But no, it's good. All the boys are brilliant. Paul, all the other guys have been great in the team so far, so it's a brilliant event, to be honest. It's been quite enjoyable.
Yeah, and it's an enjoyable weekend, sunshine, and this is obviously not a circuit that BSB come to, but I mean, what do you make of the place? What do you make of Anglesey? Is it a circuit that you like? Is it a circuit that doesn't really appeal to you too much?
No, to be honest, it looks unbelievable. For us coming from Ireland, being so close to Holyhead, it's actually really easy to get to. So I've done super teams and stuff here back in the day, so brilliant track, brilliant facility. I think it's probably a shame that it doesn't get more use, but no, perfect track for an event like this.
Yeah, perfect track for an event like this. As you mentioned, you were back here in Super Team days, slightly different to what you're racing now, and slightly different to what the 750 Suzuki is that's out on circuit at the moment. What do you think the key is around this circuit?
I'm not sure. It's brother's down the bike at the minute, so you probably speak to him after and see what he says. He's been going pretty fast.
And finally, good season for you so far. You've got to be enjoying it, making the step up, obviously, as reigning champ of the British Supersport.
Yeah, definitely. Superbike's a big step, and I'm enjoying it. I've, like I say, I always say I'm very fortunate to have quite an experienced team that understand the transition period is going to be tough and what comes with it. So yeah, so far so good anyway. Just keep my head down and keep chipping away, and that's the plan anyway.
Yeah, and looking towards the second half of the season, obviously he's had some tricky tracks as well so far this year, the likes of 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 to tackle on a big bike. What are you looking forward to for the second half of the season?
Sure, Brands Hatch is one of my favourite ones. To be honest, I like all of them. Brands Hatch is probably one of my favourite ones. Then you go to your Thruxtons, back to Oldham Park, back to Donington, Cadwell. Sure, it'll be fun.
Yeah, still asking to come up as well, heading overseas. So yeah, best luck for the rest of the season, and yeah, keep smiling. It looks like you're enjoying it here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy, and yeah, hopefully the whole pit board keeps looking like this. It'll make my job easier.
Yeah, P1 for the time being, and well, yeah, we started with a busy weekend for him. Now, just behind as well, on the building up there, you can first of all see the middle over in race control. Still working very, very hard. Mark Neat having some conversations for the time being. And actually, now that we are down here in pit lane, I think we should go down and have a chat with a couple of teams, couple of riders. It's been a while now since we had a chat with voice of Dart Motorsport. I don't know if anyone's going to be around that we can necessarily talk to, but we'll head over the fast lane for the time being. Luckily for us, it's pretty quiet, and actually I can see Paul Pridmore. He has got his top off for the time being, but Paul just walking away from us. We'll grab his teammate. Obviously Moto 46 having a great race so far. How's that been so far? Obviously now in the latter stages, now in the second half, you guys at Moto 46 have to be pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty happy, mate. Just keeping the head down, trying to keep going. There's not much more to say, really.
Yeah, and what do you make of the heat so far? I mean, it's not as intense as maybe something like Donington Park or Brands Hatch, but it's still tough out there.
Yeah, Brands Hatch was harder than this. Well, I blew my 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 up at Brands Hatch. I'm on my mate's bike on the trot. So thanks to Tommy for lending me his bike. He's on the pit wall working his socks off on the pit wall. But yeah, he's lent me that bike for this race, so thanks to him, really.
Yeah, and what do you make of the Triumph so far? Obviously a different engine in it, well, triple cylinder, they're quite aggressive on torque. How is it?
It's miles easier than my 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 to ride, miles easier. The 47-minute stint is like effortless compared to my 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍.
Yeah, and stint-wise, what are you looking for? How much have you got towards the end of the race now? How many stints are left for yourself?
I think I've got at least 2 stints left, but I'm going to have to go because they've got 2 laps and I'm going out. So
well, best of luck, get your levers on, get your helmets on and get ready.
Cheers.
So Moto 46 there, and well, just next door is going to be our race leaders. So yeah, it looks like they're having a little bit of relaxation time, I think it's fair to say, but Aaron just chilling in his levers for the time being. But for Dart Motorsport, I mean, what an incredible second half of the race this has been so far. You guys have stretched the lead, to put it lightly.
Yeah, not too bad. Just keep doing what we're doing. Hopefully the stamina keeps up here, but so far all the guys are happy, so yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, final couple of hours, obviously, it's going to be a tough one for you. How is the bikes? Any niggles out there? Any little issues?
Not too bad. Probably tires are the worst thing, but it's same for everyone, But no, touch wood, we haven't had any issues yet. Not keep it that way.
And we spoke quite a lot about the temperatures this weekend. Obviously, Anglesey can be unpredictable, but it looks like this is going to continue all the way to the end of the race. What is the track out there? What's the grip level like?
I thought it would be grippier. It's definitely greasy and sidey in a few places. You definitely have to be careful where you wouldn't have had it been previous times. But no, it's like I say, once you get used to where the slippy bits are, it's fine.
Yeah, well, best of luck out there, and you guys are doing an incredible performance, and yourself on the Honda. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, there we go. Race leaders, Dart Motorsport. We'll head out of their pit lane. Fireworks just coming in for yet another stop, and actually, we'll head to wander up there just quickly while they do their stop, and then hopefully be able to grab them once the stop's finished. Obviously, the rider will have to wait as there's a little limp. But there's a few battles out on the circuit are beginning to heat up, but yeah, a little limp off the bike there for the fireworks riders. Hopefully we can grab a word. They have a slightly different setup this round anyway. It's not been a weekend that's gone to plan at all, to put it lightly. But the rear tyre now does come off. A little wipe on the fuel tank as well. As we make sure we stay out the way for the teams. The chain now just coming off, slides on right onto the swing arm, not to get in the way of this next tyre. Obviously a rear tyre going on it next. Very, very professional system. Nicky Williams now comes out the pit lane as well. We've seen him with smoke earlier on. It looks like they've got the issue sorted to that machine, and they've got a nice little holder as well for the tyres. Just changing out the worn tyres and the new one. It's a new front as well in this time around. Front tyre usually can last an extra stint compared to the rear. Spindle in now, and they'll try push it in and then tighten it up with the ratchet. But yeah, a solid job for them. The rider just watching on behind us. Then we're going to jump into the pit box and grab a word of the ride that's just came off it once this stop has been completed. So pumping the rear brake as well, making sure that everything is all ready to go. And then they should be able to release them back out on track. So the caliper as well going in the front, and they should be able to tighten those bolts with no worries. Obviously, brake pads, super important consumable during this race, during the 12-hour race. We don't really speak about it during the 3-hour endurance races because it's not actually much of an issue there, but here in the 12, well, they're going to have to be very careful on their brakes, making sure it lasts all the way to the end. The leaf blower as well going into the radiator. Obviously these race bikes, they're made to actually be moving around the circuit, so if they're stopped down here in pit lane, even though the bike is switched off, it continues to heat up and build some temperature, and it doesn't do the engine any good, let me tell you that. So now just doing the other side, just trying to slot the caliper into position. They hook on onto a little slot that's built into the bottom of the front forks, keeps them in place and makes it usually a little bit easier to fit them than just a loose caliper. So looks like that's already pumping the front brake, all ready to go. Another team get out the way, rear brake's already done for them, and now they'll start it. So well, while they head out of pit lane, we're going to hand it to their rider in the pit box, so they'll start up the bike and get going. But well, you've just came off the bike, Andy, and well, it was a tough old stint for you.
Hang on a second, got to thank God on my sponsors first. Now you can have some sense out of me. What was the question?
Yeah, how was that stint for you? You're looking pretty tired after that stint of action. Obviously very hot here today.
Straight up, yeah. My legs are feeling 10 years older. I'm a bit... You have to make sure that you haven't written a check that your body can't do. You can go in too quickly and you can't react. So this is the longest race we've done so far.
Yeah, it's got to feel like one of the longest weekends so far as well. I mean, this has not gone to plan, I think it's fair to say, round 5.
Yeah. I haven't had a red or a safety car, whereas in every other round I've had a bit of a rest. But yeah, that's on the end of the tyre. I'm a bit hot and bothered. I've double stinted previously, so I've done 48 laps consecutively. So I've done enough, for now.
Yeah, you've done enough. You deserve a little break as well. But how is it working with some different riders this weekend? Obviously, quite a few teams bringing in some extra riders, some subs, if you will, for this longer endurance race.
Very calm track. Everybody's been polite. It's relatively steady and calm out there. It's worked 33 start entranced.
Yeah,
30 starters. We've spread out nicely. Everyone who's come past has done it nice and clean. You've got to get to the end of 12 hours, so there's no point.
And just as a left the commentary box, you were sitting around P12 overall. Obviously now you've just made the stops, you will drop down ever so slightly, but it's been a race where you've been constantly jumping up and down the order around the P15 mark. Yeah. How's it been from your end? Has this been the results that you guys were expecting going into this weekend?
Well, if you'd have asked us that yesterday, we're lucky to be starting at all. Gearbox failure yesterday, so we've had effectively zero practice. It's 2 years since Derek's been here. Peter's done 2 race meetings here, but I've never seen the place. I've done a couple of laps on push bike.
Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest place in the world to learn. So, yeah, we'll let you have a little rest, a little drink as well, get some fluids back in you before you go out a little bit later on.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you.
So yeah, fireworks down here in pit lane. They've just done their stop, and now the riders can take a little bit of a breather. Ross, I think it's time to hand it back up to you in the commentary box. We've seen the pit wall, we've seen the pit boards, and now we spoke to the riders. So up to the commentary box yet again for further action on track.
Thank you very much, Louis Ray, for the interviews and for speaking to some of the riders there. It is now, what's that, 8 hours done? No, 7 hours done, 5 hours left, 4 hours 58, and 18 or so seconds left on the clock. So we will do, once again, a little run through of how things stand. At the top of the tables, it is still the Dart Motorsport number 92 bike, Aaron Spence out there once again. So go to UK Moto 46 up into second overall on that National 600 machine, leading in class, of course. Dennis Maselli, JJ Racing P3, and the Northampton line markings UK Fire Safety 21 in P4. They're followed by Randy Racing and Proudfoot Racing. The IWS Racing 100 in P7 leads the way in the Team Power Trophy. Lane Boys in P8, PB Racing and Full Throttle Racing rounding out our top 10 here at Anglesey. A little bit further down the order, Pack Racing in P11, then it's Shet Racing, Snapdragon Racing, Fireworks, PP Racing, Donkey Box, Racekins Endurance, Merlin 846, Heck Racing and Ride Culture Racing in P20 as things stand. Then we got a couple of riders a bit further back who are having issues in and out of the pit lane, but we'll call it as we currently see it from 21st onwards. KGG Endurance, followed by Op Endure 2. Harp and Horsepower are back in the pit lane at the moment, sub 36 laps down. Chris Degg in the pit box at the moment. And it's the Dam Busters in 24th place. They've had a few issues today. Oddballs Racing in 25th. Double Trouble in 26th place. They're still in pit lane and in danger of dropping behind Op Endure 1, who are 102 or 101 laps down, shall I say, after huge issues earlier on. PP Racing have not been out of the pits for a fair few hours now, I think it's safe to say. In fact, we last saw them out on track at around 2 hours ago. They came out for a lap. Came up for about 2 laps and then decided to go back in. So that is the order of things at the top of the hour. Just under 5 hours left to go then in the big one, and we have problems for another rider. Who is that has come to a halt? Is that Nicky Williams potentially for the 22 Full Throttle Racing squad? I believe it may be. We saw his Kawasaki having issues earlier on and smoking just a little bit, and he's not been out particularly long, only a couple of laps. I believe that is Nicky Williams, and that engine is still causing him problems, and that he could well be having to wait for a recovery vehicle to make his way back to the pit. So more drama for the 22 Full Throttle squad as he casts his gaze down, wondering what on earth is going on here today. Nicky Williams, a very, very fine rider indeed, but that Kawasaki has not been too kind to him. Again, he came into the pit lane earlier on with smoke billowing out the back of the exhaust, and now it seems like it's come to a stop. That's just coming into the school section, has got it out of the way at least, and well off the racing surface, and indeed behind the barrier as well. So it's a pretty easy collection, so may indeed make it back in time before.
Race control message 2222 was black and orange for possible fluid loss, has stopped at school and will be recovered.
Also, actually, they were had a meatball flag, got a mechanical flag, flag with the orange circle for potential fluid loss. So we'll keep an eye out for any lack of adhesion flags that may be around the surface. The slippery surface flag, of course, with the yellow and red stripes that you sometimes see waving around when a bike has had enough and dumps the occasional things down, or if it's raining a little bit here and there as well. No need to worry about that though. As you see, is that Snowdon? I don't think so. I think Snowdon's a bit further around. Might be though. I don't know. But yes, so Nicky Williams was shown a mechanical flag, but stopped before he...
Race control message. It was confirmed as water.
Mark Berry clearly listening in. So he was dropping water at least on the track. So that will probably evaporate fairly quickly, given the high temperatures and the heat. but Nicky Williams not being able to make it back to the pit lane, so it will be recovered. He'll either get back within 15 minutes and they'll send somebody else out there for full throttle racing, or they'll have to wait for that 15-minute window to pass before they go back out onto the circuit with somebody else, or fear the wrath of the stewards and a very, very big slap on the wrist in terms of probably a 60-second stop-go penalty, potentially even more as well. We have seen more in the past before, so we'll wait to see if that 22 squad are going to be intelligent enough and wait to at least get Nicky picked up, or if they'll wait for the 15 minutes to pass. 4 minutes and 53 left on the clock. Of course, keep your comments rolling in. It's myself and Lewis all the way to the end of the day, and then a bit further as well, as we'll try to cover some of the podium celebrations. 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 talk about dream tracks when we were talking about solid tracks earlier, talk about Watkins Glen or Road America, 2 very good circuits indeed, but nothing on Anglesey in my opinion. This gorgeous little racetrack here nestled right on the coast, just a stone's throw away from the Irish Sea. It's a wonderful place. I do enjoy it here, and some great racing on offer as well.
I'm unsure if I should be scared or worried about that accent there.
It's my Richard Keys impression.
Don't quit your day job. Now, less than 5 hours left on the clock, as you mentioned. You went through the order already, and well, we spoke to Dart Motorsport, and to say they were chilled down in pit lane, I think was a little bit of an understatement. They were like, yeah, it's going well so far. You know, let's try to keep it like this. It's been a difficult race so far, but well, they're leading by 2 laps and making it look pretty easy indeed at that. But yeah, what a race we've had so far. And Miss LGG Racing, I think it's going to be interesting a little bit later on, just to be able to talk to them and well, see what their thoughts are in the second part of the race, because while it's went to plan for the 92, it's certainly not went to plan for the number 1 squad. Maybe looking for a little bit more in the second half of running. The sun well and truly now beaten into the commentary box window, but well, I do know quite a lot of people watching on, and quite a lot of people as well coming to Anglesey for some celebrations. And yeah, just a little message from Mark Berry, just wanting to give a little shout out to Josh, who's camping at the circuit today, celebrating his 26th birthday, and well, they come to all the Anglesey events, and lots of love to himself and his future wife Chloe. I believe as well they're watching on YouTube just so they can see some of the parts of the circuit that they're not able to see from their vantage point out on track as well. And well, that's the thing about Anglesey. It seems like you can watch in some parts of the circuit and see maybe 70-80% of the circuit, and then there's just those little points which can be real key overtaking places as well, frustratingly, that you can't quite see. I mean, even up here in the commentary box, we can see pretty much 60% of the circuit, I think it's fair to say, which for a commentary box at a racetrack is pretty well done, but yet we're missing just the top end of the track, and then also missing turn 2 as well at that. But 4 hours 10 minutes left on the clock for this one, and you can just see a few of the riders taking a rest, and we can see it as well in the fireworks camp how tired they were. It's hot out there, it's humid out there, it's really getting to some of the riders, I think it's fair to say.
It really is. We do have a lack of adhesion flag coming into Rocket Inn. That'll probably be where Nicky Williams has dropped some water coming through that part, or I'd assume so. Anyway, we'll probably just evaporate in the heat. So
have you got a fancy name for lack of adhesion flag as well?
I wouldn't call saying a meatball flag a fancy name. It's just what
it's a common name. I do agree with that one.
Slippery surface. I've heard it get called slippery surface flag before.
That's just inaccurate at that point. I mean, obviously it can be put out for some debris, like we've seen earlier on actually. So yeah, a couple of lack of adhesion flags out on track here today, and yeah, a few extra tests for the riders. There was Paul Holden's bike there, so number 6. Just chilling in the pit box. Obviously now, Ross, we're around an hour or so away from where we're expecting the safety car to come out. It was around 5:15, the next planned one after the race, of course. Took a change with an unexpected safety car, but Everyone pretty spaced out for the time being. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing only 33 seconds now, though, ahead of the number 6 squad. So that battle certainly has closed in over the last hour or so. Not what they'd be hoping for, as we have a little look at some work going on the BMW M1000RR. Mark's machine, of course, started the race for Dart Motorsport. Now they're on lap 272. Still in the race lead, however, that hasn't been the story of the race. They haven't exactly had it handed to them on a plate. There's been plenty for them to do. There's been plenty for them to work on as well. And now as we're closing in on the final 5 hours of running here, already in the final 5 hours of running, I should say. Obviously, we can look towards a busy end to the year. Still, though, some music jamming down there in the pit box, perhaps not wanting to listen to the commentary for the last 5 hours and just wanting to focus on the job in hand, staring at the time screen, staring at the lap times as well being put on the board. And well, looking at the lap times, I think it's only fair we compare second and third now. And well, looking at their lap times, it was a little bit slower, to say the very least, from the Moto 46 squad last around. The 134 for them, a 132 for the number 2 squad, as in second on the road, number 1 plated bike, 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing, about 2 seconds quicker. As you see, the restarting, BSB Racer by day, Spannerman by night, and all in between, doing the pit boards and whatever he can, probably making a cup of tea or two as well. And a busy old boy this weekend, enjoying his time over at Anglesey too. But yeah, definitely keeping busy, and it just proves to show he wasn't lying about what he was saying on pit wall. Not that I had any doubts, of course.
No, not at all. And yeah, I trust him on the spanners, to be fair. He gives off the vibes that he's probably quite adept on the mechanical side of things.
Are you any good with spanners?
I wouldn't put myself forward to do it from a racing perspective. I would happily fix something.
On a Corsa?
Oh, of course. I don't need to fix that. Hit with a hammer and it goes, mate. No, I mean, I would happily fix something, but I wouldn't like doing it from the pressure of a race. I don't think. I think I would probably drop all my tools, forget what I'm doing, tighten the wrong bolt, and it would blow up and hurt somebody out on track. So yeah, maybe not. But I just kind of sat there in an evening after a race day. I think it'd be fine. But
I think after those comments, all teams are going to have barriers up in their pit boxes next time you go down there, just trying to keep you away from their trusted steeds as the Moto 46 squad continues their running out on track. And of course, that on screen being Randy Racing. They set P5 overall and doing a good job at that. Randy Racing, though, it seems like they've had a race of, I was going to say 2 halves, but it hasn't at all. It's been 1 half, so basically a whole, I guess you could say. And, well, they've been doing a good job all the way throughout. They've had no dramas at all, at least that we've noticed up here in the commentary box, at least notably as well. And they've just been able to go about their business, running inside the top 5 consistently, doing their own thing. No accidents, no drama, and hopefully it stays that way now that I've just mentioned it.
Well, we'll wait and see. Into the pit lane comes the Dam Busters once again for another change and refuel. That looks like Dean Turner's going to be heading back out for those guys. But yeah, Randy, they've had their number 9 team, they've had a really good run of things. No complaints, no issues whatsoever. Definitely not from my perspective anyway, from the commentary box. They've been really, really solid.
The McIntyre approval.
Yeah, that's a very hard seal of approval to come by these days. But doing a really, really solid job in the ACU National 600 category. Of course, coming into this round P3 in the standings, only a point behind Proudfoot Racing, who themselves are only 3 points away from championship leaders. In third place overall runners 𝐷𝐶𝐘𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46. So they'll be looking to extend their championship lead to up to about 9 points, if math serves me correct. If we finish as we do, Randy Racing will jump Proudfoot Racing at the checkered flag, presuming they stay in the order that they're currently in, with the number 6 squad in P1, the number 9 squad P2 and the 69, a combination of both of them, so to speak, in P3 in class at the current moment. But of course that could all change. We've still got 4 hours and 44 minutes and 44 seconds left in this one. I timed that one
plenty of 4s.
Yeah, timed that one really well, didn't I? So could all change, but again, Randy Racing having a really good run of things. They're 4 laps clear of the Proudfoot bikes in P3 in class behind them.
Even more 4s.
Yeah, even more 4s. It's just 4s everywhere you look, basically. Is there a number 4 bike? There is a 4, the Snapdragon Racing down to P12, who are ironically not P4 in class, they're second. That's boring, isn't it? Yeah, they're a four squad that's having a good run of things. But yeah, Randy Racing do a good job. To be fair, everyone's done really well. It's been relatively clean. We've only really had one incident. That's from the 277 of Jordan Poole to go down coming into school.
And of course I was going to say Army Team 1, but of course it's not Army Team 1. It's the OP Endure 1 as well. They were first crasher of the race as well.
So we've had what, across the however many hours we've been here, 7 hours and 15 minutes or whatever it is. We've had 2 crashes. Yeah, a lot of reliability issues here and there, but for the most part it's been really, really clean, which has been great to see, and people are still out there, still giving it their all, still pushing themselves to the limits here at Anglesey, showing each other what they got, what they're made of, and to show who a real endurance animal is out there, or something along those lines anyway. So it's been it's been a really clean race, but it's been a race that's been befitting of being the biggest one in No Limits history.
Well, yeah, you were just saying there, riders pushing themselves to the limits, but last time I checked, there is no limits.
Wow. Oh, no. Ah, damn.
See, you missed that one. Went flying over your head. It's okay. You've got 4 hours and 43 minutes to get back with a little one-liner yourself. But, well, credit where credit's due. OP Endure 1. Well, we spoke about them quite a bit during this race. That's because they were our first crasher. Jamie Lockhart, so the rider who did crash, is now back on board that machine. And credit where credit's due, Ross, because although they are 102 laps adrift from our race leaders, they are 22 laps adrift from Double Trouble, who have now officially retired. So I guess you can place them ahead of it, but still, in terms of overall laps completed, they've still not reached the 277. And with all of that, the 101 squad is still continuing out on circuit.
I've got to respect it. I mean, even when things aren't going your way, Lady Luck has, flicked you the proverbial V's and whatnot. You want to get to the checkered flag. Even if you haven't completed all the race, you want to get to the checkered flag and to go, look, we did it to a degree anyway. So I've got nothing but respect for them for going back out there, trying to get those bikes to the finish line, for better or for worse anyway. It's been a bit of a rough day, unfortunately, for the 101 team. And the 102 team also haven't had the cleanest run of things either, have they? Down in 22nd place at the moment. They've had a couple of incidents, but it's been relatively clean from them in comparison, to be fair. So at least one of the Army squads is going okay. But yeah, you want to get to the checkered flag, don't you? That's the whole point, is getting to the end. But whether you're here for fun with your mates, whether you're here to seriously compete, and if you don't walk away with the first place trophy, you're going to be angry and upset and disappointed. Getting to the checkered flag at the end of a 12-hour endurance race, even if you haven't completed all 12 hours, is a monumental achievement and should be celebrated. And I think rightly will be celebrated by everyone who does make the end. And it wouldn't surprise me if teams like Double Trouble, if teams like PP Racing 2 do come out for the last kind of 10-15 minutes, just so they can take that checkered flag and go, look, we tried, we had issues, we retired for most of it, but at least take the checkered flag, it's not over till the fat lady sings and all that, so you can get a couple of laps back under your belt to try and do that. But again, it's going to be a big moment, I think, when that checkered flag does wave in 4 hours, 40 minutes and 44 seconds. I had to wait for it there that time. But it will be rightfully celebrated, and again, I think it will be, when we go down, of course, to the pit lane at the end of the race, I think there'll be a lot of emotion from a lot of people, but I think it'll be, it'll be a nice moment.
Yeah, I think it'll be a nice moment. Some relief, I think, might be the overwhelming one. Obviously, emotional as well about making it to the checkered flag, about 12 hours of their life dedicated to this. Well, I say that, it's only 12 hours that we've seen, that you've seen at home as well. It's the weeks of preparation that have gone into this. It's the entire day of qualifying yesterday as well that's gone into this. It's put everything on the line, the testing beforehand, the rounds building up to this as well. Let's not forget there has been 4 endurance races up to this point, and even the 3 hours, even the 4 hours, as it was about 4.5 hours, I think Brands Hatch ended up being. Even after all of that, those have been almost mini tests to getting your pit stops ready for this race, getting your strategy ready for this race, getting everything ready for this race. And, well, we are just getting a little bit of confirmation, I believe, that the next intervention is going to be at 4:35. So about 10 minutes or so, Ross, before the next intervention, and we can see for the first time the MG.
Well, that is if it is the MG, because I've since heard rumours that the Audi might actually be okay. So,
Ross.
That adds then in the twist. Is it going to be the MG? Is it going to be the Audi? Ooh, stick around for 10 minutes to watch out here on NLR TV. I am quite looking forward to the MG. To be fair, I think it'll be a right laugh if that thing is going out. So we'll wait to see in around about 10 or so minutes time. Actually 11 minutes. Well, probably 10 minutes and 30 seconds now, if we're being pedantic.
10 minutes and 1 second.
There we go. Oh, you were close. Yeah, 10 minutes now, as it does tick by 4:25 in the afternoon here, local time. British Summer Time, of course, for anybody watching overseas, here live for you on NLR TV. As the 76 quick pit stop for those guys. One comes in, the other goes out. Nice and easy for them, and they'll push onwards. No problems whatsoever for 𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing, currently P5 in Class P16 overall for the ACU National 1000 category. As you can see there, team radios in full use. Of course, no communications, or well, you can try and communicate with the riders. I don't think they'll hear much, but more communications with the team. I think that one's
for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not in the era of rider communication. Certainly here at No Limits, not quite in MotoGP either. But you can see on the pit wall at the moment. JJ Maselli Racing just having a little check up on pit wall, just talking about how everything has went so far, and while the second half of the race perhaps not going to plan, or not going to the plan they certainly would have hoped for heading into this race. But that being the number one squad, heading back to the garage to have a little conversation. We do carry on. They sit P2 on the road, of course, and 2 seconds adrift. Now there's another one of our teams. It looks to be the 62, doing a good job so far. Right at the back of this, though, is Maselli JJ Racing. They're going to be catching the back of them in no time, you would imagine, because, sensational pace, sensational stints. As Jonathan Lodge talks about the strategy for the remainder of this race. Can they come back from a 2-lap deficit? Stick around for the next 4 hours and 37 minutes to find out. We're well and truly into the second half of this race. We're not too far away as well from beginning to edge towards the 3-hour mark, and when we head into the 3-hour mark, it's going to be familiar territory to say the very least, because that is a normal length endurance race, if you would like, for No Limits Racing. And it's a length that we all know pretty well, strategy-wise. It's the length that we all know well, with random safety cars getting thrown into the mix too, and with it being roughly 3 hours remaining, it technically should mean that we should have too many safety cars. I think we'll have one more safety car, all things being well, after this one, that's going to come out in roughly just under 10 minutes, around 6-7 minutes or so, and then we can look towards whichever car it will be. Whatever the case, it's still going to be a safety car, and still going to be neutralising the race and neutralising the order out there too. So it's about a 3-lap gap between Dart Motorsport. They've now hit 280 laps. They're edging towards 300 laps completed overall in this one. So credit where credit's due. Pretty sensational pace ahead, you've got to say, and they're doing a good job as well, and keeping pretty level-headed out on circuit. So Motor 46 sets an MP3 now the Northampton squad, the 21 team, they have ever so slightly closed that gap, so it's sitting at 29 seconds or so. So that battle for the podium, final spot on the overall podium, still continuing. It's currently John Harwood out on board that bike. He's around a third into his stint, I would say. Not too far away. Snapdragon Racing as well. Of course, this track back in the day used to be a training base and the RAF radar station before it turned into a motorsport venue. And after a major redesign, as I should say, between around 06-07, it led to today's layout with undulating terrain, of course, camber corners, 2 hairpins, and, bank corners. I mean, you spoke about it. It's about 10% banking on it. So the camera, once again, just doesn't do it justice, and you really have to come here yourself to truly appreciate Anglesey in its full having a little look at Snapdragon. With it being a two-rider team, it's so tricky to be able to find them because, well, in between stints, driver getting themselves ready for the next one, or they're simply just taking a little breather out of the sunshine, out of the mayhem as well. And with it only being two riders, you do have to be ready for pretty much anything that could happen, because if there's any mechanical issues, anything like that, well then suddenly you have to get yourself back on that bike and back on the saddle and head out for the next one. Now, just looking at the commentary box, and as we see, the 62 does head in. It also looks like the number one squad are preparing themselves for a next pit stop. The last lap being the 132.4. The Race Skins Endurance, though, we are looking at a change of bike for them. Alex Vela looks to be the next BMW F900 that's heading out. He's already sitting on board his bike, and, well, an experience there, both in terms of the riders and both in terms of the people working on them. And Will Ross, a familiar face to you and I down in that pit garage as well. It's going to be Alex Vela's mechanic, Vince Bailey, who's there doing some spanner work. He's had a busy couple of weeks as well.
Planned intervention within 5 minutes.
Helping out at the Southern 100 as we hear the planned intervention within the next five minutes. So yeah, good to see that Alex Vela getting some help from well, some stars of the mini bike world, if you will.
Yeah, Vince Bailey, that takes me back. Wow, I've not seen him in years. Hope he's keeping on. I might have to pop down and say hello a little bit later on, and yeah, see how he's doing. But yeah, as you said, a big face of the mini bike world for anyone who's into their junior and or old men on small bikes racing, which is often a lot of fun on those small little kart tracks. But here at the Endurance, it's all a little bit different. In does come the Maselli JJ bike, and there doesn't look like there's going to be a rider change potentially. As a
little look down at the front tyre there, a big look at the front tyre from Jonathan Lodge.
Oh no, Jonathan looks like he's getting out of the way. So Jonathan will be jumping on the bike now from James even. But yeah, big look down at the front tyre. Again, that's just kind of gathering information of it, isn't it? It's okay, what's James done to the bike? What do I need to do going forward? As they wait for the fuel to be all placed in, and then they can get back out there. Swings his leg over the bike.
Oh, the front stand's got caught.
Hopefully that hasn't damaged anything. I doubt it would have done, but you never know. A little check down once again to make sure that everything's clear for them. And then that BMW will get right back up to pace with 4.5 hours left to go. Looks like Oddballs also into the pits on the previous tour, as we'll have just seen. So they'll be having a little changeover as well. So has that let the Cerakote UK Moto 46 squad by? I highly doubt it. But you never know, 48 seconds, but it is a longer pit stop for that number one machine due to the fact that they have to refuel, change tyres, etc, instead of just have one bike come in instead the other night. And in fact, that is the Cerakote UK Moto 46 squad right behind them. So that's very, very tight for those guys. Currently Mark Bridger out there as it currently stands, but really close together. They could be looking at second overall. Of course, dominating proceedings at the moment in the 600 class. Randy Racing, the number 9, also into the pit lane.
Yeah, into the pit lane they do go, but a small mistake led to a few more seconds lost, and it led to a bit more pressure now for James Lodge, or Jonathan Lodge as I should say, who jumps onto that machine. James Lodge has just headed off of it. But yeah, it's one of those things, we're trying to get everything timed to perfection, trying to get that stand moved out of the way as well before the bike fires up into gear and it clicks away. They go, and well, got the timing slightly wrong there. It actually looks like the right hand side of the stand just got caught on the forks. Obviously it can be a case of you have a stand that just slots. You slot the bottom of the forks into the middle of the stand and it just sits there, or you have inserts almost that goes into the bottom of the forks to hold up the bike. And well, if it's one of those, it can be quite easy just to not pull it out correctly, and suddenly it gets caught, and yeah, you're losing a couple of seconds that you don't need to be losing down in pit lane. But you can just see the speed difference there midway through the corner over at Skull. I mean, that is confidence at its very highest. As, well, looks like Marshall's pushing away a bike there at the top of the picture. So pushing away a bike at the top side of the circuit over by Rocket Inn. So, yeah, the Marshalls, they've been kept busy there all the way throughout the day. Of course, that's where we've seen the first incident earlier on this morning. Since then, there's been a few more retirements, and that is continuing to be Oddballs Racing. And I think that's going to be the bike getting themselves ready for when this safety car intervention period, because it's coming out in less than 1 minute now. where then, of course, we get to see what safety car A we're using, and B, oddballs are going to be able to get this R6 back to the pit lane, and hopefully, at the very least, they're going to have
race
2
control
riders.
message, planned intervention within 1 minute. Within 1 minute.
There's confirmation from Mark Berry. We're nearly ready for this safety car period. But yeah, an important time for oddballs. If they can't get the bike fixed, they at least have 2 riders.
They certainly do, and they can certainly work together on that one. As up the inside of the 73 Ride Culture bike, there goes Jonathan Lodge. That was pretty aggressive, getting on the throttle there. And again, riders will know that there'll be pit boards out saying safety car coming soon. Safety car's coming soon. You need to make up as much time now. See if you can put bikes between yourself and those that are going to be fighting for position with you, so that when we do get caught behind the safety car, there's a couple of bikes buffered. They're not just going to be able to jump you straight away at the restart. So there we go. Safety car is now deployed.
The Audi.
And that is the Audi. Oh, okay. So I guess it's okay then. I guess Glenn didn't break the front wheel on the thing. And that means we still have a safety car camera as well, because it's still on there. So if we get about half a lap round and the front wheel goes flying off, then it won't be the Audi anymore. But for now, it's the Audi. So
yeah, it's the Audi. It'll be okay. Safety car, always safe. And, well, it's the name. And, yeah, you can see there, top of the screen, safety car officially out now, and it heads out of pit lane. Flashing lights on top of it, of course. But, yeah, safety car flags as well, the red flag with the white cross. Not to be confused with the red flag. Yeah, so just telling the riders, neutralised. The race has been neutralised. And now it should be for, well, roughly 10 minutes or so, you would imagine.
You'd suspect so. And now, again, we play the game of, is anybody going to dive into the pits and lose loads of time?
Yeah, it's about 3 minutes, it seems, to lose them.
So we'll wait to see. But, of course, it does neutralise the field up a bit. So any battles that are maybe not close together, but one after another out on the racetrack, certainly, depending on who gets caught by the safety car first, because it does just pick up when there's a gap. There's not any specific rider it's aiming for to pick up. So it can neutralise fights. It can completely change fights as well. It can make your gap bigger if you were at the front of the pack and your eye was at the rear or something like that. It's all different. It all changes. But safety car is now deployed, and we shall wait to see how long this is going to last for, of course. A few bikes need recovering. Mainly that number 2 oddballs under up on the inside over at the rocket section. And then they'll make their way back in the back of the recovery ramp, and then hopefully we can get going once again. But it's been a brilliant day of racing here so far. As with just under 4.5 hours left to go, we are scheduled to have one more safety car at least during this race. Of course, we do have a 3-hour safety car clock to, of course, recover any bikes that need recovering. Also to distribute water and things to the marshals as well. Just make sure that everyone's safe and okay trackside. It is a warm old day here at Anglesey, so we are going to get at least one more safety car. Of course, there is very much the possibility that we do get more, but we never know. We haven't really had that many massive incidents in this race, so we may be clean and quick the whole way through. As you can see, the Dart Motorsport guys just trying to ease up, cool down, get the massage gun out to just get you back nice and relaxed before you get back onto the bike for another long old stint in this grueling heat. But sitting very comfortably still, our Dart Motorsport, 3 laps to the good.
Control message. We are recovering a machine at Church and a machine at Rocket Inn.
Yeah, so Rocket Inn will be, of course, oddballs, as we already know, in the Church at the other side of the circuit. But I think there's been a slight issue behind the safety car. I'm just looking back out of the commentary box window, and I think a team has ran out of fuel onto the safety car. Luckily, it's over by the final corner, it looks like, so it shouldn't be too much drama. Actually, they've managed to get the bike going again. So that looks to be a 49 maybe of PP Racing.
Potentially.
As we're having a look down the order, there's the machine. That's, of course, going to be Double Trouble Racing, who we've seen have that accident earlier on. They've officially retired out this race, so there hasn't been too much of a worry about getting their bike back quickly. But, yeah, just looking through some of the comments. Plenty of support as well for Maselli, GJ Racing. A few people asking as well, where are the CB500s? And well, no CB500s on track this weekend. And, well, as some of the comments rightfully said, they're too fast for this race. I mean, CB500 Warriors, as we do know, they're the fastest things on the planet. But in all seriousness, obviously, they'll be back in action over at Cadwell Park. And who knows, maybe one day we could have a fun CB500 endurance race. I think that would be a laugh that everyone would enjoy. But hey, you never know what the future holds. Endurance racing certainly seems to be something that people do enjoy. But you can see Oddballs Racing there awaiting the recovery van. It's still over by Church at the moment. It shouldn't be too much longer before it starts making its way around. Now, obviously, we're getting confirmation either from race control or from the safety car lights on when it's going to come in. I still expect a few laps, at least another 2 laps now, before it does come in, because we've still got one more recovery to make. But yeah, hopefully Oddballs Racing, they're not too much damage to that R6. It's not going to be too much work to get that bike ready to head out on circuit if it wasn't technical, if it wasn't crash, either way. There's still going to be some spanners getting brought out for that. And well, the R6s, they've been the bike of choice for many years in 600s, and although they're highly tuned to the absolute limit nowadays, maybe not necessarily an endurance spec, it's a bike that everyone does know well, and if you do run into some issues, there's at least 5, 6 of them, maybe even 7 in the paddock that you can look for some spare parts.
Yeah, I mean, Yamaha's always a very popular bike in general, be it an R6 and R1. Over in the sprint side of things, you see a couple of R7s, R9s kicking about now as well. So they're always popular with the Yamaha, regardless of the configuration or the capacity available beneath it. But, you know, it's not just you get other bikes out there as well. You get CB600s or CBR600 even from Honda. You get the old Triumph Triple as well, 675s, a little bit bigger, but make a hell of a noise and a lot of fun to watch out there. I'm sure a lot of fun to ride as well. Yeah, you do get a few Triumphs, but yeah, Yamaha. Why do you think they are so popular? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bike that's been used in many championships now. There's plenty of them going about as well, and for track days as well. I mean, a lot of people pick them up, soon they get turned into race bikes. Not to mention as well the likes of the old stock 600 championship that we used to have in the UK. A lot of the Yamahas left over from that once that championship came to an end a few years ago, and it's just a bike. Well, it's not too hard to get your hands on one of them. They're not terribly expensive either. Meanwhile, trying to find some of the newer CBR 600s, it can be a little bit more difficult as Oddballs Racing enters the recovery van to head back out.
They do indeed. Yep, putting the Oddballs into the back of the van, and they'll work their way back to the garage and hopefully go to work on the Oddballs machine. So safety car still working its way around. No issues there from Glyn Tor whatsoever after supposedly breaking a wheel bearing on the front end of the Audi. So they've either fixed it or it didn't break, and I was lied to. 4 hours, 21 and 45 left to go here.
I think it was just to build some excitement. I mean, give us some hope for this MG and then just pull the rug underneath us and take it away. But hey-o, it's still 4 hours and 21 minutes. Who knows? Maybe the MG can still come into use.
Maybe we saved the best till the last safety car period.
Maybe it's a lot of surprise, a lot of present. Not only to us, but the riders as well.
Yeah. I'm sure the riders want to see the MG as well. I want to see the MG. I get bored of staring at the back of an Audi. I want to see an MG. You know, that's true engineering.
Or perhaps a black Corsa that's in the paddock at the moment.
Well, you know, if you should chuck me some safety car lights, I've probably got enough fuel to go around and do a couple of laps.
I don't like that, probably. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm more concerned about something just falling off it if I push it beyond certain speed, to be honest.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of driving it in the past, and I can see it's not a joy at all. It's a joy at the end of the day where I didn't have to touch it ever again.
It starts. It's got an engine and 4 wheels, and it does start. You know, that's all you need. And it fit half our cameras in the back on the way in, actually. So you know what? I'm taking that. I was forced to go on a 2-hour wild goose chase to pick up like 5 cameras and loads of bits and pieces that we ended up not using either, but it all fit.
Was there any geese? Sorry.
No, there were no geese. I'm not a big fan of geese, to be honest. I probably wouldn't put them in my car. And I think the band geese is pretty overrated as well, actually. So, yeah, no geese for me, thank you very much. Got a lot of friends who really like the band geese. I don't know why. They're really overrated. I don't see it. Maybe I need to listen to more of them and I will see it, but I don't see it. Any 𝐑𝐄𝐓 fans in the comments, let us know what your thoughts and feelings are. But I'm not too sure on that one. Not for me.
Yeah, it's not easy to. It's very easy to send you on a tangent at this time in the day, as some questionable singing rings out in our ears. But at the moment the light's still on the same.
Oh, we haven't done a sing song yet, have we, Lewis? We should do a sing song. The look of disappointment on Lewis Ray's face as I said that.
That's saved for karaoke after one or two refreshments, which I don't think is coming out tonight either. So although I will say I do sing an incredible "Life Is a Highway" rendition.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's an incredible video. I would love to play it right now, but sadly we don't have the time. There's only 4 hours and 19 minutes left.
Wow, that must have been a very long rendition of "Life Is a Highway." Of course, one of the greatest tunes ever released, and just one of the great driving songs as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, works perfect for the drive to Wales. I mean, it's pretty scenic to say the very least. We spoke time and time again how beautiful this circuit is. I mean, it's as nice of a drive. Sometimes some terrible traffic, but nonetheless, still under safety car for the time being. Obviously, another opportunity for us to deliver some waters out to any marshals needed as well. Obviously, if you do want to get involved in marshalling with us here at No Limits, head over to the No Limits Racing website or directly get in touch with Paula as well. She does an amazing job and never enough credit. I mean, sometimes she's up till stupid hours making sure everything is ready for the marshals around the circuit. But marshals at nolimitsracing.co.uk. Email Paula if you fancy joining the Orange Army, which of course without them we couldn't go racing at all this season. And credit where credit is due. As things stand though, Ross, the safety car lights are still on. I'm just looking because I have seen the recovery van come in now, and I was looking for maybe some lights to go off, but I think if they are doing some drops of water or whatnot around the circuit, we might be waiting a tiny bit longer.
Potentially, and again, maybe it was just a little bit too late in the lap when the recovery van did get in for the safety car to turn the lights off. So maybe it's just one more lap for confidence. Maybe Glyn's had a good time as well. I was fancy. Don't want to go back in. I've got aircon in here. I'm pretty chill, both literally and figuratively. But the Audi is still ploughing around here. He's about to head onto the Tom Price Straight on the international section. So we'll wait to see what the lights are going to do. Presumably they'll get switched off on the run across the start-finish line, but I haven't heard anything from Race Control yet, who I know are listening. So, send us up a radio message, I guess, Mark, if you are. And, when the safety car's coming in. But the Audi, again, seemingly not broken, as I was delightfully informed. They've either decided it's not broken enough to justify getting rid of it.
The safety car will be lights out, start line. Lights out at start line.
Well, there you go. He was listening to you, and you breaking the fourth wall has it's worked.
Thanks, Mark. And I did call it. I did say it's going to be lights out on start line as well. So bang, guess who knows his stuff? As you see there, someone watching along on TSL there, our timing partner. Of course, you can do the same. Head over to tsl-timing.com. Find the No Limits Racing, the Bike Lawyers National and NL Endurance Championships, 12 hours of Anglesey section. Click on the live timing button and you can follow along with all the information that we get in our commentary box. You get access to live trackings, the statistics as well. You get race control bits and pieces as well. You get leader histories. Dart Motorsport have been leading the way for quite a while now. They have led for about coming up to 300 miles, I would say, roughly, according to the stats page.
Of that?
Let me do some maths. Hang on, what's that? It's 26.
The end of the race is coming, folks. Christmas is nearly there as well.
Give me, I'm not good at maths. Give me a second. That's 60, 78 plus 98, 118 plus... that's 126.
Okay, so as he carries on, I'll let him carry on.
133. There you go. It's 133 laps they've led for now. Since they took the lead last.
Okay, well, that was That was a lovely listening experience. I'm glad you could do it all in your head.
I'm glad I could be of
without
assistance.
having to do it audibly for everyone at home. But 4 hours, 15 minutes left on the clock. The safety car restart is nearly upon us now. Of course, the Audi will dive into pit entry in a few moments' time, and we can get this restart underway. You can just see, readying up at Dart Motorsport, that does look to be Lewis Mason, ready to go out on track for his next stint. Tommy giving them a little helping hand as well. So the Aprilia next to him, Aprilia on his left as well.
Outline green flag, race resumes.
So there you go, confirmation, green flag is now out now, and the restart well and truly underway. 4 hours and 14 minutes left on the clock, and well, as things stand, these are not your race leaders, these are just the riders that caught up to the safety car. First of all, Randy Racing being the second of these, the 22 though being right at the front of the field. Obviously a dramatic race for Full Throttle Racing, and now already a few pitters. This is what we see in the last safety car here, Ross. Whenever things aren't going to plan, whenever a little shake up to your strategy order, sometimes you just need to string it out. You just need to bring the bike home, almost in a sense, during the safety car period, make it to the end of that, and then pit at your first available opportunity.
We did see a couple of people in the last safety car did run out of fuel right at the end of the safety car period and had to push the bike back down through pit lane or coast it on down towards the bus stop at the final corner. So it's a risky strategy, and an inconveniently timed safety car can cause havoc for your race if you're not too careful. We've got 4 hours and 13 minutes left to go, and we'll continue to push onwards. Dart Motorsport have a 3-lap advantage ahead of 𝐶𝐍 Racing, who themselves are only 1.5 seconds ahead of 𝐶𝐍 Moto UK46, who themselves are only 4.6 seconds ahead of the 21 squad. So it could all be changed in the overall order there. Everyone else, though, looks a little bit split up. And there is a three-way fight for P15 overall at the moment, but again, all three different classes, nothing too major there. As Rhys Owen gets the board out, fuel, yes, that is the information. Using Rhys Owen's board there. I know that Rhys obviously isn't actually out on the circuit.
No.
But clearly decided to bring his pit board along. At least that was nice of him, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Doing a favour, I think a lot of favours this weekend for his brother. But nonetheless, I don't think he grudges it too much at all. Looking up the inside there was Dart Motorsport. That's on Proudfoot Racing, who's ahead of them on the Honda CBR 600. And just trying to get through. I mean, it's this point in the race where you really do need to be calm. You need to be steady. There's no point throwing down a 3-lap advantage as Ross tries to take a drink in the commentary. What's this spill? Some on his shirt.
It's reached that point.
Yeah, it's
kind of
that
mouth
point in the day. Math, difficult point, difficult touchy subject actually. And then, now we're at the point where we can't even take a drink of water. Nearly there, the Ross. 4 hours remaining left on the clock, and Proudfoot Racing now still holding off the likes of Dart Motorsport. I mean, this has been a simply sensational ride, and the Dart Motorsport team, all of them, are very, very experienced riders in their own right. And the likes of Aaron Spence, he's not going to throw a bike down the road trying to chase the likes of Proudfoot Racing, trying to chase bikes ahead of him that he's not actually racing out on circuit. He's multiple laps ahead. I mean, even second place, they're 3 laps down at the moment. There's no point pushing. It's just a case of bringing it home at this stage, and now they're getting ready for yet another pit stop. So Lewis Mason ready to take helms of the Aprilia.
What they need to just be wary of, though, is not getting overconfident. That is something that can bite you, thinking, oh, we got this one in the bag, just cruise on by for the next 4 hours. It's very easy to lose pace, very easy to make a mistake when you're not fully focused, very easy to throw the bike down, and then you've lost the lead. So they just need to make sure that, yes, it's looking good right now. It's looking really, really good for the team, but there's still 4 hours to go. There could still be mechanical issues, there could still be mistakes. There's going to be at least one more safety car as well for the safety car clock. That will come out by 7:49 local time here. So again, just a touch under 3 hours away if there is not a safety car in beforehand. So they do really need to ensure that they just stay focused and don't throw it away. We see it all throughout motorsport across the years. Someone thinks they've got it in the bag, or they've got a podium, whatever, celebrate too early, be that a lap too early, or you just lose focus because you're miles ahead halfway through and you throw it away. It doesn't happen just in motorsport, it happens in a variety of different sports as well. It is very, very easily done. You just need to make sure that you do stay focused. You stay on it for the remainder of this 4 hours, 10 minutes and 22 seconds. Because that 92 squad, again, it's looking good, but it can go also very wrong very, very quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't need to be a mistake of their own either. It's a case of sometimes getting mixed up in someone else's incident, or simply just having a mechanical issue. I mean, we've seen it earlier on with the likes of even Nicky Williams running into a few mechanical issues. No fault of his own, of course, but it's a case of just a small little part to listen go. It can be a 5 pence part, as it usually is actually. It can be something simple like a fuse as well blowing, as it does look like finally Darts Motorsport have entered the pit lane. Here they do come now. Slot back into their pit spot, and Lewis Mason all ready to go. They're going to wait at the moment until we can head out. But yeah, I mean, good to see the interactions first of all with this race across social media, the hype towards it as well from the paddock, the hype that we've had for it this entire year. This has been the creme de la creme of No Limits Racing in 2026, all the way from round 1 over at Snetterton. This was the round we were looking forward to the most. Not necessarily because we thought it would be easy, same with the riders, but because it's a whole new challenge, it's a whole new venture, and, well, look at this right now. We're seeing still a decent scrap, although it's free laps on the advantage that they have. Still 4 hours remaining, still longer than what we would normally have on a normal race meeting for endurance racing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And obviously it's been a rip-roaring success as well. Maybe the start of bigger and better things in the future. Who knows? But it is a big old girl, this one. Again, we do have longer races. We've got shorter races. Obviously, we have some laps ones which approach, not quite 6 hours. But again, this is more than double the length of anything else that we've had so far this year. And it has been superb. Absolutely phenomenal, to say the least. The action has been non-stop from start to finish here at the Anglesey circuit, of course, on Anglesey, here on the northwest of Wales, United Kingdom, Europe, planet Earth, Milky Way, solar system, that one. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't think it's quite on the north coast of the solar system, but here.
No, it's on the north coast of Wales, which is in the UK, which is in Europe, which is on Earth, which is in the solar system, which is in the Milky Way, which is in the universe. Thank you very much, local cluster. I liked physics at school, actually. That was physics.
Did you pass it?
I did, actually. Yeah, bizarrely.
Quite a lot of maths as well.
Yeah, I know. It was really bizarre. Really bad at maths, but really good at physics.
So you must be good at the aerodynamics of a motorcycle. You know, if anyone needs a wind tunnel improvement this year with the new fairing, maybe they're wanting to try a new helmet, I'm sure they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, I'm not going to claim I'm bringing aero degrees and whatever, but it's not that hard to understand, is it? Just air goes that way, and then you do this and that, and it does stuff and gives you downforce and less drag and whatever, isn't it?
Yeah, top class commentary there. That way and that way. You couldn't quite see what way his hands were pointing, but I can't tell you, he had the hand movements all with it as well. But Maselli GJ Racing, I mean, they've not been lazy at the very least. They're an aerodynamic bunch, they're a top outfit as well. So professional. I mean, even you were speaking down to Mark Neat earlier on in race control, and even he was impressed about the way they were able to do their pit stops, change tyres, refuel in such a professional manner. I mean, they're champions for a reason in 2026, reigning champions as I should say. They're not champions obviously this year, and they're not going to be, and that's because they're taking part in just a few rounds, a handful of rounds throughout the entire year. 8 rounds in total for them. But now we're nearing towards 4 hours remaining here at Anglesey. We're not close for yet another hour mark, and we're not that close for yet another pretty big mark in terms of laps. 296 laps have been completed. We're nearing towards 300, folks, and it's going to be a nice exciting point. Not necessarily anything to be excited about, but it's just a big milestone for us to hit here. And let's not forget we've been incredibly lucky with the weather so far this weekend, and it looks like it's staying pretty nice all day. I mean, last year when we were at Anglesey, poor Mark Berry, who I know will be listening down in race control, he had to come up to the commentary box for roughly an hour during our rain delay to come up and have a chat with us and try to keep people entertained throughout any form while they were waiting for the rain to subside, whether it be in their motorhome, in their car, or simply in the pit garages. I mean, it was a monsoon that came in and throughout nowhere. You could just see it come closer and closer for the sea fog. Luckily today, if anything, actually, the sea fog has got less than what it was earlier on. I mean, it's getting a nicer day as the day does go on. We're looking to hit 25 degrees at 5 o'clock as 𝐑𝐍 Endurance does come in now. Always an interesting bike there. Of course, that being a twin that we're looking at there, but it has got a BMW S1000 front fairing. The rules with the twin categories, it's definitely one of the loosest ones out there. You can run different front ends, for example. I mean, I've raced a twin myself, and they had a 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐔 front end on it, had a different swing arm in the rear as well. The engine has pretty much everything that you can possibly do to it done. Some of these bikes start off life as 60, 70 horsepower machines and end up over 100 horsepower in total as well. So the twin category, I've always said it, it's almost as close as what you can get to, well, prototype machinery in club racing, because it's so open of what you're able to do, and that's why we get a handful of machines on the grid, for example, in this endurance race, and not one of them are the same.
Absolutely, and of course, over in the sprint side of things here at No Limits Racing, our twins category, both stocks and supers, very, very popular. And very, very fun as well. I think it's safe to say always very, very competitive in those races. And of course, you can catch them in 2 weeks' time. We'll be live here on NLR TV from Cadwell Park. Myself and Lewis will be back. And hopefully less annoying, because it's not an endurance race and we won't be losing our minds. But still should be a lot of fun at that one. Of course, no sprint racing here this weekend at the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Anglesey 12-hour. Let's see. Oh, there's a bug on the camera. Oh, nice. That is not an invading thing from outer space. Anyway, let's run through the order for you at the top of the hour, as we have been doing all race long. 298 laps completed by Dart Motorsport, and the 92 squad 2 laps clear of the Maselli JJ Racing #1 bike. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46 in P3, leading the way in the National 600 category. P4 Northampton line markings, UK Fire Safety 21. Randy Racing, the #9, sits in P5 ahead of Proudfoot Racing. IWS Racing, the #100, leads the way in the Team Power Trophy. Lane Boys are followed up in the National 600. Then it's PB Racing leading the way in the Team Sport Trophy, and Shet Racing leading the way. Well, not leading the way, but P10 anyway. Pack Racing, they're P11, followed by Snapdragon, then Fireworks in P13. PP Racing in P14. Donkey Box is 15th. Race Skins in 16th. The Merlin 846 RAF Navy Mashup, they're in P17. Ride Culture Racing in P18. Heck Racing in the P19 on the 911, and Full Throttle Racing. Have they rejoined Full Throttle? Yes, they have, I believe. Yes, they have. They were having some issues earlier on. Then it's 𝐾𝐍 Endurance and Op Endurance 2 are still going around. Harp and Horsepower are back in pit lane as it stands. And again, we saw them having some issues earlier on. Hopefully they can get back out there. And it's the RAF 617 Dam Busters. Then it's Oddballs Racing, Double Trouble, Op Endure 1, and PP Racing 2.0. Those guys are all effectively out of the race. We may be seeing them back out a little bit later on when the checker flag is out to say that they can made it to the end with 4 hours and 2 minutes left on the clock. That's the standings, the order of things coming into this one. Of course, championship-wise, it is all the just normal championship points. There's no extra points on offer, but there are a few teams that aren't here. Track Stags, for example, the championship leaders in the ACU National 1000 category, nowhere to be found. They were on the entry list, they're not out on track. They never started the race. Them. Yeah, we do miss them. It's a real shame. If Harry Dennison hadn't gone and smashed himself up at Croft, you know, they could have been here, because they've had a fair few riders. They may not have been able to just pull the team together because no one else was available, because Harry Dennison went and smashed himself up at Croft like a muppet. And
see, I'm staying out of this one because I know Harry Dennison's going to be back in the paddock before the end of the season. And I do not
when he batters me for it, that's fair enough.
Oh, I'm sure he'll give you a cuddle and maybe a Glasgow kiss. But 4 hours, 1 minute left on the clock. We've just hit 300 laps in distance as well. 3 laps on the advance as well from Maselli JJ Racing. But well, Ross, 300 laps. Here we have it at Brands Hatch. I cannot remember. I think it was 126 laps.
It was 126. It was supposed to be. Then it was 100. Then it ended up being 3 hours.
We slightly ran out of time, and that 3-hour endurance race, it delivered, to say the very least. Certainly with the weather conditions. Now, though, I mean, we're looking forward to a 126 lap race. Now we're 300 laps in. I mean, what more can we ask for here?
Another 4 hours, which, funny enough, is exactly what we're going to be getting, Lewis Ray. In fact, 4 hours and 30 minutes, or 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm getting ahead of myself.
If you would like to commentate 30 minutes of cool-down laps, I mean, be my guest. I'll be down in pit lane enjoying the celebrations.
I will probably join you, to be quite frank with you. As into the pits comes the number 6.
I think that's the team not ready.
No, that is the team not ready. What is going on? Is that Paul Holden making his way out? It is. Bridges come in. And it's not the end of the world again. They're in a very good spot in terms of their positioning, in terms of their nearest rival. And actually, they are going to hold Paul Holden at the end of the pit lane anyway. So it wasn't Mark Bridges' frustrations all for naught, basically, at the end of it all. They will probably lose position to the 21 squad, I'd imagine, the 6th machine. But again, they're still leading the way comfortably in the ACU National 600 category. So no issues for them there. And they can continue to push onwards on their merry way until Paul Holden gets bored or needs fuel or needs a pit stop or whatever. Rhys Irwin giving a hand to the squad.
Oh, it's in gear there. So, having to find neutral, which even for BSB riders can be difficult. So that makes me feel a lot better.
Well, you know, the BSB riders don't spend a lot of time in neutral, do they? They're typically, you know, going very, very fast, which is something that when you tried to do, Lewis, often didn't go very well, did it? I'm sure when we get to Knockhill, you can show us exactly where and when you crashed and all of that. So
yeah, actually, before we even get to Knockhill, I'll just quickly make it very quick. I crashed at every single corner, bar turn 1. Crashed halfway down off the step, though, I can tell you that.
But never on the way in.
No, never on the way in, so the bike was never too damaged. I've crashed on the change of direction, but that was a meatball flag. Not my fault, I will mention. But I've been a victim to the meatball flag myself, and actually not seen the meatball flag before, and learned the hard way of why you need to keep looking out for them out on the circuit, because suddenly you're sliding down the road, not understanding what's happening until you see a trail of oil behind you and on your rear tyre. But luckily in this race, touch woods, the bikes have been fairly reliable. I say that because if any issues, do not come running up to the commentary box shouting and screaming at me. Certainly if it's your bike and your balance that's taken the hit because of it. But the bikes have been fairly reliable. A few issues with Nicky Williams' machine, but hopefully can get that sorted. If it's just an overheating issue or a little breather pipe releasing some water, it's not necessarily the end of the world. But with it being blue smoke that we've seen earlier on, I mean, that certainly wasn't water, you would say. Water is usually just white smoke or steam, I guess you could call it. Not smoke.
Yeah, you know, that's, you know, when you boil water, that tends to be what you do get.
Yep, kettle, like you were planning on putting on earlier.
Oh, yeah, coffee. I forgot about that. I might have to get one.
I actually don't think you need any, to be honest. We're less than 4 hours left now. We're in the tail end of this race. We're nearly there.
What if I want a coffee?
This, right now, is just...
He's giving me enough adrenaline as it is. I don't need any more extra.
Think about it. It's about 4 flights to London from Edinburgh. Think about it like that. Not too far to go at all.
I'll probably just drive from London to Edinburgh, to be honest. It's more environmentally friendly, isn't it?
No, taking the train would be, but...
that's true, actually, yeah. But that's expensive. Do you know how much trains are nowadays?
As again, we'll go back, Ross McIntyre's wages through the roof. He's just lying on college trains to everyone involved. But 4 hours left in this race, and well, Ross, this is why you get paid the big bucks, because we've still got 4 hours of talking to do. At the moment, not too many people close out on circuit, although Racekins Endurance and the Merlin 846 team, your favourite team out on the circuit, they are fairly close together. 5.8 seconds after all this time, after 8 hours of running. I mean, that's nothing. Sure, it's just for overall position and not class position, but still, credit where credit's due.
Yeah, no, been doing a really good job of things, all things considered. And that's 62. Again, just up there, having a good time, keeping ahead of other bikes in potentially quicker classes. And doing a really good job. P16 overall is nothing to frown about whatsoever. And they've been running fairly quickly for the vast majority of the race so far as well. So, fair play to them. Kudos, tip the hat, all of the above. as that is the fireworks bike, I want to say that is, I think, coming in to Rocket Inn, which, very tricky corner. I know some people don't like it. I know you say you've crashed everywhere except Duffet all the way into turn 1 at Knockhill, but our producer here with us, Tristan, has had a fair few shunts here at Anglesey as well. He was telling me on the way in the last time he was here at Anglesey, he remembers going into a corner and then he remembers having a Chinese a couple of hours later and nothing in between. So Tristan, where was it you crashed again? Corkscrew, that's what he's saying in REA. Obviously a corner that we're not using this weekend, but we'll be back for the sprint races a little bit later in the year. They will be using the corkscrew, so maybe they can pay tribute to a man who once wowed the world with his World Supersport 300 efforts. Great crasher.
It's a high side at Daunton.
Yes, it's a wonderful high side, but actually very similar to some of the ones we had this year in No Limits, actually, it must be said.
Yeah, I mean, it was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. But hey, viral views, viral clips as well. He moans about a broken toe, but hey, I'm sure it got him the fame that he wanted and desired in life. But back to the action out on the circuit. Proudfoot Racing dealing with some lap traffic. That looks to be Racekin's Endurance. Now, we were just speaking about them, and it looks like the Maryland 846 team, they've closed in 2 seconds now, so just 3.1 seconds the gap between the two of them. That's the battle for 16th out on circuit. Things tightening up further down the order here, Ross, and well, I don't think it's going to be too long until we see an on-track battle for overall position.
Oh my god. Everybody hold on, this is about to get chaotic. I mean, to be fair, getting an on-track battle this late in the race is actually fairly impressive. Normally at this point it's decided in the pit lane and reliability-wise. So, fair play. Looking forward to that one. Could get a bit interesting. I mean, we've got some slow bikes out there as Paul Holden works his way around the outside. That wasn't issues, that was just Paul Holden being much quicker than some of the other riders out there on circuit. Again, it's getting to the point where fatigue potentially starting to set in a little bit. People will be aching, they'll be warm and horrible and sweaty at this point under those leathers. It's track's probably quite slippy, I can imagine, in the heat as well. There's, of course, the potential of the sea breeze kind of bringing over some water vapour, which doesn't help things either. So, yeah, it's probably a bit difficult out there, and Paul Holden showing people how it's done on that number 6 bike for the 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐿 UK Moto 46 team. 2 laps to the good ahead of Randy Racing, leading the way in some fashion in the ACU National 600 category. Got to be said though, IWS Racing in the Team Power Trophy up to P7 now overall, pretty good going, but they're miles
away,
out. Yeah, they're chipping away. Fireworks, of course, is a single bike squad, so they're having to do full pit stops and the like, still down at P13 though.
And no practice, as they were saying.
Yes, and no practice as well. Again, had to start from the back as a result of a new engine, had a penalty, gearbox issues yesterday. They ended up just ripping out basically all of the internals and replacing it, which I can imagine was a very fun night for the guys on the spanners, putting that back together. Actually, I think it got it done in pretty quick fashion. I was speaking to someone from the team. They said they can do a full engine replacement in an hour because their problem was so early in the afternoon. They took it nice, relaxed, and did it in 3. They were just very calm and collected about it because they were under no time pressure whatsoever. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, exactly. If I could get that done in 3 days, I think I would be pretty happy. They're doing it in 3 hours. They can do it in an hour under pressure. And, well, if it happened during the race, you would imagine it would be near that 1 hour time. And let's not forget as well, they're a really smart team. They're not no silly minds in there, let's just say. I mean, they stopped early just to do a safety check on the engine. I'm sure, obviously, all the teams, safety is their first aspect, but to still have the peace of mind when you're out there battling for positions to think, you know what, let's spend a couple of minutes, head down to pit lane, check there's no fluids dropping from anywhere, check everything's been done correctly, was the right thing to do. There's All Balls Racing, though, out on circuit. I mean, dramatic race, much for them as well, and it looks like they finally have a 2-rider squad out there too, so hopefully they can start having a little rest in between stints, although I'm sure that Triumph's going to be getting a thrashing unless they can get that R6 fixed before the end of this race. They've still got 3 hours 50 minutes left to do that, so I'm sure still some time in the clock for them.
Absolutely. So, after spending the best part of a couple of hours stranded with one bike in the garage with issues, the other bike landlocked in the infield up at Rocket Inn, Opals do rejoin the circuit. P25, 25 laps down from their nearest rivals, nearest competitor on track anyway, which is Harp and Horsepower, but they themselves are in pits with issues. So 3 hours 50 minutes, the possibility is there for the number 2 squad. They are 73 laps down overall, though, as a result of all of their chaos and issues over the last couple of hours. So at least they'll get back out there, try to push onwards. Hopefully they'll be able to make the end as well. That'll be lovely to see from those guys. Getting on with it already. Oh, no, that's not them. That's the 50 bike. In fact, that is Pack Racing out there. Currently P11 overall, still P4 in class. A really solid performance from those guys. Currently Chris Taylor out on the bike and just making his way around, pushing onwards. And that is a boat. That's definitely not a motorbike, but we got some sightseeing going on here at Anglesey. Is that problems for the 49? PP racing it in.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at what's in their hand, whether it's a case of a charger just trying to get some juice into that battery. So potentially might not wanting to start for them. They're continuing to work on that bike anyway, one of the Hondas, and just checking everything is all good to go. But trying to just get some charge into that battery, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably just not turning over the engine at all, is it? So that seems to be the case of what they're doing. So hopefully it won't be too long until PP Racing, of course that is the PP Racing number 1 squad, can get back out onto the circuit. There are of course 2 PP Racings in this affair. PP Racing 2.0 seemingly down and out though, unfortunately, after problems. When PP's not working, need a pill to try and get it to fix itself, I guess. There we are. There's
not
actually
before 9 p.m. in the evening.
I didn't say anything. All right, well, the other PP Racing bike comes in. Let's see if they have got some charge into that 49 machine. And let's see if they can get that thing fired up. We'll wait to see. Is it going? Well, they're waiting. He's looking at the clock. Yes, it is going. So the PP is going out there on the circuit and will make their way out onto the track. So out comes the number 49 bike. Looks like it'll be Anthony Liu coming out after Mark Tompkinson has done a solid shift for PP. Does run it a little bit deep though at turn number 2, just letting through some competitors, and he can push on his merry way. Just a touch over 3 hours and 3/4 remaining in this one, and it seems currently only the couple of retirements. A few have been able to rejoin the race. Harp and Horsepower are now back out after a couple of laps in the pits. Opals Racing, of course, we've just seen them heading out as well after about 2 hours spent doing nothing, basically, following some issues for that 2-bike squad. And they can now push their way to the end and hopefully take the checker flag.
Yeah, I think that's going to be everyone's aim at the end of this one, to make it to the checker flag. I mean, at this point, when the gaps start to get a little bit bigger, you would certainly say that they wouldn't necessarily be looking for positions or certainly making to look up too much ground. But nonetheless, we do continue on. I mean, what a race we've had so far. This has been a special occasion, to say the very least, for No Limits Racing. And now we're looking towards the end of the season. Obviously, Ross, this being the longest endurance race of the year for us. From this point onwards, it's going to be much shorter, much snappier. I mean, mainly 3 hours in distance too, let's not forget. But shorter races for us for the rest of the season. And I think for the rest of endurance races, the jokes and the phrases coming out of some people's mouths in the commentary box will be that's a bit more normal. I didn't mention any names.
There's only 2 of us, so that's all I'm going to say. It's been a long weekend. But no, it has been great racing. Just remember to stay hydrated if you're watching trackside. It seems like we've been having a couple of people who have become severely dehydrated. So make sure you do stay hydrated, drink water. There's places that give water out here. There's a cafe, they've got water.
Yeah, it's a brand new cafe as well.
It is a brand new cafe, and they've got other things as well. They do a good burger. Had that on a Thursday. That was quite nice. So yeah, would recommend the cafe. Go in, say hello, get some food and a drink if you so fancy. I'm sure at this point as well there may be people whose days are done, so you know there are certain drinks that maybe you wouldn't drink during the working day that you could indulge yourself in if you so wish to.
No clue what you mean.
Talk about beer, Lewis. Talk about beer. You know, the drink of the working man. Although, you know, not for everyone, of course. Some people also do not drink, and that is totally fine. But, you know, yeah. Anyway.
I was just letting you dig yourself a hole there. Trying to get out of it might be a different thing. But I'll save you now. I'll stop with this. And, yeah. Well, Ross, it's fine. Do you want me to make you feel any better up here in the commentary box?
Go on, then. How you doing that?
We have our normal endurance distance left to go, plus 45 minutes.
Wow.
Not long at all. Nice and short for us, and luckily up here in the commentary box, we're not going to run out of anything to talk about, obviously, because as things stand, the 21 squad are being closed in. I think it's fair to say 13.1 seconds now between themselves and Moto 46. Now this has been a battle that we've seen almost yo-yo over the last couple of hours. It seems to get closer and closer and begin to look towards a battle forming, and then suddenly, well, it seems like the battle just disappears, and we get so close to exciting duel as a finale to this race, and then it just gets swiped away from us. But this time around, I do have faith. Let's keep an eye on this gap as, well, the 21 squad, they're also closing in on Maselli JG Racing. Who knows if everything aligns, the stars align, although no stars out right now, and I think that might be because it's only 5 p.m. in the evening. But if all the stars do align, we could see 2nd, 3rd and 4th together on circuit by the end of this race.
Well, that'll be interesting, and you've got to do a bit of a George Michael impression, I think, to try and get that one. But
yeah, I'm too young.
George Michael. Oh, okay. Well, we're back. No, got to have faith. You must have heard that song.
Yeah, I've heard that song. Wait, maybe not. Any renditions?
Limp Bizkit did a cover of it once. It was pretty good.
I was meaning yourself, but no, I do actually know the song. I was just hoping for a bit of Ross McIntyre singing.
I mean, I can.
No, it's fine. Honestly,
you gotta sing it twice.
Now, though, having a look at the international section of the circuit, and just moving on as soon as possible before Ross has another opportunity to open up his mouth in the next 3 hours and 43 minutes. In fact, I might just keep talking all the way to the end here. KGG Endurance, though, they do continue running. And well, Ross, as we spoke about, the twin category, it was pretty new to Endurance this year, but it is the class which is slowly growing in numbers. I mean, KGG Endurance, although they're winning things, they are a big advocate to try and get more bikes on this grid and more bikes taking part in this class. I mean, I remember, I think you spoke to them at Donington Park, and one of the things said to you was, you know, if anyone does want to get involved, please do. You know, it's a friendly planet, friendly bunch, and they want more competition. They're racers at heart as well, and they would rather more than just 2 bikes in the class. But still, having a good ride and competing with some faster machines, most importantly.
Well, yeah, it was very much a case of, you know, we have no issue being the only bike in class and just winning a race by finishing it. Like, that's great. But we actually, you know, we're here to race, and we would like to have some competition and race people within our own class. Because otherwise there's not really any point in us turning up, because we know we're going to win. We can just kind of mess around. And oh! Down goes one of the Army riders. That is coming around the top end of the hairpin.
That's going to be too.
It will be. And that's in a pretty awkward position as well. Is that Tyler Viveros out there at the time? It was indeed. Yep. And looks like he may have just dropped the front potential. Could have dropped the rear, in fact, actually, because it's quite late round the corner, so got a bit too greedy on the throttle. But he's up and okay, and they are wheeling the bike out the way.
I can see some of the marks on the road there. I think he's lost the front about midpoint of the corner, and the bike's just slid quite a distance.
Well, another crusher. At least he'll be able to get out of the way. There is a gate up there that they can get through. Hopefully it can just work its way through. Although that gate is not locked, actually. It's the other gate that's locked. So no issues there whatsoever. They can just wheel it through. As they'll wait for the recovery van. But more problems for the Army teams then, who are, well, one's out.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to get the bike through the gate.
Yeah, but debating with the marshals here. There's potentially language barrier, to be fair. Of course, the mother tongue of this land is Welsh. So it's Anglesey's the second highest percentage of Welsh-speaking households out of any region in Wales. So there you go. It's something like 65% of households speak Welsh as a first language. So there you go.
Shit. Now, though, after, a fascinating statistic, Ross, and, at least this one. At least this one wasn't brought to you on a piece of paper, like the rest of the stats that you read out today. But yeah, anyway, moving on from, it's a big shame for Tyler Viveros. I mean, let's not forget, he's used to racing likes the stock category, and now obviously choosing the F900 for the endurance class. And if he did race the stock category, maybe he could be giving likes of 𝐀𝐍 Endurance a run for their money throughout this race. But, he's not in 𝐀𝐍 Endurance at P21. Kind of lonesome for the time being, about 2 laps between themselves and OP Enduro 2. Obviously, OP Enduro 2, we've seen a few issues for them. Recovery en route currently for the 102 squad. So you would imagine they'll push that bike through the gate and the recovery van will meet them at the other side of it, and then they can bring it back through the paddock that way into the back end of the garage. So not too much longer to go for them. Be a nice part of this race. Now, we did have confirmation quite a while back, but I don't think it was worth mentioning until a little bit closer to the time. The next intervention time should be around 10 to 8 in the evening. So that's about an hour and 10 minutes, which should set up a pretty dramatic finale to the end of the race. It should be around bang on 1 hour of racing remaining as we go green flag. If, of course, we receive no safety cars between now and then. Even if we did, then technically we would need to bring out still a safety car planned intervention, because there's more than 3 hours remaining in this race. But yeah, good old time. John Harwood as well at the back of this box, getting ready to head out maybe for his next stint. If not, could be Royal as well. Obviously both of them fielding Ducatis for this one. Double-sided swing arm, if we can get my words out, on board them. Obviously the newer V4. And just checking what's going on the pit board. Just double checking that it is going to be 1 lap till they return to pit lane. A slight change of the gaps as well, from 32.4 to 32.5. So that is a lot of change for them. So that's going to go on to the 21 boards. Pit boards, resistant P3 of course overall. Ducati commentary on board the pit boards. A lot of people get fancier and fancier pit boards. Actually, in the past, I have seen some LED pit boards as well, and they are some real cool pieces, but sadly not allowed in all championships, and they're not always approved by some people in the paddock. But yeah, now we do continue on, and luckily as well, some of the teams, like Fireworks, they've got still some shade down there in pit lane, but still, the normal conventional pit boards seem to be most popular option. But in the likes of EWC, they also use LED pit boards, but that's also because they race in the evening. But yeah, as you mentioned, that is something. It doesn't look to be too much of a substance if it's able just to blow about the track like that. I almost wonder if that's the I don't know if it could be the inside of an exhaust, the mesh inside of the exhaust. But it's been blown out quite easily, but we'll have a little wait. Luckily at the moment, of course, it is offline. But going back to pit boards, Ross, I mean, in the World Endurance they do use LED pit boards, but that is mainly for a purpose, not just to try and be flexy and cool. That's because they race at night, and the only way you're really going to see it is by LED.
Yeah, I have no problem with an LED pit board when it's at night. But I'm a bit old school. I'm of the opinion that, you know, if you're not racing at night, you shouldn't have them. It's just going, oh, look at me, I've got an LED pit board.
You can stick emojis on them.
Yeah, which is quite frankly a crime against humanity. And if you do that, you deserve to be sent to The Hague and tried and probably shot, to be honest. I really don't like LED pit boards, if you can't tell.
Do you like emojis?
I mean, I use them in text messages on occasions.
Gosh, the youth of today. carrying on their commentary. I wouldn't be surprised if, by the end of the day, Ross is doing some emojis in the pit box himself. But, as things stand, that gap now sits in 17.8 seconds between Moto 46 and the 21 Northampton squad. I mean, Ross, is a battle on here for P3 overall. This, of course, not being raced for class position. This, of course, not affecting any championship points. But the overall podium still up for grabs here.
It very much is, and of course that number 6 squad is going to want that overall podium. They're going to crave that overall podium. They're going to need that overall podium. But still a long way to go, 3.5 hours, 3 hour 35 in fact. So we'll wait to see if they do have the pace to catch up. Again, they're in a bit of a
race control message. The surface flag is being displayed at corkscrew for debris.
Yeah, and that's what we just said a few moments ago, you would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. So can see that out of the commentary box window. Lack of adhesion flag being shown, and hopefully not too much of an issue for whatever that bit was that was rolling around in the wind. But yes, the Moto 46 squad now 15.8 away.
It's closing again.
It is closing, so that's at right about, 1.5 seconds a lap? So, quick maths, at about 7 or 8 laps.
Well, I'll tell you, there's about to be a change of position because the 21 squad just entered the pit lane.
There you go then. So, but we have seen this a couple of times, the Moto 46 squad getting up into the podium places because the 21 box is slightly earlier. We've seen that a few times now, so again, expect similar here.
Well, I mean, sorry about that, Ross, but a question for you about stints and strategies. Your favourite topic, I'm well aware, but looking towards the end of the race, obviously as we close into the finale, if it's going to be a case that this third place is close enough to be decided on pit stop, it could be a case the likes of Moto 46 might be able to make it with missing stop, especially depending on how safety car periods turn out here, and then in turn they would get the position.
Absolutely. Again, we are guaranteed one more safety car period, which will come out if there's not a safety car before 7:49 local time here, British summer time in Anglesey. It will come out at 7:49. Again, that's just part of our safety car clock, our competition caution. If you're watching from stateside, you might be familiar with that from NASCAR a couple of years ago. And so we are definitely going to have one more safety car. Because the problem is, because there's a minimum pit stop time, there's not really such a thing as a splash and dash. If there wasn't a minimum pit stop time, you could get away with pushing the bike towards the very end, literally coming in for the tiny thimble of fuel and going back out once again. Like, it wouldn't cost you too much time, but because you have, 28.7 seconds, is it?
Well, close enough. The official pit stop intervention time, 28.6 seconds. Yeah,
6, that was close.
Yeah, nearly bang on the money anyway.
But yeah, because there's that there, you can't just come in for a tiny little bit of fuel and immediately go back out again. You've got to sit and wait.
You've got to sit and wait, or take your time and do it nice and safely, which is why it's there in the first place, is to try and reduce the amount of
but this is motorsport. If you're splash and dashing, you ain't got time to be safe. You're getting the fuel in the bike and then you're going straight back out there. Of course, I would not recommend that. Of course, everyone, please be nice and safe. I don't want anyone catching on fire down in pit lane today. The paperwork for race control will be unimaginably boring, I can imagine.
And after those comments, I think they would rope you in on it as well.
Probably would, to be honest. Yeah, still 3 hours 32. You can see that lack of adhesion flag still being shown at the corkscrew for the unidentified bit that's offline and blowing around in the wind, and we're not really sure what it is, but we're gonna continue to push on with it. I still haven't done my my presentation on East German interrogation methods yet, Lewis. Just like to remind you of that one. That's still out there. More history lessons could be on the cards before the end of this race. Just saying. I'm not saying I'm doing it now, but I'm just saying I will do it at some point. Your face says you do not want that.
I'm not
What's wrong with East German interrogation methods? It's a fascinating topic.
It just was not on my bingo card, as I mentioned earlier on, for this endurance race. I mean, meanwhile, there has been obviously a change of position for third out on circuit, because right now, Ross, there is something called a 12-hour race going on, so it might go around for a while.
Wow.
Moto 46, though, I mean, I saw a position change for them, but you would imagine next time they have to come into the pit lane, which I don't imagine is going to be terribly long, maybe a couple more laps, that's going to swap round again. But who knows? Play it a little bit closer to the intervention time, and next thing you know, you can be back into the mix by the end of the race.
Well, if they pit right now, they will be around about a second back, presuming they were bang on the intervention time coming in and coming out. So they need to gain a couple of seconds, ideally, over the next couple of laps before they come in, if they want to come in for a pit stop and have it go absolutely smoothly, perfectly, wonderfully, and then they can come out still in third place overall ahead of that 21 squad.
I mean, they were closing the gap as well.
They were. But of course, we don't know what the 21 squad's doing. Are they out on a new bike? We've got a Wilkinson. Ted Wilkinson's just gone out there, so you'd assume he's probably on fresh tyres or something like that, as the safety car has been deployed. Now, you've got to wonder, is that for the debris up at the corkscrew? There was a lack of adhesion flag there for a little while.
Because it was all flying as well.
And it does mean as well that we are still guaranteed one more safety car at the most, with half an hour to go left in this race as well.
That's going to get spicy.
That is going to get very, very interesting indeed. We'll see if Race Control have a reasoning they'll pipe on over to us on the radio. But right now, with 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go, we do have a safety car once again here at Anglesey in the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance 12-hour. And another twist, another turn in the tail of the biggest race in No Limits racing history. What more do the racing gods have in store for us across the remaining 3.5 hours, or just a touch under now? Lewis Ray.
I still have no clue what that accent is all about.
It's my Richard Keys impression. I do it for dramatic purposes.
Yeah, I don't think...
this glorious little island.
Safety car out in a few moments' time, and well, we're not too far away. Obviously, looking for a safe point to go in between the bikes. Don't worry, everyone at home. I'm still here for the bike race, and I think Ross might have walked.
Message from Race Control. This is intervention by safety car for debris collection. We now have significant debris in certain locations, so this is an intervention to remove debris.
There you go then. Debris in a couple of places, get things sorted out, get the track all cleaned up, and well, off we go for the final 3 hours 30 minutes. And not all the way, because we will, as you mentioned, have to most likely do another safety car stop with around half an hour remaining.
Absolutely. So this probably won't be too long of a safety car, because debris, if it's nothing too big, it's just something marshals can run onto circuit, quickly pick up. Of course, run onto circuit when it is safe to do so before they head out on to just get the bits out of the way, basically. Of course, a big thank you to all of our marshals once again. The Orange Army, as always, doing a stellar job. And of course, if you do want to get involved, who is it? I forget. Paula, that's it. You need to get in touch with.
Get in touch with Paula.
I can't remember her email.
At marshals@nolimitsracing.co.uk.
There we go. See, Lewis remembers things. That's why we keep him around. Yes, do get in touch with Paula if you do want to volunteer and be part of this amazing crew of people who...
They're some of the nicest bunch. And let's not forget as well, throughout the last season or so, we've done marshal draws at the end of rounds, giving out prizes to marshals, the lucky marshals, and taking home.
Do you know what? We're not far away, but we're not far away from the 3 hours to go draw as well. So we're going to crown another lucky winner who's going to get some t-shirts.
The final winner before we see the checkered flag. I mean, that is big prizes up for grabs here.
This is the big moment. We're 27 minutes and 25 seconds
just to remind everyone, the prize draw is so far, in case you have forgotten, as I quickly look through the long spiel of Race Control notes, all of them, of course, nice and important, but it's the prize draws that we want so far. The last ones were PP Racing, and one of Ross's favourite teams, it seems, at the moment, the 49 squad. That was given just after 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And so they were the last prize draw winner. The first of the prize draw winners, though, being the RAF Dambusters, 617. Now they won the 3 hour mark. Next up, of course, going to be the 9 hour mark. And then we reach the end of the race where, hey, the real prize is the fact we made it to the checker flag and everyone is a winner.
Maybe. Well, there's still one more prize to go. As you said, the Dambusters winning prize number 1. And PP Racing, prize number 2. I wonder what that could have been for the 49 squad. We'll wait to see.
There we go.
There we go. The debris been cleared up now. So hopefully the safety car can come in pretty quickly. Yeah, there are just bits and pieces. There's tear-offs and the like that are going to be littered around the circuit at this point. So,
I'm still going to put my money on the inside of an exhaust cam.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There's a tear-off in there as well, I think I can see. So, multiple pieces. This track is riddled and littered out there. These naughty endurance riders not taking care of the environment, tut. But we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold across the remaining 3 hours and 25 minutes and 45 seconds. Again, just waiting for the safety car to be confirmed to be coming in again. It is still the Audi safety car, despite the fact that it's apparently broken. Not seeing the MG safety car anywhere, unfortunately. I got their hopes up very much highly for that one. I know some people in the live chat maybe are looking forward to the MG safety car. As, oh my God, it's Gandalf. Look. Wow, that is a beard on that, Marshall. Well, that is it's an immaculate beard. That is an immaculate beard on that, Marshall. Kudos on that one. A big thank you, sir. I don't know the name of that Marshall, but
now, if you want to get involved and become a marshal, Ross doesn't necessarily make comments about all of them. But the tear-offs, as we were speaking about, hazard on circuit. And, tear-offs can be a hazard. There has been riders in the past, actually, which have blamed their own crashes on tear-offs. The likes of Dennis Foggia has previously blamed a crash on a tear-off as well himself. And, we've seen plenty of riders having mechanical issues from tear-offs, but that is just a wild scenario. I mean, even most recently, I think Australian Grand Prix a couple of years ago, Marc Marquez had a very, very bad start because he had to start on a tear-off. That was a lesser issue we could see with our eyes, but crashing on a tear-off, I mean, that's either some crazy bad luck or a crazy, hard-to-believe excuse, whatever way you want to look at it. But, just over 3 hours remaining left on the clock. It's
safety car will be lights out at the start line.
There you go. There's confirmation of lights out at the start line for the safety car. And then the green flag running can continue again. And as we mentioned, if you do want to get in touch with No Limits Racing, want to get involved in marshalling, make sure you get in touch with the lovely Paula, who has just came up to the commentary box, Ross, with a couple of treats for us. Some nice lollies. I mean, I'm not going to say no.
I mean, why would you? It's beautiful weather like this. It's a beautiful day. I didn't say no. Why have you stolen it back off? Give me back my ice lolly. Yes, safety car will be in on the next tour. We've got ice lollies. The sun's out. We've got
bikes on track.
And 20 bikes on track. 3 hours and 23 minutes left to go. You couldn't wish for anything else more in the world. And apparently we've got a wizard for a marshal as well. Perfect conditions for a motor race, it would seem, here at Anglesey. And I mean, what a place to do that as well. The view, the circuit itself, it's superb. And of course, big barbecue afterwards as well. Big party, football's on. So
and a lot of apologies to make on your end.
Well, I'm sure the people will understand. I'm sure the people will understand. My job. Lights are now off on the safety car. Yes. We're racing again, Lewis.
Yeah, I'll take over from you, Ross. Don't you worry, and preferably put your microphone away from your mouth whenever you eat that ice lolly. But lights off on the safety car for the time being. We're not too far away from getting the action going. It looks like Josh Proudfoot is at the head of this safety car queue. And well, there we go. There's some jet ski action on the side of the circuit. And well, Ross, if you want, you can commentate on that as well. Are you okay? He's okay with that one.
I don't really know much about jet skis, to be honest.
Well, they're like motorcycles, but they're on water.
Yeah, water doesn't
wheels
interest me.
Either. It can be quite cold as well, I think, if you fall
I've heard that, yeah.
It can hurt as well when you fall off as well. But hey-oh, if anyone has a jet ski, send it my way. Usually find a way to crash almost everything I touch.
If you fall into that water as well, you might come out and really like Guinness, because it's the Irish Sea.
Well, that's yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's so easy.
It's a good job. I already like Guinness for the time being, but with any luck, the producer might be able to find the mute button on Ross. If not, hopefully his little zip to zip his mouth shut. Nonetheless, though, safety car restart. Ross has his nice lolly, so it's just me for the time being for this green flag start. Now then, a few more corners left for this one, and there we go, the Audi safety car back yet again. Ross, to get everyone all excited, expecting an MG, then disappointed everyone at that one as well. Final tour, though, it'll come into the pit exit this time around. Josh Proudfoot doing a good job at backing everyone up in a few moments' time as they round the final
flag,
corner.
race resumes.
In confirmation of that green flag, we'll see them appear into turn one. RAF Dambusters already coming into the pit lane. I don't think they're going to be the only team to do that. And I mean, look at that restart from Josh Proudfoot. Obviously, he's not the leader of the race. He's still a little bit down the order. P6 currently for them. A few laps behind Randy Racing, ahead of them out on track. But nonetheless, I mean, the perfect safety car restart. What more can you actually ask for in terms of that? It gives them some clear track for a few laps now, while the likes of faster boys, the Randy Racings, the Northampton lot, and Motorsport 6 Maselli and Dart Motorsport try their best to carve their way through the field and catch up indeed. Josh Proudfoot is not necessarily the most emotive of riders. He's usually quite chill when we go down there and speak to him, but he's a cool, calm, collected face that you need, I would say, in your endurance squad. Meanwhile, Maselli GQ Racing, they've also entered the pit lane. I can tell you, a front tyre swap, a rear tyre swap, and some fuel put into the bike as well. So they're going to exit pit lane for the time being, head back out on track, and now we get to see what the gap's going to be. Dart Motorsport, expect them to enter the pit lane in the not too distant future. But still, the green flag running does continue. It's about 2 laps of a gap between first and second. Well, what more can we ask for here on the Anglesey coast? Continuing the action into the evening, of course. We're about to tick towards 6 p.m. in the evening. And then we head, I guess, what we can call into the night. Can 9 p.m. class as the night, Ross?
Well, the sun probably isn't going down. It's going to still be light by that point, isn't it? So... kind of, I don't know. It is the summer. Maybe not. I'm going to say no. I'm going to stand by my ground. I'm saying no. There's no night racing here at Anglesey. It's only daytime. It's just that it's a long day now because it's the summer and it's, sunny.
Yeah, it's a long day on paper, to say the very least. But in reality, it's felt like a short one at that. But I think Ross having a few mechanical issues with his ice lolly for the time.
It's leaking everywhere.
And I think he needs to deal with that one because right now he's holding it like a prized possession out on the commentary box. Obviously, pretty hot up here. We do have a fan right in front of our faces. It's been working hard, actually, arguably working harder than us throughout this race. Not as hard as the teams and riders, though, for sure. They've been doing an incredible job so far out on track. But, well, a few more riders coming through. That looks to be the 100 squad at the back there. Now, they've had a solid race for themselves. Next intervention by 8 p.m. in the evening, as I should say. Not the night, not the afternoon, in the evening. And then that's going to be our final tour around the safety car, providing no issues within the final hour. Obviously, I think it's worth noting, this is going to be the start of the period where riders are going to be a little bit tired. I think it's fair to say they're going to be not necessarily nearing towards the end of the day, not necessarily hoping for the end of the race, but they're going to be looking forward to finally putting their feet up, looking towards a barbecue in the evening as well. Even if they're not joining our barbecue, I'm sure there'll be plenty of teams for barbecue down in pit lane, down in paddock as well. And well, a few more teams now entering the pit lane. One of them being the 53 𝐾𝐍 Endurance, the R6 coming in for the time being. Also, it's like the Maryland squad have entered pit lane too, so they were running P15 overall as well. Well, good stuff so far. A few people as well impressed by the beard in the comment section below. So it's not just you, Ross, for this one, but
it was a great bid.
Yeah, there you go. The McIntyre seal of approval. I think that's the 3rd time it's happened in this race.
I'm dishing them out like they're going out of fashion. Probably got a price tag on them, to be honest.
I think
£5 a pop.
Well, first tries to bribe people with cakes up here in the comments, but it doesn't work at all because nobody wants his opinion or a seal of approval. But he still hands them out anyway, and now is charging for them. So, I mean, hey, good for Ross. He needs to make his money after sponsoring so many young riders and upcoming riders and stuff. I mean, it seems like you're funding the Mellor team next year as well. So yeah, Jake Marsh also wants to involved in that one.
I did see that. Yeah. So apparently, I'm funding racing for an entire year with the the big bucks I'm supposedly earning. Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say on that.
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
honest,
It's
Lewis.
the truth. Here, we'll get you in contact. I don't know if I've Owen's number or not, but I'm sure we can get it sent your way from someone in this paddock.
Just ask him a Cadwell if he's there. You're like,
yeah.
Do you want me to pay for your ride next year? There you go.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure Jake at the very least is going to send them this clip.
Yeah.
Or one of the previous clips of talking about your big buck earnings and your sponsorship opportunities. And then, well, he'll be searching for you at Cadwell Park. Anyway, though, the 3-2-1 squad, we've spoken a fair bit in this race. And that's because they've had a real story at Anglesey. They're making their way around one of the many, many hairpins that we have here, certainly on international layout. Green flag, though, of course, still at the top of your screen. Just reminding you that we're not too long ago from a restart of this race. There is your race leaders, though, timing down the inside pretty late. Get it nice and stopped, though. I mean, hey, credit where credit's due. A few riders like Pack Racing actually entering the top 10. Chris Taylor on board that bike, and it looks like they've received a penalty. Was that later on? And I just my old age is catching up to me. 21 this year actually. So yeah.
You sweet summer child, you.
Yeah, that is just my old age catching up to me. So midday, they were given a penalty. 7.820 seconds they were given. And yeah, definitely need to play some memory games and get the skills back up. It seems that definitely old age hit me. But it's lovely to be here in Wales. I mean, we spoke about it earlier on here today, Ross. Not history-wise. I guess it is history now because it's all finished. But the Six Nations didn't go to plan this year for Wales. But, well, the racetrack planning definitely has. They've got an action-packed schedule this year at Anglesey. Plenty to enjoy. Plenty for them to get their teeth stuck into as well. With us coming here twice, a few other clubs as well getting involved. And, well, it's a lovely, lovely circuit. And who knows, maybe some of the BSB stars can be watching along with their feet up on the sofa after a busy weekend over at Stettos in last weekend. And now deciding, I want to let it go at Anglesey. And if they do, well, they can come along tomorrow because there's a track day on with still some spaces at that. If you do love local, I mean, why not pop along? With your bike, it can be a road-going bike as well. Let's keep in mind at track days, it doesn't necessarily need to be these high-performance beasts, frankly, because, I mean, the likes of the M1000s, they are an incredible piece of machinery. As you see, RAF Dambusters, the Kawasaki 636, that does look like, making their way through. So, lovely stuff for them. We did speak to the rider on board the bike, Dean Turner, earlier on in this race. And, yeah, 3 hours and 13 minutes left on the clock, and we should be making it all the way to the Checker Flag live and free on the LR TV and Motorsport Radio if I don't break the commentary box before then. But Ross, you're having a cheeky little look at the calendar because, well, we're over halfway into the season now.
We are indeed, but of course a reminder, we are coming back to Anglesey a little bit later on in the year, the penultimate round of the season, 18th, 19th September, just after my birthday, actually.
Happy birthday.
It's a bit late with the year, but thanks anyway. Yeah, so Anglesey coastal layout as well, so we'll be taking the corkscrew instead of the international and the Tom Price straight and the extra hairpin. That will be sprint and an endurance round as well, so everyone will be there. And again, if you're free that weekend, come on down. If you've been impressed by the great racing this weekend, come on down. Just come on down. It'll be a lot of fun. Again, it's a beautiful racetrack in a beautiful part of the world that brings beautiful racing from the best club in the country here at No Limits. And with 3 hours and 12 minutes left to go in the Bike Alloys at No Limits Anglesey 12-hour endurance event. Who knows what's in store over the remainder of this one, but of course it'll be a bit more of a typical endurance when we come back to Anglesey. I believe it's supposed to be a 3 hour, it may be a lapped event, but yes, nowhere near the 12 hours that we're expecting here today. Of course, Caldwell Park coming up in a couple of weeks' time for round number 6. That's a sprint-only round, so no endurance in a couple of weekends for us here on NLR TV. It'll just be short, sharp sprint racing at Cadwell. And then we're going up to Knockhill up in Scotland, 21st, 22nd and 23rd of August. And that'll be round 7. Then Anglesey Coast, like I just said, and then back to Donington Park National for the 10th and 11th of October for our final round of the season. And crowning any titles and champions that we may or may not have already sorted out. But we'll push on here now. We are entering the dying phases of this race. And what a race it has been. We've had changes for multiple leads. We've had lots of fighting all throughout, even this deep in the day. Now the teams, the riders, will be starting to feel like they're near the end. This is the painful bit when it starts to drag right as you get towards the end. And you know you're so close. You know you're right there getting ready to take the checker flag. The celebrations are right there, but it just seemingly drags onwards. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold. Yes. As we enjoy ourselves here at Anglesey. And still plenty of action to look forward to. Dart Motorsport, 2-lap lead ahead of Maselli JJ Racing. The number 6 𝐔𝐿 𝐂𝐍 Moto 46 squad. 13.7 seconds to the good ahead of the 21 bike in P3. Of course, that's overall. For position, those two in different classes. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Randy Racing, Proudfoot Racing, P2, P3 in the ACU National 600 class. Then it's IWS Racing, the number 100 bike. That is in the lead of the Team Power Trophy. That, of course, is the No Limits, or the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance, should I say, equivalent of the ACU National 1000 category. Same regs and everything. It's just the National Endurance a little bit more on the prestigious side. So we'll wait to see if anyone's going to be able to challenge them. I doubt it, because their nearest competitor is the Fireworks One Bike Team. 25 is a couple of laps back in 13th place overall. Pack Racing still in the top 10, P10, but that's still in the top 10 for the 50 bike. Great job by them. They've been really improving round on round on round so far this season. We'll push onwards. Almost coming up to 3 hours left to go now. Of course, keep your comments flying in. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above here on NLR TV. If you haven't done so already, do subscribe so you can join us for Cadwell Park. And, of course, do share so the rest of the world can watch the final 3 hours and a bit here at Anglesey International. And it's been a fantastic day of racing for us here at Anglesey, and long may it continue. Well, for 3 hours. Anyway, final course through the race coming up. Of course, in 8 minutes we'll have a final prize draw as well for us to look forward to. Any idea on who maybe might be getting it? Any predictions? But it's a draw. It's completely random. So, is there anyone you want to win?
Yeah, I would love everyone to win, because I am not biased in the slightest. I know who you would like to win, but who? That's the other thing. Well, judging by the theme of the race so far, your first favourite team, PP Racing, they've already won a prize so far today, so they can't get any more. But apart from that, I would probably say you would want the Merlin 846 team to win, and that's to say sorry for how much you got their name wrong to them, but I'm sure they would love it as well.
Yeah, they probably would.
Are you saying you wouldn't like them to win it? Or?
No, I don't really care who wins the prize draw, to be honest. No disrespect to anyone. Like, obviously I'll be happy for whoever does win, but it doesn't affect me personally. I don't have any happiness or dislike towards any one singular team. Thank you very much. We've just been handed some statistics from 9 hours in.
Time.
So it's time to peel through some stats from TSL. A big thank you to our timing partners at TSL. You can follow along the last 3 hours and 7 minutes
now
live on TSL.
Are you able to commentate over these stats, or do you need a couple of minutes to whip through them?
I think I can commentate over the stats. I mean, if I try not to add things up, I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, please, no math.
Okay, I'll try not to do that. Well, initially, what I can tell, obviously, the Dart Motorsport bike, they've been
the leader.
Well done, Lewis Ray. Oh, he's so good, isn't he? They've been averaging around about 56 miles a stint. That's been very, very consistent, 27, 28 laps or thereof. Then, of course, there's been a couple of safety cars out, so they've been able to go a bit further, tracks rub it in as well, even though it's slippy because of the heat, so you can get the fuel to last a little bit longer. So they're furthest in 31 laps at 65 miles. So that's their longest stint. That's how far they've been able to run over singular stint. Again, remember, they are a team that are using multiple bikes. There's no endurance tanks there. That is just them and their fuel tanks against Anglesey and God, quite frankly. So 31 laps and 68.5 miles is not bad going at all. Fastest lap of the race is still a 1:28.854, which was set by Dart Motorsport at 9:34 a.m. this morning. I don't think we've got any chance of that changing any time soon. And it is still very much the Dart Motorsport guys leading the way here and continuing to push onwards. They've got 2 laps ahead of Maselli JJ Racing, and will continue to push onwards. Racekins Endurance leading the way in the twins class, of course. They're averaging a little bit less distance per stint. You're looking at around about 40 miles per stint for those guys. Just can't quite get the fuel to last as long. That's all the information I can really get from that bit, as we see a lovely patch of grass there for us to enjoy. Wow, that was a gorgeous, just wildlife everywhere that you look, be it the insects or indeed the plants in the ground.
The insects were my favourite. I mean, I'm glad you clarified it wasn't.
I did Google earlier. There's like a special type of moth that lives here at Anglesey. It's like it's red. I don't know.
I would say I'm interested in moth talk, but when puffins are this close to Anglesey, I have no clue why we're talking about moths. I mean, I'll get back to you tomorrow on the puffin population.
Yeah.
But,
well, again, when we come back to Anglesey on the 18th, 19th, 20th of September, you can tell us all about the Puffin Islands just down the road.
Yeah, we've got another endurance there, so we can get stuck into the puffins then. But for the time being, more stats.
Yeah, more stats. Circuit UK Moto 46, their fastest average lap is an 84.69 miles an hour lap time. Of course, they are third, or they were third overall, fourth overall after a pit stop, but still leading the way in class. And that is actually one of the fastest laps that we've had all day, quite frankly. Total stint length and times, we've had 85 laps of Dart Motorsport for Aaron Spence. He's done 2 hours and 40 minutes on the bike, 85 laps in total. So he's actually done the most. Then it's Tommy Coolwell, the second most, 84 laps, 2 hours, 12 minutes in total. Interestingly enough, right, you'll like this one, Lewis. Mark Hewitt, of course, has the fastest lap of the race, the 1:28.854 for Dart Motorsport. As such, because he has been the quickest rider for Dart Motorsport, quickest rider off the field so far, he has done 81 laps, as has Lewis Mason. But Lewis Mason's 81 laps took 8 minutes longer than Mark Hewitt's took because of Mark Hewitt's pace advantage. That's crazy. It's unbelievable. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-blowing.
I'm going to have to believe it. It's on paper and you're reading it out, so I'm sure.
I was handed this by TSL themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you're not interpreting it wrong at all. So, I trust you.
I'm not. I've got the stats. I've got the data. Look. See?
No need to be
81 laps,
about this,
2 hours 11:26, 81 laps, 2 hours 3 minutes, and he got less ride time as a result. He's got 23.35% of the ride time compared to 24.83% of the ride time.
Boom! Crazy stats, and luckily it's nearly time to bring you through the next hour of running, because Ross, guess what? We just have one endurance race left in this one. This is officially the final part of the race. But yeah, if anyone is still with us either at the circuit or at home, if you haven't fallen asleep from Ross's statistics, nonetheless, actually, Ross, that was a good last stat. I've got to give it to you. Definitely your best one of the race.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It wasn't my stat. It was a stat from TSL, but I was very proud of it. Anyway, a little over 3 hours left to go. We may as well have a run through the order of things as we get ready to essentially make it a normal endurance race that we have at No Limits. 3 hours from here till the end.
Just with 336 laps added on top.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be great. We're going to have a great time. let's have a little run through how the order of things are standing. And before we prepare ourselves for the final prize draw of the race, it is the Dart Motorsport 92 squad that leads the way by 2 laps, 336 completed for those guys. JJ Racing in P2, Northampton Line Markings, UK Fire Safety 21 squad in P3, 𝐔𝐿𝐾𝐍 Moto 46 in P4, leading the way in the National 600 class. They're followed by Randy Racing and Proudfoot Racing in the podium places for that one. In the No Limits Team Power Trophy, IWS Racing, the number 100, leading the way. Then it's Lane Boys, P4, National 600, P8 overall. Then it's PB Racing and Paddock Racing in P10, P4 for the National 1000 class for those guys. Another really solid performance from them, it would seem. A little bit further down the order, we then find 𝐔𝐿𝐾𝐓𝐔𝐑𝐍 Racing, which is a team name that's really funny if you listen to Lewis Ray say it. Then it's Fireworks just after them, Snapdragon Racing in P13, followed by PP Racing. Donkey Boxes 15, followed by the Merlin 846 squad. Then Racekins Endurance, Ride Culture Racing, Full Throttle Racing, and Heck Racing on the 911 in P20. Then it's KGG Endurance, RAF Dambusters 22nd. Now we're getting into the territory of people having issues and struggling, and some may or maybe not re-retiring. Harpen Horsepower are back out onto the circuit, I believe. KGG Endurance are actually just in the pit lane at the moment.
It's only really Double Trouble and PP Racing 2.0.
Yeah, everyone else seems to be back out. Well, Harpen Horsepower out, OP Enduro 2 or Op Enduro 2, Oddballs are back out. The other Op Enduro squads, yeah, so Double Trouble and PP Racing 2.0 seem to be our only guys who are down and out of the race. New rear rubber for the Fireworks 25 squad as we hit the 3-hour mark in 10 seconds. And they'll head back out pretty quickly. Another really solid show from that 25 machine, and indeed the whole squad. They'll get that chain on, they'll send it on its way, and it's 3 hours from here until God and the checkered flag.
3 hours until the end of the race. Just trying to get that rear spindle in. Is that an issue for the team, or is all okay? It looks to be all okay. Now they're tightening it up on the other side, so maybe not quite the thread on the other side, but now we are ready to get going. Fireworks will start up the bike once it's off the tires, once it's off the paddock stand, and then they'll head out onto the circuit. Now NG at the end of pit lane, just making sure all is okay. Alex Vela as well, coming for a quick chat with her, but yeah, less than 3 hours remaining on the clock, and Chris Taylor getting a nice little lesson here, you would imagine, from the Fireworks squad, actually looking to overtake them round the outside, and that is a nice little move. Obviously the Fireworks just leaving the pit lane on fresh rubber as well, not wanting to crash in their out lap for sure, so maybe taking it a little bit safe over the first couple of corners, over the first half of the lap. But Chris Taylor, nice move done there for him. Obviously we're edging towards the end of this race. Just one final normal No Limits Racing endurance to go, and actually I've got to say, Ross, it doesn't feel like 6 p.m. in the evening at the moment.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's a lovely day out there.
I have no clue what time of day it is, but it doesn't feel like 6 p.m.
No, it's lovely. I mean, look at it. Blue skies. It's the middle of summer.
There is a wind.
There is wind, yes, but beautiful blue skies here at Anglesey, and the temperature nice and warm as our roaming camera heads into the Dart Motorsport garage. Competent Michael at the wheel of that one, as he gets a wave as well from some of the Dart Motorsport guys down there. And again, they must be feeling pretty sweet, pretty happy at the moment. But now 2 hours and 58 remaining. Tommy getting ready to go back out, it would seem, as he gets the leathers on, or tries to anyway. Probably a bit awkward. And I don't want to be wearing leathers in this heat, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the leathers will not be dry from the last stint, let's put it that way.
Lovely and hygienic, but I'm sure he cares not, because he knows that there is another gauntlet of a stint ahead of him that he must conquer. And of course, Tommy's been riding really, really well this weekend as well. Not just yesterday, but today. The Dart Motorsport guys in general have just been mega throughout this race. And since they've got to the lead, they've not looked back. They've had a maximum advantage of about 3 laps ahead of the JJ Racing squad. That has now dropped down to 2. But they are still 2 laps to the good of anybody else as it currently stands. So they must be feeling pretty confident out there at the moment. But of course, it is a motor race. Anything can happen. And it will happen across the remainder of this one. So we'll wait to see.
Here we are, into the paddock as well.
Yeah, back into the paddock. You can see what it looks like behind the garages as the nuclear bomb stops going off, and you can actually see what's happening there. And,
I think that's called NDI filter.
It is ND filter.
ND filter.
NDI is
so
a cable.
So close.
God, this guy Slacker clearly never set a commentary box up in his life, has he? But yes, ND filter needing an adjustment there for anybody who's never used a professional sports broadcast camera before. It just adjusts the light levels, doesn't it? Pretty simple.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Makes you actually be able to see things in different lighting as well. The very, very simple of things. But, well, Ross, I think we'll have to leave you again. Way down in pit lane. And, well, I'm afraid to say for everyone at home and listening on circuit commentary, you're left with Ross McIntyre for the next couple of minutes or so.
And the world rejoices as Lewis Ray it leaves. Sorry, Lewis. Yeah, Lewis will be back in a couple of minutes. He's just heading down to link up with competent Michael and get some thoughts and feelings from our riders coming into the dying phases, the latter phases of this race. You may actually see him running in front of the camera if we're lucky enough, if Michael's pointing the camera in the right direction. Out on track, though, still 2 laps to the good for Dart Motorsport ahead of JJ Racing. They themselves have a lap on 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐄 UK Moto 46. As some of the teams watching the timing screens on the telly, as realising they're now on telly as well. It's always a fantastic moment. It's, look at you. You've made it on the big screen. But now, what a weekend it's been. It's certainly been a long one, but it's been a very enjoyable one. Anglesey, it's Anglesey. Sorry, my producer making me laugh in my ears there. We try to maintain professionalism here at NLR TV, of course. But yes, Anglesey, it's been a great weekend here and making more history, it must be said. On the subject of history, is it time for my Stasi lecture? While we're waiting for Lewis Ray to get down into pit lane. Of course, the Ministerium for Staatssicherheit, the East German secret police, back in the day, before the fall of the wall, and eventually 2 years later the collapse of East Germany. So yeah. Oh, stop, you can set me back up. I actually just got muted by my producer there as I started, so it looks like we won't be having a history lesson today. I was looking forward to talking about that one, but no, apparently I'm not allowed to, which is a real shame. Oh well. So if I ever go randomly quiet as I start talking about something, we've worked out why. I'm being turned down. I'm being got by the thought police or something like that anyway. But yes. Oh, there is Lewis. Hello.
Hi, Ross.
Yeah. Oh, we can just about hear you. So you're right, mate.
Down here in pit lane for the time being, and a little bit of a jump surprise, I think it's fair to say. Now, I think this time around we're going to go a little walk down pit lane. Myself and Michael, we've not done enough steps today, and well, what better way to experience some of the wind than head down pit lane. Right now it looks like the 49 squad, PV Racing, just leaving the pit lane for the time being, but I do want to head down actually to where the army teams are, and it's because, well, we've not spoken a terrible amount here today. Well, we have, but we haven't actually spoke to them in person. So we'll make our way down pit lane. You can just see the rider waiting to go. Obviously, they're going to have to wait for the next bike to come into pit lane before they can even get going. Here comes the Honda, actually. So yeah, that is going to be a straight swap. You can hear the pit limiter bouncing off that CBR 600. So into the pit lane they come. It's going to be a straight rider swap for them. And then with that, then the next rider can exit out onto circuit. So a solid stop for them. Hopefully all goes well. And actually, I'll see if we can jump in with Anthony, who has just came off the bike. I was staying in front of the camera because for the time being, I'm sure he's going to be very, very tired. But Anthony, I know it's a very long stint for you out on circuit. How was that on board the CBR 600?
Yeah, challenging. It's a little bit slippy out there. You've got to be a bit careful. With the temperature, there's quite a lot of rubber down now, so yeah. But yeah, it's just difficult. It's just hard work. Such hard work.
Yeah, and as the races went on, has it been a case that it's got more greasy out there?
I think so. For me, it has. Yeah. At high lean angle, maximum lean, you've got to be quite careful. Trying to square the corners off and get it, on the fat part of the tyre and as quickly as possible, really, on the exits. So yeah.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Sorry, say again.
Best of luck.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Always love it to hear from PP Racing. Now we're going to continue our wander for the time being because it's the second part of pit lane, if my memory serves me correctly, that we do want to go into. Obviously we spoke plenty to the likes of the Moto 46 squad throughout this race. At the moment, 𝐘𝐍 Endurance, not too much activity there. 𝐔 Racing as well. Actually, we'll jump into the 𝐔 Racing box because why the heck not? Now, obviously, 𝐂𝐍 just in a couple of things. A nice little stand as well for his helmet, the tyres, very professional in here. But 𝐔 Racing, obviously, it was a very, very solid performance over at Brands Hatch. How are things going here at Anglesey?
Yeah, okay. Really enjoying it. There's 4 of us in the team, and we're just starting to feel it a little bit now. But yeah, looking forward probably another couple of stints each, something like that.
Yeah, and how's things going so far with mechanical-wise with the bikes? Any little issues so far, touch wood?
Touch wood, no dramas, no issues. So we've all got plenty of tyres still and plenty of fuel, so we're good to go.
And you're feeling it? Is that just the distance of the race? I mean, we're now in the latter stages, or is it the case of the heat, the winds, or just the track in general?
I think the track's getting a lot better now, to be honest. It was quite greasy before. We're trying to do like 35, 40-minute stints. So yeah, that's what we're pretty comfortable with. So long may that continue.
Well, best luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully it goes well.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Well, that was 𝐔 Racing, and as it get attacked by a wasp, we'll head over to this side of pit lane. Obviously the sun well and truly out here at Anglesey, as it has been pretty much all day. Now, as things stand, Lewis Smart either has just came in or is just about to go back out. I'm going to suggest he's just came in at that, and here's the 73 squad. Nobody really about rider-wise there, but it's this next box that we do want to go into. As it does look like a couple of riders getting ready to go out in the army side of things. Obviously the one-on-one squads. We'll see if we can quickly jump in with a word. Obviously just getting his gloves on. As soon as that happens, we'll jump in for just one quick question. And I know you're just about to go out, but just one quick word. How are you feeling going into not the race that you guys were hoping for?
No, it's been ups and downs, but it's great fun. That's the main thing, isn't it, really? But yeah, very tired at the moment, but yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
And it would seem like we have, unfortunately, lost Lewis Ray there, so looks like we won't hear from whoever that was. Real shame. I do have the 9-hour prize draw for you, though. Congratulations to the number 4 team, Snapdragon Racing. So head to Race Control, get your prize. Sounds like Michael might be back with Lewis, maybe? Yeah, looks it. Lewis, you there?
Now, though, yep, hi Ross. Now, we're just lost connection ever so slightly, as we mentioned. We haven't had the best of luck with the Anglesey reception, and if we can, I don't know if we're going to be able to have a signal here, but it would be great to jump into All Balls Racing, because they are still having the conversation and triumph in the box, and if we're able to bring some of the guys out. And, well, All Balls, it's not been the race that you wanted. If you step out here, we're not the best of signal of the camera at this end of pit lane, but yeah, you were stuck at the side of the circuit for quite a while, I think it's fair to say.
Hours. Yeah, I think I've dropped a valve in the R6, so yeah, that's totally out of the picture. So I jumped on Tim's Triumph, and I've done the minimum ride time, so we're just going to keep going and see how we get on, basically. We're going to aim to finish.
Yeah, aim to finish, I think, to go at the moment, and best of luck to you. I mean, it's not been the day you wanted.
Not quite. We've got up as high as up to 4th in class, so we've, but yeah, endurance, these things happen, so we'll keep going.
Yeah, it's part of the game. Best luck.
Thank you.
And Nicky Williams now has just came back in again. It looks like some adjustments being done. And, well, if we can, Simon, what's the issue right now, it seems, with the R6?
You'll have to excuse me, my voice is going a bit, but we got a problem with the quick shifter, and we're trying to figure it out now, but we thought it was sorted. as you can see. That's another issue that we're facing.
Yeah, it's not been the race you guys were wanting. Obviously, issues with Nicky's bike earlier on as well. What was the issue there?
Head gasket, I think the head gasket's gone on it, so that's out.
Yeah, it's out for the rest of the race, of course. And, well, what sort of objective do you have in terms of results for the end of this race?
I think we're just going to enjoy the rest of it the best we can. I don't think we're going to have any expectations on what we can really achieve, so just go ahead and enjoy it.
Damage limitation for the time being, and best of luck for you.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
And, just at the other side of this, we do have, let's be Thomas Drew getting things ready as well. I don't know if we're going to be able to dive in. Obviously, Nicky Williams, he will be wanting to head out on track in a few moments, but if we can have a quick chat, guys. Obviously, Right Cultural Racing down here in pit lane. Obviously, getting things ready for the next stint for you. How are you feeling? How are you guys feeling? How's the race gone? A couple of penalties have went your way, I hate to remind you.
The penalties aren't really the problem.
How's the race gone? Would you say, is it gone to plan?
Nah, not at all. Mechanical, it broke down at the back, went from P1 to P6 quite early.
Yeah, and I mean, your team has a real selection of bikes out there, of course. You have the KTM right here, you have what looks to be the 990 KTM as well, one of the first races in the UK, a real mix of machines.
Yeah, it's a good mix, to be honest. Like, the two naked bikes they pick up the slack. It's not as hard wearing on your body, and they're still putting down good lap times in comparison to the rest of the class. So.
And not too long left in the race. What's the strategy? Is it just reach the checker flag and to say you've done a 12-hour endurance?
Minimum rider time to reach for one rider, and then the two KTMs will just have it till the end. Try and claw back what we can.
Yeah, exactly. Take what you can from today and regroup ahead to the next rounds.
Try and pull back a podium.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's racing sometimes, but anyway, best luck for the rest of the day.
Good, mate. Sam.
Yeah, so not what they were wanting at all. Still a quick shifter issue, it seems, for Nicky Williams. And he's getting handed his bottle for the time being. But having a little drink while he waits to find out what the issue is, and hopefully can get back out on track. And it does look like they're going to be able to get back on track now. So that R6 is going to be starting. And away out on track they do go. Hopefully, that R6's quick shifter is all fixed. But for the time being, that's all we have time for down here in pit lane. So for myself and competent Michael, it is back to you, Ross.
Thank you very much, Lewis Ray, for the interviews there. And I'll see you back up into the commentary box in a few short moments. Once again, congratulations to Snapdragon Racing and the number 4 for their prize draw win, I guess. Go to Race Control to pick up your prize, I suppose. I don't really know what else to say about that one. Meanwhile, out there, still Dart Motorsport leading the way from Maselli JJ Racing from Northampton Line Services, or markings even, from UK Fire Safety Limited 21 bike. Then it's, of course, the UK Moto 46 bike leading the way in the National 600 class. Again, that is a battle that literally does not matter in the grand scheme of things, because they're in two different classes. But the Moto 46 guys will be wanting to finish on the overall podium, get a 600 up there. That'd be nice for them, wouldn't it? So we'll see if they'll be able to sign on by. Time will tell. Here the gap, 3.5 seconds as it currently stands. They are the closest pair out on the track as it stands. In the pit lane at the moment, Opals Racing, we just saw going back in. We've also got Harp and Horsepower, KGG Endurance also into the pit lane. Of course, we've lost Double Trouble and PP Racing 2.0, it would seem. Unless they fancy coming back out a little bit later on to take the checkered flag. So 2 hours 42 left to go. And it's been a long old day. I've been told I'm not allowed to talk to you about history anymore, so I won't. Unfortunately, no more Stasi lectures. But, you know, when you're in an endurance commentary box for 12 hours and you're getting a bit tired, sometimes things escape out your mouth when you're not really thinking. But it's still been a fantastic day of racing. If you're here trackside, we hope you have enjoyed. If you're watching here live on NLR TV, hope you have enjoyed the show as well. As you can see, was that bike getting prepared to go out? I believe it may be. As you can see just behind them, that is the stricken 277 of Jordan Poole. Let's see what is going to happen and what's going to unfold moving forward in this one. As there is a pit stop going on here. That is the 178 PB racing bike coming in. Paul Beard brings it in. Again, you can tell he's got the orange bib. Still hasn't got his 10 signatures on his licence, but already proving across No Limits Racing so far this season that he is a hell of a rider. Let's see what he can do as what won't be his final stint. It looks like it may well be Paul Bloomfield going out. I'll assume it's Paul Bloomfield going out. That's how they've been doing things most of the stint. Of course, Paul, a short first stint earlier on today, had some issues. His second stint also not particularly long, but a monster stint from old Paul Beard in race number 3. Race number 3, stint number 3 for him just a moment ago. So Paul Bloomfield, a little bit less pressure on for him. We'll wait to see if anybody else is going to dive into the pit lane, but I doubt they will be. Now 6.7 between the 21 squad and UK Murdo 46. That gap is increasing. Looks like the 6 bike doesn't quite have the pace to stick with the 21 at the moment. But we shall wait and see what's going to happen as this stint unfolds in the remaining 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, still some rider changes in there as well. Let's not forget. So, plenty of time. A few more riders out there, a few more stints as well, and a few more pit stops. And well, Ross, it's close enough at the moment that a penalty could be detrimental, you would have to say, for either of the teams, actually. It would get them completely out of the running. Snapdragon up, heavy on the anchors for the time being. They make their way into the final corner, and then back on the power down the start-finish straight. I mean, it's such a short start-finish straight that we have here at Anglesey. It's really just a case of pinning it for a couple of seconds, and then suddenly, well, you're ready to break for turn 1 yet again. Less than 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining, though. There is Randy racing for the time being, obviously, as well. Huge congrats to Benjamin Round himself, having a successful trip, or Nicholas Round, actually, I should say. Nicholas Round, not Benjamin, having a good trip over at Southern 100s. And I actually think I was speaking to Giles, who of course we have here this weekend, and actually was cork of the course over at the Southern 100s. And well, Nicholas Round probably, I say probably because I mean we'll never know unless you want to delve into every single newcomer's lap times, but he certainly would have been one of, if not the fastest newcomer at Southern 100 if it wasn't for a certain Peter Hickman ruining his spoils. But still, a really impressive Southern 100 debut for himself. There we have, though, the 21 yet again out on track. John Harwood back on the reins. Tommy Caldwell ready for yet another stint. Now, we did speak about him getting back into some sweaty levers, some uncomfortable levers. Definitely not envying the riders at this point of the race. But, Tommy Caldwell, for the time being, having a good old run so far. And now, there we go. There is the pit stop for Dart Motorsport. Hewitt off the bike. He comes. Mark Hewitt had yet another stint on board the BMW. Yet another fast stint at that. And, well, obviously opened up the race and set some good times in qualifying as well. Qualifying yesterday, if you didn't join us for the opening stages of the race, qualifying was decided by the every single rider's lap times added up together and divided by the amount of riders taking part for that team. So it was done on average, and that is how Dart Motorsport took pole position. Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, the lap time set simply would have got them on pole position as it was, even if it was just the fastest time from all the riders in the session. So, yeah, a good one-lap pace for them, Ross, and certainly, as it's panning out in this one, a solid late race pace, if you can call it late race, with it being 12 hours.
It is late race in the grand scheme of things, but again, that solid qualifying pace, the one-lap pace, has translated really, really well across into the race. Maybe not so much early doors, as we see we obviously saw the JJ Racing guys, we saw the 21 squad as well, getting past early doors. It seemed they struggled to settle into the initial race, but after a couple of hours, they were really the team with the pace, and going forward, They've very much been the team to beat, and they are going to be the team to beat across the rest of the race. And, with 2 hours and 37 left on the clock, I'm struggling to see anybody catching up to the back of them. But yeah, should be... they should be feeling pretty confident with their chances right now. Again, that race pace has been mighty, to say the least, and no one else has really been able to catch them. So, looking forward to what the rest of the race has in store for them, and we shall wait to see how it is all going to unfold.
Yeah, we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold in the final 2.5 hours. I'm going to call it 2.5 hours because we're close enough at this point. If we're calling it late race pace, which, I mean, it is, we're totally right about that. I mean, what is 6 minutes in a 12-hour race? I mean, I'm sure we're not going to be saying that when there's only 6 minutes left in the race, but still, 2.5 hours in our books. It starts with 2, has 3 as the second letter, close enough. But Tommy Caldwell, as things stand, still 2 laps of a margin, 1 lap back being the 21 squad. Moto 46 MP4 obviously still leading in category, now 10 or so seconds back on the Ducati runners. I mean, John Harwood is a ruthless rider. We learned that last year. We learned that he was able just to string laps together like there was no tomorrow, and well, that's what you need. A winner's mentality anyway, and he took quite a lot of race wins last year, not next year. Hopefully though, he does try again for some sprint racing next year, because he's always a joy to have in the paddock. He certainly would be mixing it with some of the top guys this year as well. Hopefully as well we can see the likes of James McLaren back in full form. Both is at No Limits, obviously regular in the endurance as well last season, racing with the likes of Paul Bauerbank, also racing with the likes of Callum Greer, who we still extend our greatest wishes. Obviously I've seen that he's done quite a lot in the last couple of months, seen a lot of progress as well, even returned to Donington Park following his crash during the British Superbike visit there last year. As well, there is a crasher out on circuit, a massive shame, and that looks to be 73 of Ride Culture Racing. We spoke to them down in the pit lane, and well, I think it's fair to say they were down in the dumps, and now they're down on the deck, and I don't think their lightness for today is going to get any better. I mean, today couldn't have went much worse for them in terms of result. They were hoping for better, and now, well, yet again in the I was going to say the gravel trap, the grass trap.
Yep. They've certainly been up, down, here and there, everywhere. Evan Brailsford, the rider out there that's just having that incident. We saw them having mechanical troubles earlier on as well, did we, with Ride Culture. So, yeah, it's not looking great, unfortunately. And, not doing much for the first word in their team name, it would seem, at the moment, given that they're stationary at the side of the circuit. That was a terrible joke, and I do apologise. But, yeah, no, it's been a real shame. It's a really, really good squad, some really strong riders. Just one of those days. You get them in every sport and any discipline of motorsport.
It's just extra tough, though, isn't it? I mean, This has been the endurance race everyone's looking forward to. You've put in so much effort. Now, at this point, only 10 hours of racing effort, and suddenly it all goes up in the final 3 hours of racing. I mean, it's a hard one to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow for them, and certainly now it's time just to regroup, reset. As well, there is what is the 846 squad down in pit lane, all ready to go and watching on the screens anyway. A little wave to himself practically at this rate, but pit lane, I think it's fair to say, Ross, looking a little bit quiet, a lot of people looking a little bit more relaxed, and now Ride Culture Racing certainly trying to find a way, or the best way, to get themselves back down to the paddock. You can see the yellow flag's currently still out over at the final corner, but has been going to be turned off, you would imagine, unless there has been another incident out on circuit, or it's just a case of they want to get that bike fully moved, the marshals and the rider out the way as well, which you would think would be the case. But you can see how close they actually are to the start-finish straight, but still a long way back. It's not the easiest circuit to get a bike back. If you do throw it down the deck, lose the front, I mean, we all know, if you've raced a bike long enough, how easy it is to throw a bike down the road, lose the front. I mean, next thing you know, you're just sliding on the ground and just praying there's not going to be too much damage. It didn't look like the 73 machine took too much damage this time around, which is good for them. Returning as well, since we spoke about it enough, the pit stoppers in this one. 𝐂𝐍 Endurance, Harp Racing also look to be entering the pit lane as well as things stand. OP Endure 1, now we did speak to them as well, not being the day they would hope for at all. Oddballs as well, right, currently in the pit lane, having some issues with that Triumph now, Ross. I mean, the day was bad enough, stranded basic size circuit for well over an hour, landlocked on the R6, and now they're having issues, Oddball Racing, with the Triumph machine, and again, another team, a day to forget.
It's a shame because obviously in a 12-hour race there's going to be casualties, there's going to be riders making mistakes or problems, and you know, not everyone's going to have a clean, perfect race, are they? No, but you also you feel bad because this is the big one. It is the 12 hours, the Biker Lawyers Anglesey 12 hours here, and it's the biggest race we've ever had in No Limits racing. It's very much the highlight of the endurance calendar here in 2026, and everyone wants to do well as a result. Everyone wants to get through, everyone wants to push onwards and get solid results, but it's just like, you know, someone has to be a DNF or have a tumble or have an issue every now and again. So it's just one of those things, and you feel bad because you don't want them to have those issues, but somebody has to, and it's a shame. But what can you do about it, hey? So 2.5 hours, 2 hours 31 realistically left on the clock here. And yeah, more teams encountering issues. But the fact is the vast majority of our teams are still running, and are still running fairly well as well. So it's not all doom and gloom. Like, quite frankly, most of the teams have actually had a really clean race and run pretty well. So
yeah, they'll look back on today with a lot of pride, you would imagine.
Yeah, 100%. And especially those leading their respective classes as well. Dart Motorsport overall lead the UK Moto 46 squad, IWS Racing. Who else is leading their race? PB Racing, they're leading as well, their respective class. Let's, of course, not forget Racekins Endurance down at P16, still leading in class. And some 12...
competing with faster bikes as well.
Yeah, absolutely, up there. And their nearest to Challenger is how many laps down? That's 31 laps behind them as well. So they're doing all right in their in the twins race. In their
finally get the bike
race.
moved as well.
Yes,
there.
Bike has been gotten out of the way, and again, not the worst place to have an issue.
Yeah, exactly. Not the worst place to have an issue here at Anglesey. Even if you crash at turn 1, for example, you are landlocked and you're left there for quite a while indeed. But yeah, the circuit absolutely stunning for everyone here this weekend. PB Racing sitting 9th on the road. Now they've got around 2 laps or so to make up if they do want to catch up to Lane Boys. And well, Lane Boys, it's an interesting name, but certainly not a bad result for them. Liam Spiller currently currently on board the bike for them, leading the way, leading charge for them. He's around 4 or 5 laps into his stint. So, yeah, not too far in, but this is the point of the day where the riders will be pretty tired indeed, you would imagine, and not what they would be wanting is to ride around Anglesey for the next 40-50 minutes or so. But, yeah, the gaps between the likes of our race leaders, Dart Motorsport and Maselli, GG, and Racing, I was going to say Endurance, it's Racing for them. Much quicker last time around than Tommy Caldwell. Tommy running a 136. And actually, he's been running most of the stint inside the 135 bracket here, Ross. And with, Gary Johnson doing 131, so that's about 4 or 5 laps quicker in second place. Do you think this is going to be, that does look to be Oddballs Racing yet again. So Oddballs Racing, the same exact places, pretty much what we've seen in our last retirement, and now having to push the bike through. So disappointing for the number 2, and you'd have to say now, at this point in the day, that's going to be job done for them. The R6 not working, the Triumph clearly not sorted either. Such a disappointment for the number 2 team. Hopefully they can get something fixed for the final safety car intervention period. But as we were saying, back at the front, a 135 last time around from Tommy Caldwell and a 131 for Johnson, as luckily they are back in the pit lane now.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a long way to get home, but at this point, you're just hoping that they get something fixed and they can get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush there.
Aren't you? No, that's true. There's still plenty of time left until the checkered flag, so they'll have time to, get to work, get the sleeves up. But it must be so frustrating to be in that position where you've had a rotten day at the office, let's be frank, just nothing quite going your way. And then it just keeps on going and going and going. And your heart has to go out to the number 2 squad. And, I'm just hoping they can get something fixed at least before they get back out there. Seems like there may be some issues as well for Donkey Box Racing. As it looks like they may have had a problem out on the racetrack.
Nice stuff there. Yeah, so a few issues out on the racetrack, it seems, for them. PP Racing, as we mentioned, into the pit lane. That is the changeover that we're watching at the moment. And actually, quite a short stint for Chris Hammond. So Chris Hammond, not what he was wanting at all. And Anthony Liu was on board the bike before that. Mark Tompkinson as well, that does look to be heading back out on circuit. I mean, his last stint was nice and lengthy. You would imagine that he'll be heading back on track yet again for yet another lengthy stint. Of course, less than 2 hours and 30 minutes left on the clock in this one. We're just ticking over here out on circuit. There's been nothing too notable happening over the last couple of laps, but that's okay. Obviously, still plenty of time. Still one safety car intervention period as well. Let's not forget. So, loads of time to get things sorted for a lot of teams, for a lot of officials as well. It's been quite a long weekend. I can see as well, Right Culture Racing have managed to get back out on circuit, but are already heading back into the pit lane. So Brailsford into the pits he does come. And a little blip of the throttle I can hear from a commentary headset. So clearly the team not ready for him. And actually that looks to be around a normal stint. Thomas Drew maybe is going to be taking over for that team yet again. Or Roger Lovelace. Just depending on what kind of state the bikes actually are out on circuit. It does sound like a twin engine heading back out on track. Obviously quite a few street bikes for them using this round. We'll wait for the time screens to update. It's going to be Thomas Drew who heads back out on track for them. 846 also into the pit lane now. Not too much longer to go for them. The bike, the rider, all ready to go next up too. So nice and prepared for them. Not too much drama on this pit stop. But yeah, we're not too far away. There has been yet another change of position between the 6 and the 21 out on circuit, and that being around the 10-second of a margin between the two of them. So Moto 46 now back up into the overall podium places, and the Northampton 21 squad sitting P4.
That would have been due to the pit stop that the 21 squad have just had. Joe Sheldon Shaw making his way back onto the circuit. So again, the UK Moto 46 squad still need to pit before, well, of course before the end of the race, but again they've got an offset pit cycle. There's 2 hours and 24 minutes left. Of course they need to pit before the end of the race, but yes, offset pit cycles between those two, so they've been bouncing back and forth across their respective pit windows for what seems like half the race at this point. I'm sure we're going to see it continue on with 10.8 seconds as the gap between the pair of them at the line last time. So Moto 46 back into the podium places, and they will continue to push onwards to see if they can maybe try and confirm an overall podium by the end of the day. Those two, of course, the only two teams that are really on the same lap until you get to Shet Racing and Fireworks. Again, it's not a move for position that really matters given they're in different classes, but at this point everyone is pretty spread out and just running their own race out there at the moment. So it's just about getting to the end there. Are there any moves for position? Yes, there are. The Merlin 846 squad and PP Racing. No, they're in different classes. Ignore me then. Never mind. No, I think that's basically it. I think everybody else is... There's been moves for overall position, but not for class position. Everybody else is on a different laps, it would seem. So that seems to be the state of play in the order of things. Pack Racing and Shet Racing are on the same lap, but again, different laps. So, or different classes, should I say. So they've needn't not worry about an overall top 10, even if the riders may or may not want it. You're still going to get, as it currently stands, a 4th place finish for Pack Racing, and it would be a 4th place finish for Shet Racing as well. So that all works out nicely for those guys, even if Shet Racing do manage to make up 1 minute and 19 seconds. Decide to get the elbows out for no particular reason. no reason why they wouldn't. No reason why they would. It's up to them, I suppose. I'm not a psychic. I can't tell you what they're going to be doing out there on the bike. But yes, that is essentially the only real battle that we could potentially be seeing outside of the 21 and the 6. That gap is already down to 8.9. But again, that could be due to traffic. That could be due to a multitude of reasons. It could be because they're running quick. It could be because the 6 is running slow. Who knows, quite frankly. So we'll just wait now. We'll keep our eye on that gap as it continues to potentially grow, potentially drop. 2 hours and 22 left to go.
Yeah, we're closing in on the checker flag here at Anglesey. And not too much longer left in this one. I mean, what a good day. It's been an exciting day of racing. Obviously, the race league chopping and changing in the early stages. Then, of course, we continued on to the dying laps, which we're in now. Total at the front of this race, 362 laps have been completed by Tommy Caldwell in the lead of this race. They're about one lap or so now ahead of Maselli JJ Racing. So, yeah, not too much longer to go for them. But Moto 46, an impressive second part of the stint for them. Second part of the race in general, if we're honest here. I mean, the 21 squad, they've been keeping them honest all the way throughout. Now that gap, only 4.9 seconds out on circuit, so it's certainly closing in. Obviously, they're about 2 laps or so behind, and some pit stops, well and truly, will probably get them out of the loop. We've got excited a few times already in this race about this battle, but, well, who knows? Who well and truly can be treated at the end of this one. Obviously, still one safety car period left, and that is due in around an hour and 20 minutes or so. So the 1 hour mark should well and truly say hello to the last of our safety car periods. But yeah, obviously we're watching the bikes. We spoke about riders, spoke about the marshals who have done an incredible job all the way throughout the day. Also, a big thanks to everyone up in race control. Also lovely to have the big cheese, as he's called in the programme this weekend, Mark Neat. But obviously Mark Neat, a big part of the No Limits family. Without him, actually, we wouldn't even be here today. We wouldn't be here on the starting grid. And always fun to slightly change up the names that we have in the programme throughout the race meeting. But yeah, Mark Neat getting the honour of the big cheese for this one, Ross.
I've heard worse names, I guess, you know. I mean, he is the man of the moment, as we like to say. And again, as you said, without Mark Neat, we wouldn't be here. So, of course, a big thank you. And it's great to have him back. Unfortunately, he did miss Brands Hatch. He is normally here with us for every weekend. He wasn't available, Brands Hatch. He was basically trying to organise all of this, essentially. But it's good to have had him back for this weekend. Of course, there's so many people that we need to thank, though, for helping to put on this event. The likes of Mark Neat, of course, Mark Berry as well. Can't come out of Giles. Crocker, of course, Peter as well, Paula as well. So many people that we need to be thanked. Nameless, quite frankly. Not nameless, too many to name. That's the term I'm looking for. I've just got everyone here as well. The grill master, Quinny Taylor. I guess that's who's doing the barbecue later. Cheers, Quinny, for that one. And of course, our social media ringmaster is his official title now. As if Mark's just still going, who you call me Big Cheese? It says it in the thingy, Mark. It does say you're the Big Cheese in the programme. In the programme, to be fair. So we've been re-invited to the barbecue.
We nearly lost our spot because of that, but I mean, you can take it up with whoever wrote the programmes and whoever decided the names for this one. I think he's away down to race control to find out exactly who's named it Big Cheese for this round. Nearly got myself involved there, but luckily it says, as we do see a bike off the road, that does look to be the 836.
The 846, the Merlin bike, yeah, it must be.
Yeah, so a big shame for Maryland there. Now, you don't want to be having that this late in the day. 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Joe Collier out there at the moment.
Left on the clock. And this point in the race for us, I mean, we spoke about it when Right Culture Racing and Oddballs ran into some big issues not too long ago. This is where it starts to get heartbreaking for the teams. But this is also the point in the race where it's most likely going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the bikes, they've just been running for so long at this point. Then bikes are designed to be ridden and pushed this hard for this long. Unfortunately, even though reliability is very, very good nowadays, and obviously manufacturing, machining and all that's come a long way, even in the last 10 years, let alone the last 20 or 30, things aren't designed to be pushed this hard for this long, unfortunately, and things start to give up the ghost And that is what we're going to be seeing a lot of, I think, across the course of this race. Bit of front wheel pickup there for Tommy on the 92 Dart Motorsport bike. They've actually dropped another lap, potentially, to the JJ Racing number 1 bike. I'm just going to keep an eye on their timing screens. The JJ Racing bike, they are running quicker lap times at the moment, 33.6 compared to a 35.2.
Yeah, that was even a slow lap, to be honest, for Gary Johnson. He's been running within the 1:31s this stint.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have a race on our hands. Let's keep in mind, there's still over 2 hours remaining in this one, so I wouldn't be
that's the 846 bike. Just seeing her wheeled up there. They'll go and get picked up.
Recovery on route.
Yes, by the recovery van, so no issues whatsoever. Just walked it straight out of the way. So the JJ Racing bike looks like it is closing in, but again, they've got offset pit stops. When was the last time they came in? I think it's been a little while. And as I say that, speak of the devil. So Gary Johnson does come in, so that's probably why they were gaining, if anything, even with the lap times. It's just the fact that they hadn't come in for a long old while. Again, they can run about 40 lap, 50-minute stints, even longer potentially, with that endurance fuel tank on the thing. So they'll get ready to head back out there. Should be it'll be James Lodge getting back onto the bike, and then he'll get him ready for another stint. Jonathan Lodge should be Gary finishing the race at the end of this one. So James gets on his way, fires up the number 1 machine and pushes it down the pit lane. Of course, given that they have tyre changes and refuels and that, because it's a 1-bike team, they don't need to worry about cutting into the pit stop intervention time. Now be at least 10 seconds over that one, I can guarantee you. So they do rejoin the race, still maintaining that second place position. Of course, no concerns for them whatsoever.
Yeah, the last time they entered the pit lane was lap 323, which frankly now we're getting some ridiculous numbers in terms of laps completed. Now on 366 laps done at the front of this race for our front leading duo, or quadruple as we call it, of course. Dart Motorsport, Caldwell still running out on circuit and doing a good job at that. A 134.919 currently for himself. That was the last time around, of course. Meanwhile, for Maselli JJ Racing, Lodge currently on board that one, a 137.8. Now, that being entering the pit lane as well at that. There he is, just coming around the circuit. Looks as well PP Racing out on track, the 49 squad. Heavy on the anchors, they go through the back section of the circuit. You can just see some of the houses in the background there, and a mini house in the state, if you will, just on the entry to the circuit as you turn right. So hopefully they get to have plenty of days here at Anglesey throughout the year, plenty of days just enjoying the racing, enjoying the motorsport, and hopefully enjoying the 12 hours of action here today. If not, hopefully they have it on their TV screens at home with hopefully some air conditioning on. That's because it's just tipped to 25 degrees Celsius, and well, we're 10 to 7 in the evening. I mean, what even is the UK this year? Is it the UK? Is it Spain? I'm quite unsure, because Spain at the moment feels like Maldives. So the world's a little bit mixed up in terms of temperatures, but hey-oh, we would be complaining if it was raining. Yep, we're complaining that it's been hot pretty much all season long. The
age-old British discussion of the weather. We do like to talk about it, don't we? And complain about it no matter what it is.
Exactly. So, I mean, if it was a miserable day, we'd be complaining about it. If it was a lovely day, we'd be complaining about it. And if it was an in-between, we'd be like, well, it could be better.
Yeah. No, it's always my favourite thing. I'm always one who I always complain about the winter and how it's miserable and wet and horrible. And then the second the sun comes out, it's like, what's that big yellow thing in the sky? Put it back, I don't like it. So, yeah, it's easily done, but you can't say it's anything other than a gorgeous day, even if it is too hot here at Anglesey. So, yes, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 36 left on the clock. Getting down to the dying phases now of this race. Dart Motorsport, 367 laps completed, 2 laps to the good ahead of Maselli JJ Racing, themselves a lap ahead of the 21 squad. Similar stories in the ACU National 600 class. 2 laps between the 6 and the 9 bikes, then a further 9 laps back to Proudfoot Racing, who dropped a lot of time over the last couple of hours. Again, at this stage, everyone is separated by a fair few laps, so unfortunately there's not really much on-track fighting going on.
At the moment, we await to see the gaps close up. Now, you would suggest a couple of pit stops are needed before we can get some close battles once more, whether it be in class, whether it be for overall position. But we will continue our running out on track. 𝐂𝐍 Endurance have just entered the pit lane. But as Ross was saying, 2 laps to the good is Dart Motorsport. 368 laps in the books for themselves so far. And well, still over 2 hours left here at Anglesey. 2 hours and 3 minutes left on the clock. We're closing in for an exciting end to the race. So make sure you stick with us on NLR TV, of course, bringing you through this entire race as we edge towards 10 hours complete, live and free. As things stand, Dart Motorsport are your race leaders. A simply sensational race so far. They lead the way over Maselli GG Racing by 2 laps and 1 lap behind Sit, the Northampton Line Markins squad. So P3 for them, still Motor 46 P4, Randy Racing P5 and Proudfoot Racing P6. Now, of course, we have just seen the Maselli GG Racing bike come out of pit lane not too long ago. Hopefully all is okay with them. But as we see, running through our order, and the top 6 on the bottom of your screen, and the top 10 in the middle of it. And IWS Racing, Lane Boys, PB Racing, and Pack Racing rounds out the top 10. As moving further down the order in a few moments' time, obviously a good ride so far for Pack Racing. Let's keep in mind the first endurance here. It sounds like as well from Race Control, the number 1 team have a faller at Rocket Out, but I think they've remounted, so we just caught the tail end of it when they were just remounted on the machine. So we'll keep an eye on what that means for our race leads. But yeah, as things stand, Fireworks, Jets Racing, Snapdragon Racing, PP Racing, Race Skins Endurance round out the top 15. As I think we have a few issues with our graphics. It's been a long day for the graphics package as well. Credit where credit's due as well. But yeah, P16 Race Skins Endurance, Heck Racing, Maryland, Full Throttle Racing, Donkey Box round out the top 20. RAF 617, P21. OP Endure 2 now run P22 out on circuit. They have been for quite a while actually. Harp and Horsepower as well, P23. But as we were saying, some confirmation from Race Control. It was the number 1 that was our faller over at Rocket Out. It seems like they have remounted, but how much time have they actually lost? We're going to wait for them to cross the line for them. It seems to be a 2-minute lap time, so around 30 seconds or so lost in that incident. But of course, with 2 hours left on the clock, hopefully all's going to be okay. They're having a little chat, it seems, with the officials down there in pit lane 2. So obviously, hopefully for them, they're not going to have to enter the pit lane. But if they do, well, it'll be safety reasons, and well, you can't argue with safety. Fireworks being the next team entering the pit lane this time around. So into the pit lane they go. Some shouting going on over to pit wall, it seems, as well. There is Fireworks. You can see the Lodge team just behind, and as well what looked to be a very, very quick stint from Gary Johnson, potentially putting them back into contention. Was it wishful thinking? Maybe, but were we expecting them to have these sort of issues? Definitely not, with 2 hours left on the clock. You can see a quick refuel for the time being for Fireworks. Seems like they're just trying to make it to the end of the race as well. As things stand, though, we did mention their class position. Now P11, you would imagine they would drop down the order ever so slightly. Now officially 2 hours left on the clock. Time is ticking down. Laps are continuing to tick up. And well, the gaps, they are chopping and changing at the front. 30 seconds lost now for the Maselli GG Racing. It's rare you see them fall, actually. I mean, I think the last time we see them have some sort of incident for a mistake probably would have been Alton Park last year, where it looks like it was going to be a race win, then suddenly got snatched away from them. Something called on, meanwhile, some traffic to deal with, and one of them being the RAF Dambusters bike. But there is Maselli GG Racing. They've got another lap down. A look down at the bike as well, so potentially some damage picked up from that fall. Obviously not the fastest place to have a crash, but with it being the out section, I wonder if it was a crash in the change of direction, whether it's been the case that they've slid all the way after losing the front on the in and ended up on the out, or whether it was a high side. I'm sure we'll be able to tell once they come off the bike, and certainly the way that they are able to get off the bike. But James Lodge, I mean, it was a heroic performance from the very start of the race. Some incredible stints as well from himself. But nonetheless, after that slight bit of drama, I think it's not too long until we can head back down to our pit lane. Obviously, it's been a busy day for everyone down in the pits, whether it be the mechanics, the helpers, whether it be us going for a quick chat with some of the stars. Obviously, we spoke to the 92 squad quite a bit today, but that being because they are our race leaders. And it looks like, yet again, one step closer to victory in this one. So, something to cheer about, something to bring the bike home about anyway, you would imagine. And now just getting past PP Racing on board the 49 machine. So yeah, you can see the sea in the distance, a nice little view of Snowdon in the background as well. But ticking by with less than 2 hours on the clock. We're entering the final stages. Next time we give you an hourly update, it is then just going to be minutes we're discussing, not hours. So yeah, that's going to be an exciting one for sure. But before then, obviously, still loads of laps, loads of running to complete out on circuit. I can tell you though, number one has entered the pit lane, and as they enter the pit lane to do some repairs, I believe we can head down to pit lane, where Ross McIntyre has wandered down to have a chat with some of the stars.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Yeah, going to see if we can try and get some words out of anyone from the 846 squad. See someone's getting ready to go out. We'll see if we can just jump in and see if we can grab a few words out of these guys, because see we're having problems. Any chance we get a few words out of you about the day? Yeah, it's a bit up and down, I think it's safe to say. You had some good moments, had some bad moments for yourselves, but how's things feeling looking towards the end at least?
To be fair, it's looking alright actually. I'm just changed tyres about 3 times, especially on the rear, because we've gone through about 3 rears today. But we've got another scrub that we'll put on for the last 20 minutes of the race. But it's been alright so far, I think, for a one bike with 4 riders on it.
Yeah, no, you guys have been, running fairly well again. It's maybe not high up as the order as you'd like, but again, it's a long day, things can change, can't it?
To be fair, we're here to encourage some of those RAF boys to get into endurance racing, and we was just coming in and hope, and the main result was basically get the one bike just to finish the whole 12 hours, which hopefully, touch wood, it's going to do that, and so far it's surviving well.
No, I mean, that's the thing. You have managed to get it this far in one piece. It's not blown up on you yet either, so fingers crossed you can get it home. That's what matters, isn't it? Finishing 12 hours.
Oh, yeah, 100%, especially in endurance racing. Like, you can't go 100% endurance. You have to go about 90%, because obviously how long you're out there for and how the wear of the tyres are as well. So for my next session, I'm basically just going to go out on slippery tyres, so I've just got to be very cautious out there. And considering this is the first time I've ever raced a modern bike, I've done pretty well with it, to be fair, because I used to race classic bikes for the CRMC, and I've really enjoyed it here. I'll definitely try and do it again.
Yeah, you're not doing too bad if it's your first time on a modern style bike. So we expect to see you back with the RAF boys in future No Limits Racing then?
Yeah, hopefully. If I can get one of the RF MSA bikes, like one of their CB500s, or if we buy a mini-twin, or get my mini-twin rebuilt, and I'll definitely be up for coming for a couple of No Limit meetings, definitely.
Well, hope to see you in the future. Thanks a lot for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the race to you boys.
Yeah, great bunch. That's the first time I've met them actually this weekend. A great night, a great day of hanging out with them. Just tell me what I need to do, what they want, what they expect of me, and obviously it's not a lot. Just basically just go out there and just be consistent. Really, is all I've done. There's not much else to say other than that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and enjoy this race, and hopefully it comes home in one piece.
Yeah, I think it will, but hopefully. Cheers.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Great to one of our RAF riders there. I was hoping to grab someone from the Merlin squad, but looks like there was problems. I heard in my ear that someone's coming back into the pit lane with a problem, potentially, so I will just keep my eyes peeled. I can see there's a pit stop. just heard that will be the Vasily JJ squad down there. They've had an incident, so we'll run down to the other end of the pit lane. Unfortunately, our signal's a bit dodgy as the 100 bike makes its way back in. But I did not realise that the Vasily JJ guys had crashed. I must have missed that one when I was running downstairs. So let's see if we can get some words out of those guys. Of course, been a long time second place. Were leaders early doors, some of the favourites coming into this race as well. The JJ squad race winners at Croft, of course, at our endurance there. And again, there's a reason they were favourites. They're pretty good. So let's see if we can go in and find out what's happened to the number one bike and indeed the number one squad as well. They're in one of these garages. It escapes from which one. I might just very unprofessionally glance at my phone, which does have a garage plan on it. So do excuse me. Where are we trying to get to? They are in garage one. There you go. Makes sense for bike number one. That's the remains of one of the 846 bikes coming back in. We'll jump down there. Oh, they're watching me on the telly as well. They've just pointed at me coming down. And so they know what I'm going to ask, basically. So that's annoying. Sorry, guys. So, how are we feeling, boys? Not ideal.
Yeah, I mean... Now, though, hopefully we can hear from Vasily JJ Racing. Obviously, it'd be good to hear from them after that incident a little bit earlier on. But continuing the running out on circuit, hopefully we can pass back down quickly in a few moments' time. 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining in this one. Yellow flags also out there over at church, so potentially another incident, or at least another faller, or someone running through the gravel. Obviously, we'll keep our eye out for exactly what has went on out on circuit. But Randy Racing also into the pit lane for themselves, but that does look to be the 21 running into a few issues there. So the Kawasaki, a few issues for them. Hopefully they can get that sorted, whether that be mechanical, which would suggest, or simply running out of fuel. We'll have a little look as well at what sort of how many laps it managed to do on that tank and in this stint so far. Obviously, the 21's one yeah, that is Joe Sheldon Shaw. So a massive shame if that is Joe Sheldon Shaw, because well, we do know that they were running really well. They were running P3 on the road, and now, well, a mechanical issue sees them stranded, and now a safety car heads out on circuit. So safety car out on track, and with 1 hour and 51 minutes, this will be the last safety car, unless obviously something else unexpected happens, until the end of proceedings. But what a shame. P3 running, or meant to be running, was Joe Sheldon Shaw, and now in the final 2 hours, a mechanical issue sees him stranded at the side of the circuit and sees a safety car come out as well. Already, they've dropped down to P4. And most certainly, for Moto 46, that's going to give them a sigh of relief, you would have to say. So, sigh of relief for them. And the safety car does.
Safety car deployed.
There's confirmation from Mark Berry. The safety car has actually now been deployed out on circuit, so the bikes will be collected by the Audi that makes its appearance once again. As we said, this should be the final showing of the safety car until the end of the race. It was originally meant to be 8 o'clock in around 1 hour's time, but now that has all changed. That plan has gone well and truly out of the window, and then we're set up for a final 2 hour blockbuster. Hopefully that bike, it's just a case of the unsafe spot rather than anything going down on the track. I would suggest it's just a unsafe spot, not where they want a rider and bike to be sitting. The marshal though just trying to give Joe a helping hand. And well, if you can get that bike back to pit lane with the safety car now being out with a pretty quick succession with the recovery van, hopefully able to make its way out on circuit pretty soon, then that's going to be best case scenario for the team. I mean, you just have to feel for them. What a race it's been, what a ride it's been. And people in the past have made jokes, made also digs at Ducatis and their reliability, but it's actually the Kawasaki that's ran into issues for that team.
Race control message, safety car is for bike in a dangerous position after school.
Yeah, so as we thought there, it is going to be the position of the bike more than anything, rather than anything going down on circuit. So always better to be careful than sorry out on track. But yeah, what shame for Joe Sheldon-Shaw. What a shame for the Northampton Line Markins and the UK Fire Safety Ltd team. They were running 372 laps with pretty much no drama at all. And now, in the final 2 hours of action, well, everything goes up. I wouldn't say in smoke, because there was no smoke, but everything goes up with pure disappointment. There is the recovery vehicle, though, onto circuit. It does go now, so hopefully not too much longer before that bike is recovered. Currently in safety car, just making its way towards the final corner. This is over by turns 2. But obviously, not too far in the lap is the recovery van, so I think it's going to catch up. The queue definitely not going to catch up, you would imagine, while the van's on circuit itself. It'll pull over onto the grass where the bike is going to be located. Obviously, the safety car completely neutralising the race, and it just gives the officials a chance to breathe, and gives the rider as well. I'm sure they're not going to be minding this final safety car period. It gives them a chance to rest themselves. Now, we spoke about it time and time again about how physical it can be, but this is the point in the race where it is truly physical, where you can start to cramp ever so slightly. As you see there, pulling up to pick up the bike. And well, yeah, I think Sean Kerr in the comments summed it up perfectly not too long ago, actually, that you can feel the arm pumping cramps from watching it at home. And well, that's exactly what we're feeling up here in the commentary box. This is the period where you hopefully have got your electrolytes correctly, your salts correctly, and most importantly, your hydration as well, your pure water, not just a case of fizzy drinks, energy drinks all the way throughout the day. It's a case of getting some solid fluid, some solid water into you before the end of proceedings. Exiting the back end of the circuit now, though, is the safety car, making its way down the hill towards the corkscrew, and then the international layout of the circuit. 2 hairpins featuring for that one, for the Audi 2 manoeuvre. Safety car lights still on. You would imagine at least one more circulation, if not 2, before we can return to track action. We can return to green flag running as well. What an excellent race though we've had. Hopefully you've joined us from the very start of the day. If not, you've been tuning in and out throughout today's running, and now join us for the final hour and 45 minutes. We're just ticking over 7 p.m. in the evening. I do believe the coffee's now being well and truly dished out. The safety car out, and yeah, an exciting period for sure for this one. Of course, a slight switch up to proceedings here, Ross. Not what we were expecting. We were expecting a safety car around 8 p.m. in the afternoon, but now that has well and truly changed.
Well, we're expecting to stay clean all through to the rest of the race as well, given how clean it has been. And then of all the people who've gone down, it being the 21 squad encountering those issues, well, that is the last of what you would have expected. But we'll continue onwards. Again, hopefully things can get cleaned up and we can get back to racing with an hour and 45 left on the clock. We'll just wait to see what is going to be happening next. But as you said, Lewis, it's been a fantastic day of racing. And again, only a couple of safety cars outside of the ones we had planned anyway. And with the safety car with an hour and 45 minutes left to go, we can now go safety carless to the end if we want. It's a 3-hour safety car clock, so it'll only be coming out now if it is needed, not because we need to distribute water to the marshals or just bunch up the competition a little bit, things like that. And again, no MG safety car, it would seem, today for us to enjoy. I was lied to. Got my spirits up.
A big disappointment there anyway, but the Audi's still out. I mean, we do like the Audi safety car. Well, Ross, is that tea or coffee that you've got there for the final?
Tea.
Slight switch up there. I was expecting a full-on espresso for the final hour and 45.
No, well, the only cup I could find was really, really small, and I didn't want like a tiny coffee.
The safety car will be lights out at the start line.
There we go then. Near the end of the safety car period, there is the recovery van making its way back into the pit lane for the time being. And well, you can see the team members already running and chasing that recovery van all the way to the back of the pit lane into the paddock, and then they'll hopefully get that bike and be able to wheel it straight back into the garage and immediately get to work for the final hour and a half of this race.
I'll certainly try to get the thing back out there as quickly as they can. Again, throwing away as it stands, well, an overall podium still in class podium position for the time being, but for how much longer? The next nearest class competitor is some way back, to be fair. That is Pack Racing. Adam Lane out there at the moment, 20 laps behind. So they've got 20 laps to fix the thing and get it back out there, is the option that they've got if they want to stay on the podium. What a story that'd be for Pack Racing, though. I believe that would be their first podium this season as well. Of course, a little bit of lady luck getting involved to give them that, but
you need it sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you need it, you know. And obviously, everyone always says, "Oh, you know, it's not the way you want to be successful." Yes, it is. You don't care. You've got a podium. You're very happy.
Yeah, you're very happy no matter how you get it at the end of the day. And I think making it to the end of this 12-hour race, no matter what position you're going to be in, I mean, fair enough to you. 1 hour and 43 minutes on the clock. The lights on the safety car are now officially out, and Glentor is going to put his foot down, you would imagine, on the second half of the lap. Just build a gap ever so slightly from the field behind, so he can safely enter the pit lane, and the rest of the field can carry on with the race at the front. Now then, how's this restart going to unfold? Who is going to come out on top in this race? We've seen a crash from Maselli GG Racing. We've seen technical issues for the likes of Northampton Line Markin's team on the 21 squad. That's now promoted Randy Racing up to P4 overall. And well, P3 for the time being, the Moto 46 team. Irwin now on board that bike yet again. So back on board is 750 Suzuki for the finale of this race. But with our 40 minutes left on the clock, Ross, any predictions for the final stint or so?
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be action-packed. Well, I don't know. Given how far apart everyone is in terms of lap counter, I think everyone just wants to bring it home at this point. Everyone's tired. Everyone's feeling the heat. Everyone just wants to see that checkered flag. But I will be keeping my eye very closely peeled on that 21 squad. And if they are able to get that thing back out of the garage.
Green flag, race resumes.
Within to 19 laps it'll be, as we do have a green flag and we are back underway. So pressure on for the mechanics of the 21 team, and suddenly Pack Racing with a golden opportunity. They could see themselves flying into the class podium places through a little bit of luck, but it all depends on their pace and the time spent repairing that 21 bike over the next 40 or so minutes.
Now, though, Darts Motorsport, they're already back into the pit lane, and that is going to be a change. And it's going to be Aaron taking over the reins. So Aaron Spence out on track he goes. A brand new rear tyre in that bike as well for the final stage of the race, his final stint as well. So currently feeling the need to still push and still put the likes of Maselli GG Racing under pressure. But we have seen them have their incidents earlier on in this race so far. It's been pretty much smooth sailing. I mean, even when we've been down there in pit box trying to speak to Dart Motorsport, trying to find maybe a little storyline, a little issue, a little gremlin in there, it's all been cool, calm and collected, and maybe making a few adjustments here or there, just trying to feel a little bit cooler, trying to get used to the new track conditions, with it being greasy earlier on today. Luckily, no sort of the issues this time around. It started to cloud over here at Anglesey. Not dark clouds though, just a case of later in the day, the sun not out as heavy as what it was earlier on, and now finally temperatures beginning to drop. We're back down to 24 degrees Celsius, soon to be 22 degrees by the end of this race as well. So the goalposts continuing to change, and setting the goalpost so far has been Dark Motorsport. Spence takes over.
Yeah, it does say safety car on top of the picture. Don't worry, we are under green flag conditions at the moment. Safety car did end a couple of laps ago. I think Lewis Ray's just gone over to try and sort that one out. Hey, there we go. Nice one, Lewis. Good job, mate. So we are back under green flag conditions, and again, at this point, everyone is laps apart from each other, even if they're close out on circuit. Are there any really close battles out there at the moment? No, not really. Shet Racing are 17.6 seconds away from Fireworks, but different class. Ride Culture are 4 seconds away from Racekins, but different class. Those are moves that don't really matter, even if the overall position are something that riders and teams will be wanting to get hold of very, very much. Again, the real storyline late in the day is how quickly can that 21 bike be repaired? Because there is a real opportunity that the 50 pack racing machine, Alan Lane out there on his R1 at the moment, could be sliding into the podium places. We'll have to wait and see. Pack Racing 27 laps down on the race leaders, 19 laps away from that 21 bike, who actually may have already made their way back out onto the circuit potentially. I think they have done. Yes, they have. They've sent out Mark Royal, so never mind. We've got all that excitement out and ready, and it's all come to naught. The 21 squad are back out there. The dream's dead for Pack Racing, but you know, they could crash again. Someone else could have a crash or a breakdown or something towards the end of this race. Oh, and as I say that, somebody has gone down, and that looks to be quite a big one. That's 76. The 76. What has happened?
Racing
Donkey Box, who are running P5 in the National 1000 category. That looks like a pretty hefty one as well. That bike's gone for absolutely miles compared to where the rider's ended up, who is on his feet at least. But yeah, that's a big one, and that could be another safety car potentially if the bike's in a dangerous position or the marshals aren't able to get to it, which they are coming over now. And let's see if they can get that bike out of the way. It looks like the rider has had the wind well and truly knocked out of him just a little bit. Now hopefully everything is okay. That was Alex Collins who was out there at that moment in time for Donkey Box Racing. Just trying to see if I can find what bike he would have been on. Looks like it would have been a R6 for him, even though it is a team in the National 1000 category. 2 R6s and one R6 and a Fireblade, but looks things that are being shared by 2 riders apiece. Yeah, you can tell that one's hurt a little bit. He was up on his feet, but yeah, maybe a bit of frustration as well, knowing that he's an hour and a half from the end, but I think mainly that's just the wind getting knocked out of him, getting a bit battered and bruised, it would seem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it can just be one of those, getting the wind knocked out. Yeah, it's late in the day, it's near the end of the race as well. A big shame for Donkey Box Racing. But as we mentioned, near in the last hour and a half of running, and well, actually 10 minutes after that is even more important, because it means just 10% of the race remaining. Penalty
from race control. 60-second stop-go penalty has been issued to team number 1 for mounting and remounting after a crash and failing to enter the pit lane immediately afterwards.
Now, I did think that on circuit, and well, especially whenever we've seen the number 1 look down at the front of the bike. I mean, so disappointing for them. That's not what they were hoping for at all. Now, obviously, they have to come into the pit lane, do their stop and go, not allowed, most importantly, to make any changes to the bike, not allowed to refuel, not allowed to change tyres at all. Has to come into the pit lane, make a full stop, then head on back out of the pits again. I mean, this race is slightly falling apart for them. A full minute lost, and now they're going to be under some pressure, it seems, from the Moto 46 squad. Obviously, if you do crash at No Limits Racing meeting during the endurance races and you're allowed to remount, you are being allowed, and the bike's safe to use. The marshals have looked over it, say it's okay, it was just a small tip over, and you do restart. It's a case like you do in, for example, even British Superbike practice and qualifying sessions. You need to head straight back to the pit lane, get your bike checked over, and then head back out on track once it's safe to do so. And everything has been looked over and safe. So a big penalty again, but Ross, safety paramount as always, and luckily there was no issues caused by that for the Maselli GJ squad. But that's not the point of this penalty. The point is that it's part of the rules for the rider's safety.
Well, what could cost them a bit of time is it could drop them potentially into the clutches of the number 6 Moto 46 bike. Potentially. We'll wait to see. And there is about a lapse or so difference between the two of them. A 60-second stop go is not going to quite it'll unlap you, but it's not going to quite get you through and back round. But it could add a little bit of extra motivation, see if that Moto 46 squad could slide up into second place.
And they were
overall.
faster last time around as well, let's not forget.
So, opportunities for things to change here. I'm waiting to see when that number 1 bike is going to come into the pit lane. They have not done so yet. In, though, has come at the 22. Just making their way through another team that's been in the wars a little bit, as have most people. It must be said. But yes, into the pit lane it comes. Full throttle racing. Apparently Nicky Williams is out there at the moment. I don't believe that was him. We saw his bike having issues earlier on, though, so maybe he jumped out on someone else's machine, potentially.
Yeah, he did, and well, even once he jumped over on someone else's machine, it was a quick shifter issue with that one as well. So it seems like no matter what bike Nicky Williams is jumping on today, it's running into a few spots on Volvo. I'm sure Paul Reddy, our social media guru, or ringleader as you call it now, will be taking the mickey out of him later on for that. But most importantly, the number 1 team ready and raring to go for this stop-go penalty. How is the team going to react? Are they going to know what they did? A shake of the head, whether that be frustration or confusion. And now discussing with the team what's happened, just tell them, keep things calm. It's all going to be okay. And I think now it's going to be a case, Ross, of just trying to bring it home MP2, realising that the chance of victory here has began just to slip away from their hands.
Yeah, it's going to be a frustrating moment for the JJ Racing squad, but sometimes motorsport throws you a curveball. I'll wait to see how they're going to react as they just sit there in the pit lane. And about 60 seconds.
It's going to feel like an eternity.
It is going to feel like absolutely forever. One thing they are allowed to do is they are at least have a discussion with the rider, as you could see. So the engineers, the mechanics can just talk to the rider and discuss maybe future game plans and to see if they'll be able to somehow crawl their way back into the fight for the lead. Waiting for the number 6 Moto 46 bike to come round the final corner as the JJ Racing bike gets on its way. And I'm still not seeing that number 6 bike, but it's got to be close, surely. Did they unlap themselves? They must have unlapped themselves, surely. Where are they? They are making their way into the final corner now, so they haven't unlapped themselves. In fact, they're a bit further back than I thought they were going to be. That's a real shame. So, yeah, they've just come across the start-finish line now. So they are technically unlapped, but it's realistically not that similar. So, oh well for those guys, but now 1 minute 25.374 back. They can crawl that back. There's an hour and 30 minutes left to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for them to go, of course. But with how consistent Dart Motorsport has been for the entire race, I mean, now they've settled into a rhythm inside the 134 bracket. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of pace Maselli can run now, of course. They are going to have to make another pit stop before the end of this race as well. So yet another stop on the cards for the number 1 team. Erwin, meanwhile, continuing to be the fastest rider lately on circuit. A 132.7 for him last time around. I mean, it's been a real impressive stint for the number 6 squad. Consistently within the low 130 brackets, some laps within the 140s, but you would imagine a little bit of traffic involved in there as well. P3 for them overall on the timing screen, so not what you want whenever you've had some penalties, had some issues as well, but still having a good ride so far. And now Alan Lane on the R1, still continuing. They're running out on circuit. They've enjoyed their weekend over Anglesey. I mean, Chris Taylor did have the option, if he really wanted, to use the BMW F900RR, but he decided against it, picked the S1000, obviously, a little bit quicker for him. And we'll tell plenty of people watching on from home. Plenty of people have been tuning in throughout the entire day of running as well. It's impressive to see as a tyre sticker comes off the back, and I would suggest that's a SC1 that you've got there, either that or a K1, but judging by the blue stripe on the back of the tyre, I would say a Pirelli, definitely, with how big that block is. And with it being blue, it's definitely an SC1. Now, we did speak to James earlier on in the race support truck, and he was talking about the tyres, and what is the most popular tyres, and well, a lot of our front runners actually are using the Metzlers out on circuit. A lot of people just assume it's Pirelli this, Pirelli that, always Pirelli at the front, but the Metzlers can compete a little bit more cost effective, a little bit more user friendly as well, and a new development tyre to get our teeth stuck into this weekend as well, which I'm sure we've been enjoying as we have another shot at Rhys Irwin on pitboard duties, and well, he's doing a great job. Not only is he mechanicking, not only is he doing pitboards, not only is he been a little bit of a dolly brawly throughout the weekend, he is also doing some cleaning of a nice Honda Fireblade that he's got at the back of the garage as well. It's not being used today. Who knows, maybe on track tomorrow during the track day, if you are staying here at Anglesey, you might get to see Rhys Irwin. If not, maybe he's just wanting to keep his toys nice and clean for the rest of the season, and a good training bike for him anyway, in the form of the Fireblade. As, right now, Josh Proudfoot makes his way out of the hairpin and makes his way towards the bottom end of the circuit. Proudfoot Racing still running P6. We've not had the chance to catch up with them yet today. There's been quite a few storylines actually building throughout the day. Proudfoot Racing, they've sort of gone about their business, and well, Ross, even though it's a 12-hour endurance race, sometimes you can still have those teams where it seems like no matter how long the race is, no matter how many laps you complete, they're still able to go by and doing their own things and chip away up the positions as a few people have some issues out there.
Proudfoot Racing is very much a team that just keeps plodding and plodding and plodding away, no matter the situation, no matter what's going on during their day and during the days of those around as well. They just keep chipping away, and eventually the results will come good for them. And you got to say, the results certainly looking like they're coming good right now, on their way to a very solid P3 in class in the ACU National 600 category. So kudos to Proudfoot Racing. Currently Joe Ellis out there as it currently stands, who has had a couple of incidents today, but ultimately nothing too major to worry about. Small off a little bit earlier on, but ultimately able to just continue pushing onwards as well. Ellis out there on his CBR 600, joined for the team this weekend by, of course, the man of the moment, Joshua Proudfoot, also on a CBR 600, and Jack Smith on a Aprilia 660. They were hoping to have Corey Tinker as well with them this weekend. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, so he's a no-show. Poor from Corey, quite frankly. I wouldn't have that. I'd ban him from the team, never have him back if he's not showing up for the 12 hours here at Anglesey. Really shocking behaviour, quite frankly. And,
I'm sure he's watching on from home, though. And,
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, setting his vendetta out against you for the time being.
Yeah, well, should have been here, Corey, then. You could have had a word with me. As we do see, into the pits comes the Moto 46 squad for a change as well. And that'll be Caelan Irwin, we see, who's just come in. And should be Mark Bridger making his way out for what you'd expect to be his final stint. So the Irishman brings it in, out heads Mark Bridger. And again, with a good run of things, a very solid opportunity to potentially move up into second place overall over the remainder of this stint. It was 22 seconds the gap between themselves and JJ Racing at the line last time, who've also, I think, come in for a pit stop potentially. Have they? No, they haven't. James Lodge has just had a slow couple of laps, it would seem. So, big opportunity then for the Moto 46 guys. Big stint here, and they could be moving up to second overall. They still lead in class, of course. There we do see the number 49 bike who's just come into the pit lane. PP Racing, a bit of an up and down day for them, unfortunately, but looking to try and finish the race as strongly as possible, just as every single team, every single rider out there is trying to do.
Now, though, continuing on the run out on the circuit, and they're having enjoying a stint, you would have to say. I mean, PP Racing, they've had their ups and downs so far here today. And the Leaf Board is actually coming out as well. That's for the bike that's just came in, you would imagine, for the 49 squad, or the bike that's just about to come in. No, the rider is definitely there. The stopwatch has well and truly started, and then we're not too far away from them heading back out on track for their next stint of running. P14 as things stand for the 49 squad. And well, we're about an hour and 25 minutes away from the finale, away from the last lap and the checkered flag. Joining into a little bit of traffic there here. It's the Dart Motorsport squad, our race leaders, comes back into picture. Now, though, after the crash, Maselli JJ Racing, and after a 60-second stop-go penalty, they are now roughly 53 seconds or so ahead of the Moto 46 squad. Now, having a little look at lap times in a few moments ago, it's give or take slower laps. Obviously, the Moto 46 just done their pit stop, so it's not going to be until the next lap or two that we're going to know who actually has the pace. However, it's going to be the Lodge duo up the front, plus Gary Johnson, of course, and Bridger that's now on board the Moto 46 bike. So, National 1000, National 600, still competing together out on circuit. Less than a minute separates them. It is showing 1 lap for the time being, but the time on screen, of course, will update once the Moto 46 crosses the line to tick by yet another lap of running. We're nearing towards 400 laps of racing here at Anglesey, and well, I think it's fair to say it's been a busy day of action. But well, Ross, it's a exciting time. Nearly 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining in this one, meaning roughly 10% of the race left.
Absolutely, and of course, got to remember as well that we're not too far away from what should be the penultimate pit stops in this race. So it's now more crucial than ever, really, to get the stops done in an efficient and orderly manner, as we do see some teams coming in for what should be the penultimate time. And we'll wait to see how it is going to unfold over the remainder of it then. Dart Motorsport leading, 392 laps completed, 3 laps to the good, ahead of Maselli JJ Racing. Further away, Surrogate UK Moto 46, now 57 seconds back after that pit stop earlier on. Rally Racing a further 3 laps away from the Moto 46 team. Then, of course, the 21 squad, after those issues earlier on, have made their way back out onto the circuit. Conversations between Ryder and Ryder as well, as they send out another team. That'll be the Lane Boys number 79 squad. And they will come out P8 for those guys, P4 in class, I want to say, for Lane Boys in the National 600 category, just behind the IWS Racing Team Power Trophy class-leading bike. Out there, the 100, currently Ben Solheim out on the road at the moment. And into the pits as well, PB Racing. Okay, that's interesting. That is a class-leading bike in the Team Sport Trophy. It was Paul Bloomfield, who's just been out there for a very, very solid stint. Should be, I believe, Aaron Hickmott taking over from him for what should be his last go out here at Anglesey. And they'll push their way through nice and cleanly. So PB Racing rejoined. Nice clean stop there from them. And indeed it was Aaron Hickmott that did come on through. So he'll take over from Bloomfield, put in a stint on his ZX 600. Bloomfield, of course, an R6. R6 is also for Tom Vaughan and Paul Beard. And so the Kawasaki, a little bit of a standout in terms of what the squad has compared to the rest of the team anyway. Of course, if you are watching along on NLR TV, if you've been with us from the start, a huge, huge thank you. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action here. And make sure you keep the likes, the comments, everything coming in. Not too long left to go now. An hour and 20 minutes into the pit lane comes the 69 bike. That was, I believe, Proudfoot Racing straight in. Indeed it was. Joe Ellis decided that he has had enough, it would seem, out there on his CBR 600. I'm assuming it'll probably be Jack Smith going out on an Aprilia 660 momentarily. for the team. Hour and 20 minutes left to go. KGG Endurance still out there looking to jump past Harp and Horsepower and Op Endure 2 if they maintain out there and complete a couple more laps. Again, another squad that's been in the wars a little bit today. Private Racing still in pit lane. Are there problems potentially for the 69 squad? We'll wait to see if that is going to change. It's been a beautiful day here at Anglesey. Just gorgeous weather, gorgeous conditions. The perfect day for a motorbike race. The perfect day for the biggest race in No Limits racing history. The Biker Lawyers Anglesey, 12 hours and still racing, going all the way to the end. Alan Lane comes in for Pack Racing. A very, very solid stint on the R1 for Alan. One of the nicest guys you'll meet in the paddock as well. He'll bring it in. I believe that may be his day done, potentially. He'll probably hand over to Alex Christophe. Not talked much about him. Also on an R1, 2 R1s, a Suzuki and a BMW for Pack Racing. And still not seeing Proudfoot Racing have come back out now. Just a really, really slow start. And there's Joshua Proudfoot who's gone back out. I was not expecting that one. I was expecting... no, maybe I'm wrong. I should have been expecting Josh Proudfoot, but it took him a while to get back out there anyway. It sounds like Lewis Ray is down in the pit lane and has a couple of people to speak to down here. So let's hear what Lewis Ray has to say for us here on NLR TV.
Down in pit lane yet again here, Ross, and we've got a few riders to chat to. You can just see the 50 getting put on its stand, and well, we're going to have to go quite deep into the garage here and drag Alan just a little bit out. He's just put on a hat after that long stint and having a chat with his teammate. But Alan, if we can grab a quick word. Obviously, you've just came off the bike there. Yeah. What's this circuit like at the moment? What's the conditions like, and what's this event like for you? I mean, we're in touching distance of the finish.
Excuse me. It's testing. That's all I can say about the track. We've gone through all kinds of different track temperatures. Seems to be cooling off a little bit now, but the sun was coming down a little bit low. So, but it's been a great day and a great experience. And we just want to finish. You know, we're close to the end now, so we've all put in a real effort, and yeah, we feel proud, like. So
yeah, and I'm sure who knows, by the end of this you might even want to be doing a 24-hour. I mean, it's a busy old day, but whereabouts on circuit is the sun getting you in the eyes?
So just as we're going up to the hairpin there on the left-hand side, it was just reflecting off the tarmac a little bit. So I'll probably advise the guys after Alex to maybe put in a clear visor. That'll definitely help in that position. But it's so... when you're riding the bike on your own, it's like really tranquil. You know, if there's no one around, you're just flowing around and yeah, just looking at the spectators and things, enjoying it.
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, everyone a little bit spaced out on circuit now. Yeah. Can it feel almost like at the stage in the race a very long and very, very fast track day out on circuit? Because, I mean, you're not necessarily always fighting for position on circuit and just trying to get yourself into a good track position.
Yeah, we tried to, I think we've all set ourselves a target and do consistent lap times. That's the main goal. Find a comfortable, you know, we've not been as quick as what we was on qualifying, but we found a rhythm. Seems to work with us. And fingers crossed now the boys just bring it home and we can celebrate finishing the 12th hour in the top 10, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed, one piece. I mean, that's all that you want from this weekend. Yeah. And yeah, best of luck.
Thank you. Roll on the 24-hour.
Already, I mean, yeah, ready and raring to go. Still plenty of energy, even after a busy, hot day of racing. And we can see if we can dive out of here before fireworks show up again and go to their next stop. And actually, I see Joe Sheldon Shaw also in here. So we'll head to Joe Sheldon Shaw and then we'll head down to number one. You can see the fuel all ready to go. But I'm sure doing a little bit of work on the Kawasaki after that one. And Joe, if you don't mind a quick word, I mean, not what you guys were hoping for there. What actually happened on board the pick?
I think if I tell you what actually happened, I'd be pretty embarrassed. But no, the front sprocket nut just came loose, fell off. It's disappointing, but it's something that I've not checked all day, so it's one of those things. But yeah, not what we wanted.
Yeah, who actually put the front sprocket in the bike? Was it yourself?
No, do you know what? It's not even my bike, so whoever's bike it is, it was him. We're not name and shame, though.
Yeah, can't name and shame, no one really to blame for this one. I mean, it's one of these unlucky things, and who would have thought, after all this time, nearing the end of the race, something like that, a really silly mechanical issue is going to cost you some good points and good result anyway.
Do you know what? Yeah, 100%, but I thought it was the gearbox, so at least we can get out for his last stint, and we've got some new boots in, so we can put on a good show, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Go out there, have some fun, just enjoy the end of the race. I mean, you're still in a good position, and best of luck.
Yeah, nice one, Tom.
And so Joe there, disappointing for him. And who would have thought? A front sprocket issue. A front sprocket actually coming off the bike completely. But plenty of chat getting done at the moment. And I think that's we'll head straight down to the number 1 squad for the time being. Now, we did try to speak to them a little bit earlier, and well, like usual, the Welsh Wi-Fi, if you will, not playing ball with us here at Anglesey, but hopefully this time around the coastal gods, hopefully the wind blows in the right direction and we can keep signal all the way down to the Maselli JJ Racing garage, because well, I mean, it's been a dramatic race. Hopefully they're still willing to speak to us. I mean, they are a cheery, happy bunch. I think I'm going to have to drag them ever so slightly out of the pit box as well. Obviously they've had that stop-go penalty, which took place just here, obviously, on track. The cones laid out for that one. The sun, as well, as you mentioned, just starting to get in some of the riders' eyes. But as Michael has a little look down in some of the garages, obviously Red Culture Racing, they're all balls as well, out in the paddock, and we'll try this all over again, shall we? Martin Eates as well, having a conversation with the Loz Duo. And hopefully we can have a quick chat, and then we're able to find out exactly what went on and their thoughts of the incident. Obviously we have to wait for them just to come out of the garage.
Looks like we've lost Lewis briefly there, unfortunately, but great to hear from some of our riders. We have 1 hour and 12 minutes left onto the clock. Fireworks are back into the pit lane for the 25 squad. Peter Hamid-Zada making his way in on the BMW. That should be his potentially last stint done, I think. He will be handing over to Derek Gillespie, I would assume. But elsewhere, looks all quiet on the western front as it currently stands here at Anglesey. Dart Motorsport having almost completed 400 laps now, still got another hour and 12 to go. 3 laps clear of the JJ Racing number 1 bike, who aren't really breaking away from the Moto 46 number 6 machine, even though that is of course a different bike in a different class. Doesn't really matter where they're going to finish. But I hope you had a fantastic day of racing so far. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals for their incredible efforts for nearly 11 hours so far this weekend. We simply could not have done it without them, and only 1 more hour for you guys to go. We're going to throw back down to Lewis Ray. Sounds like he's got one of the lodges, be it Jack or Jonathan. I'm not entirely sure. But Lewis Ray, let's hope we stay connected this time. What do you got for us?
Back down in pit lane, and finally we've managed to grab Maselli JJ Racing. I mean, a couple of disconnection issues for us, but finally a chat with you guys, because I think to say it's been a dramatic hour and a half is to put it lightly. I mean, just explain start to finish that last hour from your perspective.
Don't know if we'd got maybe James just got a little bit giddy. We looked like we had a bit of an issue with brake pads early on. We thought we were going to do the whole race. They weren't. We changed them after 6 hours. They were down to metal. So we're good for the rest of the race now. Gaz put a stonking session in. It got us back to a lap. We're maybe a lap behind, and I think James just went out a bit hot-headed. He just probably tippled off at the top corner there. Got back on the bike. he obviously checked it over. It's done no damage to my bike, but the rule says you've got to come in, do it, and then give the bike a check, and he didn't. So we've got to go for that. Basically now we've got one stop left. We can do about an hour and 10 minutes on this fuel tank. So, end of the day, everything's pretty much, it's settled itself out now. So there's nothing to lose, nothing to gain. So I'm just going to basically go out and bring it home, hopefully. 1 hour to go. But I'm amazed that we've managed to get one bike to do, hopefully the full 12 hours. I mean, that in itself, I wasn't entirely sure how that was going to work out. Literally up to the last two hours, we ran up. It was great. Everything ran mint. Teamwork perfect.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys are working great with Gary, it seems, on the bike. As you mentioned, an incredible stint for him up to that point. At that point, before obviously the crash happened and then the penalty, did you think there was maybe a small glimmer of hope for victory?
All it takes is, the Dart to have a little issue of their own. They've got 4 bikes, 4 riders. It makes it, a little less, tricky than like. As soon as we have one little problem, it's a big problem.
Yeah, and I mean, frustration must be a little bit high between you guys. It was one of those things, penalty, but still, there are plenty of positives to look on today.
Absolutely, and, touch wood, we've finished first. We're not on But yeah, it's been great. It's been really good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, plenty of positives, as we said. Hopefully make it to the checkered flag. Thanks for speaking to us finally, and well done anyway on such an incredible second part of the race up to that point.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there we have it from pit lane. We'll let him get ready for his next stint out on circuit. And for the time being, Ross, we'll throw it back up to you in the commentary box, because I believe still some bikes circulating around the circuit.
Race control message. Number 1, 60 seconds stop and go penalty, overtaking on the safety car.
Oh my word. It just keeps getting worse for the JJ Racing bike. A second 60-second stop-go penalty late in the day. Wow. Oh my goodness me. That is unbelievable. And now a real opportunity for Moto 46 to finish second overall on a 600. Good God. What a late twist. Race Control have served us an absolute treat with that one. Thank you very much, Mark Berry on the radio. My word. That is unbelievable. I cannot believe what I've just heard from Mark Berry in Race Control. That is absurd. Wow. Anyway, back to the action. That is going to massively shake things up, because of course that's going to be another trip down pit lane where they're not allowed to work on the bike. So it's not just the 60 seconds that you have to sit there in the pit box, it's the 10 seconds either side of that you lose. So it's realistically an 80-second stop-go penalty. And then, of course, you're not allowed to work on the bike either. So James Lodge will bring it back down and then head back out once again. And wow, that's a big turn of events, as Lewis Ray, having just spoken to the squad. Comes back in, 60-second stop-go penalty, straight in the face of JJ Racing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite pleased, actually. We weren't there whenever it got announced, and we just finished speaking to him. Otherwise, I think there would have been some colourful words coming out of their mouth. I mean, just frustration. It's got to be the general feeling. Jonathan Lodge, I mean, it seems like they were taking it pretty well at that point. I don't know how they'll be taking it now, but something like overtaking under safety car, I mean, there's not really much defence you can give the stewards against that one.
No, it's pretty illegal, to put it politely. You know where you stand with overtaking under the safety car. Everyone knows those rules. And now we wait to see, where is that number 6 bike going to emerge, or has the number 1 team got away with it?
They're just crossing the start-finish line now, heading into turn 1.
It's going to be very, very tight. A little look back from the JJ Racing bike. I think they've just about stayed ahead for the time being, but it is ridiculously close between the pair of them, so this is going to get very interesting.
Yeah, that's got to be them just behind, you would imagine, anyway, within those 3 riders. Obviously, we'll wait for the next sector point, then we should have a good look. It looks like that's the Army squad
just ahead of them, the OP Endure number 1. And right behind there is the number 6. So yeah, the bike, well, was the bike behind. Now 2 bikes behind the Maselli JJ Racing is the battle for second place overall. Obviously, class victory, you would say, still sewn up for the Moto 46 squad. They have about 3 laps ahead of their rivals. But now, James Lodge, well, is going to need a very, very good stint. And Ross, I'll let you know, they're getting ready for another pit stop down in pit lane. So more time's going to be lost. And this could be well and truly decided on pit stops. Jonathan Lodge, who's going to be next out for the Maselli JJ Racing team, he has a very, very big task at hand over the last 1 hour.
Well, that's the thing, because they would have needed to come into the pits at some point anyway. And then they've had to go down pit lane again. Twice. And of course that cost them, twice. So that's going to cost them even more time. So, and of course their pit stops take longer as well, because they've got to change tyres and
yep, it looks like 2 new tyres going in for them as well.
So that'll last them to the end of the race, at least you'd expect. But they've also got to refuel. Again, they do have the endurance tank. They don't have to fill up all the way, because one tank I don't think will make it to the end of the race unless they really fuel save. I'm just going to see how long their stints are lasting. I mean, 39 laps. I mean, a tank of fuel will get them an hour if they fuel save. So this, to be fair, could be the last pit stop that they need to make. But it will promote the Moto 46 squad past and up into second place for the meantime anyway. So that is a big change there for those guys as we wait for them to come into the pits.
Yeah, waiting for them to come into the pits for the time being. Mark Bridger currently on board the Moto 46 bike, and so he's been out there for quite a while now, about 13 laps or so. So 13 laps for them, but doing a good job so far. There is the team though, nice and waiting, raring to go for this next pit stop. And it's going to be 2 changes of tyres, the front and the back, a refuel as well for them. But as you mentioned, Ross, they're going to lose quite a lot of time for this one. But Jonathan Lodge, I mean, we do know what we've been getting told by the team, we'll get told not to fork down the road again, but to still put in an absolute stonker of a stint.
He has indeed, but wow, just cannot believe what we're seeing here. We're just waiting for the JJ Racing bus to come into the pits. 1.7 seconds separating them. Of course, that is not a battle for position, it's just for overall placement. The UK Moto 46 one are still leading the way. JJ Racing will still be second, but it's something interesting, isn't it? Into the pits comes the number 1 bike. How long is that going to take them? It is going to be a front wheel change as well, so it will cost them a lot of time.
And already over by turn 2 is the number 6.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking not James Lodge, what am I talking about? He's in there and we'll be handing over to Jonathan. The Moto 46 squad need to come in certainly once more. You'd think twice though. So overall they will cost them unless they really, really fuel save over the latter phase of this stint. But I don't think Mark Bridge is going to be able to stay out for much longer. Their pit stop, of course, will be shorter, but they won't be able to make an hour. A tank of fuel lasts an hour. They will have to come back in again before the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, we were just speaking about their stints not too long ago. It's about 13 laps or so, as you said, that they've completed. And now, they're going to have to come back in for this end of the race. So you have to calculate that in. But with it being a shorter stop as well, you wouldn't be shocked if the Moto 46 still held the advantage after the run of pit stops, leading into the final 40 minutes or so in this race. And then the real question is, can they even make a full tank of fuel last likes of 40 minutes? So hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at the perfect time. The final hour of the Biker Lawyers 12 Hours of Anglesey is just about to get underway. We've had some late drama for some podium setters, for some class contenders as well. As it stands, Dart Motorsport leads the way now from Moto 46, following Maselli JJ Racing's not 1 but 2 penalties that they've received, and then still a pit stop to make. So high drama up here in the commentary. What's high drama down in the pit lane as well. Frustration incredibly high. The first of the penalties, of course, received by Maselli JJ Racing. It was for not returning to the pit lane following a crash after Mountain. The second of them was for overtaking under safety car conditions. So 2 real schoolboy errors, if you will, but again, it's one of those things, it's part of the rules as we tip into lap 406 out on circuit. 3 laps of a gap between Moto 46 as we await to see how things are going to pan out here, because it looks like Maselli GG Racing are going to go yet another lap down, because Dart Motorsport, frankly, they have been absolutely ruthless in this second part of the race, and I don't think they're going to be too upset about going yet another lap ahead of one of their main rivals all the way throughout this race.
Not necessarily at all. Those guys have 1 more hour, 407 laps completed. Their next competitor on 403. They seem to bring on home at this point, don't they? They can ease right off the pace. Just keep it nice and calm. Keep it nice and collected out there. And they should have this one in the bag. The Biker Lawyers National and No Limits Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Anglesey. Dart Motors will lead the way by 4 laps ahead of the Moto 46 squad. Second place in the National 1000 is the JJ Racing bike, but again, they should be able to reach the end without another stop. Randy Racing People, second in the National 600. Then it's the 21, third in the National 100. Then it's Private Racing, third in the National 600. It's a 1,600, 1,600, 1,600 at the front. Then you've got IWS, the 100 bike leading in the Team Power Trophy. Then it's Lane Boys, PB Racing and Pack Racing. Rounding out your top 10 there, P4 in National 1000, followed by Shet Racing, the 129. Then it's Snapdragon Racing, Fireworks, second place in the Team Power Trophy. PP Racing with 49 in National 600. Ride Culture Racing, second in the Team Sport Trophy behind Snapdragon, of course. Then it's Race Skins, the 62 leads the way in the National Twins. Then Heck Racing, Full Throttle Racing, Merlin 846 and Donkey Fox Racing. A few laps down after some issues earlier on. The RAF 617 Dam Busters in 21st, followed by Op Endure 2. Harp and Horsepower out there as well. Then KGG Endurance, who are back in the pit lane, it would seem, after some problems. Oddballs Racing out there as well. Op Endurance number 1, Jamie Locke, is back out there on the circuit apparently and is still trying to get some laps back. Then Double Trouble and PP Racing 2.0, I think we have definitely lost. They are 213 and 286 laps down, respectively. Yeah, that's quite some time. I don't think they're going to be able to make that one back in the next hour, to be honest with you, Lewis.
Certainly out for race-winning contention, you would say, in this one. But who knows, Ross? Anything could happen. I mean, it's motorsport. Let's remain hopeful up here in the commentary box. 58 minutes and 10 seconds is what remains in this one. Finally, instead of winding on about hours, moving on about hours, mooching about, it's time to get into the real thick of things. It's minutes left here at Anglesey. 57 minutes left on the clock, and we are ready and raring to go for the checker flag. You can see the wind now. It's well and truly picked up. A couple of the riders as well, they've been complaining about, the sun getting in their eyes and really affecting their vision out there on circuit. It seems to be reflecting off the tarmac in a few places, and you wouldn't be surprised. A few riders tries a slightly different visor in the final hour or so. I mean, as we're hearing, there is Heck Racing planning on leaving the pit lane, you would imagine, pretty soon. They've had a lovely stint so far. And now, over the race so far, now it looks like they're going to be pushing on for this next stint or so. There's Maselli GG Racing yet again, though. He's at 55.170 seconds behind Moto 46. And well, that's well and truly enough time for a pit stop for the number 16. Confusing that. Number 6 and Moto 46. Keeping our brains active here in the commentary box as Dart Motorsport makes another change. Now, Aaron Spence comes in. That's job done for the Honda for the day, as you would imagine, and Lewis Mason about to head back out on board the Aprilia. We wait for the time the screen's update, and it is indeed going to be Lewis Mason. And a little look behind him himself, a big old look behind him, and just checking, all is clear. And now ready for what's going to be his final stint in this endurance race as the race leader here, Ross.
Absolutely. Still cleared the way by some distance as the Dart Motorsport guys, a huge gap back, so no issues whatsoever. Heck Racing getting ready for a little changeover as well. Into the pits comes Simon Anderson. Should be Julian and Ticknap to take over from him for this next stint, and they'll rejoin the race fairly swiftly I am sure. Of course, Heck Racing doing a pretty solid job of things out there as it stands, leading the way. Not leading the way, what am I talking about? But certainly running very, very strongly in the Team Power Trophy as it currently stands. And yes, out goes Heck Racing, and Julian Itignap on his R9. Also into the pits on that previous lap was somebody else apparently, but looks like they've been able to get going. And it looks like, no, that was Dean Bednarek no, it's Dean Bednarek who's gone out. I thought it'd be Julian Itignap. But no, Dean Bednarek has surprised me instead by going out on his Fireblade. So we'll have to wait maybe for Julian Itignap to finish the race on the R9 as it currently stands. 409 laps completed for the leaders, 3 laps clear of the Moto 46 team. They still do need to make another pit stop, but 54 seconds clear of JJ Racing in third place. Again, that's just for overall position. Literally does not matter at all whatsoever in the grand scheme of things, but we'll keep our eye firmly on it for the time being as the sun, it's not setting just yet, but it's beginning to think about it here at Anglesey. It's certainly burning straight into my eye sockets here in the commentary box at a perfect angle for where I'm currently positioned. But yes, it's the day drawing closer and closer to a close. Closest action we've got out on track at the moment. Shet Racing are only a couple of seconds away from Pack Racing. In fact, they've got in front of Pack Racing on this previous tour. So Snook gets in front of Alex Christophe for P10 overall. Still maintaining their positions in class, of course. 54 minutes left on the clock here in the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance 12 Hours of Anglesey.
Everyone all locked in for this final hour of run. It seemed at the start of the race everyone was locked and loaded. In the mid part of the race everyone began to, not say lose their mind, but get a little bit delirious, whether it be the official, marshal, whether it be rider up here in the commentary box. Nonetheless, it was a long old slog mid part of the race, but now it is well and truly doing a good job on circuit for this next 53 minutes of running. Now doing incredible stuff for them, but now looking at lap times. 410 laps completed at the front of this race. 3 laps done for the Moto 46 squad. Of course, they are now moving up yet another position. Selling JJ Racing 1 lap as well, sitting behind. So they haven't managed to make too much ground as it seems. But heading back yet again onto the power and then heavy on the brakes once more. This really does show how much the sun is beginning to set. Obviously now headed on to the international section of the circuit now. And a few more pitters too, and these will be the final thoughts, the final conversations. Well done, mate, you'd imagine in there as well. It's been a hard race. You can just see what's left of double trouble. Obviously, best wishes to the faller earlier on in this race. Sadly for them, they had to call it a retirement pretty early on in it, around 20 minutes or so after the crash over at Church. Still though, this Anglesey circuit does prove that it does bite, as the number 6 now looks like it's going to go yet another lap down. So the Dart Motorsport team well and truly carving through the pack now. It doesn't matter if you're P1, if you're P1, well they are P1, but if you're P2, P3, P5, whatever the case, the Dart Motorsport team are coming for you. 135.422 last time around. It was actually last time around. It was actually the Moto 460 moves faster, 4 tenths quicker last time around for the Moto 46 squad. So now wondering if they are beginning to pull back ever so slightly in this one. Obviously 3 laps to make up with 51 minutes remaining. You would say it's obviously well and truly out the question, but showing this sort of pace late on, as we say that, they do cross the line, and the Lodge duo definitely much stronger, but are they going to be so strong that they can claw back this distance, Ross, over the last 51 minutes?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you, Lewis Ray. I think we could be seeing, pending disasters or, crashes or mechanical failures or whatever, I think we could be looking at what is essentially our final order for the time being. But we'll wait and see. I am normally proven wrong on these kinds of things, so let's just let it play out. And let's see how things are going to unfold over the remaining, just a touch over 50 minutes now. Once again, dying phases of this race. It has been a long old day here at Anglesey for absolutely everybody involved. If you stuck with us the whole way through, be that trackside or here on NLR TV, thank you so much for being here, being part of this long old journey to get the day done and dusted. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Of course, we'll all, I'm sure, have our eyes on the football later tonight. England playing somebody, I can't remember who.
Norway, I do believe.
That's the one. Yep, shows you how much I care about international football. I've actually quite enjoyed this World Cup as well. That was quite poor of me, to be honest. But
yeah, exactly. I know.
Race control message 9292, 60 seconds. Stop and go penalty. Exiting the pit lane under red light.
Wow. Okay. Race leaders getting a slap on the wrist, and that could change things.
A big penalty to get this late on. Luckily for them, it's about a 3-second margin, but that is after 11 hours and 10 minutes of running. That is the first official mistake that we've seen from Dart Motorsport. That is so disappointing for them, but it's not going to lose them any time at all. This final part of the race, though, Ross, this is where people are starting to get a little bit tired, and these silly little mistakes really beginning to creep up.
Absolutely. It's little things that can cause chaos and change things and whatever. But as we watch on, again, 60-second stop-go. They do have 3 laps to the good. Again, the in message on the board. I doubt we'll have a way of putting anything on a dash that says you got a penalty, come on in. So just the in pit board will do. They'll come on in, they'll realise they've got the penalty, stop for 60 seconds, be annoyed, get the explanation, come out. Should still be 2 laps clear of the Moto 46 squad, but again, you don't want to lose your head too much over that one if you are Lewis Mason out there as it currently stands. He's been out there for a decent, well, only a couple of laps as a matter of fact, but again, it's little things like that. When you get a penalty for exiting pit lane under a red light, it frustrates you. You stop thinking about your riding and you start thinking about that mistake and that penalty, and then it lulls you into more mistakes, more incidents, more penalties, potentially crashes as well. So you need to stay focused going through with an incident like this. Tommy Caldwell seemingly seeing the funny side of things, the Dart Motorsport boss, with somewhat of a grin on his face as he chats with Mark Neat down there about the incident. I'm sure he'll the team will survive losing a lap, I'm sure, compared to the Moto 46 squad. But again, it does just mean that Lewis Mason does just need to just keep his head and keep his mind focused on the task in hand. 48 minutes left to run here at Anglesey. It has been a long old day, and as you said, Lewis Ray, everyone getting tired, everyone starting to make the odd mistake. It's at this point when time is really dragging. Your body is absolutely broken. You just need to try and bring it home in one piece, need to push it onwards. And even if time is dragging, even if your body's screaming at you, telling you to pull over, just jump off the bike, lie down and never move again, you just got to keep at it, got to keep hitting your marks. We should be seeing that 92 pulling into the pit lane on this lap. Oh, I'd be surprised if they didn't anyway.
It depends, obviously, when the board was brought out as well.
True. Well, that's them coming through turn number 2 as it currently stands. So they probably would have just seen the board as they came through the front straight there. So give it about a minute and they should be tucking into the pits.
Yeah, that does look to be actually the final sector. So that is.
Oh no, it is the final sector. I've got my parts of the racetrack mixed up. So should be coming in on this occasion then, I think.
And they are indeed.
Yes, there we go. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? So they'll come in for their 60-second stop go, which realistically is going to lose them like 75-80 seconds anyway, because of course that 60-second doesn't factor in the going into the pits or the coming out of the pits either. So Lewis Mason comes to a halt. Gets the explanation from the team boss, Ian Tommy Caldwell. Doesn't look too frustrated with it, to be fair. We've seen
I think confused.
Confused, but we have seen gets explained to it by the officials down in pit lane as well. We have seen from other riders with stop goes more visible frustration. He just seems to be a bit like, oh, okay then. Well, we'll just go back out there and make that lap up then in the last 3 quarters of an hour.
Yeah, I think the 3-lap advantage definitely helps. But yeah, just being told by Paula exactly why he was given that penalty. And one thing's for sure, I wouldn't want to argue with Paula down in pit lane. She'll tell you straight exactly what you've done. And, well, just time to accept the penalty, move on, and push on as well for the final 45 minutes of running. I mean, with the penalty taken into account, if they were going to be tight on fuel, for example, if they were hoping to squeeze it out all the way to the end, then this is definitely going to be a saving grace to them. And they should be able to get to the end of the end of the race, leaving the pit lane for the time being. And now hopefully he does see the light at the end of pit lane and only goes when it is green. It is indeed green for the time being. He does leave pit lane, so away he goes back out to restart his stint, if you were, and confirmation from race control that penalty served, so job done for them, and they can forget about it hopefully until the end of today. But well, Ross, the light well and truly getting low here, and you can start to see it at some parts of the circuit, some of the shadows of the undulations and hills around the circuit.
You really can. It's going to certainly be getting into riders' eyes at a couple of points around there, so you'll be hoping that you've got a tinted visor on at this point of the day. There's still no one really close enough to make any moves, as it stands. Just pushing their way on, just trying desperately to make it to the end. Oddballs looks like they've come back out of the pit lane, so they're trying to certainly make the end. Harp and Horsepower have come back in. I think that may just be potentially Chris Degg that's just finishing the race on his own, possibly, and just coming out every now and again to get to the end and keep the lap count up to a certain degree. But yeah, only 3 bikes in pit lane at the moment, one of which is Harp and Horsepower again, who looks like they're trying to finish this race. Double Trouble and PP Racing 2.0, I think, have packed up and gone home at this point. So I don't think we're expecting to see them back out for the last half an hour or something along those lines. But everyone else is at least trying to get to the end of the race, as you can see. Final preparations, a little bit of visualisation. I hope not a nap anyway. No, eyes are open there for the number 90 rider there, looking to get back out onto the circuit. A bit of a rev underneath them for the 911 squad. They'll be coming into pit lanes pretty shortly, you can imagine, for them. Into the pits come Lane Boys. 𝐔𝐋𝐓𝐈 will be getting off of the bike, I believe, giving away to Ian Ashby. Also in the 49 PP Racing bike, that is the PP Racing number 1, of course. Chris Hammond, he'll be making way for... interesting, I'm not sure who we're making way for, actually, because Anthony Louis hasn't done a stint in a fair while, so I think he's actually due a stint, unless there's an issue with the bike potentially, so we'll wait to see who the 49 squad are handing over to for what should be the last stint. You should be able to make 43 minutes without an endurance tank around here. So, yeah, we should be seeing last pit stops, I think. I mean, I'd be surprised if anyone else is coming in with not particularly long left to go.
Yeah, not too much longer left in this race. Around 40 minutes or so left on the clock. And while the Motor 46 squad 2 laps down for the time being. Of course, they were 3 laps down. And then luckily for them, the race leaders, Dart Motorsport, was handed a 60-second stop-go penalty. Plenty of penalties actually handed out in the last 20-30 minutes or so. First of all, of course, one of the biggest at start was the Maselli JG Racing team. They were given a stop-go, served it, came back out on circuit, safety car came out, overtook on the safety car, then not slapped on the wrist, they were slapped with yet another stop-go penalty. 60 seconds yet again, standing still. After all of that then promoted Moto 46 well and truly up a position. Dart Motorsport, meanwhile, was having an excellent stint, to put it lightly, for them, until, not too long ago, actually. It was just after 8 p.m. in the evening, so roughly 8 minutes or so ago, they were handed a 60-second stop-go penalty. That was for exiting the pit lane under the red lights. So obviously at the end of pit lane, you have the red lights on the right-hand side. Funnily enough, you can only go on track when it's green. It's simply a traffic light system. Although there's no orange, it's simply red or green. And Heck Racing, meanwhile, is now into the pit lane. And what looks to be a Fireblade is about to turn into an R9. Out on circuit. The R9s, I mean, one of the newer bikes over the years, but with the 3-cylinder motor, they sound absolutely phenomenal for us up here in the commentary box and for all the fans watching on trackside.
They do indeed. That is Dean Bednarek giving way for Julian and Ticknap, who I'm expecting to finish this race on that R9. We'll wait to see. Not a huge stint, though. It must be said, from Dean Bednarek, and lapping into the 145s now, so clearly a bit of fatigue potentially starting to set in for him. He was lapping into the 140s earlier on, even higher than that, the 139s at the start of the race. So Dean seemingly struggling a little bit with the fatigue at the end of the day, but handing over to that R9 of Julian Itignap to finish it off and get us home to go through. So as we come through, it is still a 2-lap advantage for the 92 Dart Motorsport squad. The UK Moto 46 team in second place, 2 laps down, a lap to the good ahead of JJ Racing as well. Randy Racing, people, it's still in the top 6. P1s in first and second, P2s third and fourth, and 3s in fifth and sixth in the National 1000s and National 600 classes respectively. And again, they're all split up by a couple of laps. That being said, the Moto 46 guys looks like they're ready for their last changeover. I believe it may be Paul Holden who's going to be finishing this race potentially, as it should be indeed Paul Holden. It will be Paul Holden by the looks of things, getting ready to bring things home for the UK Moto 46 squad on his 765 Triumph Triple. So we'll wait to see how he's going to fare over the M1. Quick chat with Rhys Irwin, who's been helping out the team this weekend. Of course, the reigning Super Stock champion in the British Champs, making the jump up to British Superbikes this year. He's been having a very, very solid rookie season in that class. Of course, here supporting his brother in Caelan, who's part of the Moto 46 squad this weekend for the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Anglesey 12 Hours in association with Pirelli as well. So we'll wait for the number 6 bike to bring it back in. Currently Mark Bridger, who's out there at the moment on a Ducati 955 apparently. We've got a pair of Triumph triples, 765 the speed triples of course, and then Kellen Owen on a Suzuki 750 apparently. Is that them swapping over for Paul Holden? You'd assume so. Riders now just trying to make their way desperately to the end of the race. For everybody to make it this far, it is still an unbelievable achievement, it must be said. And everyone can be proud of themselves. Apart from, apparently, of course, the two teams that seemingly have DNF'd in Double Trouble and PP Racing. Double Trouble, to be fair, crash for Jordan Poole, and then a breakdown as well. PP Racing 2.0, poor form, lads, come on. No, joking aside. Everyone who's attempted this race can be proud because everyone made it a fair distance of the way through. But the fact that we still have so many people running the likes of KGG Endurance, Harp and Horsepower as well, the 321 bike, the solitary bike that seems to be left in that squad, going to be trying to make the checkered flag, even if they are many, many laps down. All Bulls Racing are back out as well, 38 laps down on the KGG Endurance bike up in front. So many people trying desperately to take that checkered flag, to say, look, we may have had issues, we may have finished 100 odd laps behind other people, but at least we made it to the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's about making it to the end of the race at this point. Just about 30-40 minutes left on the clock, and I'm sure for many riders this is going to be one of, if not the biggest achievement in their racing career and their racing days. It's going to be an exciting one for sure, and I'm sure plenty of riders will have some reasons to celebrate after this race. But yeah, at the moment, as things stand, back up to 3 laps of a gap for Dart Motorsport. They're up into P1, of course, for them. And well, Maselli GG Racing now back up into second. Moto 46 in third as well as things stand. So an important one. Proudfoot Racing now as well, just exiting as things stand. And well, this is the shot here. You can well and truly see how much the night time's getting on here, Ross, and the sun well and truly getting low.
Yeah, I've had to put the shades on in the commentary box because the sun's going straight into my eyes.
I will say this is the first time today. I'm not going to judge you for the shades.
No, it's, I mean, they're not my shades, to be fair. They were just here, decided to wear them. But no, it's getting brutal, and I quite like my retinas intact, so I'm going to keep them on, I think, at least while we're in the commentary box anyway, because the sun's blazing right through a window. 36 minutes and 25 left on the clock here. And the Moto 46 team should be making pretty easy work of the JJ Racing bike up in front. Paul Holden, of course, is out on fresh rubber to end the race. He himself feeling much more fresh, I can imagine, than Jonathan Lodge will be feeling. The JJ Racing guys may potentially bring Jonathan in for Gary Anderson. Gary Johnson, not Gary Anderson. That's a darts player.
Darts player. Scottish as well.
Amazing darts player. Of course, 2-time back-to-back champion of the world, but let's not get into that right now. They may well bring in Jonathan Lodge for Gary Johnson, potentially. I think they'll only do that if Jonathan just gets really tired, or if it's clear that they're not going to be able to hold on to that second place position, because we know that they can make the end on this tank of fuel, or they should be able to make the end anyway. And they are gaining as well on Paul Holden in P3 overall. Again, it's not really a move for position. They're set to finish second place anyway, but you also want to finish second on the road instead of third, even though you still be second in class. So I think they will bring that bike in if it's clear they're going to lose out to the Moto 46 squad. I think if they can, they'll leave Jonathan Lodge out there to try and get to the end of the race, so they don't have to waste more time in pit lane, and they can try and hold on to that position.
Yeah, trying to hold on to that position for the time being. There's Paul Holden continuing his run, and obviously Paul, consistent rider himself, and not a rider to throw it down the road. Despite what we've seen at Croft, it was just one of those slip-ups that you do see from time to time. But moving towards the final half an hour of running, I'm sure plenty of riders to be looking forward to this one for a few hours now. As we mentioned, the point of the race where you start to get cramped, when you realise maybe I shouldn't have ate so much, obviously, with it being 20 past 8 in the evening now. Almost all the riders, I would imagine, would have had something to eat. It might not have been a full dinner, just enough to really get them by. Obviously, quite a lot of people that want to eat the likes of pasta and whatnot, some slow carbs, and, well, trying to eat like an athlete, to put it lightly. But the 129, as things stand, Shet's Racing just outside the top 10 as well. Pack Racing rounds out our top 10 runners. Just 1.5 seconds ahead on the road, though, although not battle for position overall, but battle for position overall, I should say, not battle in class, though, so it still will be the championship points. But yeah, of course, after this, checker flag does come out to close off the Biker Lawyers 12-hour endurance here at Anglesey Circuit, who will be bringing you all the reaction, all the analysis down in pit lane from a very, very, very exciting meeting here at Wales. And well, I don't think anyone can wait. I think everyone cannot wait until the next round of the season. Obviously, Cavs will park up next, and then obviously we can turn our attention to 𝐑𝐄𝐓 and whatnot. Then it's back to Anglesey yet again. Marcelo JJ Racing, up they go, back they go through, 8.7 seconds ahead now of Paul Holden, and now Harwood back on board the Northampton Line Markings machine. Obviously, we spoke a lot about Harwood during this one. He runs out the top 5 for the time being, but yeah, what an incredible ride it's been for them. Obviously, a few mistakes as well, but the Ducatis, they've done a good old job. And well, for the 21 squad, I mean, who would have thought, Ross? It was a case of a front sprocket coming off for Joe Sheldon-Shaw that it forced him to have to sit and watch at the side of the circuit and lose out on the overall podium.
Still set for a very solid third place in class, though. They are miles ahead of the Pack Racing number 50 machine that holds fourth in class. So there was no concern about dropping off the class podium. They're still going to get a very decent haul of points. But again, you want that overall podium at the end of 12 hours, don't you? It makes you feel just that little bit more special at the end of the day. So, and again, front sprocket, something so simple like that. It normally is the simple things, isn't it, that go wrong and things like this. You know, we always talk about the proverbial 50p piece that fails. Maybe not so much with a sprocket, but again, it's always the little things that you least expect that are the ones that give way, the ones that cause you drama and pain late in the day. But with 30 minutes left, we've got our fingers crossed up here in the commentary box that everything holds on until the end, as the 21 bike is back into the pit lane. There's going to be a changeover there, and they'll send out
Sheldon-Shaw.
Yes, they'll be sending out John Sheldon-Shaw for one final stint by the looks of things. John Harwood, a really solid stint from him out since lap 395. He's done 22 laps in this stint. That's the most out of either himself or Sheldon Shaw for a while, it must be said. So he's really put in the dedication in that one. Proudfoot Racing also into the pits though. So Joshua Proudfoot deciding he is going to hand over the reins right at the death, and just try and work out who he's going to be handing over to. I believe it may be Jack Smith to finish the race. Should be Jack Smith to finish the race. I believe it will be Jack Smith for the last half an hour for the number 69 team, set to take home a very solid third place in the ACU National 600 category as well. He can bring it home to the checkered flag, reap the rewards of crossing the line, I guess. It's I don't know, what would you rather be? Would you be the one to take the checkered flag, or would you rather be on the pit wall and celebrating and leaning over?
Probably on the pit wall, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, especially after 11 hours and 30 minutes. It's almost the toughest part of the race. There's a lot of pressure on your back. It's easy to ride tight, especially if you're struggling away with a battle out on circuit, as Mark Berry picks up all the cones from pit lane. Meaning we're nearly done with today's action in the paddock. But yeah, as we were saying, a lot of pressure on your back on this final stint. It's usually when you're most tired. It's usually when the light is in the worst possible place in the sky as well. Everything's almost going against you, and yet you have the most important job at hand.
Absolutely, it's a difficult one. I think I'd agree with you. I don't know. I just like.
But you can reap all the glory as well.
No, you can. You could be the one, to cross the line and be like, yeah, that's me. I'm that guy. Show your friends. Yeah, you see that checkered flag? Yeah, that was me. I'm cool like that. No, I think I'd agree though. I think I'd be on the pit wall as well in a situation like this. I think it'd make me feel more like part of the team, being there celebrating with other people, rather than kind of crossing the line and briefly seeing people celebrating, flashing past as you take the checkered flag. And then you got to wait a couple of minutes instead. You get the hugs out of the way, you get that elation with other people instead of, your adrenaline's dying down a bit by the time you get back through to the pit lane and back to the garage and all of the like. So yeah, I think I'd be on the pit lane or on the pit wall myself as well, personally, as we are now into the final half an hour. 29 minutes left to go here at Anglesey. What a day it has been. We have been racing since 9 o'clock this morning. The last pit stops are set to take place. And, looks like JJ Racing are going to get away with it, I think. I think Paul Holden doesn't quite have the pace to get back up, so he's down to 15.9 seconds away now. So I think that JJ Racing will take that second place overall at the end of all of it. But apart from that, it's just now bringing it home, hitting your marks, keeping it on two wheels, and getting to that checkered flag. Yeah, getting to that checkered flag right at the end of the race. We're not too far away until we can celebrate it up here in the commentary box as well. But you can just see Marcelo JJ Racing come for a P2 at the moment for themselves. 3 laps or so down. 15 seconds further back is going to be the Moto 46 squad as well, just on the cusp of the overall podium places. But most importantly, still leading in class, RAF Dambusters as well, just enjoying some snacks, some refreshments as well, you would imagine, down there in pit lane. But you can just see Mark Berry just making sure everything is well and truly in order down on pit wall, and making sure everyone is where they should be, and getting the post-race plans all ready, and making sure everything is well and truly packed up before the end of today's proceedings. As we said, though, 27 minutes left on the clock. Not too much change at the top of this race. In fact, no changes all the way throughout the order over this last lap or so. So yeah, you have to give credit where credit is due. Throughout all of this changes, throughout all of the penalties, it's going to be Randy Racing who's slotted himself, Ross, into P4. I mean, yet again, one of the stories of the race, and they've been fighting pretty hard all the way throughout. And now, luckily for themselves, they found themselves in a P4 podium position. Now Ted Wilkinson as well, a familiar name if you're been a fan of the British Superbike paddock over the last couple of years. But Ted Wilkinson now on board that bike. Yeah, great job from the Randy Racing guys in general. Just kind of run their own race, really, and kept it on two wheels and kept it clean. And with it all kicking off around them, it has allowed them to just work their way up the grid. And now, of course, P4 overall, P2 in the ACU National 600 class. A fantastic result for those guys, all set to be in 26 minutes time. Anyway, I'm really impressed by IWS Racing, the number 100 machine as well, who kind of were running most of the race in the midfield, even though they have led most of the race in the Bike Alloys No Limits Team Power Trophy. But again, late in the day, they've just kind of done their thing and they've just naturally kind of progressed up the order. Now P7, P2 in class, the fireworks bike, is some 16, 17 odd laps back. So they're under no pressure whatsoever, as we do have a bike coming into the pit lane. It is the number 2 Opels racing bike. So clearly maybe a last little change for those guys. Again, they are one of the teams that's trying to make it to the end of the race. And
Fireworks as well entering pit lane, and Heck Racing too.
Of course, Opels do only have the one bike out there in Aaron Wright, Tim Walsh's bike expiring a little bit earlier on. So there are a few people that are, just trying desperately to get to the checkered flag. But yeah, fireworks in as well. That should be surely just for a last minute splash and dash and maybe a rider change. Heck Racing I'm a little bit surprised by, but Julian and Ticknap I thought would be going all the way to the end unless there's a change of plan. But again, given that most people are now laps apart, if you're happy with where you are and you want to do a last minute change, you do have the time to afford to do that. You've just then got to hope that nothing breaks in the last kind of 25 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. You're hoping that everything sticks together, especially when it's been the case that you've had an incident, you've had a penalty here or there. The day hasn't necessarily gone to plan. It's been one of those days where you've got to bring home what you have left at the end of it. And well, for Maselli JJ Racing, it was a case that their last hour or so was flipped on its absolute head, as we have a little sneaky look down in the Northampton box. Number 21 squad just getting themselves ready, just in case you would imagine, for the time being. But yeah, an incredible stint so far. But as things stand, certainly in the top 10, not too much in terms of changeable positions. Although IWS Racing just entering the pit lane themselves on the 100 machine. As we mentioned, it has been one of those races where they've chipped away. The same as Randy Racing, and also the same as Proudfoot Racing. All within there or thereabouts the same position in the order as well. Good as well for the likes of Pack Racing and Shet Racing, of course. They managed to claim PL10 and P11, or should do, if they manage to stay in position for the last 24 minutes, with penalties applied as well. Some of the penalties in this race have been quite substantial, but for a good reason. 9 times out of 10, or 10 times out of 10 actually, because it's very rare that Race Control make a mistake. They're always on the ball and on the money with that one. KGG Endurance as well, just a little update on them, still in the pit lane. They've been in there now for about 15 minutes or so. The last couple of stints have been very, very short. There's PP Racing as well on the 49 machine, and looks like they're going to be getting ready to go out. And there has been a position change out on circuit, but that's been because of the pit stop for Heck Racing, and that allows Nicky Williams on the full throttle racing machine, the 22, to pick up a place. But PP Racing just entering the pit lane now, and it's going to be from Honda to Triumph, from the inline 4 to the 3-cylinder triple machine. You'll see the Honda pull up in a few moments' time. And well, there we have it. It's been a tough old stint from them. It was greasy last time we spoke to them, but you would imagine finally the levers can come off for the day, the helmet can come off for the day, and finally they can put their feet up on a nice deck chair or two. But yeah, coming into the pit lane was Lou. And then we'll wait to see who's going to head out next. I would say that's going to be Mark Tompkinson, but we'll wait for confirmation on that.
Yes, should be Tompkinson heading back out on to the circuit. And Anthony Liu seemingly struggling a little bit late in the day, unfortunately, on that CBR 600. Just not being quite able to string the laps together, not being quite able to keep that pace up as well, which is why they've probably made the call to just get him in. Of course, not under any real risk, not dropping any places or whatsoever in the national 600 category. Still going out there and just doing their thing and doing it well. As there we see inside the garage of the race leaders with 20 minutes left to go. You've got to wonder what's going through their minds, apart from packing up. Apparently seems like everyone wants to get out of it pretty quick, but you got to be wondering what's going through the minds of the Dart Motorsport squad right now. Obviously they've put 11 hours and 40 minutes of racing behind them. They've got a 3-lap advantage over the next nearest bike. Of course, you don't want to start celebrating too early, because that's just inviting an absolute disaster. But, you know, you've got to be feeling good. But maybe you're nervous as well, just in case something does happen. There's got to be a very wide variety and a real range of feelings.
Yeah, there's going to be a real range of feelings. You can just see the team having a nice little chat at the moment in the pit box. We see everyone as well having a good laugh with the riders at the moment down in pit lane. And well, he's a happy-go-lucky lad, as we know. He's just realised that he's on camera actually, and now suddenly the conversation's got a little bit more quiet briefly. But yeah, obviously we've had a chat with him once or twice during today, and well, now we do continue on. 21 minutes left on the clock, and you can see everyone looking a little bit more relaxed down in pit lane, a little bit more relaxed in the pit box as well, and that's because, well, the end is well and truly in sight, and for a lot of these riders, all things being well, they shouldn't have to touch another motorcycle for the rest of the day. They can simply just relax and reset ahead of a long drive home, I think, for many of the riders, as we don't think we have a terrible amount of the Welsh in the paddock. But nonetheless, like, share and subscribe, and once again a thanks for joining us on NLR TV and across the Motorsport Radio platforms. Let us know, of course, in the comments section, as you have done all day long, if you managed to stick with us the entire race. Obviously, we started at 9 a.m. this morning, just before 9 a.m. for the grid walk, and then, well, of course, it was flag drop at 9, and from that point forward, it's been non-stop track action, whether it's been safety car periods, whether it's been battles for the lead, or, as we're seeing at the moment, a handful of riders just trying to bring it home. It's been a grueling race, it's been a testing race, but finally, we're in the closing stages. Ross, with less than 20 minutes to go, what are your main takeaways from today? Who's been the stand-up performers? Anyway, I would assume Dart Motorsport, they've got to be pretty high up that order.
Oh, they certainly have been. I mean, the Dart guys have just been so good, so consistently strong all throughout the race and all throughout the 12 hours as a whole. But there's a couple of squads, of course. The Moto 46 team have been amazingly impressed with them and their pace to be able to take that 600, all the 600 bikes, or some of the 600 bikes they have anyway, because not all of them are 600 for Moto 46, but to take those and be able to fight with the thousands in the bigger categories.